Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 401, Chapter 401, Matchmaking. Chojuro didn't try fighting the shadow possession for too long. There was a thing called knowing when you were beaten, and Ringo made sure it was beaten into the Kiri recruits fairly early on. After all, nobody could know if there will be an opportunity to escape once you get captured. Hence, surrendering was preferable. The whole order of importance of actions in Kirigakure was winning, and if that can't be done, then escaping. If escaping was not an option, then surrendering and surviving should be prioritized before dying. Naturally, Kirigakure had quite brutal anti-torture methods which were simply put their recruits under the skilled hands of a master torturer so they were aware of what kind of experience it was and could resist it better later on. Honestly, not many could measure up to Kirigakure's torture master, so Kiri ninjas seldom cracked under torture. Since Ringo took over, Kiri gained a reputation for spitting out some tough but also smart cookies out of their training program. Of course, they were still assassins, so if surrendering and escaping was not an option, well, death was also a kind of escape. But that was really the final and most drastic measure. In this kind of situation, giving up actually earned some points for Chojuro, as Chunin was not a rank for people who didn't know when to stop. A leader has to be able to assess the situation and decide to call a retreat when a retreat is needed. And while his showing was definitely not enough to earn him a rank up by the Chunin exam standards, that didn't matter for him anyway. After all, it was not Konoha officials that decided if he gets promoted or not. It was Ringo. Chojuro had to impress her, not the current judges. Unfortunately for him, he could be almost certain his previous showing was definitely not impressive for the current Mizukage. She did not send him here to have a quick match and lose on top of that. He was supposed to show off the might of Kirigakure, but he didn't do much of that. Chojuro was in for a very painful reprimand, followed by even more painful long training months once he arrived back at Kirigakure. That was for sure. Ringo's eyebrow was twitching at how fast the match passed. It didn't last even 2 full minutes, and half of that time was just the boys staring at each other. Sure, the battles between ninjas are often finished instantly, but this was the Chunin exams. This was the platform where ninjas had to show off. She even ordered Raiga to train the kid, and this was the result. After all that annoying complaining Raiga put up in hope she would get fed up and stop that order. It was simply beyond disappointing. Well, this match passed certainly quickly. Shikaku tried to start a conversation with Ringo, whose eyebrow was visibly twitching. He felt it was his duty not just as the current Hokage but also as the father of the boy who, unknowingly humiliated the Kiri contestant and by that probably pissed off the extremely dangerous woman sitting next to him. Shikaku doubted the red-headed Mizukage would be so petty and put a high bounty on a genin. Especially not on a son of the Hokage. But she was a former member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, and these were almost in every case extreme nutjobs. One could never be sure with them. So, just in case, Shikaku wanted to make sure while attempting to calm down any ruffled feathers. But I guess it is natural. The boy from your village was certainly at a disadvantage. I apologize for that. The matchups are random. Shikaku continued and smiled apologetically at Ringo, only for her to snort when she heard that. My mood swings are more random than these matchups. She grumbled under her nose, loud enough for every present Kage to hear her, which made Shikaku's smile freeze as the other Kages chuckled. But don't worry. I am not mad at your boy. He fought well, and I am certainly not gonna kill him just because Tsunade is a bitch who rigged the matches in her village's favor. Every Kage does it, so there is no problem with that. She rolled her eyes and instantly killed any follow-up conversation that might have occurred. The other Kages did not even try to give some childish and subtly insulting remark on how easily Chojuro lost after hearing that. Mostly because what she said was the truth. Every Kage tried to give the participants from his village an edge. And if the Chunin exam happened to be in their villages, well, naturally they would reflect that desire. It was just natural. Not having Konoha ninja win Chunin exams occurring in Konoha was humiliating enough. If no Konoha ninja got past the first match of the finals, what message would that send to the future potential clients? Still, that didn't mean she had to state the reality so bluntly. Some secrets should stay discreet even if everybody knows them. She is definitely pissed. Pakura inwardly noted with a small smile gracing her lips. She stayed quiet as the other Kages, not seeing the point in stirring up this particular conversation even if she could. With how the odds were stacked against Tsunade's village in these exams, nobody could fault her for giving the Konoha participants a bit of a push by matching them against someone they either had a chance to beat or could counter with their skill set. But even then she could not have been sure her participants would win. The competition was just that hard. Winning the whole thing. Tsunade could forget about that with people like Karin Uzumaki and Tamari participating, and she definitely knew it too. Hence, the uneven matchups. She at least made sure to pit people of similar prowess against each other so the matches are not utter curb stomping. So far, in every match, both combatants had a chance to win. That would not have happened if someone like Hinata fought Tayuya, for example. The matchmaking was not that terrible. Honestly, the show of power to civilians was one of the best Chunin exams ever had. Granted, that was more because of the quality of the current contestants than anything else. Speaking of quality, the next match will be between Sabaku no Tamari and Karin Uzumaki. Hayate announced and Pakura wryly smiled as she glanced at the smug-looking Tsunade. Of course, she just had to put the two strongest against each other. Shrewd shrew. Chapter 402, Chapter 402, Womanly Spat. The two women walked into the arena and from the first moment, it was obvious the hostility in the air skyrocketed. Hayate shuddered as he suddenly found himself right in the middle of the two glaring and approaching women. He had no idea why it reminded him of Danzo's bloodlust when he once coughed right into his face by coincidence, but aren't they supposed to be genins? Why does their bloodlust match something a jonin would be capable of releasing? He inwardly sweat-dropped and took a few subtle steps back to not be in their direct line of sight in fear they would start to fling jutsu at each other without him even starting the match. Fortunately for Hayate, neither Karin nor Tamari had any intention of fighting outside of the official match as they knew such behavior would not be appreciated by the, special few people among the audience they would not dare to piss off. Well, they certainly had the guts to annoy them if only a little bit, and neither liked the woman standing opposite them, so they didn't intend to pretend to be all buddy-buddy even though they knew it would have been preferred. The one to start the trouble was, as Ray expected, Tamari. While Karin had a temper worthy of an Uzumaki, Tamari's personality could be very provocative against those she both loved and didn't like. Just for both of those categories, she was provocative in a different way. Ray enjoyed and appreciated her provocative side, but he doubted Karin would feel the same way about it simply because of how Tamari felt about Karin. If you have something to say it, pipsqueak. Tamari uttered with a grin, smugly staring at Karin, who silently glared at her in a very reserved manner for an Uzumaki. If a look could kill, Karin would have won the exams already. Seeing how much the redhead held herself back, Tamari's grin widened. She knew exactly what would provoke the redhead enough to get her temper rolling. She raised her nose upward just enough that only a trained ninja could notice the gesture. But even to those observant enough, it would have meant nothing. For Karin, who knew Tamari well, though. Karin grit her teeth as she saw the subtle condescending and gloating look in her opponent's eyes. She hated those teal eyes full of mockery. She hated it even more than the words Tamari uttered. Considering that her temper would usually not be able to handle even those words without giving a very strong retort back. Karin had no way of holding her emotions at bay once she noticed Tamari's expression. Ha! Just because you are a vulgar harlot that likes to spread her legs where they don't belong, doesn't mean I gotta be vocal about it. Karin shouted back in anger, baring her teeth at Tamari with her hands balled into fists. She really thought she looked menacing, but half of the audience, mostly the male part, found her act very cute. The red-headed girl looked like an angry harmless ginger squirrel to them. Tamari raised an eyebrow at Karin when she heard her words. It prompted her to cross her arms on her chest and smirk in victory. What do you care for whom I spread my legs? Just because I am able to get the men I want to pound me into the sheets, while you can't, is not a reason to be so pathetically unreasonable. She said, her tone laced with sweet derision. Tamari had the time of her life taunting Karin. Especially since she saw it was very effective because of how Karin's expression twisted. Karin angrily huffed, but she didn't refute Tamari's words. The redhead was inwardly baffled that the Suna bitch was so blunt about it. It took quite a lot from Karin to prevent herself from flushing red from both immense rage and dumbstruck embarrassment as she heard Tamari so brashly admitting about her love life in the middle of Konoha's arena. And she says it with such smugness. The bitch. Karin inwardly seethed as the flashes of the loathsome harlot in front of her having sex with the men she loved passed through her mind. Why couldn't it have been me? Grr. Of course, her reason for being angry was not really that Tamari had sex with Ray. It was mostly that Karin didn't, and Tamari loved to smugly remind her of that at every opportunity. After Karin did not react for a few seconds, Tamari decided to throw another jab at her. At least you know how to listen to a reason and know when to be silent like a good girl. Who knew it could learn? Pipsqueak. Who are you calling pipsqueak, you shitty bitch? Karin spoke, trembling in a cold rage. I will never know why he would choose you over me. Who knows how many other men you spread your legs for? What good could be some cheap bitch like you for? She sneered, her eyes gleaming with a desire to inflict severe harm on Tamari. She couldn't wait for the match to start. Tamari's grin instantly fell when she heard Karin's accusation. She didn't appreciate that one, and it was obvious from how severe her expression became. Oi. Are you questioning my fidelity? She spoke with an ice-cold tone as her lips twisted into a frown. Wanna die before reaching a breedable age, kid? The atmosphere in the arena became extremely suffocating and the small breeze totally halted as the wind became stagnant. Exactly like a calm before the storm. While the civilian audience enjoyed the exchange of insults between the women, every experienced ninja felt as if sitting on needles. They knew what was to come as they could feel the disturbance in the chakra and the threat it carried. It was far from a pleasant feeling. Just because you are a few years older. Karin let out through her gritted teeth. She was squeezing her fists so hard, her sharp nails dug into her palms, driving blood and causing her to feel a painful sting. Just because she was still a kid, Ray always deflected her advances. How was it fair that he fucked Tamari and not her? Karin wanted nothing more than to see the shithead who decided 15 being the age of majority in the elemental nation and tear him to shreds. She was a kunoichi. An adult. She was old enough to kill, so it should automatically mean she was old enough to give herself to the men she loved. No. Frankly, the pain helped her to prevent herself from leaping at Tamari and smashing that bloated sand swine's face into a bloody mess. Who permitted her to spread her legs for Ray before her? Karin's chakra also exploded outwardly like a raging inferno as her thoughts became more and more turbulent. It was not visible for civilians, but the ninjas jolted at the abrupt flood of energy and malice. The bloodlust they could feel from the small redhead amplified to heights even experienced Chunins were starting to feel unsure about their continued safety in the arena. Alas, one, Gecko High-8, could only discreetly weep bitter tears as Hokage himself gave him the job of proctoring the matches. If he knew he would be caught in the middle of these two hostile torrents of chakra desiring nothing but to tear each other apart, he would have declined the honor and kept the heck away from the arena today. It was starting to be physically painful just to stay in the vicinity of their powerful chakra. Genin's, his ass. Chapter 403, Chapter 403, Tamari vs. Karin 1. High-8 decided it would be unprofessional of him to delay the beginning of the match any longer when the combatants were in such high spirits. The match between Uzumaki Karin and Sabaku no Tamari start. He exclaimed and jumped, not to the edge of the arena as during the previous matches, but he outright jumped out of the arena in fear of getting caught up in between the two outraged Genins who could put most elite Jonins to shame with the potency and volume of their chakra. What could a poor special Jonin like him do against children like these? How was he supposed to proctor this match? Stopping it when they go overboard? Him? Really? With what army? Now I know why Lord Hokage looked at me with such a pity when he handed me this honor. High-8 bitterly thought with an inward sigh and outward cough. Oh well, it was no longer in his power to intervene. What should happen will happen no matter if he pointlessly puts his life on the line or not. That's why he decided he would rather keep his life and body intact. The two not Genins could tear each other apart for all he cared. Down in the arena, the second High-8 started the match, both women moved. Tamari fully opened her war fan in one swing, sending a gust of powerful wind at Karin while two chakra chains burst out of Karin's sleeves, snapping in Tamari's direction. The gust of wind and chains, both supercharged on chakra, met in the middle, creating a powerful shockwave that dispelled the wind and deflected the chakra chains while forcing Tamari to shield herself with her war fan and Karin to create an earth wall to avoid said shockwave reaching them. Because of the shockwave, the inside of the arena felt as if a ferocious storm was passing through it. The hair of both girls flailed wildly in the uncontrollable winds that sprang forth from the impacts of the shockwave with the walls of the arena. Cracks were left on every place the shockwave impacted a surface, and soon enough, the whole arena was covered in them. It was incredible to think only their chakra clashing could do this much damage to the environment. On the same note, the Kages instantly realized a small problem. The women were far too strong for the restricted space of the arena. At this rate, the fight would surely spill out of it and the audience would be caught up in it. Fortunately for them and the unknowing civilians, Tsunade would not pit Karin against Tamari in a place where they could massacre half the village just as collateral damage without sufficient preparation. Seals started to spread at breakneck speeds all over the cracked walls of the arena, visibly repairing them and covering them in a layer of chakra barrier. The barrier continued to spread until all walls were covered in it and a translucent dome was created above the arena to enclose the barrier. The amount of chakra funneled to this barrier surprised many ninjas, especially the foreign Kages and Orochimaru. Konoha definitely did not possess anything like this during the last war, as they could see numerous ways of how to use such a barrier in a war, but Konoha never did. This barrier had enough chakra to withstand a Bijudama. For some reason, that only hammered down their confidence in the upcoming invasion. Tsuchikage even started to regret his decision to join a pathetic snake like Orochimaru now. Once the shockwaves were over, Tamari hoisted up her war fan and started to wildly swing it from left to right, sending chakra-enhanced wind slash after wind slash at Karin, hoping to catch her off guard because her visibility was impaired by the huge earth wall in front of her. Karin, however, didn't need her eyes to see. Especially not when chakra was involved. Her mind's eye of Kagura warned her about the incoming attacks the second they left Tamari's war fan. She put her palm on the back of her earth wall and focused, drawing a sequence of seals from her memory, inscribing it onto the wall with just her chakra. If the current seal masters saw a girl of her age doing this, they would puke blood, thinking their lifelong efforts were just a waste of time since even a small girl could replicate it. Tamari's wind slashes splashed onto Karin's earth wall, but unlike Tamari expected, they did not go through it like a knife through butter. Instead, their force was mostly deflected, sending the inside of the arena into yet another windy storm that increased in ferocity with each slash that hit Karin's wall. Deep gashes formed all around the ground in a show of just how much power each slash contained, and while some of these deflected slashes reached the walls, the chakra barrier held firmly, only slightly shaking from the impact. This utterly shocked Karin. Her enhancing seals were strong enough to nullify B-rank ninjutsu head-on. The fact they had to deflect Tamari's attacks instead of nullifying them meant each slash contained power surpassing B-rank ninjutsu. Karin's smile uncomfortably twitched at that thought. Crazy bitch. She is really trying to kill me. Her smile widened, her red eyes gaining a gleeful malicious gleam. Hee, that just means I don't have to feel bad about going for the kill from the get-go. On the other side of the arena, Tamari was having the time of her life. She didn't care if her attacks were deflected. Just spamming them on that red-headed banshee was enough to relieve her pent-up stress. Hit Karin could really become one of the best stress relief activities for her. The fact the arena was drowned in sharp screeching winds was really relaxing for her too. It didn't matter that the visibility was becoming worse and worse. Or that her extremely trained hearing sense was becoming really irrelevant because of the winds. She felt at home in this environment, and it only made her inner elation skyrocket. Suddenly, her relaxing daze was interrupted as multiple chakra chains burst from the ground around her, snapping in her direction with brutal precision, every single one of them aiming to pierce an instantly lethal place. Tamari remembered the red-headed brat was a powerful sensor and frowned. It certainly complicated the matter. And here I thought I would be able to just relax and drown her in ranged attacks. Sigh, kids these days are troublesome. She distractedly lamented while twisting and spinning her body on her heels, just right to avoid the chains by inches. Her instincts and senses were trained to the extreme under Lady Pakura's tutelage. There was no way some Uzumaki upstart could kill her with such a pathetic attempt. Unknown to Tamari, Karin didn't aim to harm Tamari with her attack. The chains were all around Tamari. Because of their length, even if she avoided the attack of the sharp pointy end, their long body was still quite restricting to her movements. Tamari's eyes widened as she realized her area for evasion was shrinking. She clicked her tongue and reached for her fan with the intention to blast these pesky chains away. And that was what Karin waited for. Her chakra chain suddenly shifted, new chakra chains emerging from the body of her old chains in a similar fashion as Orochimaru's snakes burst out of his sleeves when he uses the formation of 10,000 snakes. A sense of danger invaded Tamari's mind as she found herself surrounded by sharp pointy ends of chains about to rush at her from all sides, and she didn't have enough time to reach for her war fan. The tomato brat hid her intentions well. Tamari grumpily thought, watching the threatening sharp chains approaching her body in slow motion. Even in her most absurd dreams she never thought Karin would be able to corner her like this. Author note, or rather rant, because I didn't do one for a very long time and I feel like nitpicking, and I am also a bit bored, so I wonder what kind of response I will have for this. Lately, I noticed a few guys doing comments like, boring, or with similar meaning. I think I should address that, laughing face. Feel free to express yourself if you find it boring. That's fine and I won't get offended. Actually, I am just amused by that kind of childishness. Look guys, we are at chapter 400th plus right now. If you feel the story bores you, just stop reading for a month and then read all chapters at once if you are still interested in it. If you are here, then I think at least something in my story kept you reading for the past 400 chapters. Going through that experience, you should have noticed that I am not talented enough to make every single one of my chapters exciting and interesting. I try, but I am sorry for being blunt, but, in the end, I don't write for you. I write because I like it and have fun doing it. I write what I want to write, and if you don't find that exciting enough for you, then I am sorry, but this is the best I can provide. Nothing will change by typing boring into comments. If you feel the need to express yourself, at least give me a reason why you find it boring. Describe which part was rubbing you the wrong way, which interaction was not well done, what did you not like. Give me that feedback, smiley face. If you need to roast me alive, feel free to do so, but state a reason for it. That would actually make me happy. Boring is discouraging. I don't let it get to me too much. I had tons of people trash-talking me in comments and reviews, so something like that is not enough to get to me, but it still brings the mood down when reading it. Getting proper feedback on why you think it is boring and maybe how it could have been done better would be a different case. Nevertheless, some of my chapters will still be boring. No way to go around that. And that's because I don't have a precise plan in my mind while writing each chapter. I vaguely know where it is heading, but when I write a chapter, I write what comes to mind and what I find interesting. I write in a way I think would be interesting for me. In the end, I write for myself, and in order to get better at it. To be honest, sometimes I am flat out testing some stuff and people's reactions to them. Like purposefully doing certain things in the plot and then reading all the comments regarding them to know how they would be received. But my point is, this guy is no J.K. Rowling. Don't expect too much from me, please, laughing face. Chapter 404, Chapter 404, Tamari vs. Karin 2. Gritting her teeth, Tamari made a tough decision. It was either get hit by some chains and get her war fan or leave her fan and dodge. Naturally, her war fan would usually be the priority as it was an extremely important weapon for her, but she couldn't afford to be injured. Not by Karin. Not like this. Not so easily. Her pride was reeling in disgust at the thought. Plus, this fight would most likely be quite a long one and whoever would get injured first would be at a huge disadvantage. Her course of action was set and Tamari. The formation of chains tightened as they fully encased the place where Tamari was standing in a ball of chakra chains sharp enough to bisect a tree all over their length. To the audience, it seemed as if Karin managed to get Tamari with a finishing blow as the ball of writhing chains, grinding against each other in all of their shredding might, was a very menacing sight. But Karin knew differently and stayed alert. Her sensing prowess caught something just before her chains struck. She was not certain what it meant, but she was not about to underestimate her foe. Her vigilance was rewarded 5 seconds later. The earth on the opposite side of the arena from the writhing ball of chains suddenly became sand and Tamari emerged from it with a very put-off face. Part of it was definitely the fact she had to leave her fan behind, but Karin realized the biggest reason why she seemed so discontent was that she realized a sneak attack would not work because of how focused Karin was. To appear on the other side of the arena, her route definitely led underneath Karin, and that meant the opportunity for a sneak attack was definitely there. Now, if only Karin could find out how Tamari evaded her senses when she was underground. That was quite a worrying ability. Nevertheless, Karin couldn't help but give Tamari a quick smirk. She one-upped the uppity bitch so well, her ego's ass would hurt for ages. Seeing Karin's smirk, Tamari frowned. Yes, she lost her war fan, but what's with that winning expression? Why was the Uzumaki brat grinning like a loon? As if she had already won. Did nobody teach her the fight is not over until your opponent doesn't breathe anymore? This is why kids are so. Tamari inwardly shook her head in exasperation. I can admit that was a well-planned assault. Tamari started speaking towards Karin. But it looks like I will have to teach you an important lesson in the ninja world. She sighed. How you can be so self-assured at this point is beyond me. Did nobody ever tell you that? Tamari paused and put her hand into her kunai pouch and took out a very harmless-looking storage scroll. Karin, who initially got on guard, looked at Tamari in bewilderment. Storage scroll. That was it. Was she hiding a second war fan or something? That is the reason for her confidence. What could a storage scroll contain? Kunais? Shurikens? Buffed, as if such tools were useful in a fight of this level. Giving a glance at her deadly chains, Karin could not believe the Suna harlot could still maintain that condescending look. I will really have to cut her up real good to wipe that smug facade off of her face, won't I? Karin narrowed her eyes and prepared herself. She refused to believe a second war fan is what made Tamari so on top of her game despite her bad situation. Tamari's smirk widened as she noticed Karin getting focused, expecting some grand attack she would have to dodge or block. Expect the unexpected. Tamari leisurely said in a lecturing tone before she snorted and threw the scroll high into the air, right in the middle of where they both stood. Karin blinked, resisting the urge to follow the scroll with her eyes. She was not impressed. Misdirection was the oldest thing in the books. Trying to use an ordinary storage scroll to get her attention away from her opponent. Karin was not impressed. Her eyes stayed firmly on Tamari, giving her a deadpan look that conveyed, really? That's your big lesson. Bluffing. It seemed that Tamari's ploy failed as she stood awkwardly rooted in her place, her lips twitching when Karin's eyes refused to let her out of their sight while the small scroll spun in the air, reaching higher and higher. Path. Karin dryly started. She was however interrupted midway when the scroll burst open and an entire ocean of sand emerged above the arena, starting to fall down like an inescapable crushing waterfall. And while Karin was too stunned to do anything, taken off guard pretty heavily, Tamari just let out a pearl of laughter full of enjoyment and glee as her body seemingly turned to sand which then fell to the ground, forming a pile there. There was no time for Karin to react as the ocean of sand reached the ground, burying the arena alongside her in itself, creating a small desert of quicksand. The audience was utterly stunned at this usage of storage scroll. Many ninjas wondered what Tamari intended to do with a storage scroll in this kind of fight, but nobody could even begin to guess that she stored a desert in it. In hindsight, having so much sand dropped on one's head would be indeed unpleasant. The people wondered if the redhead was even alive at this point. Being buried alive by sand weighing several tons at the very least, that gotta be lethal, no? After a few seconds, small tendrils of sand rose up from the new sandy ground, forming into a humanoid shape before they solidified, revealing Tamari who kneeled down, putting her palms on the sand and chuckling. Surprise bitch. Sand waterfall imperial funeral. She exclaimed, and the sand underneath her compressed with such force, a crater was created on the surface of the sand dune, sending a cloud of sandy dust to fly upward, covering the arena. The sand dropped around 2 meters in height. That's how much it was compressed. The individual grains of sand were so close to each other, the sand surface was now as hard as a chakra-enhanced rock. When the ninjas in the audience saw that, they couldn't help but grimace while thinking, yep, there is no surviving that one. And while many were utterly bewildered, the Suna ninjas in particular couldn't help but get chills when they saw someone other than Gaara manipulating sand in this manner. Gaara's sand coffin was extremely well known in Sunagakure. Seeing its upgraded version. Of course, the people old enough to remember Gaara's bloody childhood would not find it amusing that the technique got an upgrade. Tamari slowly stood up, rolling her tense shoulders. This was it. She revealed her bloodline to the world. And damn if it wasn't such a drag. My body is so stiff. I shouldn't have channeled so much chakra through it into the sand. She loudly groaned, giving the compressed sandy ground a sheepish glance before uneasily muttering under her nose, was this a bit of an overkill? Ray would have saved the Uzumaki kid from being flattened if my attack was life-threatening. She tried to awkwardly comfort herself, but the uncertainty was blatantly obvious in her tone. Right. As she awkwardly stood in her place, hunched over from how weary her body was, Hyde stepped into the arena, deciding to end the match. In his opinion, there was no way the Uzumaki was still alive. This move could possibly flatten a few streets in a village. What a monster. He thought as he glanced at Tamari, about to call her victory while inwardly feeling a distaste for her because of killing her opponent. The W dash. But as he was about to say it, the sandy ground of the arena suddenly started to violently tremble as many cracks abruptly emerged all around it. It seemed Karin was not as dead as everybody thought. Chapter 405, Chapter 405, Tamari vs. Karin 3. The sandy ground was violently shaking, the tremor spreading even to the walls of the arena beyond the chakra barrier since it was a dome and the ground was not covered. Suddenly, the ground underneath Tamari became bloated, forming a massive sand dune, and it was ever so obvious an eruption was imminent. Tamari furiously tried to pour more of her chakra into it, hardening and compressing it even further, but something was pressing against the dune from within, causing it to expand outward no matter how much Tamari tried to suppress it. When she realized this tug of war would be eventually lost by her, Tamari decided to stop trying to crush Karin's attempt at getting out of the sand. She could delay it, but whatever Karin was doing, it was working a bit too well. Tamari leaped back, landing on the side of the wall and crouching there in wait, mentally preparing herself for whatever was gonna pop up from the sand. She had no idea what Karin was doing, but whatever it was, it must be huge considering the counterpressure it was able to exert against her chakra. Now that Tamari stopped suppressing Karin's attempt, the sand dune abruptly erupted as if a bomb had just gone off within it. Sand flew all around and dust clouds rose into the air before it was quickly dispersed by a huge gust of wind as a massive torso of a gigantic crimson samurai armor made of chakra violently tore itself out of the ground with a roaring blast. Anyone who knew what Susanoo was would instantly notice the incredible likeness to the technique. The only difference was, instead of forming it via the Mangekyo Sharingan, Karin used her own bloodline, her adamantine sealing chains, to create this construct according to the example Izumi showed her. Of course, Izumi would have never thought Karin could actually pull it off, but apparently, one should never underestimate a motivated Uzumaki. Despite that, it was very much a work in progress as it obviously lacked the lower part of its body. The gigantic chakra samurai armor suddenly stopped and zoomed in on Tamari. The atmosphere in the arena became still for a moment as if calm before a storm. The moment dragged on and the time as if slowed down, but a few seconds later, a chakra chain sprouted from the armor's right hand like flames before it skillfully spun it like a whip, sending powerful gusts of wind all around the arena while aiming to completely devastate the place where Tamari was standing. Tamari's pupils shrank as she realized the chakra chain with the width of a room was just swung towards her at breakneck speeds. She reacted as if on autopilot and just barely managed to turn into the sand before the chain impacted her position. The chakra barrier clashed with the chakra chain, sending a loud booming sound followed by a massive shockwave into the surroundings. The barrier remained intact despite the brutal raw strength behind the blow, and because the arena was covered by it in its entirety, the shockwave had no way to escape. This caused the pressure from it to build up until the winds picked up and the grains of sand started to erratically fly in the air, creating a powerful sandstorm. Tamari's chakra only nudged that process a bit. Karin pulsed her chakra, controlling her chakra armor to spin the massive chakra chain it held around itself, creating another gust of wind, dispersing the sandstorm in an instant and revealing Tamari's position. Karin smirked at the wide-eyed Suna Kunoichi and prepared to control her armor to strike again. Unfortunately for her, Tamari was not wide-eyed because she was caught completely off guard. She just couldn't believe how stupid the Uzumaki bin was to do this. Before Karin's crimson armor could brandish its massive chakra chain at Tamari again, the powerful winds created by Karin's previous swing rebounded on the barrier, engulfing the whole arena and picking up the sand upward to the air in yet another massive sandstorm, this time, one much more ferocious as the previous one. There was no need for Tamari to nudge the sandstorm with her chakra. Karin did all the work for her by being a mindless violent brute of an Uzumaki and thinking that punching a problem is the correct way to go. She clearly forgot they were in an enclosed space where the recoil of her swing will be rebounded right back at her in the form of strong winds. Tamari slipped from Karin's radar, letting her chakra seemingly disperse into the sand. This was a technique she previously used to pass unnoticed underneath Karin. With this sandstorm, there was no way Karin could locate her. Karin, realizing that Tamari again used whatever she was using to escape her senses, had a problem. She could not sense Tamari and she could not see shit through all the sand flying around. But she also couldn't just disperse the sandstorm as it would only create a stronger one. Not seeing any solution, Karin's temper started to get the better of her. Ack! To hell with it. She inwardly screamed and started to angrily fling her chakra chain around the arena in a tantrum, intending, well, more like hoping, to hit Tamari with her blind blows. Karin was furiously smashing and shattering every piece of the landscape around her immovable armor. Powerful blows rained all over the arena, creating untold devastation and mayhem. The sandstorm was continuously being blown away and reformed again and again, with each blow becoming stronger and stronger until there was nothing but sand everywhere. Karin was blind and she hated it. The sand was doing something to block her senses. It drove her sparse. The more she rampaged, the blinder she became, the more bothered by it she was. It was one vicious cycle. Many in the audience, civilians and ninjas alike, went deathly pale at the sight of such mindless violence perpetrated by a hulking mass of chakra of the size of Hokage Tower. So much so Rei even regretted installing seals that allowed the audience to see what was happening despite all the visual obstacles such as the sandstorm. Karin was simply not giving any shit about appearances. She utterly wrecked everything around her with extreme prejudice, and the ninjas in the audience had their lives flashing in front of their eyes as they started picturing encountering that during a war. The reluctance was almost palpable in the air. Both Reikage and Tsuchikage stared at the spectacle in mute horror, quickly abandoning their plans to deal with Uzushiogakure after they dealt with Konoha. The massive chakra construct was causing craters with every blow. Hills were created and then demolished in an instant as the powerful force of the chakra chain terraformed the landscape in a mindlessly casual flick. Yes, Reikage could punch strong enough to pulverize a small mountain, but not with such ease. Yes, Tsuchikage's potential for destruction far outstripped what he was seeing, but he could not use his dust release so casually. This large-scale destruction was visibly not taking any toll on the girl. She was not thinking where to strike next. She was just waving the chain of hers left and right, no technique or skill, just pure brute strength, and this was the result. She could go on and on, powering the chakra giant as if it was some kind of D-rank jutsu. Needless to say, both Reikage and Tsuchikage were scared out of their minds. Just imagining the crimson armor being in the middle of their village. It sent shivers down their spines. If nothing else, Karin unknowingly earned respect from two leaders. Without the chakra barrier surrounding the arena, the Kage surmised there would be no arena left standing after that tantrum of hers. Frankly, there probably would not be half of Konoha left standing. The barrier soaked up all the shockwaves, which were much more devastating than the blows themselves. And while Karin was blindly rampaging, hoping to get out of her utterly mortifying situation, Tamari was preparing her counterattack. The Uzumaki wanted to pull a giant made of chakra out of her ass. Well, there was only one response to that. Since she wanted a giant, she will get a giant. Tamari's eyes gleamed with vicious light. And not just one but several. I am going to teach you some common sense, brat. Tamari heatedly thought. She was trying to restrain herself for the sake of appearances, but since Karin wanted to go hardcore. Who told you to pull a village-ending move in a competition meant for genins, brat? Chapter 406, Chapter 406. The Showdown of Giants. As Tamari started to focus on using her next jutsu, the sandstorm in the arena suddenly halted because the sand in the air started to gather into three massive wriggling tendrils surrounding Karin. Even the ground level started somewhat decreasing as the sand from there also quickly crawled towards the base of the tendrils, causing the ground to literally move. Karin was delighted Tamari stopped the sandstorm, as at least her vision was recovered and her chakra sensing was starting to be useful again, but she also realized these tendrils were a preparation for a huge attack. These tendrils were as high and thick as her chakra armor and she couldn't move the armor yet. She knew there was a big chance that demolishing them would start a new sandstorm, but Karin didn't really have any other option right now. That's why with massive disgruntlement, Karin controlled her crimson chakra chain to smash the tendril to her right. The tendril of sand burst like water from an abruptly shattered glass bottle, sand flying everywhere, filling the arena again. Karin didn't wait for her chain and directly punched the second tendril with her armor's free hand, bursting it into massive streams of falling sand too. By the time her punch was finished, her armor's other arm already controlled the momentum of the chakra chain, ready to swing it once more. But before she could destroy the last tendril, Karin became bewildered as the first one she destroyed started to quickly reform, sand being sucked into it from the surroundings as if it was a vacuum cleaner. Her momentary hesitation cost her a few seconds, and when she finally got past her shock, the second tendril was already halfway finished reforming. Karin understood that destroying the tendrils would not work, and her eyes started to look for Tamari. If attacking the jutsu did not work, then attacking the user was the only option. That was easier said than done, however, as even though Karin was one of the best sensors on the continent and she tried her utmost best to locate Tamari, she still had a hard time. Unfortunately for her, Tamari was already done with her preparation and gathered enough sand for the next part of her jutsu. The outer layer of 3 massive spinning sand tendrils burst outwardly, revealing 3 massive giants made of sand, every single one of them matching her armor's torso in size. Unlike Karin's chakra armor, these giants were not made of raw chakra, hence, Tamari could make multiples with much less chakra cost than Karin had to spend only for the torso. The arena was becoming cramped since the gigantic construct's eye level reached almost the audience area. Considering how high this area was placed, it was a sight to behold. The 3 sand giants roared and burst into action, rushing at Karin with the intent to smack the hell out of her chakra construct. Karin's eyes widened as she scrambled to whip her chain at the one on the right, hitting him in the chest, and much to her shock, she did destroy the giant, but in just a moment it was once again in one piece, raring to rush at her again. The problem was, it took much more force than she planned for. Karin couldn't focus only on the giant on the right, however. 2 more were trying to rush at her. She stopped the one on the left of her by grabbing him around his torso with her construct's free hand, holding the giant back as it uselessly flailed its arms around and occasionally smashing them against the surface of her chakra armor's arm. Alas, the giants in their full size being as big as the torso of her armor meant she had much longer reach with the arms of her armor, so the trapped sand giant couldn't reach her with its arms. The problem was the third sand giant, the one in front of her. Karin's armor ran out of hands. She first planned to smash the one on her right with her chain and then swing her chain at the one in front of her, but the surprising density of the giants prevented that. When her chain impacted the first giant, it didn't go clean through him as it should, but instead, the chain lost its velocity and fell to the ground. Gritting her teeth, Karin let go of the chain and it instantly started to dissipate as most of the chakra forming it started returning to Karin. With this new influx of chakra, a new arm sprouted from the armor's chest just as the giant in front of it was about to reach it. The arm grabbed the giant by its head and forced it down, plunging it to the ground, splattering it with sand as the head burst like a watermelon. Not done yet, the arm then balled its hand into a fist before starting to smash the giant's body into a pulp, not stopping even when it started to reform again and again and again. Karin hoped the reforming cost Tamari a lot of chakra because of how fast it was. By the time she stopped the 2 giants, the one on her right was almost upon her and she tried to grab it with her right hand that no longer held a chain, but the giant ducked under it, leaping at Karin's torso and embracing it, most likely trying to tackle her to the ground. Karin's chakra armor was however much denser and heavier than the sand giant. It didn't budge even an inch. Karin reached with her armor's right hand again, grabbing the sand giant, and tried to pry him off of her torso, but his sand arms fused together behind her back and it refused to let go, squeezing her chakra armor with the ring of sand its arms and chest created. From an outside perspective, it looked as if the giants were children manhandled by an adult, but the more experienced shinobi knew that all jutsu cost chakra. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. And indeed, sweat was running down Karin's forehead as chakra was being sucked out of her system in large amounts. Holding 3 struggling sand giants down was no small feat, especially the one trying to squeeze her armor's torso was problematic as creating counterpressure with chakra took a lot out of her. So this is her plan, huh? Tire me to death. Karin thought while focusing on regulating her breathing. Ha! She must have never faced an Uzumaki before. I am not losing an endurance fight, Teba. The fight continued and the giants struggled to escape Karin's armor's hold while trying to sneak an attack or 2 in while Karin had problems containing all 3 of them. Splitting her focus 3-way was quite a problem. So much so, she even dropped her attempts to locate Tamari with her chakra sensing. Karin realized her mistake when the sand underneath the chakra armor suddenly sprang up, wrapping itself around her armor, trying to pull it down into the massive amount of quicksand that somehow appeared under it. Karin tried to pull her armor up by completely ignoring the sand giants and using her armor's 3 hands to support her armor's massive frame, but even the hands started to sink, only quickening the process of her being dragged down. While Karin was preoccupied with the 3 sand giants, Tamari had time to leisurely set up her next move, so she made it a massive one. She ground the ground underneath the arena into more sand before turning it into quicksand. The chakra armor was massive and provided extreme protection, that much was true. Even S-rank jutsu would probably not be enough to penetrate it. But it was also heavy and big, but worse of all, immovable at this stage. It would have been ever so easy to pull it underground and then put pressure on it until Karin's chakra would not be able to support it. Especially with quicksand that pulled it down, the more it struggled. When Karin's massive chakra armor completely disappeared into the quicksand, leaving only a calm surface behind, Tamari, who was crouching upside down on the ceiling of the chakra barrier, directly above the place where Karin's armor was sucked underground, took a deep calming breath. Her chakra reserve suffered quite a bit to pull this off, but it was worth it. This was definitely the end. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, Explosion. Tamari wasn't aiming to kill Karin. Far from it. Karin was an S-rank ninja, and something like this should not be able to kill her off. If it did, then she would have been just a waste of air. Tamari's whole plan was based on the fact that the chakra armor took a lot of chakra out of Karin to stay active. The three sand giants were not only a distraction but also a means to gather intel and probe Karin's defenses. Finding out that putting pressure on a part of the armor meant Karin had to focus more and spent more chakra to reinforce that part was the reason for Tamari's plan. The chakra armor seemed really menacing, but having this kind of obvious and massive weakness, it really was not a finished technique yet. What gave Karin the confidence to use it against her, Tamari would never know. In short, underground, Karin's armor would be pressured from all sides, which would drain Karin's chakra at an extreme pace. Yet, she would be unable to drop the armor since she would be surrounded by Tamari's sand. It should not take long for the girl to faint from chakra exhaustion. Tamari vindicatively thought as she sensed what was happening underground through her sand. It would have been so easy to squash the Uzumaki brat to a bloody mangled ball of broken bones and torn flesh, but no matter how much animosity was between them, Karin was still one of the ninjas from the village on the other side, and killing her would not make Rei happy, so Tamari refrained from wringing that pathetic head of hers. Suddenly something underground shifted. Tamari was not exactly seeing what was going on, rather, she was feeling it, not unlike a blind person trying to orient himself with touch. The difference was, Tamari felt everything, every grain of her sand was touching. It was a very cumbersome sensing technique that was useless most of the time, but Tamari was proud of having it. It took her months to perfect, after all, and it was an incredibly efficient way to train her control over sand with her chakra. This time, however, it gave her the necessary warning of Karin's last vain attempt at resistance. Except, oi, oi, oi. You ain't gonna blow the entire place up, are you? Tamari frantically screamed in her mind when she realized the massive chakra underground started compressing and gaining intensity and density in a very similar way to the techniques of the explosive core of IWA. Tamari, who was still crouching upside down on the ceiling of the dome made of chakra covering the arena, looked down with alarm and quickly started to prepare her defenses. Two girls recovered almost at the same time and started to exchange slaps, pulling each other's hair, and occasionally even delivering a punch or two while they rolled on the ground. Needless to say, the audience had a hard time believing what they were seeing. Rei was openly chuckling at Conan, who had her eyes closed, unwilling to look at what was happening in the arena. Pakura in the Kage box seemed like she wanted nothing more than to disappear into the thin air from embarrassment. This was not a fight between kunoichi. There was no finesse. No techniques. No. This was a bona fide catfight, and for some reason, Rei found the situation exceedingly amusing. To think these two girls would start pulling each other's hair in front of all these foreign dignitaries and Kages. Well, so much for Yuzushios and Suna's dignity. He chuckled while witnessing Karin trying to scratch Tamari's face with her nails as Tamari was trying to deliver yet another punch into Karin's face. Chapter 409, Chapter 409. A Prelude to End. The catfight between Karin and Tamari lasted for 10 whole minutes when Tamari suddenly kicked Karin off of her, sending her flying back straight towards her discarded sword. When Karin noticed that, she didn't hesitate and retrieved her sword mid-flight before she dug her heels into the ground, sliding on it into a halt. She quickly regained her balance and sprang back towards Tamari, who was still unarmed because her war fan was laying on the ground a few tens of feet away. Chance. Karin inwardly thought with glee, preparing to slash at the sand bitch with her sword. Tamari's eyes widened when she realized what was happening. But she was not one of the best Suna had to offer for nothing. As Karin's blade neared her, Tamari crouched down onto the ground, her palms slamming into the black surface. With this one motion, she created a small opening in the black glass-like material, and instantly sand flowed through this opening, creating a wall in front of her. Karin scowled at such annoyance and just continued with her slash. As if a bit of sand could stop her. She pumped chakra into her blade before discharging it with a swing, sending a razor-sharp arc of chakra through the air. The air trembled from the force passing through it, and the sand wall was barely an obstacle as Karin's sword cut through it in a similar manner a knife cuts through half-melted butter. But it fulfilled its purpose. Even if it slowed Karin down just for a split of a second, it was enough for Tamari to escape. Especially since the sand wall obscured Karin's sight. Noticing her target was not split in half, Karin frowned. She expected this kind of result, but it still slightly disappointed her. She didn't need to look for Tamari. Karin may not be able to sense her, but she knew exactly where her opponent was. There was really only one direction in which Tamari could have fled. Karin looked at the ground and smirked. All according to the plan. She inwardly exclaimed in elation before raising her right foot and starting to fill it with chakra. The spectators suddenly felt a tremor as Karin slammed her foot onto the ground, causing spiderweb cracks to splinter the black obsidian-like surface of the arena all over the crater. The force of her stomp was aimed mostly downward, traveling through the ground with the intention to squash everything, and everyone, hiding in there. Karin might not have been Tsunade's apprentice, but after years of interacting with the Senju princess, the Uzumaki heiress learned a few things on her own. Even if Tsunade never really tried to teach the girl, Karin's chakra sensing was a tremendous advantage that could be utilized, not unlike the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Naturally, Karin asked for Tsuanda's permission first, as she didn't want to be flattened into a pancake in case Tsunade took offense to her technique being copied. Unfortunately for Tamari, Tsunade indeed gave Karin this permission, and as such, when Tamari emerged from underground, she sported many new bruises and lacerations from the pressure exerted onto her body when she was hiding underground. She was honestly still in quite good shape, considering the force of Karin's stomp would have squashed an ordinary Chunin into a paste. Tamari didn't mind her injuries, even though she felt annoyed that Karin got her good. What irked her far more was the fact her sand clones were destroyed, and with them, her ambush plan had to be scrapped. Clicking her tongue, Tamari outstretched her hand in the direction of her war fan, and it quickly flew into it, as if she just used telekinesis. It certainly impressed the audience and got many surprised exclamations, but it was far from the truth. In fact, this was all possible only thanks to Karin. Karin's stomp might have destroyed Tamari's sand clones, but it also created cracks in the black obsidian-like material covering the arena. Surprisingly enough, this material was quite hard to break, and the only source of sand Tamari had at hand was underneath it. Even for the almost useless sand wall, she actually had to make an opening in the black material. This was a massive problem for her, and that was the reason why she even went underground in the first place. After these cracks were made, though, it was exceedingly easy to get some of her sand through them and make it grab her fan and throw it towards her. "What's with that stupid face?" Tamari mirthfully chuckled while she subtly prepared to both attack and defend with her fan at a moment's notice. "You didn't really think some half-assed imitation could finish me off, did you?" Karin, who was sourly looking at Tamari, scoffed. "I hoped you would have enough human decency to drop dead from it, but I see you are too dumb to die. You flatter me. But I wonder, are you so flat because of your big brain?" Tamari grinned when Karin growled at her. "For someone who just had a date with a meat grinder, you are quite chipper." Karin retorted. "Are you sure you don't want to surrender? You still didn't manage to deliver any worthy hit on me, and yet, you look like a cheap prostitute from a war-torn country who just received a beating of her lifetime." To be honest, Karin had a point. Tamari was extremely disheveled, her messy hair free from their bindings and her clothes torn in multiple places while her skin sported various bruises. She was simply a mess. Tamari's amused expression did not cease despite the insult. Instead, she snorted, "Bitch, please. Stop bluffing. We both know it is you who should be nervous. You might have put some scratches on me, but it is me who has enough chakra to continue for a whole day while you are running very low right now. It is me who can just relax and wait for you to fall from exhaustion." Karin did not have a retort to that. Her expression twisted in distaste at the fact Tamari was aware of her circumstances. Karin tried her best to act as if nothing was burdening her, but Tamari noticed that she was pushing herself. That wasn't good. "I wonder if you are fine, Karin-chan. Don't you want to take a break? Maybe an afternoon nap would do you some good." Tamari mocked in a tone full of laughter. She might have looked bad, but she was completely fine in every way that mattered. Karin rolled her eyes and her sword started glowing with chakra again. "Don't you worry your sand-filled noggin because of me. I will end it with the next attack." She lowered her gravity center and entered another sword stance, preparing for a big move. Tamari's smile fell at that, and she also prepared herself. Yeah. No matter what, the next attack will end the match. Both of them coincidentally thought the same thing. For a moment, the time in the arena as if halted. Before the moment passed and Karin leaped forward, a massive and oppressive force of chakra emitted from her blade that hungrily rushed at Tamari, whose war fan was vibrating with the chakra of the magnet release, unleashed in its full potential. The two weapons clashed and... Chapter 410, Chapter 410, Karin vs Tamari Fin. The two weapons clashed, butting their chakra reinforcements against each other, and the arena became a maelstrom of strong winds and chakra once again. The surroundings reverberated with a loud clang as the katana met the war fan as a cloud of dust rose into the air and was instantly sent spinning on top of the two women due to the generated winds, restricting the visibility. It barely lasted 3 seconds and the dust made at most one spin, when another burst of chakra passed through the arena, scattering the dust and revealing the result of the clash. Tamari stood above Karin's unmoving body, breathing hard as her expression showed a slightly bewildered discontent. To think you would run out of chakra so fast. Tamari amusedly jeered towards the unconscious girl. That's kinda hard to believe. I guess your ability was greatly over-exaggerated if you can't even regulate your chakra exertion to not be knocked out by your own technique. Her tone appeared to be mocking and condescending, but in reality, she was hinting at something. But you know. She continued in a more serious manner but extremely slowly, drawing out every word, you should have never dash. She didn't manage to finish her sentence as the body in front of her poofed out of existence in a puff of smoke, causing Tamari's eyes to widen in surprise. At that same moment, Karin burst from the ground directly in front of Tamari, revealing that she used the previous clash to dig a tunnel in the ground for this surprise attack. But despite the situation, for some reason, Tamari's face did not lose its knowing smirk. Karin saw her opponent was surprised, which only made her determination grow as her fist neared Tamari's chin in an attempt for a one-hit knockout. When she planned this ambush, she knew Tamari would not have enough time to dodge this as long as she caught her off guard. The hard part was catching the Suna harlot off guard, but she did it. Elation filled Karin and made her pump a bit more chakra into her fist than strictly necessary for a simple knockout, or house demolition. That elation didn't last long though. Karin's fist indeed found purchase on Tamari's chin, and for a split of a second, Karin thought she had won. Except Tamari's head, instead of snapping back as it should be after receiving an uppercut to the chin, burst into the sand, making Karin's eyes widen in disbelieving shock. The redhead didn't have much time to contemplate where her plan went wrong. Tamari's headless body showed it was not just an ordinary sand clone when it morphed into the sand after losing its head, and instantly reformed into Tamari once again, in the best position for an attack. Before Karin even registered what was happening, Tamari was already mid-swing at Karin, whose body was mid-air. To give Karin credit, she did try to send a chain from her back towards the ground in order to give herself an ability to maneuver out of this trap, but it was just a panicked rash instinctual attempt. Despite the chain's speed, before it could even reach the ground, Tamari's fist smashed into Karin's chin, causing her head to slightly snap to the side and her eyes to become like saucers from mute astonishment, before she fainted just as gravity started to work on her body again, making her unconscious body flop into a heap on the ground. Tamari stayed vigilant even after Karin's body hit the ground. After all, she did just bait the redhead, so there was no reason why the redhead could not try to bait her into a false sense of safety while pretending to be defeated too. But after there was no follow-up attack incoming and her senses did not register anything out of ordinary, Tamari partially relaxed. She looked at the unconscious Karin and chuckled, "Heh. You should have let me finish my advice, kid." She condescendingly grinned, "I wanted to say you should have never tried to ambush me from the underground. I can feel everything they're due to my sand, you dolt." And when Hi-8 showed up in the arena and Karin's follow-up attack was still not coming, Tamari seemingly relaxed completely, now really assured of her victory. But only after she did that and no attack still arrived, did she finally accept that her opponent was out cold for real. Hi-8 quickly checked Karin, noting she was alive and just knocked out, which in his humble opinion was a miracle after this kind of fight. The girl did not even have a proper bruise on her body if he discounted the nasty one forming on her chin. His eyes couldn't help but to briefly roam the ruined interior of the arena. The previously flat grassy ground was now a deep crater full of a black jagged glass-like material, grains of sand were everywhere, in the air, on the ground, just everywhere, and no semblance of nature survived the ferocious fight. There was not even a hint of the completely obliterated trees that were previously on the side of the arena. His eyes came back towards Karin and he inwardly exclaimed in astonishment, and yet, she has only one bruise after all of that. What kind of monster? No, he suddenly realized an important fact and his gaze snapped towards Tamari, who was patiently waiting for him to finally proclaim her the winner. Noticing that Hi-8 looked at her, she raised her eyebrow at him. Honestly, she was quite fed up with the proctor. He seemed as if he just saw QB glaring at him. She so wanted to yell at him, less gaping, more proctoring, but she was a guest in a foreign village. It wouldn't do to be impolite in front of such a massive crowd. I wonder if the monster is the girl who has only one bruise after this kind of fight or the girl who managed to knock her out while really landing only one hit. Hi-8 gave Tamari a sheepish look. Inside of this look, however, was hidden much deeper and searching once over. The kind every experienced ninja could use. He quickly assessed Tamari's injuries and came to a shocking discovery. The Suna Kunoichi's wounds were barely surface scratches. She outwardly looked like a mess, but she was totally fine. Did she purposefully make herself look this way to lower the Uzumaki's guard? Hi-8 wondered as he proclaimed Tamari the winner of this match. Either way, he decided the second he would see one of these girls on the opposite side during a mission, he would hightail it back to Konoha, saying screw the mission. He was sure many of his comrades felt the same after witnessing the spectacle of their fight. In the audience, Ray was shaking his head at Karin's hot-headed stupidity. Well, this was expected. Ray thought in deadpan. Digging underground tunnels towards the victory seems like an Uzumaki thing. Did she really think such a thing would work against someone like Tamari? When she knew that for the sand release, Tamari would have needed to be extremely proficient in earth release since she did not have Shikaku. He wryly smiled and peeked to the side at Conan, whose eyes held stoic cold fury. I almost pity the girl. To make such a rookie mistake. Ray's lips twitched into an amused smirk. Not that I can admonish her. I did advise Tamari to never use her earth jutsus in order to not be known for them since they were such a great hidden ace. Tamari's gravity control was especially incredible. Alas, there was no way she would have used it in front of so many ninjas even if it meant losing against Karin. Showing it here would ruin the entire purpose of keeping it hidden for when she was in a pinch. But back to the silently seething blue netty next to him. Frankly, Karin losing the match didn't matter. The problem was the dumb manner in which she lost. That made Conan's vindictive side really activate, considering she was here as a representative of Usushio. Karin was in for some seriously painful session of remedial training if Conan's look was any indication. Chapter 411, Chapter 411, Reaction of Kages. And as the break between the matches started, Rei focused on keeping Conan's sullen ire at bay by cuddling and improving her mood with tender kisses. Unlike the fluffy mood between them, the Kage box was silent as a grave after the Kages witnessed the previous fight. Orochimaru had a hard time keeping himself from outwardly showing his orgasmic mood during the last fight, so right now, he was just silently enjoying the residual joy. The more power Tamari showed, the more she unveiled the real prowess of the magnetic release, the more he regretted not proceeding with his original plan of assassinating the Kazekage and impersonating her. Tamari was a perfect vessel. Powerful chakra, body in superb physical shape and extremely used to elemental ninjutsu, an incredible bloodline that, he had to admit, he underestimated quite a lot before witnessing to what heights it could reach in competent hands. She was the wet dream of any body-snatching madman dash, a ham, any civilized gentleman with a penchant to dabble in science. Oh. And the Uzumaki's girl show of recreating Uchiha Susanoo with her clan bloodline. That was pure gold. He almost moaned from elation when he saw that. Yes, it was unfinished and half-assed at this stage, but the girl basically proved it could be done. Orochimaru found it really hard to not drool at that sight. Wasn't this what he wished for since Danzo showed him the scroll holding the information on the secret evolution of Sharingan? The reason why the Uchiha clan was really feared by those strong enough to be in the know. If Susanoo could be replicated to this extent, what's to say other techniques like Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu could not be replicated either? This was the reason why he was so obsessed with ninjutsu. Breaking the notion of possibility with nothing but chakra alone. He needed this. Plans on how to kidnap these two girls started sprouting in his head like a weed. He didn't care about the power they showed in the arena. He was confident enough that with his superior intellect, he could come up with a plan to defeat them. He was not a Sannin for nothing. Needless to say, if Rei heard his thoughts, he would snort and say that his delusions knew no bounds. And while Orochimaru was reliving his boyish wet dream, the other Kages were feeling quite troubled because of what they just witnessed. Shikaku gained a new understanding of why Tsunade put her foot down and decided to tweak the matchmaking to her own liking, not taking anyone's opinion into consideration. At first, he thought she just wanted to give herself better stakes at winning some bet, which, unknown to him, was the real reason, but now he could see that Tsunade's foresight was incredible. From the power levels he saw throughout the finals, the matchmaking was done incredibly well and people around the same level fought with each other. And considering there were monsters like the two last girls mixed up with lambs like the Konoha Genins, it was a miracle that no match had a massive curb stomping so far. Shikaku gained a newfound respect for Tsunade for managing to accomplish this feat. He didn't even want to imagine how he would have felt if Shikamaru was to face that Tsuna girl, Tamari. That would have been a disaster. There was no way in Shikaku's mind that his lazy boy would be able to handle her. In that regard, he was extremely grateful to Tsunade. Frankly, Shikaku did not care that the two girls were definitely not Genin-level kunoichi. As long as Konoha did not come to harm, he could care less if they trashed the arena. He also didn't want to reprimand either Uzushio or Suna as both were allies of Konoha, but he was the host here and that position came with certain duties and the need to uphold an impartial image. That's why he turned to Pakura before lazily asking in a disinterested tone, "Lady Kazekage, would you mind explaining why you sent someone far above Genin level to compete in these exams?" Shikaku knew his question was utter bullshit because Kages usually sent their strongest Genins to foreign villages' Chunin exam and these were seldom Genin-level ninjas. But for the sake of appearances, he asked it. Just to make sure that Tsuchikage and Reikage would feel much less threatened. Fortunately or unfortunately, Uzushio's representative was not in the Kage box so he did not need to ask for her intentions right now. Pakura amusedly raised her eyebrow at Shikaku as she quipped, "What are you talking about, Hokage? The girl is bona fide Genin rank. I can't see what's the problem with her participating in this fine event," she exclaimed with feigned lack of understanding that fooled no one. "But heh. So this is the angle you want to play it?" Shikaku inwardly mused, thinking it smart. After all, as long as officially the girl was still a Genin, there was nothing any of the other Kages could openly do. Tamari's participation would be fair. Demoting your high-ranking ninja just to show off in Chunin exams, have you no shame, woman? Even we would not fall so low. Inoki gruffly grumbled under his nose, purposefully loud enough for others to hear. There was a reason why no Kage ever did something similar to what Inoki just described. It would drag the village's reputation through the mud in the eyes of the potential clients. Funnily enough, normal people actually expected a degree of honor from ninjas because it gave them a sense of safety that the ninjas would not abandon them midway through the mission. That's why the villages strive to show a positive facade and avoid seeming deceptive during these kinds of events. The darkness should be left buried deep enough for the normal people to not discover it, after all. Demoting. Pakura smirked, I think your brain no longer works so well in your old age, Tsuchikage. I have never demoted Tamari. She just didn't get a promotion yet. She finished innocently and Inoki wanted to spit blood at the shamelessly smug woman. She basically in a roundabout way just admitted this was all planned. And while the Tsuchikage had a hard time keeping his blood pressure down due to the audacity of the Kazekage, the Reikage grunted, humph. What else to expect from the woman who pretended to be dead for years before she walked into her former village, murdered her former Kage, and took his place? His tone was full of contempt and Pakura's eyebrow twitched at his sentence. It was provocative enough to make even Ringo snap out of her thoughts and turn towards the conversation. The tension in the air increased and Shikaka knew this was not going well. He was there to moderate these big shots and prevent them from starting a fight but... Ain't they simply ignoring me? He inwardly groaned. This was why Kages had to be extremely powerful ninjas. Without that, getting even basic respect from other Kages was hard. Unfortunately, he was not in this category. As he pondered what to do, a voice resounded through the Kage box, making him feel as if salvation came early. Hey, I see you are still the same petty bastard, shit flinger. Tsunade jeered at Inoki before turning to Reikage, and you should keep your mouth shut about being a deceitful piece of shit because that description fits you quite well too. Hyuga incident, remember. She snorted and turned away, not even waiting for a reaction from him. The matter is closed. Tamari's documents are all fine and that's that. Now then, tell me, how did you like the show? Tsunade grinned at the disgruntled and probably offended Kages. She thought asking this would be interesting and she was not left disappointed. Just. The first answer came from the least expected person. Kukuku, Tsunade-chan. Chapter 412, Chapter 412, Tsunade's Chaos. Kukuku, Tsunade-chan, it was magnificent. I wonder what kind of coincidence allowed both Uzushio and Suna to gain geniuses like that at the same time, eh? Orochimaru slyly chuckled in a calculated manner. His words instantly prompted a shift in the atmosphere as both Reikage and Tsuchikage realized a few important things now that they were pointed out so bluntly. There were no free lunches in their world and geniuses did not fall from the sky nor were they cabbages. For both Suna and Uzushio to gain these earth-shattering prodigies at the same time, now that was fishy as hell. Needless to say, the attention of everyone shifted towards Pakura. Even Tsunade and Ringo did not try to break the situation off, both taking sadistic pleasure from throwing Ringo under the bus like this. Pakura, however, did not even blink an eyelash at the sudden attention. She just leisurely leaned into her chair. I can't speak for Uzushio but... Suna is just that good. She exclaimed in a prideful manner while smirking smugly. The people watching her gave her deadpan looks for that answer. Oh. Are we to expect more miracles like that from Tsunagakure? Orochimaru slyly asked, completely ignoring the fact that Pakura's answer was basically a subtle way to blow off the topic. He didn't care if Suna was really just that good or if they had any new secret. He surmised he would know soon enough as this discovery practically cemented his resolve to infiltrate Tsunagakure. While he definitely would not dare to go for Uzushio because of their strong ceiling defenses, after all, he spent the last few years sending spies into their village only for none to return. Suna was a different matter altogether. Orochimaru really didn't think he would have many problems getting in. Pakura chuckled at his question as she found amusement in his telling expression. Anybody who knew his modus operandi would guess what was going through his head and Pakura was a bit wistful that the guy would not survive past today. She could certainly make use of his schemes as a group training exercise for Tsunagakure's Chunins. Miracles, he. Pakura mysteriously quipped while briefly glancing at Tsuchikage with a small mischievous smile. I wonder if making an old man homeless could be called a miracle. She inwardly mused before she answered, nah. Tamari is special. And nonchalantly shrugged, too experienced in the kunoichi arts for her lie to be caught. Tamari, despite her bloodline, was not really all that special. What made her reach her current level was attention and tutelage from both Pakura and Rei as her teachers. Pakura taught the girl the basics and more intricate things kunoichi needed to know while Rei polished Tamari's chakra natures, bloodline, and chakra control to an unprecedented degree. That was honestly all there was to it. Tamari simply had the guts and determination to stick to their training and her current level was the result. In short, it was definitely something they could replicate with someone else if they really wanted and that person could take their training methods. In fact, Conan was making her own experiments with training others and they were largely successful. After all, the number of S-ranks in Uzushio attested to that. This fight between Karin and Tamari. It could be taken as a measure of success between their two methods. Karin was mostly trained according to Konin's training method while Tamari was under Pakura's influence. Needless to say, it is obvious whose method is superior. Hee hee. Pakura gleefully thought, happy with the result of this match. Tamari was definitely in for a nice little bonus for her victory. If Ray knew what she was thinking, he would have shaken his head in exasperation. Obviously, it was his training that made Tamari prevail. After all, she mostly used elemental jutsu in her bloodline, did she not? And while Pakura was on the moon for one-upping Konin in this way, the other Kages took her word for Suna not having another genius. As suspicious as they were, geniuses were indeed not something common. They just could not believe Suna to have more than one of them. It simply didn't fit their common sense, and hence, such thought was subconsciously discarded. In this manner, the topic was concluded, much to Tsunade's and Ringo's dissatisfaction. They wanted to see Pakura sweat a little under the scrutiny of the Kages, but it seemed the other Kages were just pussies with limited mental capacity if they couldn't press her more. How utterly disappointing. They both thought in disgruntlement. Of course, Tsunade would not let her fun end like this. She did not put the effort into coming to the Kage box during the break between the matches just to be stopped from witnessing a bit of chaos. And since the chaos would not happen on its own, she had to help it a little bit, no. So, old man shitflinger, Tsunade addressed Inoki, who turned to her, not at all happy at her calling him that. He did not show it outwardly, however. Just as when Hiruzen called him that in the past, he once again put an unbothered facade and snorted at Tsunade as she continued, a little senbon-using birdie told me that you and the old pedo snake had a small reunion. Wonder what that was about. She grinned, giving a side glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Inoki, and Ai almost had a heart attack when they heard her mentioning this. Orochimaru almost involuntarily gave a signal to start the invasion because he thought they were exposed, but fortunately, his cold head prevailed, and when Tsunade's words fully registered, he realized she was just fishing for a reaction. There was no way Kin, because there was nobody else this senbon-using birdie would know about his plans. Realizing this, Orochimaru forcefully calmed down and donned a genial smile, ignoring how Inoki and Ai were subtly eyeing him. Couldn't they at least pretend to not be on edge? Damn muscle-headed idiot and paranoid old fool. Since the land of rice is close to the land of lightning and the land of earth, our villages recently entered talks about doing business together. It is only natural. But I guess something like diplomacy does not belong to your barbaric worldview, Tsuna-chan. I remember you prefer a punch it till it goes away method of solving things. He calmly replied, his expression the perfect picture of amusement. Tsunade snickered at that. Oh, you have no idea. In fact, Konoha recently also decided to enter an alliance with Suna, Uzushio, and Kiri. What a coincidence, Raiite. She childishly uttered, causing Shikaku to facepalm. The second Orochimaru heard that, his calm smile fell, and his eyes involuntarily glanced at Pakura and Ringo, who observed him with calm amusement. The only thought that filled his head as he realized what that meant for his plans was, oh, fuck. Chapter 413, Provocation. Even the Tsuchikage and Reikage completely stilled, utterly stupefied at the bomb Tsunade just dropped. There was not one person in the Kage box who did not realize what this new alliance meant, and they couldn't believe Tsunade just bluntly admitted it with an innocent grin on her face. It was stuff like this that was deemed the highest grade secrets in the villages. People died to keep it secret, and here Tsunade was just leisurely revealing it without a care in the world. Orochimaru, Inoki, and subconsciously thought her to be an idiot, but they were too shocked at the implications to really put much attention to Tsunade's foolishness. In their minds, by revealing this information, Tsunade completely decimated any chance for Uzushio, Kiri, Suna, and Konoha to gain the most out of their alliance. She ruined any chance at surprise attacks from multiple sides, as now, both Ai and Inoki will expect such a thing to happen in the future. Little did they know that Tsunade was very careful what she revealed, as the benefits of this alliance were already about to be reaped and there was no longer any need to keep it secret. They would no longer be able to react anyway. And while Inoki's and Ai's priority was their village, Orochimaru was furiously contemplating the impact this news would have on his invasion, and he didn't like the picture he was seeing. Alas, it was far too late to call it off. I guess I will just have to cut my losses and let the Tsuchikage and Reikage take the fall for me. Orochimaru thought in displeasure. The two Kages were almost certainly bound to betray their little alliance anyway with how things were going. It would be better to cause some trouble for them now. As much as Orochimaru believed in himself, having only Otogekiru against Uzushio, Konoha, Kiri, and Suna, he could admit they would have been outmatched. Roping in both Iwa and Kimo to his side in this conflict was indeed the best thing he could have done. They would be an excellent buffer for him. With these two Kages participating in the invasion on his side, Orochimaru had the confidence to at the very least kill Saratobi and cause some nice damage to Konoha before he orders a retreat in a code he forgot to mention to his IWA and Kimo allies. How unfortunate for them. Now that he had it all figured out, Orochimaru's smile eased into a pleasant one as he looked at Tsunade. In that case, I congratulate you for your new alliance. It looks like Konoha's future is going to be bright. Seeing that Orochimaru was not gonna visibly freak out, Tsunade pouted in disappointment. She knew well enough that by bright he meant on flame, but she was not gonna call him out on that. Anko and that lazy bum tag-along of hers already returned and discreetly took the place of their shadow clones, which meant the surprise forces Orochimaru was counting on were no more. Tsunade decided to leave Orochimaru his delusions. He was pitiful enough as it was. Why thank you. She amicably exclaimed, her expression completely innocent as she delivered the next part. Konoha's future is indeed looking up now that you, Danzo, and Saratobi are no longer in any leadership position. That actually made Orochimaru's eyebrows twitch. He hated being compared to Saratobi and Tsunade knew it. That's why she did just that. The other Kages, and even Shikaku, were extremely surprised Tsunade had no qualms calling out Saratobi like this in front of them. To throw dirt on one of the most iconic heroes of Konoha in front of the leaders of the enemy villages. Both Tsuchikige's and Reikige's opinions on Tsunade's intelligence only lowered and their tenseness relaxed. In their minds, Tsunade was no leadership material. She might have been the best medic in the world, but from what they were seeing, the woman was dumb as a rock. There was no need to worry. Their invasion was in no way compromised. The last Senju was just being her retarded self. And while the worries of the two started to dissipate, Shikaku was throwing Tsuanda a look that basically screamed, "What are you doing?" Unfortunately for him, Tsunade totally ignored him, grinning at Pakura and Ringo, who were having the time of their life, enjoying the private joke between the three of them. They could plainly see how the two Kages disregarded Tsunade because of her words. She was throwing blatant hints that something is wrong, and yet, they already made their opinion about her because of how set in their ways they were. Not for a second did they consider this to be a ploy. After all, Tsunade Senju was known to be an extremely straightforward woman who was blunt as a hammer. Looks like the day you defected was a real blessing for Konoha, snake? Ringo decided to join the fray, lightheartedly making a jab at Orochimaru. The poor dude paled even more from the repressed anger, but they all knew he could not afford to make a scene. While he had diplomatic immunity to a degree, Oda was still just a minor and new village. As long as this banter didn't turn physical, Orochimaru could only sit tight and take their words while trying to give back his own retorts. And that's exactly what he tried to do, You would know. After all, you are my role model, Amuri. Becoming a rogue ninja scum and then returning to your village only to become its Kage. Kirigaku's standards have really fallen if they allow their rogues to become their leaders nowadays. I wish Konoha was the same. Orochimaru wistfully sighed. But I wonder how you got so strong. From what I know, the Reikage, he glanced at defeated you with one punch when you met him for the first time. Your unit slaughtered the Kimo ninjas and killed his fiancée, I heard. He purposefully mentioned that incident and then watched how A's expression tightened alongside his fists. Such a poisonous tongue. Pakura interjected, gaining the attention of the others before Orochimaru successfully goaded the Reikage into doing something stupid too soon. This teasing was all in good fun, but Rei would probably spank them silly if their little fun made the invasion start sooner than it was supposed to. Only an idiot would fall for a provocation like that. Pakura deadpanned, totally ignoring the fact that A seemed to have a hard time stopping himself from pouncing at Ringo now that he had the reason for his dislike of her blatantly thrown into his face. Of course, Pakura had to insult him in the process, which earned her a glare from the men too. Orochimaru amusedly chuckled at that. That's rich coming from the person who didn't see her Kage sacrificing her in a suicide mission to get himself rid of the competition. Then again, you also killed him, so your case is not all that much different from Amuri. He casually pointed out, making Inoki loudly snort. Rogues becoming Kages. The village founders would roll in their graves if they knew. Inoki grumbled, supporting Orochimaru's claim. The lines were clearly drawn at this point. Orochimaru, Inoki, and A on one side while Pakura, Ringo, and Tsunade on the other. It might have just been a small conversation during a break, but it clearly showcased what the future held for their villages. Or so the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Otokage thought. Former rogue or not, what does it even matter? I made my village much better in 5 years than what you managed in a lifetime. Pakura retorted, making Inoki bristle much to her delight. At this point, Shikaka felt as if life drained out of him. The atmosphere among the 4 other Kages was so hostile, he wondered how there was still no fight among them. He knew there was no way for him to stop them. Either verbally or physically. He was not strong enough to do so, and that also meant his word was not respected enough. So, he did the only thing he could. He pulled his secret move and started doing puppy eyes on Tsunade. Seeing how pitiful her Hokage was acting, Tsunade inwardly sighed. Well, I guess this has gone far enough for now. I'd be you, I would stop this stick measuring contest. We all know Orochimaru has none and Rakich's massive body size is practically him overcompensating. As for Inoki, well, he is a dwarf in both the body and below the belt. Good for you Shikaku, you win. She mirthfully laughed while the three men whose manhood she just insulted glared at her. Not giving a shit, she continued, as fun as this was, I will be going. The last Uchiha's match will be starting soon. Bye. With that, Tsunade disappeared from the Kage box, leaving three butthurt men behind and causing their focus to shift towards her, instead of trying to start a fight with Ringo and Pakura. Chapter 414, Chapter 414. The last match. The break between the matches was almost over and yet the audience was still quiet and stunned from the previous match, barely paying attention to what was going on since the people were still trying to process the battle they had just seen. As the amazement started to slowly tick off, the people began to realize what match was going to follow and they couldn't help but grow even more excited. Most civilians in the audience were wondering what kind of impressive spectacle the next match would be. After all, it was now certain that one of the participants in the next match was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. Tamari and Karin. Kimimaro and Tayuya. Sure, they were amazing but they were not Uchiha. They were unknown. Without reputation. But the Uchiha clan's reputation was known far and wide, even among the civilians, and that's why the civilians expected the last Uchiha to be special, to surpass what they have seen so far. To wow them with his skill and prowess. To showcase his superior talent. The audience was indeed crazily excited about it. Many gambled money, betting on Uchiha winning the entire Chunin exams. Some going even so far as to stake their livelihood on it just because of the fame of the Uchiha clan. Especially some wealthy businessmen tried to gain money like this because they had hired Uchihas in the past and had an inkling of the power of their bloodline. Many came to Konoha with the sole purpose of seeing the last scion of the Uchiha clan fight. Sasuke's story was well known even outside of Konoha and people were naturally curious about him. Many thought he would be just as talented as the infamous Itachi Uchiha and they wanted to see it. Unlike the ninjas who knew the two girls who previously fought were monsters, the civilians' expectations of Sasuke grew according to what they had already seen and they expected him to perform better. Much better. They expected him to showcase the superiority of the Uchihas. Even the daimyos who were currently watching expected a lot from this match. Since they were just kids, they were hearing from their nannies about the strength of old clans like Senju and Uchiha. That went especially for foreign Kages who could not afford to underestimate these people. A fair bit of their early education was spent on how to treat ninjas. How to maintain their superior status in the face of someone who could kill them with a look. Naturally, their education brushed heavily on the past and the relationship between the ninja clans and their ancestors. And the name Uchiha came up a lot there. There was a saying Uchihas of old liked to spread as their motto of a sort during the Warring States era and every daimyo knew it. Only an Uchiha can beat an Uchiha. In a way, that came true when Itachi Uchiha slaughtered his own clan. After learning these kinds of things while growing up, these daimyos would naturally be curious about this last Uchiha and if he could fulfill the saying and had the potential to one day best the infamous Itachi. Poor Gaara, nobody paid him attention. Hayate appeared in the arena and announced the next match will be between Gaara and Sasuke. Nobody was surprised, considering these two were the last two remaining participants. Both Sasuke and Gaara took their time coming down to the arena, Sasuke because he was taught by Kakashi how to be cool. And Gaara because he had to deal with some pesky civilian thug idiots who thought he would not squash them because he was just a kid. He had no idea how these stupid idiots thought. They were literally watching a tournament full of superpowered kids trained to kill others and they still thought they could go and try to kill one when they had no chakra. Because they were grown-ups. Ridiculous. As such, a few halls of Konoha's stadium were repainted red and meaty. Ahem, Lady Pakura would be so proud. When the two finally arrived at the arena, the audience went wild, loudly cheering for Sasuke. Alas, little Sasuke didn't dare to show an arrogant expression. He knew well that if Anko saw that, she would have beaten the arrogance out of him. Again. So, in his new humble self, Sasuke just smugly stared at Gaara in a provocative manner. Ahem, Anko would be so proud. Gaara stood with a dull expression as the cheer for his opponent washed all over him. His sleepy gaze trailed all over the stands, only seeing people going wild and wishing the best to the Uchiha. Sasuke suddenly shivered as he felt a chill passing through his spine. But then Gaara's eyes landed on Tamari and Kankuro in the stands and his lips twitched into a small, almost unnoticeable smile when he saw his sister giving him a thumbs up with an encouraging smile and his brother Kankuro. Well, who cares about Kankuro? The subtle murderous intent permeating the arena eased considerably, making Hayate stop sweating bullets. The experienced ninja could not help but throw the Uchiha a pitying glance. There was a reason why ninjas used killing intent as a measuring stick for how dangerous one was. It was a projection of chakra, so a civilian could have killed thousands with his own hands, but he would not have strong killing intent. A ninja that killed thousands though. And the killing intent of the red-haired small kid was giving even Hayato creeps. Especially with how well the kid was hiding the intent. He doubted he would have picked up on it if he didn't stand so close. Let's get this over with. Sasuke interrupted Hayato's thoughts with his strong exclamation, condescending determination burning in his eyes. With a tired sigh, Hayato decided to just let the kids duke it out among themselves and promptly started the match. Sasuke intently looked at the bored Gaara and smirked as his eyes turned red and 3 tomos started spinning in them. I'd advise you to give up, kid. He bluntly stated, peering straight into Gaara's eyes. And if an illusion somehow ended up influencing Gaara, well, that would have been a total coincidence. Unlike Sasuke thought, the red-haired midget didn't succumb to the subtle nudging feeling of wanting to give up. Instead, the cork on his gourd came off and Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw sand starting to pour onto the ground and the scenes from the previous fight replayed in his mind. Then, Gaara's heavy killing intent hit him like a truck, Gaara no longer trying to conceal it and instead, mixing some of Shikaku's into it for the added effect. It was so sudden, Sasuke's mind didn't get enough time to deal with it and okay. I give up. Sasuke exclaimed like a scared duckling. Before he even registered what was going on, Hayate called Gaara the winner, and Sasuke was left gaping at the red-haired midget who gave him a bored smirk. You are 100 years too early for mental warfare, boy. Gaara drawled before he sluggishly turned around and victoriously walked away. Chapter 415, Chapter 415, Ambush. The entire arena fell into a deafening silence, both the ninjas and civilians bewildered beyond their wildest dreams. The match ended sooner than they could register and they were still excited, but there was no outlet for the excitement. As the seconds passed and the people started to realize what happened, the excitement slowly started turning into an outrage. People suddenly realized their chosen champion got his ass handed to him even without an exchange of blows. They realized their expectations were misplaced. And they couldn't accept that. Hence, the arena was instantly filled with the angry screams of the audience. Another part of the audience, the ones who bet on Sasuke winning, were currently sinking into despair as they realized they lost their bets. They thought this was a surefire way to earn themselves money. And yet, they could only pray that some intervention would happen that would render all bets null and void because quite a few of them just lost their years-long savings. The self-pity and despair slowly receded, leaving room for other emotional outlets and many chose anger, getting dragged into the flow of the angry audience, causing the volume of the enraged protests to only rise. And while the discontented people were showing their displeasure, Sasuke could just numbly walk out of the arena, his dismayed mind not even registering the shouts as he tried to come to terms with the fact he lost. One thing was for sure. Sasuke just gained a reputation that would haunt him his whole life. The situation in the Kage box did not differ much from the outside. The only stark difference was the noise. The Kage box was utterly silent. Despite the silence, the heaviness of the atmosphere was palpable. While Shikaku was feeling quite embarrassed about how easily the last Uchiha lost, Pakura was smugly smirking. Orochimaru, however, was visibly seething, spreading a dark aura all around. The only reason why he even bothered to show up as Otokage was to have the best spot for witnessing his next vessel's prowess. He put an incredible amount of scheming and effort to be able to sit among the other Kages without having to worry about being killed on the spot. He wanted to see Sasuke giving his all in the fight. He wanted to measure him. To compare him to Itachi. To see the boy's potential. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. And this is the result. A 5-second long match where his opponent uses mental coercion to make him surrender. He hissed. He didn't even know if he was angrier at Gaara for doing that or at Sasuke for falling for it. Because of how bewildered he was by the swift result of the match, he even forgot to signal the start of the invasion. He missed the best opportunity. In fact, that opportunity had been so great, it totally made even him stupefied. As he started calming down, Orochimaru noticed with the corner of his eyes that both Raikage and Tsuchikage were eyeing him in worry. The plan was for Orochimaru to give the first signal, but they both knew the signal should come after the last of the first matches. Realizing that his delay could cause severe problems among his ninjas who had no idea how to proceed. If some of his units decided to attack despite having no signal, the entire situation could get out of his control. Orochimaru decided to cut his losses and signal for the attack even though the surprise effect would not be exactly as high as he would have liked. Fortunately, the crowd was being quite rowdy, so that was playing in his favor. The second he flared his chakra in the before assigned way, several things happened at once. Firstly, Genjutsu covered the entire arena, and the hidden troops of Oto, IWA, and Kimo that infiltrated the Chunin exams as foreign civilians quickly lost their disguises in order to recognize each other. Secondly, the area where Daimyo sat, the same area where also Rei and Konan were seated, was engulfed in smoke as some of the guards turned up to be ninjas from Kimo and IWA. These were mostly hiding as the guard units assigned to the Earth and Lightning Daimyo, and these two daimyos knew a diplomatic headache was awaiting them if they survived this ordeal, while other guards promptly dropped to the ground with a dull thud, knocked out. Not even Orochimaru was crazy enough to start killing inside of the room full of daimyos. And even if he was, Inoki and A would have never agreed to such a thing, as it would shoot all of their village's credibility into a proverbial toilet. At most, they dared to take the daimyos as temporary hostages in the guise of protecting them from the invasion. The third thing that happened upon Orochimaru giving the attack order was for both Inoki and A to spring into action. Inoki dashed at Pakura, his hands already forming a cube of his dust release with the intent of deleting her out of existence, while A rushed at Ringo, his lightning armor flaring around him in a split of a second. Neither of them cared about honor and tried to go for the kill from the back, betting on surprising their targets. Unfortunately for them, Inoki's dust release hit the place where Pakura was sitting, vaporizing the entire area around it in an instant. But Inoki did not relax, as he didn't think it would be so easy, and this saved his life. Just a small moment later that would have been enough for him to relax after his attack if he had been careless. His senses alerted him of danger. Not even trying to locate where the attack was coming from, he ceased his gravity manipulation and let his body fall onto the ground just as a blade passed where his neck was a second ago. Worse yet, Inoki didn't have the leisure to land properly and landed on his back with what Pakura would deem a very satisfying crunch, causing him to yelp in pain and grit his teeth as cold sweat engulfed him when he realized how close he came to death. Unlike Inoki, A was not going for an overwhelming attack with the aim of erasing Ringo out of existence. Over the years, his resentment for her was only increasing, but he had no outlet for it since the woman herself was unreachable for him. That's why he went for a simple lightning chakra-enhanced punch that should be able to knock the head of any Jonin straight off of his or her body. He just wanted to punch her far too much to do anything else. As his fist neared Ringo at speeds which not even Jonins would be able to see, much less react to, a spark of hope rose in A's chest. He had the bitch. But at the last moment, Ringo raised her hand, stopping his fist with just her finger coated with lightning chakra, making it obvious her lightning chakra manipulation far surpassed his, and looked at him with a bored expression. A's senses flared, but it was too late, as he felt something he didn't feel in years. Not since he fought Ringo for the first time. Ringo disrupted his lightning armor by changing the frequency of the lightning chakra in it, but this time, she was skilled enough. A's lightning armor vanished, leaving him bewildered at the impossible feat, but he didn't get enough time to contemplate how Ringo managed it, as he had to throw himself to the side in order to avoid a sharp lightning beam Ringo produced with her finger pointing at him. Their ambush was an utter failure. Chapter 416, Chapter 416. A chance. While A's and Inoki's attempt at taking out Pakura and Ringo right off the bat was failing hard, Orochimaru was about to use the distraction to deal Konoha a heavy blow. Namely, he was about to use Shikaku's surprise from the sudden attack at two Kages inside of his home, to assassinate the men quickly. It was really just a trivial task to him. Orochimaru doubted it would have been hard to do so even if Shikaku paid full attention to him. Killing the reigning Hokage would have been a huge blow to Konoha. Maybe it was not on the same level as if he killed third Hokage while he was still in the office, considering Tsunade would be there to mitigate the worst of the consequences, but it would be felt, and that was honestly all Orochimaru cared about. He simply wanted to make Konoha in general suffer. And besides, nobody said he was leaving without killing the third Hokage anyway. But just as he was about to move in Shikaku's direction, a voice stopped him in his tracks. "Hey, you don't really learn no matter what, do you, Orochi?" Tsunade's voice resounded from behind him, causing him to freeze. He didn't know she was there until she spoke. It had to be said, he knew the woman for decades, and Tsunade was never very good at the sneaky approach. Even Jiraiya was better than her in that, and the toad face was one of the loudest morons Orochimaru had the displeasure of knowing. To be sneaked upon by Tsunade like this, especially when he was always on alert against sudden sneak attacks, it blew Orochimaru's mind. Though, a major part of his utter bewilderment might have been the fact his lower legs were suddenly entangled by vines sprouting through the floor. Ma, how naughty Tsunade-chan. I heard you were capable of the wood release, but I dismissed it as baseless rumors. Orochimaru gleefully smiled, full of giddiness at discovering Tsunade really had wood release. His spies from Konoha indeed informed him that the last Senju learned the wood release, but when he first heard it he just scoffed at the notion. The information in the ninja world was always full of diversion, subterfuge, and flat-out lies to manipulate, cheat, or disorient the enemy. Hence, nobody could really trust every piece of rumor they came by. Something like the last Senju having the wood release was a pathetically old way of garnering interest. Orochimaru would know. He was one of the guys who were covertly spreading such rumors for Konoha during the Second World War, trying to make other nations send their strong ninjas after Tsunade's life with the aim of turning the tables on them during their ambush. It worked pretty well at that time, to be honest. Tsunade did use wood release in the past in front of an audience, but despite everything, Konoha was still a ninja village and people were at least semi-capable of keeping secrets. Unless she used would release on a regular basis in front of other people, there was no way to confirm with any level of certainty if she really could or could not use it. Seeing that he was wrong and Tsunade really had the power of her bloodline did not make Orochimaru mad. In fact, it made him extremely happy. After all, despite being a medic, you never liked experimenting with people, did you? You never joined me on any of my projects for the village. Orochimaru said in a mock-hurt tone. A medic of your caliber would have been extremely convenient to have back then. A wistful sigh escaped his lips, just thinking about all the dismembered lab rats you could have put together for further testing for me. I have wasted so many of Konoha's prisoners to get some results because of not having your expertise at hand. He totally knew that talking about using humans as lab rats was one of the things that could rile Tsunade up. It also didn't hurt to remind her he was doing pretty much a very similar kind of research for Konoha with Konoha's blessing as the research because of which he had to defect. The only difference was in the test subjects. One used Konoha's prisoners, basically ninjas from other nations, and the other used Konoha citizens. Orochimaru didn't see a difference. They were both human and bled the same, but apparently, Konoha's higher-ups disagreed and he had to pack his things and flee. The best thing that ever happened to him, really. While Orochimaru was trying to provoke her, Tsunade noticed she piqued his interest and smirked. The man, for all his good qualities when it came to ninja-style combat, had one massive weakness. He was easily sidetracked and prone to losing sight of his objective if something interesting in his opinion happened. That's why she showed him this minor would release. With just that, Orochimaru forgot that Shikaku even existed. All the while, the men in question used the distraction to slink into the shadows and leave. Shikaku knew full well there was not much he could do in the upcoming conflict between 6 Kage-level ninjas, so he did the smart thing and hightailed it out of there. Experiments. Tsunade mirthfully scoffed at him, your lack of faith in me hurts, Orochi. I did not acquire my would release by experimenting on others or with my genes. I'll have you know, it is wholly natural. Hearing such blatant bullshit made Orochimaru's smirk twitch. I heard about late bloomers, but the 60s is a bit too late for the awakening of a bloodline, Tsuna-chan. If you want to speak nonsense to me, at least make it a bit more believable. In Orochimaru's opinion, there was no way Tsunade did not experiment with her genes. Her would release was supposed to be too dormant to naturally awaken. He would know. He did many tests on her blood and flesh under the orders of both Saratobi and Danzo and later with his own initiative. Tsunade ignored the second part of Orochimaru's sentence because her focus was fully held by the first part. Nobody ever told you mentioning a lady's age is a sure way to piss her off. She frowned at him. You mean old lady's age? Orochimaru smugly raised an eyebrow at her. Contrary to his expectations, however, Tsunade did not instantly swing her fist at his face. Much to his shock, she actually chuckled. I'll let you know that while you were cutting people apart, trying to find immortality in the bodies of below-average criminals or unlucky farmers, I have managed to reverse my aging, making my body physically in its prime while also slowing my aging to a near halt. Her tone was not full of bragging. Instead, she was speaking in a measured and light tone that showed she didn't put much importance on the matter. For her, it was not something to be proud of. It was just a normal everyday thing. Before Orochimaru could do more than to slightly widen his eyes at the admission, Tsunade continued, her tone flipping into a condescending one, funny that I only needed medical ninjutsu for that, huh? I guess I reached your goal of agelessness before you could even get a workable jutsu prototype that would not have a literal mountain of repercussions. It's your fixation on little boys, Orochi. That's clouding your judgment, you know. Before Orochimaru could react, and he was visibly really starting to get annoyed at her. Tsunade decided to cut the talking short and reveal why she was here, but enough banter. I am not here to flatten you into the ground under my heel like I would a worm. I came to give you a chance. A chance, she says. Orochimaru scoffed at her in distaste. He didn't like to be likened to a pedophile. Not at all. As if I would belie dash. A chance to fight Saratobi. Tsunade increased the volume of her voice to interrupt the attempted interruption. When Orochimaru's mind registered what he just heard, he stopped in his tracks and searched Tsunade's face for deception, but she is serious? He couldn't help but be stupefied. She really meant it. Chapter 417, Trap. Orochimaru stared at Tsunade, weighing his options. He could put some trust in her, do what she wants and go with her, or he could send her to hell because this was such an obvious trap it was pathetic. The problem was, it was working on him. For so long he wanted nothing but to show Saratobi up. He didn't really hate Konoha in general. He hated Saratobi, and hurting Konoha was the most direct way of revenge for forcing him to defect. Were his experiments over the top? Sure, he could admit that much. If he had succeeded, it would have set Konoha's might apart from every other nation. Just imagining an army full of would-release wielders. Konoha would have been able to conquer the continent. But these experiments were not all that different from what Saratobi and Danzo had him doing for years up till that point. In fact, every village had something like that. They were ninja villages, and contrary to the perfect picture they portrayed for their gullible clients, being a ninja was a dirty business full of cruelty, ruthlessness, blood, and gore. Saratobi knew that. Danzo knew that. Heck, even Jiraiya was fully aware of that fact despite his mind not being able to compute anything that didn't have to do with perversion. Orochimaru would know. He saw how Saratobi baited Jiraiya into learning sealing arts by showing him spying seals. Another thing that utterly pissed Orochimaru and forever soured his feelings towards Konoha was when Minato became Hokage instead of him. Was him being completely left out of consideration for the Hokage seat reasonable? Orochimaru did not think so. He was perfect Hokage material. Maybe he was a bit ruthless and cold, but he could make the village stronger and capable of protecting itself while advancing. But Saratobi chose Minato over him just because Minato was all about puppy-eyed sunshine that did not have a capacity of thinking beyond serving his village. Did Minato's service in the Third Ninja War bring a lot of benefit to the village? Sure. But did him winning one battle in a very flashy manner outweigh decades of service, scientific advancements, and being a very skilled commander in 2 wars, never letting the enemy cross into Konoha territory despite being horribly outnumbered all the time? Orochimaru would like to think that was not the case, and Saratobi was simply biased against him. He had tons of other small reasons why he disliked Saratobi too, and that was why this obvious bait worked so well on him. You know me too well. Orochimaru whispered under his nose, showering Tsunade with searching looks. In the end, he sighed and raised his tone so his former teammate would hear him. Okay, what do you mean by that? Tsunade smirked at that. She deliberately worded it in a way that would appeal to Orochimaru's more paranoid side, making him definitely think this was a trap. She simply wanted to see what he would do if she dangled in front of his nose something he wanted for so long. And he indeed did not disappoint. After only brief consideration, he jumped after this offered opportunity. Oh, he might not seem eager and his eyes held a lot of caution, but Tsunade knew him far too well. If he wasn't immensely interested, he would have never asked her to clarify. If he thought there was zero chance for this to be a genuine proposal, he would not even consider it. It's simple, really. I just offer you what I offered Saratobi. Tsunade chuckled, a way to resolve this feud between you. A deathmatch basically. She shrugged. To be fair, this was a very crafty way to gain benefit no matter in which way the situation would proceed. If Saratobi died, she would lose one of the biggest opposing voices in Konoha, and if Orochimaru died, Konoha would lose one of its more revenge-driven enemies that would simply not let go of their grudge just because Saratobi was no longer in the office. In the end, she didn't really care which one of them would survive. She could take care of the remaining one at some other time. She mostly organized this for her own entertainment. And Sensei agreed to that. Orochimaru asked in utter shock. Tsunade shrugged. He thinks it is high time to correct a few of his mistakes. Orochimaru understood what Tsunade meant by that. Saratobi apparently wanted to kill Orochimaru as he blamed himself for his defection and turned towards the dark path. That wasn't entirely correct. Saratobi was only responsible for putting Orochimaru under Danzo's command, and the old Warhawk showed him the ropes of the darker underbelly of Konoha, but that was beside the point. This turn of events made Orochimaru creepily chuckle at the irony. He. How very expected of our teacher, don't you agree, Tsunade? Indeed, how very hypocritical. She snorted and rolled her eyes, but who cares? Are you in or not? Orochimaru pursed his lips while seemingly pondering his options. It wouldn't have been like him to instantly agree, so he had to put up a bit of show. He had a reputation to uphold, after all. In the end, however, his choice was obvious. Fine. Lead the way. He eventually said in his usual manner. Tsunade didn't deem that with an answer. She just turned around, fully showing him her back as if baiting him, and walked towards the door leading out of the Kage box. Orochimaru amusedly watched, wondering if she expected him to attack her, before he started following after her. As they walked, he realized they were heading towards the rooftops, where he ironically firstly planned to trap Saratobi with the help of the Sound Four after baiting him there by kidnapping his grandson. Orochimaru wondered how could Tsunade be calm when the ninjas of Kimo, Iwa, and Oda were currently fighting Konoha's forces all around. She was the daimyo of Konoha, yet, she seemed to have no care in the world during a stroll through the battlefield-turned arena, as if it didn't even matter. He supposed her reasons were similar to his. Explosions, screams, and cries resounded in the background, all noises they were both far too familiar with from their long service in Konoha's ranks. But still, he expected more worry for the village from Tsunade. Her body language basically betrayed that she didn't care, and that baffled Orochimaru. Their walk was silent as neither started a conversation. Whatever reason Tsunade had, Orochimaru didn't care, but he was glad for it. He had a lot of planning to do in his head. Facing Saratobi, even in his old age, would be a hurdle. He knew that much. They eventually reached the rooftops, and when he saw a lone Saratobi already waiting for them, Orochimaru's worries fell. This was actually not a trap. Chapter 418, Chapter 418, Orochimaru vs Saratobi 1. Upon seeing Tsunade and Orochimaru, Saratobi, already geared up in his battle armor and holding transformed Enma, narrowed his eyes, and gravely spoke towards Orochimaru. So you have agreed, Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to have a shred of honor left, but here you are. Honor? No, sensei. That's something a ninja doesn't need. I agreed because this is simply the most efficient way to accomplish my goals. Orochimaru gleefully rebuked, enjoying how angry his words made Saratobi. If that's the case, why attack Konoha? Why cause so much death and suffering in your home village? Saratobi cried out, balling his fists in anger. He still had a hard time believing his student actually did this. Didn't he do a good job as a teacher to instill the love for Konoha in Orochimaru? Defected or not? Saratobi never thought Orochimaru would ever attack Konoha directly. Not like this. Orochimaru, clearly enjoying Hiruzen's anger, just shrugged. It seemed fun. That made Saratobi grit his teeth and turn to Tsunade as he hissed out, "Let's start the fight." Tsunade, a bit bored of the drama between them, just shrugged. "If you are done talking." She beckoned them towards the central part of the roof that was surrounded by seals, leaving only a big area inside of them. Saratobi confidently moved inside while Orochimaru gave an apprehensive and cautious glance at the seals. The only comforting thing was that Saratobi was not bothered by them, so Tsunade would not place a kill switch into the seals with Saratobi still inside of them just to kill him, would she? Orochimaru was uneasy, but he believed she was too sentimental and soft for that. No matter how disrespectful she seemed, Orochimaru thought she still valued Saratobi as her teacher. When they both got inside, Tsunade kneeled down on the edge of the ceiling circle and put her palm onto a marked area. The seals instantly flared into life, glowing red before a barrier rose into the air, creating a massive restricted area where nobody could get in or out. Not unless they got through Tsunade first. The entire barrier was made by the example of the 4 violet flames formation that made a similar barrier but needed 4 people to power it up and keep it standing. Unlike that one, this barrier jutsu needed only 1 anchor and power bank, which was Tsunade, and despite her being that, she could still move around and fight, as long as she didn't leave the range of the chakra transmission between the seals on her palm and the ceiling barrier. There would be no ANBU getting in to help Saratobi, nor would there be any unforeseen getaway chance for Orochimaru. Ray went so far to ascertain that, he even added an anti-space feature so not even reverse summoning would work. Both Orochimaru and Saratobi couldn't help but admire the barrier that sprang up around them. They were ninjas and adept at sealing for long enough time to recognize the danger of the barrier and partially unveil its functions with just a glance. They both instantly recognized its origin was from the Uzumaki sealing arts. The same as the chakra barrier around Konoha and the 4 violet flames formation. And while Orochimaru wondered when Konoha got stuff like this and how to steal it, Saratobi wondered when Tsunade got stuff like this and how to, politically privatize it for his clan. Only when their eyes coincidentally met did they realize they were here to fight to the death, and not admire a new jutsu. That's how big ninjutsu nerds they both were. The atmosphere turned awkward for a second before both Saratobi and Orochimaru wordlessly sprang forward at the same time, both trying to take advantage of the awkwardness of the other. Enma in his staff form met Kusanagi blade, sending sparks all around as Orochimaru and Saratobi entered the contest of strength. Despite his age, Saratobi still had an edge though. "You were again slacking in training your body, old boy." He teasingly pointed out while trying to put more of his weight into his weapon. "All those chemicals cannot be good for your health. You gotta be more youthful." Orochimaru inwardly cringed at that reference, imagining himself in green spandex and with a bowl haircut. Of course, Saratobi instantly capitalized on that slight distraction and his leg shot up, only narrowly missing Orochimaru's crotch because he noticed it at the last moment and managed to shift his body to the left. That was cheap. Orochimaru exclaimed as he let Saratobi win the weapon clash, all the while he leaned to the left with his entire body, letting Saratobi's staff harmlessly pass him as his Kusanagi sword slashed downward, aiming to get a good chunk out of Saratobi's leg. To Orochimaru's surprise, he managed to land a hit and cut off Saratobi's leg right under his knee. Only for Saratobi to burst out of existence with a puff of smoke. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he felt heat abruptly rising from behind him. He didn't have enough time to look at it. Saratobi was too expert of a caster for that. Orochimaru quickly spun on his heel, his hands blurring in hand signs mid-spin, and when he was finally facing the source of the heat and realized it was not just a fireball but actually a boiling sea of mud. He released the water wall jutsu. He was preparing to counter a fireball only for the water to be instantly suppressed by the far heavier mud while also being partly vaporized with a hiss due to the heat. Saratobi watched as Orochimaru was engulfed by his boiling mud, but he didn't drop his guard. Orochimaru was a far too tricky opponent to do that. This time, it wasn't needed as Orochimaru did not intend to attack. He simply rose from the ground on the opposite side of the arena from Saratobi and started talking while cleaning the dust from his shoulders. That was a good one. You almost got me. Using a shadow clone for distraction. I don't think I have ever seen you do that, sensei. And here I thought an old dog could not be taught new tricks. Saratobi didn't expect to defeat Orochimaru with that move, but seeing him completely unharmed even though he managed to catch him off guard was a bit disheartening. Contrary to his feelings, his tone was grandfatherly and light. I was learning new tricks from Naruto, you see. Orochimaru felt his ego sting a bit when he heard he was almost hit by tactics made by that orange-clad fool. It definitely showed on his face as Saratobi chuckled at him, causing him to blank out his expression. Mirth shining in his eyes, Saratobi decided to verbally unbalance his opponent even more. But you are starting to monologue. Does that mean the warm-up round is done and you are finally prepared to unleash your trump card? Orochimaru almost stumbled and Saratobi smirked. The brat was 100 years too early to try winning a trash talk match against him. He probably already forgot who taught him all his psychological tricks. Chapter 419, Chapter 419, Orochimaru vs Saratobi 2. Indeed, it is time to stop with these small tricks. Orochimaru tried to appear nonchalant, but it was obvious he was not exactly comfortable. Saratobi chuckled at his foolish disciple and his incessant need to always be in control of the situation. Then show me, what kind of sick technique is your trump card? He shouted with determination to defeat whatever it was. If only because he felt responsible and obligated to. Hearing that, Orochimaru's lips stretched in a nasty smile. He applauded his teacher's determination, but he also doubted Saratobi had any idea what kind of trump card he had. If he knew, he would never wish for him to use it. Alas. Saratobi's feelings were unimportant. In a way, Orochimaru learned this technique and picked his summoned targets mostly to spite Saratobi. Very well, Saratobi-sensei. I'll happily grant your request. Orochimaru playfully quipped with an undertone of excitement in his tone. His hands blurred in a set of hand seals Saratobi instantly recognized, and his eyes widened in dread just as Orochimaru finished the necessary signs and proceeded to slam his palm onto the ground. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru exclaimed and Saratobi's stomach sank. Saratobi was one of the very few people who were old enough and close to the second Hokage to actually see the effect of this jutsu in the hands of its creator. Tobirama might not have been called the god of shinobi like his brother, but his power, especially when he used Edo Tensei, could not be disregarded. The scene of Iwa and Kimo ninjas being brought back to life only to be sent to fight their reluctant and horrified colleagues, friends, and family, slaughtering them without being able to control their bodies, only capable of weeping at their actions. It was a war then, and Saratobi understood the need for such cruelty even when he was young. But that sight was also the reason why he marked Edo Tensei as a forbidden technique. If he had used it, the second and third ninja war would have been much easier for Konoha, and a lot fewer Konoha ninjas would have died, but Saratobi always thought their sacrifice was not in vain. He would rather let them die all over again than for this technique to see the light of the day. That's why. What have you done? Saratobi whispered in horror as 3 coffins started rising from the ground, marked by numbers 1, 2, and 4. It didn't take a genius to know what those numbers meant. Despite his utter disgust and profound disappointment, Saratobi knew he could not let Orochimaru finish his technique. But he couldn't stop all 3 coffins. The decision of which one to stop came to him fairly easily. Contrary to popular belief, it was not the first god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, who Saratobi feared to be summoned the most. No, it was Minato Namikaze, and that's why Saratobi quickly ran through the sequence of hand seals for counter-summoning Tobirama taught him during one of his private lessons, putting his full focus on stopping the 4th Hokage's coffin from emerging. The reason for this was very simple. Tobirama was the creator of this technique, and Hashirama was both too powerful to be controlled and brother of Tobirama. Meaning, there was no way for Orochimaru to summon them in their full power unless he wanted to lose control. Saratobi theorized Orochimaru would at best be able to bring them back with around low S-rank prowess. If he went for anything higher, Saratobi would be overjoyed because that would mean both the first and the second Hokage would break free from his control and would be supremely pissed at his attempt to use them against Konoha like this. Minato, however, would be utterly at Orochimaru's mercy. I have to stop that at all costs. Saratobi desperately thought. Just the idea of a man capable of slaughtering an army of 1,000 high-ranking ninjas on his own, wreaking havoc inside of his beloved village, made Saratobi frantically despair at the possibility. He might be able to fight Minato, and surely even win in the end, but he was very aware there was no chance to do that before serious damage was done. And Saratobi did not doubt even for a second that Orochimaru would order Minato to do exactly that. To destroy Konoha. After all, seeing his village demolished right in front of his eyes while being unable to do anything to stop it, that would make Saratobi feel a lot of despair. When Tsunade saw what Orochimaru was attempting to do, her eyes twitched in irritation. But when she saw how Saratobi reacted, she couldn't help but facepalm. Wasn't he supposed to know what using the dead demon-consuming seal meant for the user? There was no way Minato, who is still trapped in Shinigami's belly, to be summoned, and yet the old coot is trying to prevent it. I swear the old monkey gets more and more senile the older he gets. Tsunade inwardly sighed and despondently watched her teacher waste his chakra like an idiot. And they call him Professor. She shook her head in exasperation. After a long struggle, Orochimaru lost the battle of wills and Saratobi managed to prevent Minato's summoning, blissfully unaware that whether he succeeded or not, there would be no Minato showing up for this fight. In the meantime, however, both Tobirama and Hashirama stepped out of their coffins, looking around but unable to move as the chakra they had available was just a tad bit lower than what they would have needed to get free of the caster's control. Tsunade was using senjutsu so she could feel that and found it both hilarious and exasperating. Orochimaru definitely did not calculate how much chakra he could give them to retain control, so this entire situation going in his favor was one massive coincidence. No wonder I never won a gamble against him. He is practically shitting luck. She inwardly grumbled. Seeing the two summoned Hokages, Orochimaru smirked at Saratobi, who was completely mortified he didn't prevent this disturbance to their eternal rest. No way was Orochimaru wasting this golden opportunity to taunt him. Kukuku, what a touching reunion, isn't it, sensei? He gleefully said as he walked towards the unmoving Hokages, taking out a kunai with the control seal from his sleeve. Every move of his was deliberately slow in order to prolong Saratobi's agony, but also fast enough so there was no chance for his opponent to interrupt him. As he reached the two Hokages and was about to put the control seal into them, his elation reached the peak. This was it. The moment he waited for so long. The moment when he would make Saratobi suffer as he watched the two biggest heroes of Konoha turned into his faithful puppets. It could have been much better if he didn't prevent Minato's resurrection, but oh well, two Hokages are better than none. Orochimaru nonchalantly thought, glee filling him. But just as the kunai were about to enter the two Senju ancestors, they suddenly got teleported outside of the arena before it could reach them. Both Saratobi and Orochimaru's heads whipped in Tsunade's direction, only to find the last Senju glaring at them as if they just killed her puppy. Orochimaru gulped as he realized he totally forgot about the fact that the person with control over the seals around the arena was also a Senju. As for Saratobi, he had no idea why he was being glared at. Tsunade grew increasingly more unreasonable by the year, so he assumed this was just yet another show of that. No way he did something wrong, right? Chapter 420, Chapter 420, Family Reunion 1. I told you this will be a deathmatch between you two. As in 1 versus 1, Orochimaru. I know such a concept is hard for your treacherous mind, but I don't intend to let you break the rules I set. Tsunade spoke calmly with just a slight but obvious annoyance in her tone. Inwardly though. Where did the shit stain gain the guts to summon Hashirama and Tobirama with Edo Tensei right in front of her? She wanted to step in and pull his innards out of his stomach, enwrap them around his neck and strangle him with them. But this was Saratobi's great moment, so she held herself back and just decided that Orochimaru was not walking alive out of here even if he won. Previously, she would have let him go while just secretly putting a tracking seal inside of him. The second he summoned her ancestors though, his life was forfeit. With her piece said, Tsunade turned around with an audible umph and left Orochimaru and Saratobi dully staring at her back as she approached the still disoriented Tobirama and Hashirama. The atmosphere in the makeshift arena turned awkward as both Orochimaru and Saratobi exchanged a sympathetic look full of understanding before they could stop themselves. Both instantly shook in disgust as they realized what they had just done, and the awkwardness turned to the more natural hostility and killing intent. Orochimaru might have lost his trump card, but he was not giving up now. If I can't use the Hokages to kill Saratobi, I will just have to use my own hands. He spitefully thought. After all, he didn't summon the Hokages because he thought he needed them to defeat Saratobi. He summoned them because he thought it would bring Saratobi anguish. Just because they were taken away didn't mean Orochimaru would be unable to go blow for blow with such an old senile coot as Saratobi. Neither was Saratobi giving up. Instead of dropping his guard due to his perceived advantage, he became even more cautious. He knew how devious Orochimaru was and doubted the boy had no other trump card stored up in his ass. Both again drew their weapons and rushed at each other before Enma met Kusanagi in yet another struggle for dominance. This time, a much more cautious one, as neither Orochimaru nor Saratobi dared to go all out in fear of being outplayed by their opponent. A long battle of attrition and stamina started as medium and low-ranked techniques flew left and right throughout the arena, devastating the surroundings within the ceiling circle encompassing it. While Orochimaru and Saratobi were having their fun, Tsunade arrived near the two still immobile Hokages. When Tobirama and Hashirama saw Tsunade. Oi, brother, doesn't that hot blonde chick remind you of Mido? Why not try to flirt with her? Hashirama spoke, thinking he was being quiet, and from Tobirama's face, it was ever so obvious that if he could, he would have facepalmed. God of Shinobi indeed. Tsunade's fond smile suddenly froze for a second. She would have never thought they would not recognize her, but it was a few decades after all. Nevertheless, her left eye twitched in annoyance and her lips stretched wider, getting past fond and entering the territory of nasty and devious as she grinned at the two, her eyes gleaming the same way when she caught Jiraiya trying to peek on her. Oh. Tobirama and Hashirama thought as their eyes widened when they spotted Tsunade pulling her arm back in preparation for a punch. Their instincts told them to dodge and they definitely tried, but they realized they couldn't move as they were still bound by the Edo Tensei, and their expressions became dumbstruck as the world entered a slow motion for the two reanimated corpses, and they could with a great reluctance clearly see Tsunade's first getting closer and closer, coated in a very concentrated chakra that became almost visible to the naked eye due to the sheer intensity of energy it contained. The punch seemed to be extremely slow from their perspective, but in reality, it was very fast. Before the two even managed to utter a sound, Tsunade's fist impacted the ground in front of them. The entire Konoha could witness and, more importantly, hear the resulting explosion as a dust cloud rose into the air above the Konoha's arena before instantly dispersing due to the shockwave that followed shortly after the first impact. This was accompanied by such a loud crash it stopped half of the fights going on throughout the village. Even Orochimaru and Saratobi momentarily stopped and looked toward Tsunade, only to see half of the roof missing. Neither paid much attention to it though. Both knew Tsunade and this was nothing new. Violent tendencies and low self-control followed by property damage were her everyday modus operandi. Since there was nothing out of ordinary, the two just shrugged and continued their fight. Tsunade, with a self-righteous satisfaction, noted that both her grandfather and granduncle were disintegrated just as she aimed for. Because their bodies were made by the Edo Tensei technique, the two started to be quickly reconstructed in front of Tsunade. Definitely reminds me of Mito. Ahahaha. Hashirama started to boisterously laugh, totally disregarding the fact he was disintegrated just a second ago. Hashirama, just shut up. Tobirama groaned. Don't you see we have more pressing matters? Huh? What could be more pressing than finally getting you a woman? Do you even realize you are already dead and still single? It's sad, Tobi. Hashirama boisterously exclaimed, and Tsunade had a hard time not chuckling. She could have sworn Tobirama actually blushed at that. But it was gone as quickly as it came. Hearing Hashirama, Tobirama's face twitched. I'll punch you. No, you won't. Neither of us can move. Tough luck. Hashirama grinned. Sage, just kill me again. Tobirama muttered. Just then the attention of the two men was attracted by the hot blonde chick who snorted at them. Why, grandfather, I would have never thought you were into incest. To think you would offer your own granddaughter to your brother. Then again, it is a known fact that Senju and Uzumaki are related. Tsunade chuckled, watching as the jaws of the two reanimated men dropped and both unconsciously gave her a once-over. Not the kind of look a man gives a woman, but rather, the type a grandparent gives their grandchild after not seeing him or her for a long time. After a moment of stunned silence full of bewilderment, Hashirama was the first to regain himself. T.S. Tsuna. Is that you? You grew up. He eagerly exclaimed with wide eyes full of shining stars that made Tsunade want to take a step back. Oi, calm down. You are scaring her. Tobirama rebuked, besides, she is right. You just offered her to me. Creep. He snarked in deadpan. Wadash. Hashirama blinked before furrowing his eyebrows. His expression suddenly turned sharp. Oh, no, no, no. You are not getting anywhere near my sweet Tsuchan, Tobirama. Even if it would mean you dying a virgin, I forbid it. I am already dead. Tobirama retorted, and I am not a virgin. But then he noticed Hashirama was too engrossed in observing Tsunade in fascination to listen to him, and he is no longer listening to me. Typical. He tiredly sighed. If he could, he would have shaken his head at his brother's antics. As funny as this little conversation of yours is, I am already taken. Tsunade said and showed them the ring on her finger, knowing only something like this would stop them from bickering like children. Silence instantly fell onto the two of them as they looked at each other. As the satisfied Tsunade was about to start talking again, the two spoke at the same time, threat gleaming in their determined eyes. Who is the dead meat? Chapter 421, Chapter 421, Family Reunion 2. I think we have much more important things to do than you giving my decade-long husband a shovel talk. Tsunade dryly deadpanned. Inwardly though, she really wanted to deflect that particular topic. Having her grandfather and granduncle trying to intimidate Rei would be extremely embarrassing for her. It had to be avoided at all costs since it would give her sister wives ammunition to laugh at her for months. Speaking of which, I don't think neither of these two would appreciate the fact I am not Rei's only wife. I can already imagine grandfather being his hasty self and trying to beat some manners into Rei for being a womanizer while granduncle tries to stare him to death. Tsunade's sweat dropped and her determination to delay their meeting with Rei, preferably until, never, increased. She is right, Hashirama. Tobirama, bless his heart, decided to switch back into his serious self. They were both extremely gifted sensors with loads of experience, so there was no way the war raging in the middle of Konoha could escape their senses. In fact, Tsunade noticed Tobirama's fingers slightly twitch while he joked around with Hashirama. He no doubt wanted nothing more than to go and defend the village. The only reason why he was still here was probably the hold Orochimaru's Edo Tensei had over him and his experience. As an experienced ninja, he knew that leaping blindly into a fight was just asking for trouble. Tobirama hoped Tsunade would provide more information on what was going on. That's why he steered the topic back to the ongoing invasion. Hearing him, Hashirama's face sank for a moment. His lifelong wish to prevent war by creating a village failed. This situation was the biggest proof of that. It lasted only for a second though, and before Tsunade could even blink, Hashirama's face hardened. Dreamer, he might have been, but he was first and foremost a ninja. And no matter how childishly he acted at times, nobody gets called God of Shinobi by being kind to people. Especially not his enemies. Seeing her ancestors being completely serious, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction before she started speaking. Konoha was just invaded by Orochimaru's dash. Wait. That pale skin and yellow eyes. Isn't that Orochimaru? Hashirama interrupted, faintly remembering small, 4-year-old Tsunade complaining about a genius in her class once or twice before he died. Tsuna-chan, what is your first crush doing, invading Konoha? He asked with genuine concern and curiosity shining in his eyes. Tsunade groaned and facepalmed as Tobirama chuckled. He too could remember how annoyed little Tsunade was that she was not first on this or that academy test. He was not my crush. Tsunade exclaimed, her embarrassment showing on her slightly pink cheeks as she glared at him. Hashirama grinned at her reaction but refrained from teasing her further. Her glare reminded him far too much of Mito, and that was one woman even the god of shinobi did not want to piss off. It really warmed his dead heart to see his granddaughter all grown up like this. Are you sure? I distinctly remember Tobirama didn't have the natural filter only men married to an Uzumaki woman acquired, and so he decided to go for a slight tease at Tsunade's expense. He didn't get far as before he could finish that sentence, Tsunade's fist impacted the center of his face at speeds even he could not see, and his entire upper torso was blasted to smithereens. Yes. I am quite sure. Tsunade irritably exclaimed, and Hashirama winced. Yes, this was exactly the brutality of an Uzumaki woman. He would know, having Mito as a wife. Now that he thought about it, he actually pitied Tsunade's husband. When Tobirama finally reformed, Tsunade was not in the mood for more jokes, so she started explaining the situation. The invasion is not as bad as it might seem on the first look. In fact, it is merely a training exercise for our troops. Tsunade dismissively said, and both Tobirama and Hashirama couldn't help but to gape at that statement. Enemy ninjas were traversing the streets of Konoha and fighting was going on throughout the village. Where exactly did she get the gall to call it just a training exercise? Did the common sense get screwed while I was dead? Tobirama thought in shock. Mito, our granddaughter, is not very smart. Sigh. I wonder whose genes spoiled her. Hashirama wistfully sighed. Tsunade could see on their faces that they thought something rude, but considering what she had just told them, she couldn't really blame them. Instead of doing what her impulses were telling her to and punching the hell out of them, she opted to do the patient thing and try to explain more. Just try to sense deeper, especially the chakra signature on each of the civilians. It should clear things up a bit. She said, knowing that at the very least her grandfather was skilled enough sensor to recognize what was going on if he really tried to sense deeper. Hashirama indeed did as Tsunade asked, and when he noticed what Tsunade was trying to point out, his eyes widened. You must have an excellent seal master at your side, to think such incredible shielding seals could be deployed to each civilian. Mito would have been totally dumbfounded, ha ha ha. He started to boisterously laugh. His mood lightened and his worries eased. As somebody who had one of the best seal masters of his time as his wife, Hashirama could recognize seals just by the feeling of his sensory abilities. He could not perfectly tell what the seal did, but various seals had various feels, and chakra had its potency. That's why he could tell these seals on civilians were meant to protect them, and what reassured him was the potency of the chakra infused into them. At least, the civilians in Konoha were totally safe. Tobirama didn't need an explanation. He was also a good sensor. He might not be on Hashirama's level, but with a bit of context due to his brother's previous sentence, he realized what was going on and he found himself giving Tsunade an approving look. Unlike Hashirama, Tobirama focused more on the readiness of Konoha's forces, and he could feel them all not only sporting similar seals, if only a bit weaker, but also moving in a coordinated fashion to counter the enemies. Konoha was clearly well prepared for this attack. My husband is the best seal maker in the world. Tsunade smugly proclaimed, as you can see, there is no need to worry about Konoha. You can go and help to fend off the invaders later if you want. Now. She turned towards Tobirama with a sardonic smile. I am sure you would like to see your student and talk about some of his exploits. Tobirama furrowed his eyebrows at her smile, not knowing what it meant, but she had a point. Since Konoha's defense was not such a pressing matter, he surmised seeing the young monkey would be a good thing. One of which he is currently fighting. Tsunade added with a dose of sarcasm, gesturing at the place where Orochimaru and Saratobi were exchanging ninjutsu for ninjutsu. The ceiling barrier around them was quite strong, to contain their moves without disturbing Tsunade, Hashirama, and Tobirama, who stood just a bit away from it. Tobirama almost face-faulted hearing that. He realized what Tsunade meant, realized he was summoned by Hiruzen's student. That would explain how somebody set against Konoha could use Edo Tensei. Tobirama thought, and his eyes grew stormy. Hiruzen, just wait till I get my hands on you. I am gonna spank you till your butt cheeks fall off. I didn't entrust you with my worst and best jutsu for you to let it fall in enemies' hands. Tobirama felt immensely disappointed. At the same time, he was extremely surprised somebody actually managed to recreate it. The version he entrusted to Hiruzen when he was begging him to be taught was incomplete. Tobirama did teach him, but he also knew Hiruzen was too dumb to finish the incomplete version. He always had a knack for nature manipulation, but when it came to more esoteric ways of ninjutsu, like seals, spacetime, and shadow clones, Hiruzen was average at best. Tobirama felt safe in trusting the unfinished version to him with the instructions to never let anybody see it. If nothing else, he could trust Hiruzen to never show it to anyone until he mastered it himself. Which was just not gonna happen. Seeing somebody capable of progressing the incomplete version to this degree was astonishing. Hearing that Hiruzen let a genius capable of doing this out of his sight, allowing him to defect the village, was downright outrageous. And seeing that this genius was not taken care of before he could threaten the village like this was the last drop. When he let Hiruzen become the third Hokage, he expected competency. Hashirama could see his brother's expression go blank and promptly took a step away from him. He knew his brother and somebody was in for a very rough beating. Tsunade just smirked. Heh, and he has no idea about all the problems with Konoha during Saratobi's reign yet. Like, the extinction of the Senju line. She deviously thought. There was no way she would let go of this golden opportunity to make Saratobi's life a bit harsher. Chapter 422, Chapter 422, Tsunade's bragging. Well, then, let's go and take a look at Saratobi's fight, shall we? Tsunade innocently smiled, not giving away how satisfied with how the situation was progressing. Unknown to her, Hashirama knew that smile very well from her younger days. He was both very impressed at how subtly she manipulated his brother and not impressed at all that she really did do it in this kind of manner. But some things just never change, eh? Hashirama inwardly chuckled, reminiscing about a similar, if a bit more innocent scene, between little Tsunade and Tobirama. She always knew how to black my dash, justly acquire candies from her granduncle. As for Tobirama, he didn't notice. He was far too preoccupied with his own thoughts about his protege turned Hokage. Tsuna-chan, you do know we can't move our bodies, right? Hashirama decided to point out the obvious flaw in her plan. While they could speak and change expressions, maybe even do things like twitch fingers and such, the Edo Tensei restricted any bigger movements. After all, Tobirama usually used it on the village's zealous enemies, so it had to have a feature to restrain them before the control seal could be implanted lest they attack the caster. Ah, that. Tsunade dismissively hummed before she flexed her chakra in a way that affected both Hashirama and Tobirama. The two men instantly felt the restriction on them shatter, causing them to be astonished. Tobirama's mind even momentarily forgot his anger at the feat his grandniece just accomplished. How? He quietly muttered under his nose in bewilderment. Tsunade, thanks to her senjutsu-enhanced senses, heard him and smirked. I might or might not have studied Sharingan a lot. She threw him a bone. Tobirama instantly froze when he heard her, his head snapping towards her and his eyes going wide. Oh. Tobirama dumbly said with a dumbstruck expression on his face. So you have realized that? He trailed off. Nevertheless, his chest was swelling with pride at Tsunade being so knowledgeable in ninjutsu. Tsunade saw that the conversation went over Hashirama's head, and as a dutiful granddaughter, she decided to enlighten him. Looking at him, she spoke. There is a reason why Edo Tensei summons cannot be put down normally. Tobirama used a lot of the concepts of Uchiha's Anaji technique in his Edo Tensei. Hearing Tsunade, Hashirama blinked and turned towards his brother, gaping at him. Didn't this dude hate the Uchihas the most? Why did he base his techniques on their bloodline? Tobirama just sheepishly smiled, not liking the awkward atmosphere surrounding him. This was exactly why he never confessed this fact to anybody. While bloodlines could not be fully replicated, nobody said one could not observe how they worked and learn a lot from it. Most Tobirama-made jutsu were on the esoteric side, inside. The same as the Sharingan bloodline. He really believed to prevail over one's enemy, one had to study their prowess with impunity. This gave him a lot of insights into how Sharingan worked and gave him a lot of inspiration for jutsus. It was also because Tobirama studied Sharingan that he disliked the Uchiha clan. He simply understood their bloodline more than most Uchiha-born ninjas. And he didn't like the picture and the influence it had on the user. Not at all. That's why he always warned his brother about Uchihas being a loose cannon. I gotta say, granduncle, you really are ingenious. Tsunade continued without a care in the world. You not only managed to implement an Izanagi-like system into your technique but also bypass the only limitation of it. Since they are already dead and just chakra constructs of a sort, there is no permanent blindness associated with reformation for the summoned. She wistfully sighed and dreamily put her hand on her cheek. It almost reminds me of my research to evolve Mangekyo Sharingan to the next stage. Just a bit more simple. Tobirama and Hashirama almost face-faulted when they heard her. Mang dash. They started at the same time, stopping when they realized it. Looking at each other, they came to a silent understanding. What dash? They again started at the same time. Apparently, they both had their own understanding of who was allowed to ask first. Getting annoyed, they decided to just speak. Both raised their voices and loudly exclaimed in outrage. Evolve Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you mad, Tsunade Senju? Surprisingly enough, it was Hashirama who was the louder one. While he didn't hold a grudge against the Uchiha clan and was quite accepting of them, he was, in the end, a Senju. He knew how dangerous that bloodline was, and hearing of its final stage evolving, his world almost spun when he heard those words. Please tell me you failed. Tobirama almost pleadingly asked. Even the ninjutsu nerd inside of him couldn't make him want to see such monstrosity. Sure, Tsunade shrugged, I failed. Both Tobirama and Hashirama sighed in relief at that. If hearing a lie can ease your mind, I'd gladly supply one. Tsunade grinned at them. Both men looked at her in horror, but she didn't really care. Finally, someone listened to her bragging about her research and gave her a proper reaction. Whenever she talked about it to her sister wives or Rei, they did listen, but they were lackluster about it. Evolving Sharingan was no big deal for a guy who created his own dimension. Nor did it matter to a woman who had Kekei Tota and could create the biggest spy network, spanning the entire elemental nations, just with her paper abilities. Nor was the carefree, sweet Mei interested in hearing about anything icky like science. Nor did Ringo care, since genetics was not sword-making or swinging. The only person who listened to Tsunade gushing about her research was Pakura, and even then she rolled her eyes at her more often than not before she returned to her paperwork or other administrative duty. Tsunade lacked somebody who would give her a good reaction to her accomplishments. You succeeded. Hashirama swayed back. Who's Sharingan? I mean. Tobirama didn't even speak, he just looked deathly pale. Like a corpse. Ah, knock it off. Tsunade rolled her eyes at them, feeling smug to cause these two ninja idols to almost faint in front of her. I only allowed one of my friends to have the evolution of Sharingan. Friend. With Uchiha. Tobirama muttered in disbelief while inwardly musing, did I fail to educate her? Hashirama, however, beamed at Tsunade, his worries forgotten. Looks like my granddaughter is walking in my footsteps. He was delighted. The girl is a bit of a klutz, but at worst, she will erase a mountain or two by coincidence. No biggie. Tsunade dismissively said. And the worries of the two men came instantly back. Konoha sure got a lot stronger, huh? Tobirama muttered, still not sure how to take such a powerful Uchiha being allowed to live. But he would give this Uchiha klutz the benefit of the doubt. For Tsunade's sake. Konoha. Tsunade furrowed her eyebrows at Tobirama, who tilted his head at her reaction. Did I say something wrong? Just. The Uchiha clan is no longer residing in Konoha, you know. Tsunade started. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, Hard Truth. Just. The Uchiha clan is no longer residing in Konoha, you know. Tsunade started. Both Hashirama and Tobirama felt as if a bucket of cold water was just poured on them when they heard that. Both for different reasons. Hashirama was bitter that this came to be. Konoha started with the Senju and the Uchiha clans, and it should be continuing with them. He and his clan did so many sacrifices to keep it that way, to hear they were for naught was disheartening. Tobirama felt elated but also conflicted. On one hand, Uchiha-free Konoha was like a dream coming true for him. Finally, the ticking time bomb was away from his precious village. Whoever was responsible, Tobirama would love to congratulate them for being the biggest hero of Konoha. On the other hand, he felt very conflicted because Uchihas were not all bad. He had a student, Kagami Uchiha, who was a nice lad. Tobirama did not dislike individuals. Rather, he didn't like the risks that particular clan was bringing to the table. And in the end, the Uchiha clan was a part of Konoha's power. Losing them felt kind of sour for the second Hokage despite his personal feelings. When he was the Hokage, he always strived to keep them controlled but also to make them feel welcome in the village. He gave them the duty to police the village, after all. That was something every clan wanted and he relinquished it to Uchihas. What happened to them? Tobirama asked with a grunt, not even bothering to contemplate the possibility that they could have gone extinct. No way that was the case. In his opinion, Uchihas were like cockroaches. Tsunade thought for a second if she should tell them the truth or not. She was not sure if she wanted them to spend more than a few hours in the land of the living or not. If they stuck around, the truth would eventually come out and if not, it wouldn't have mattered. In the end, she just shrugged and decided to simply roll with it. Danzo and Saratobi drove them over the edge so the clan head and some of his most arrogant ponces wanted to stage a coup. She purposefully trailed off, giving her flabbergasted ancestors time to think about her words. Now even Hashirama was getting a bit angry but he kept it in, not outwardly showing it. He worked so much, did so much, sacrificed so much, even went against their clan's rules as clan head and made quite a few of his clansmen dissatisfied with him, all to bring the end to the Senju and Uchiha feud, and all of that was undone by his supposed successor, the Hokage. What the hell? The knowledge that both of these men were Tobirama's students made it only worse. Saratobi was his usual manipulative self and was purposefully pussyfooting around the issue, letting it grow bigger and bigger, building up the Uchiha's dissatisfaction with the village while Danzo flat out fed the flames behind the coup because he wanted some freshly harvested Sharingan and the supply was kinda low at that time. Tsunade lightheartedly continued. Now, both Tobirama and Hashirama were battle-hardened veterans with kill count in hundreds, if not thousands, but their stomachs could not help but turn at how easily Tsunade was talking about harvesting parts of humans for their bloodline. For a clan ninjas, such a thing was disgusting. Tsunade was not disappointed and when she saw the twitches in her ancestors' expressions, she chuckled. In the end, Danzo went behind Saratobi's back and tricked one immensely talented but very naive Uchiha kid genius into killing off his own clan. Elderly, children, babies, it didn't matter. They were all supposed to die. As talented and smart for his age as Itachi was, he was still a 13-year-old kid. Nobody could expect him to win in the manipulation department against old foxes like Saratobi and Danzo. Still, Tsunade thought the notion that Konoha had to rely on one 13-year-old boy to deal with the Uchiha clan was ridiculous and she didn't understand why Itachi actually believed that. He had options. He could have gone to another clan for help. Maybe that would have made him indebted to that clan but, clans like Nara, Yamanaka, or Akimichi, would definitely help him without asking an exorbitant price for it. They simply were not dicks like Hyugas. At the very least, this way would have saved more Uchihas than just Itachi's brother. But like a kid without much knowledge about how these things worked and what options he had to resolve such a bad situation, Itachi chose to be a good boy and do what Danzo was telling him. It just shows that power is not really everything. Knowledge about your options is also a very important thing. Tsunade was about to continue but, so the Senju clan is the last remaining founding clan in Konoha, huh? That's kind of sad. Hashirama dejectedly said, his shoulders sagging in depression. Since her grandfather interrupted her like this and brought up a quite important point, Tsunade decided to omit how the Uchiha clan survived and relocated to the village of her husband. It would need a lot of explanations and she was not in the mood for that. She had no idea how accepting her ancestors would be of her decision to abandon Konoha for Rei. Or about her usurping most of Hokage's privileges and becoming the daimyo of Konoha. Or, well, there was a lot that could not be to their liking. She'd rather direct them straight at Saratobi's rather than deal with all of that right now. Senju clan is extinct. I am the last one. Tsunade bluntly told them. The things they were told up to now were shocking. But this was something that made them regret coming back to life. Something that hit them with enough force that if they had a working heart, they would get a heart attack. Both of them were ninjas from the Warring States era where the clan was above all. To hear said clan is extinct. Both Tobirama and Hashirama felt sick. But Nawaki. And the others. We intermarried a lot so. Hashirama spluttered, trying to deny what Tsunade was telling him while Tobirama just stared at her, silently observing her expression and when he didn't find any form of mischief or falseness, bitter acceptance and anger started to rise in him. Nawaki died in the Second Ninja War, grandfather. Konoha sent him on a mission close to enemy lines despite him being the last male Senju. Tsunade bitterly spoke, still feeling resentment for that. In hindsight, it should have been obvious to me. I only discovered what really happened decades later. While Hashirama was having a small mental breakdown at the knowledge his line was all but called out, Tobirama decided to retain his cold head and get some more information. And the others? As my idiot brother already said, we intermarried a lot. Despite mentioning that, he didn't have much hope. He didn't think Tsunade would disregard that fact. Checked blood tests, Tsunade shook her head, Danzo was thorough enough to have every single person with Senju blood meet some unfortunate accident. Tobirama's heart froze. Danzo. You want to tell me my student is responsible for the demise of my clan? He asked in an icy tone. It has to be said, he did not just teach his students how to survive in the turbulent ninja world. He basically raised them as his own. He gave them access to resources they would never be privy to. Even Hiruzen, who was a member of the Saratobi clan, would never get enough teaching material to learn all 5 chakra natures without access to the Senju library. They were supposed to be far more than just students. They were practically family. An honorary Senju. To hear this, Tsunade sighed and nodded. As devious of her as the scene seemed, she was not really trying to manipulate them. This was something they had a right to know. As men who spent a massive part of their lives on bettering Konoha and serving their clan, they should be aware that their clan is considered extinct. Keeping it secret would not be mercy. That would have been cruelty. Don't worry about it, I have already made him suffer a very cruel fate for someone like him. Tsunade snorted. Both Hashirama and Tobirama wanted to protest but, they were dead. They guessed the future belonged to Tsunade now so they did not really have a justification to argue that point. The atmosphere turned a bit gloomy because of the topic and Tsunade had one massive bomb to drop on them yet. With a sigh, she decided to rip it off like a band-aid. That was the best approach when dealing with ninjas. But you can have your way with the other culprit of our clan's demise. Saratobi is still alive. Chapter 424, Chapter 424, Interrupted Match. Saratobi is still alive. Saratobi. Both Hashirama and Tobirama exclaimed in complete surprise. What do you mean by Saratobi participating in? Tobirama started, cutting himself off before finishing. Saratobi was his successor whose role was to safeguard Konoha and its clans. To hear he had a part in the Senju clan extinction. Tobirama's mood darkened and he became sullenly contemplative. Did I choose my successor wrong? Tobirama wondered as self-guilt started to flood his conscience. Should I have picked Kagami? Nobody would ever be able to answer that question for him. While Tobirama was pondering about his life choices, Hashirama felt a rare twinge of anger seep on the surface. He was usually a very jovial man with a capacity to forgive a lot but this made him want to go and deal with the entire Saratobi clan. Such was the justice and common sense of men raised in the Warring States era. As he usually did when such a situation arose, Hashirama pushed this impulse down, knowing it would not solve anything. This time, however, he was not about to let it go. What exactly was Saratobi's part in that? Honestly. Tsunade wryly smiled. From a certain standpoint, you can't really blame him nor his advisors, granduncle's other students. They had no direct involvement. They just knew about it and allowed it to happen. For the good of Konoha, of course. She imitated Saratobi's grave voice before snorting at the notion. It was easy for her to talk about these things. Decades passed since her clan perished and her new family helped her to deal with it. She wasn't really even an adult when most of her clan members died, so it had not that big of an impact on her. Yes, attending a funeral every other week was depressing, but the biggest and most rememberable impact on her had Nawaki's death. Unlike her, however, Tobirama and Hashirama died when the clan was still going strong. For them, it was like being taken from a time when everything was alright and put into a time when one of the most important things in their life was simply gone. Tsunade's light-hearted manner of speaking and snarkiness did not carry the same humorous undertone for them as it did for her. In fact, it only fueled their anger. That's why Tsunade was utterly surprised when the two men just walked towards the ceiling barrier before turning towards her with an intense stare so similar to each other that there was no doubt they were brothers despite their ridiculously different hair coloring. The purpose of their stare couldn't be more obvious. They were as if demanding for her to open a passage for them. Saratobi was almost a part of the family. To hear he just sat by and didn't even try to prevent the extinction of the Senju clan for his own selfish purposes. He might not have killed them with his own hands or orders, but in Tobirama's and Hashirama's opinions, what he did was bona fide betrayal regardless. They gave so much to the little shit and he couldn't even make sure their legacy would be preserved. It was such an outrageous thing they would normally question the truthfulness behind Tsunade's words. Alas, Hashirama Senjutsu could discern between lies and truth quite well, and his senses were telling him Tsunade was truthful to them. And since Hashirama looked so crushed, Tobirama also understood this was no distasteful joke. His very own students turned out to be utter scumbags. The only good one was the Uchiha. The one he kept at arm's length. What an irony. Seeing their demanding determination, Tsunade inwardly chuckled as she opened a small passage through the barrier, letting the two previous Hokages enter the arena where Saratobi and Orochimaru were still locked in an intense ninjutsu battle. Orochimaru had a hard time. He was sweaty, panting, and under a lot of pressure as bullets of molten earth swished all around him. He, however, refused to break his calm and collected facade in front of his former teacher. The fact that Saratobi was also heavily panting was the only highlight in his unpleasant situation for Orochimaru. He tried everything. He fought Saratobi in a weapon fight, clashing his extremely poisonous blade with his teacher's indestructible staff. He only needed one goddamn cut to poison Saratobi to death, but apparently, the old monkey was prepared and eager to fight. Hence, Orochimaru could not land even one glancing blow. It was extremely infuriating and frustrating. Orochimaru's ego actually wanted to sneer. When the weapon clashing led to nowhere, they started to use ninjutsu and the oldest trick in the book, deception. Orochimaru would love to think he returned as good as he received, and Saratobi's disheveled appearance would certainly be a good proof of that, but that was only because Orochimaru had to use his special life-saving skin shedding 4 times already. In short, a prepared Saratobi was an exceedingly difficult opponent. If there was no ceiling barrier around the arena, Orochimaru would have fled a long time ago. As crafty as he was, matching Saratobi's pure firepower was proving to be quite demanding. Fortunately for him, the opening in the ceiling barrier proved to be just enough distraction for Saratobi to stop his onslaught of jutsus. The old geezer still had more juice in the tank than his frail facade would suggest, and Orochimaru found that the hard way. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, he was not stupid enough to think he could use this opportunity to sneak attack Saratobi. The opening Saratobi showed as he slightly turned around was far too tempting and reeked of a newbie mistake. There was no way it was anything but bait. As Orochimaru turned towards the opening, he suddenly saw 2 utterly pissed Senjus and instantly went deathly pale. He had enough problems with Saratobi alone. Tsunade. You bitch. You said this was one-on-one. Orochimaru seethed while sweat was pouring down his forehead. He didn't want to die. He still had so many jutsus to research. So many people to cut open. So many bloodline users to experiment on. His journey for immortality could not end like this. Orochimaru was desperately looking for a way to run away, but, the more he looked, the more he realized just how tight the ceiling barrier is. Not even the reverse summon seal responded, and that scared him witless. The last time he felt so powerless was when he fought against Hanzo the Salamander, and he at least had his teammates with him there. Unlike Orochimaru, Saratobi felt relieved and smug. With Tobirama and Hashirama on his side, there was no way his slippery misbehaving student could run away. He of course did not fully trust Tsunade's barrier jutsu, so Orochimaru getting away was a real concern for him. But with 2 Hokages coming to help him. This will be your end, Orochimaru. Saratobi thought with determination, intent to wash off the biggest mistake of his life that was currently staring at the 2 Hokages with fright in his eyes. Tobirama and Hashirama walked towards Saratobi, intently staring at him. Hiruzen dash, Tobirama started. Saratobi, however, did not want to give Orochimaru the time to prepare a counterattack and escape plan. Tobirama-sensei, we can talk later. Saratobi interrupted Tobirama with urgency in his tone as he didn't let his eyes wander off of Orochimaru's body. Now we have to deal with my misguided student. You can't imagine what heinous deeds he dash. He didn't manage to finish his sentence. Tobirama had had enough, and right in front of Orochimaru's eyes, a sight that made his jaw drop in utter bewilderment had just happened. Tobirama grabbed Saratobi's shoulder, instantly spreading restraining seals on him and immobilizing him. Saratobi didn't even manage to widen his eyes in shock before he found himself bent over Tobirama's lap, and then the chakra-enhanced spanking began, and Saratobi's painful howls were heard all around Konoha. Orochimaru had to wince at every smack he witnessed and tighten his posterior when he saw how proficient and creative Tobirama was with the lighting chakra nature. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, Hashirama vs. Orochimaru. While Saratobi was getting spanked like a misbehaving unwanted child by pissed Tobirama, Orochimaru came face to face with an unamused Hashirama who had his arms crossed on his chest. You know. Hashirama started, I have no idea what problem you have with the foolish little monkey, but attacking Konoha is going one step too far. As he finished speaking, he unleashed the full brunt of his chakra's pressure upon Orochimaru, making his knees almost buckle. Only his long experience with life and death situations allowed Orochimaru to keep himself standing. His whole body, though, was slightly shivering from the passive killing intent Hashirama was releasing. It was not full of hostility and ill intent like Orochimaru's was. Instead, it was somehow filled with disinterest and annoyance, only making Orochimaru that much more pissed. If he was reading Hashirama's killing intent right, the men didn't even consider him a warm-up. Yet, whenever Orochimaru wanted to move, he would realize his body was fighting him. Is this the level of the first god of ninjas? It is nothing like Saratobi. They are totally in a different league. Orochimaru was inwardly freaking out. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, as Tsunade removed the restrictions on Hashirama and Tobirama, their Edo Tensei forms regained their full power. In front of Orochimaru was now standing Hashirama, who could go 1-against-1 even with Kyuubi and easily have the upper hand. Sweat poured from Orochimaru's forehead, but the man still crazily smiled and playfully asked, why? Are you gonna spank me too? Hashirama's eyebrow twitched in a mild annoyance. That was gay. Hearing that, Orochimaru's jaw dropped in speechlessness. He expected many types of responses but not that one. The worst part was that he was utterly unable to refute him since he recently possessed a female body. It really made him wonder if there was no unexpected side effect to his possession technique. Ah, whatever. Who am I to question your sexual orientation? Hashirama offhandedly shrugged and took a fighting stance. Orochimaru would usually throw a hurtful remark back, but with Hashirama focused on him, he could not let his concentration slip for some petty pre-fight trash talking. It actually saved him too. In a blink of an eye, Hashirama was upon him, his fist raising its path towards Orochimaru's abdomen with bone-shattering force, and Orochimaru only barely managed to twist out of its path thanks to how focused he was. But he didn't get enough time to rejoice because a split of a second later, Hashirama's second fist found purchase on Orochimaru's jaw, causing his body to be catapulted back before it bounced on a floor a few times and stopped in an unmoving heap. Hashirama definitely felt bones breaking upon his fist connecting, but this was supposed to be one of Konoha's brightest and strongest. No way did the fight finish with just that. He knew he went down into history as a naive idiot, especially for giving other nations their Biju, and he served his well-deserved Nomito couch time for that, but he was not that naive. Even his stunt with the Biju was in hopes of preventing a senseless war. He might have miscalculated human nature there, but it was not a decision made out of naivety. Cut the small tricks. He spoke towards the downed body of his opponent. Orochimaru did not get up, instead, his body dissolved into the mud, causing Hashirama to lift his leg and stomp onto the ground with enough force that if the roof was not supported by the ceiling barrier, it would have crumbled down. Unfortunately for one Snake Sannin, that meant he was caught between the unmovable ceiling barrier and the full brunt of Hashirama's stomp, reminding him of his academy history lesson where he learned that the first Hokage was the best censor Konoha ever had. The force from the stomp pressed Orochimaru's body onto the barrier, squashing it so strongly blood flowed out of his mouth, eyes, and ears while multiple bones broke and muscles got mangled. Hashirama watched as his opponent was turned into a gory pulp, inwardly sighing. Not everyone could be Madara and withstand his strength head-on. Not even Tobirama could match him in taijutsu. But then something surprising happened. From the mouth of the mangled pulp, like a snake shedding its skin, another Orochimaru emerged and Hashirama had to prevent himself from retching. The dude was completely covered in stinking saliva. Where does he go for ideas for these kinds of jutsu? Did his teacher never teach him anything about propriety? Hashirama inwardly complained, taking a step back from the disgusting man. Somebody should have given him mental medical help a long time ago if this seems like a good technique to him. Tobirama, who was still inflicting untold atrocities upon Saratobi's body by spanking him with various chakra natures, was actually quite impressed by the technique of Saratobi's protege. Visuals aside, it was a masterpiece. Alas, it was apparent the technique was not yet finished, and even if it was, against his brother, it would be meaningless. Just as the new Orochimaru landed, he already had to swing his sword in order to prevent Hashirama from landing a blow on him. Or so he attempted to do. Hashirama was a bit more experienced than Orochimaru accounted for, though. Instead of dodging the sword slash, Hashirama caught Orochimaru's wrist and broke it in one fluid twisting motion. With this motion, the sword's path also twisted, and before Orochimaru could even register the pain from his now broken wrist, his very own sword impaled him right through the center of his chest, causing his eyes to go wide in disbelief. Hashirama relaxed his grip on Orochimaru's wrist, looking him straight into the eyes. "You are too slow," he said just as blood spurted out of Orochimaru's mouth, flowing down his chin. The skin-shedding technique was no magic. It was a chakra technique and as such, needed preparation from its caster. It just so happened that Hashirama was much faster than Orochimaru's reaction time that Orochimaru did not manage to use his life-saving technique before the blow landed. As the light was leaving Orochimaru's eyes and his eyelids started to drop, he lamented, "I guess I will have to use my contingency measures." How unfortunate. His soul left his body just as Hashirama sidestepped, letting it fall down onto the ground. Outside of the arena, Tsunade watched the exchange and she had to admit, her grandfather was strong. No wonder people called him a legend. She also relished Saratobi's utter disbelief and hurt look when the sword entered Orochimaru's chest. The old monkey did not enjoy seeing his misguided student dying. Who knows, maybe I will be lucky and this will finally mentally break him enough to stop meddling in the politics of the village. Tsunade wistfully thought, knowing it was just not to be. Saratobi was getting very close to the need to get rid of with my own hands category in Tsunade's books. As she contemplated these things, she suddenly felt something peculiar and chuckled. Orochimaru's soul did not dissipate as is natural for dead people. Instead, it was being pulled in a certain direction, only to be met with an impenetrable wall in the form of the ceiling barrier. The sucker definitely did not think that an anti-spiritual barrier would be a thing. Tsunade snorted as she manipulated the barrier, causing Orochimaru's soul to be stuffed into a vial she took out from her pocket. She looked at the bluish wispy substance in the vial and cooed, "So you want to be immortal?" Her lips stretched into a massive smile before she giddily added, "You can be my immortal guinea pig, then." Just his luck that Tsunade was in a dire need of somebody she could kill and resurrect as many times as she wanted in order to progress with her current research. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, Ringo's Side. While Tsunade was dealing with Orochimaru and Saratobi, Ringo faced off A and B, who were clearly prepared for this attack. Cute. They actually spend time planning a strategy against me. Ringo thought with an inward chuckle. I wonder if the musclehead joined Orochimaru only to have a go at me. It wasn't a coincidence that B was here, prepared to double-team Ringo with A. Kimo no longer had two Biju, so having their biggest weapon outside of the borders of their village, much less their country, was something no Kage would allow. The second B appeared at the gates of Konoha, red alarms were instantly ringing in many heads. Not that Ringo cared about that particular thing. But it was a nice way of provoking her enemy so. Tell me, Kage, do you think your village would survive an attack with your biggest defensive tool out here? Ringo smirked, clearly addressing B's presence. Hey, there is no need to worry about that. A dryly chuckled as he was standing up, his senses trained on Ringo. She totally caught him off guard with the last lighting beam attack and he just barely managed to dodge. If she hit his head with that, it would have been game over for him. Yeah. Bro is right, you underestimate Kumo's might. Kono Yaro, Baka Yaro. Killer B rapped before. We. Both Ringo and A looked at him with dull gazes, resisting their urges to facepalm. With a twitching eyebrow, Ringo tried to continue as if she did not just see that. I have no idea where such confidence comes from. She mirthfully laughed, but to A's ears, it was a cold and ruthless sound full of mockery. With the village's defenses so weakened, some nefarious party might take advantage of the poor defenseless Kimo. Who knows if the next time you visit it will still be under your rule? She smugly stated. A was visibly angry at that insinuation, but he was doing a great job at keeping himself in line. Empty words. He scoffed in response. You are just trying to rile me up, bitch. We both know Kiri does not have such resources. Especially not when their Kage is away. Despite the insult, the smirk did not fall from Ringo's face. Maybe I am just spouting hot air to provoke you, or maybe I am not and your village is indeed under siege as we speak. Does it even matter? She licked her lips, knowing full well the second option was the correct answer. Not that she was obliged to tell Kage that. You are here to kill me. Give it your best shot. It has to be said, Ringo did hold a grudge for her defeat at A's hands when she first fought him. It was humiliating and Ray had to save her, which only increased her embarrassment. Not to mention her body was an utter wreck afterward. And as a responsible Mizukage, she naturally had to think of her reputation and return such humiliation in full. Sigh. Being Kage is troublesome. Ringo thought. But the occasional violence is sure making up for the dull parts. With that, a blade appeared in her right hand, coming out of a storage seal tattooed on her wrist. When I saw the blade, his eyes shook. Are you mocking me? He gritted his teeth. The sword was a totally normal katana, not even made of chakra metal. It might as well be a wooden stick in front of someone like Kage. Ringo intending to use it against him was clearly a very deep insult to his pride. Ringo did not reply. She just smiled and charged at both B and A. After all, there was no need to give them more time to prepare by talking to them. As if Kage really cared if she faced him with an iron katana or not. He was a ninja, and in collective ninja books, anything that made the opponent easier to kill was an advantage. There was no way A would complain about the katana Ringo was using if he didn't need to stall for time. Ringo's first slash was a wide arc aimed at both A and B since they stood quite close to each other. It was no wonder they both dodged it, but Ringo's aim was mostly to separate them, which she accomplished. A jump back to the right while B to the left. They didn't manage to even land and Ringo already spun on her heel before chasing after B, brandishing her sword with considerable force. When I saw that, he inwardly cursed. Ringo clearly would not give them enough time to prepare a combo attack. She was also too strong to fight alone, so he instantly leaped towards B, managing to spark his lightning chakra armor back into existence from sheer desperation. In the meantime, B whipped out one of his swords and blocked Ringo's slash, only to realize he severely underestimated the petite woman's strength as his body was sent sliding back on the ground while his entire arm vibrated from the impact. While B was wrestling with the basics of physics, Ringo half turned around, pointing at A, who was halfway through the distance towards her and B, his face showing ironclad determination as lightning danced around his body. Karin. Ringo intoned, and lightning suddenly fell from the clear sky at invisible speeds, right on top of the charging A, stunning him into a halt. Ringo's Karin was so fast, even lightning armor wearing Kage could not react fast enough to evade it. But for such a speed, potency had to be sacrificed. A was not hurt. His lightning armor tanked all of the damage, but Ringo's goal was accomplished. Because of the clash of lightning energies right on top of his body, A was left considerably disoriented, giving her a few seconds of alone time with B. Knowing she really had just a bit of time, Ringo didn't dally and turned back towards B, who was just getting his balance back, and started waving her sword at him in slashes from various sides, forcing him to defend without break. The difference between them was apparent from the first look. While Kumo taught swordsmanship a lot, they seldom produced known master swordsmen. B was good, but he was far from Ringo's level. Finally, his arm could not handle the sword waving at Ringo's speeds, and Ringo managed to smack the sword out of his hand, making B momentarily defenseless. Ringo's hand snapped forward. B was about to enter the Biju mode, Konoha be damned, since he didn't have enough time to take out another sword, but Ringo was much faster than he thought and her palm landed on his shoulder. Before he could even register what had happened, he poofed out of existence. It just so happened that A recovered his wits a few moments prior and witnessed the scene. B. He cried out. Ringo turned towards him and rolled her eyes. Don't worry, he was just sent to a place where a special opponent is waiting for him. Have no fear. Everything is according to the plan. With those words, A's eyes grew wide as he realized just how prepared his enemies were for this attack. It was them who were supposed to stage an ambush and deal with most threats before they could realize they were being attacked. But apparently, the entire plan was a failure from the very start. Now then, Ringo smirked, we can now fully enjoy some quality one-on-one time, no? She said and released her bottled-up killing intent that was accumulating for over a decade, her smirk becoming colder. I still owe you for messing up my face with that punch all those years ago. Chapter 427, Chapter 427, Ringo vs. A1. Despite being a battle and sword maniac, Ringo was still a woman. Having her face messed up, and especially having Ray see her right after A landed that bone-shattering blow on it. Ringo slightly shuddered in self-pity. Her love saw her when her face was basically turned to a gory mush. She was already not the most womanly girl out there, but this made her self-confidence take yet another hit. In short, a grudge formed in her heart. It might not have been a grudge strong enough to make her trek into Kimogakure and trash it, but it was a grudge nevertheless. Now that she had an opportunity to return it, there was no way she would pass up on it. A nervously gulped when he felt the menacing aura all around the petite redhead in front of him, but what could he do? There was nothing else for him than to try and fight. Their respective lightning armors flared into existence around both combatants at the same time, sending screeching and chirping sounds all over the surroundings while cracking the ground under them from the force of their chakra. Despite his nervousness, A was an easily riled up man. Just the fact Ringo did not even deem it necessary to draw out her sword yet, made him feel insulted. The woman totally intended to fight him with just her fists. Ringo quickly realized his thought process from the subtle shift in his expression, and to push him over the edge, she knowingly grinned at him. A's expression twisted even more as he huffed like a bull, and charged. Ringo didn't move. She simply stood in her spot and waited for A. Thanks to her heightened reflexes and reaction speed, it was a child's play to react to the quick punch as he appeared in front of her. Instead of blocking, a kunai fell into her hand from her sleeve, and with the flick of her wrist, she sent it on its way while imbuing it with her chakra. Time as if stopped for A, and his pupils dilated as he noticed the kunai coated with concentrated lightning chakra raising its path through the air towards his neck from below. His punch was almost upon Ringo, and the batshit crazy woman was still looking into his eyes, smiling, not moving even an inch except throwing that kunai. She is testing me. A realized, causing him a big inward disturbance. He realized Ringo wanted to see if he would get hit by her attack for the sake of landing that punch, or if he would abandon his attack in order to dodge. A was fine with being injured. Wounds were a part of his profession, but this was something else. Whether his punch or that kunai, it could easily kill an average ninja thrice over. These were not the kind of techniques you just wait to be hit with. I knew it. She is a total wacko. A inwardly screamed while using chakra to allow his momentum to shift as he quickly jumped away from Ringo, barely evading the thrown kunai. Ringo's crimson hair wildly flailed in the burst of wind A's quick movements caused, but the curious smile on her face did not cease. You dodged, that was unexpected. She chuckled and tilted her head as her smile widened, her eyes slightly brightening while A felt uncomfortable with her looking at him as if she was studying him. You will have to be faster if you want to hit me like that. A prided himself in being one of the fastest ninjas, so being told he was too slow was a direct hit to his pride. Snarling, he disappeared in a burst of lightning chakra as he fed more and more of his reserves into his lightning chakra armor. Ringo's eyes slightly widened, and her hand shot up with lightning-fast reflexes, her fingers tightly curling around A's wrist and stopping his fist an inch from her face. That's more like it. She whispered. A tried to yank his hand away, but Ringo's grip on his wrist was inhumanly tight for a woman of her stature. His sense of danger suddenly wildly flared. From the perspective of the people outside the Kage box, the entire Kage box suddenly exploded with loud screeching and sparks of lightning wildly dancing all around it as a lightning strike fell from the sky once again straight in the middle of the Kage box with a loud thunderclap, deafening those in the arena. For a brief moment, the surroundings were bathed in blinding blue. After the attack passed, what was previously the Kage box was now mostly rubble and the air was full of dust clouds. A coughed, breathing hard and feeling extremely sore all over his body. There would definitely be some bruises on his body comes tomorrow, but he was still whole. That was all that mattered. I guess we are more similar than I thought. Ringo giggled from behind the dust cloud. I turned in the direction of the sound and could only see a dark outline of a person. You seem like a total musclehead, but your head is not totally empty, is it? To think you would stop the brunt of my attack by applying a counter-explosion of lightning chakra in my direction, marvelous usage of our chakra nature. Ringo praised in an amused tone. The dust in the air slowly cleared as the air breezed through the Kage box, and A could now see Ringo's state. Are you mad? He quietly muttered, barely audibly enough for Ringo to hear. Ringo's clothing was reduced to scraps that barely covered her modesty, only a bra and shorts remained that curiously did not sport any signs of being damaged by the wild lightning chakra. Other clothing of hers was utterly shredded. Her well-toned figure would otherwise be mouth-watering for most, but right now, her whole body was littered in nasty dark purple bruises. I wondered how the woman could still stand, much less be so carelessly smiling. Am I? Ringo burst out with laughter. You do not realize it. Just luck, then, I guess. Ringo was inwardly shocked, to say the least. She thought her opponent finally found the weakness of her countermove against his lightning armor, but, apparently not. The thing was, countering worked both ways. The frequencies of lightning simply countered and nullified each other. Ringo just came out on top because she was aware of that fact and could reapply her lightning in an instant. It was so fast that it seemed as if hers was not nullified. No matter. Ringo sighed and flooded her body with Crimson's chakra from within her, healing her body at a visible pace. I was careless. I did not use Senjutsu nor Crimson's chakra in my lightning armor, so I was able to counter it. She inwardly grimaced. Good that neither Conan nor Ray saw it, or I would have been grounded. It was invisible outwardly, but after her body was healed, Crimson's chakra seeped into Ringo's skin and muscles, toughening them considerably as a defensive measure. A's jaw dropped when he saw the bruises on Ringo disappearing one by one, leaving only unblemished skin. He thought he could eventually wear her down, and when he saw how damaged she already was, he was on cloud nine. But what a freak! He bitterly thought. The win condition has just gotten much harder for him. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Ringo vs. A2. Seeing that A just stood in his place, staring at her with visible indignation, Ringo frowned. Well. What are you waiting for? Come at me. She exclaimed in dissatisfaction. You wanted revenge enough to drag your entire village into a war. What are you waiting for? I stand right in front of you. Come on and attack. Those words were enough to get A out of his stupor and cause his determination to return. Yes, that's more like it. Ringo whispered when she saw the shift in A's expression, her tone full of dark glee as her lips widened into an excited smile and her brown eyes gleamed. Come at me with the intent to kill. Don't stop now. Our fun is just starting. The two rushed at each other with a burst of speed, appearing in the middle of the Kage box just a split of a second afterward. Ringo was about to catch A's opening punch with her hand, but A, knowing how powerful the deceptively frail woman was, instantly retracted his right arm and instead his left sprang forward, aiming at Ringo's outstretched hand with the intent to break it. In response, Ringo just slightly swayed on her feet, causing A to miss by a slight margin, before she spun on her heel, using the momentum to get her previously outstretched arm away from A's reach, and also as a driving force behind her upcoming high kick. Knowing what was coming, A raised his arms into a guarding position in front of his chest and caught Ringo's kick with his forearms as loud thunder-like sound resounded through the surroundings when lightning met lightning. A managed to tank the hit without being pushed back overly much thanks to the fact he spread the force evenly over the surface of his lightning chakra armor. Not even a moment passed, and both A and Ringo disappeared in a burst of speed, separating from each other. Only to appear in the exact same spot a split of a second later, this time Ringo blocking A's attempt at lariat with her left hand, sliding on the ground for a few meters due to the kinetic force of A's attack. Powerful she may be, but her frame was still less than half of his. Size mattered. Ringo swung her free hand in a follow-up attack, aiming to deliver a gut-wrenching punch into A's abdomen, but A disappeared with a blue flash before her punch could land. A small frown appeared on Ringo's lips before she also disappeared from her spot, only for A to appear near it, seemingly punching in air, or rather, the same place where Ringo's head was just a moment ago. A's eyes widened, and he promptly disappeared in a speed untrackable by the eyes of a normal human, only for Ringo to appear right above the place where he stood just a split of a second ago, and deliver a crushing heel kick onto the ground, cracking it throughout half of the Kage box. This kind of exchange continued, both combatants appearing and disappearing before an attack could land. Occasionally, they locked their fists or an attack got blocked when one got slower or quicker and caught up to the other, but a decisive blow was nowhere to be seen. Because of that, A's confidence started to slowly increase. He could do this. He was matching the mad lunatic blow for blow. All he needed was a good opportunity and he could take her out for good. Just the idea of killing the red-haired woman responsible for the death of his fiancée filled him with more determination and intent to kill. The clash got fiercer and fiercer as shockwaves full of lightning started erupting every time their blows met, which started to become more frequent as time went on. A was getting faster, he could feel it. He was starting to match Ringo's pace. I can do this, he thought with self-assurance. The woman who faced one-on-one against a Biju was not so tough, after all. With her death, I will be again a step closer to the greatness of my father. He couldn't help but get giddy and his chakra showed it. The hum of his lightning armor became more frequent and energetic as A's battle intent soared and his speed increased yet again. Ringo calmly blocked his last attack, putting her palm on his wrist and redirecting the punch before it could reach her. She was not channeling too much of her chakra for this fight. Not at all. Instead of brute forcing it, she simply used technique and reflexes to make sure A's punches would not reach her body. A went ferociously on the offensive, showering Ringo with punch after punch, each more powerful and quicker than the last, going so far as to release lightning strikes with each punch from the sheer speed and concentration of lightning chakra behind them. And yet, the crimson-haired woman stood her ground and with minimal movements, always pushed A's blows away from herself. The room around them was no longer recognizable and even the rubble was getting destroyed at an increasing pace as A's lightning chakra struck wherever Ringo redirected it, which was basically all around her and sometimes even outside of the Kage box. Ringo was actually proud of herself. I might not have noticed yet, but she did kill quite a few Konoha invaders by just redirecting A's lightning strike punches. Some of which were Kumo ninjas. But when A didn't notice even the third Kumo ninja getting roasted with a stray shot of his, Ringo started to get a bit annoyed. It was time for the musclehead to notice. Ringo actually found the perfect target for that too. Seeing as A's next punch was quickly approaching, she prepared and a grin appeared on her face, causing A to realize that something was wrong. But he was unable to stop his momentum before Ringo already redirected his punch. This time, he was fully aware that Ringo had an ulterior motive, so he actually checked where his punch was going to land and Mabu dash. A cried out as he noticed the lightning strike from his punch heading towards the unguarded back of his secretary and lover who was fighting with one of Konoha's ninjas in the stands of the arena. Unfortunately for A, this distraction was enough for Ringo to capitalize, and before he finished Mabui's name, Ringo's fist embedded itself into A's face, breaking his nose and some teeth and snapping his head back before his body caught up with the momentum of the punch and was sent flying a bit back, rolling on the ground until it was stopped by a small part of a wall that was not yet demolished. Ringo looked at the downed A and that was so satisfying, she exclaimed before she sighed in utter content. You have no idea how long I wanted to just sucker punch you like that, you bastard. She lightly added just as A started slowly standing up. The second Ringo's eyes met A's, she could see an unbridled fury in them at her little scheme. Why dash, you? Killing my fiancé was not enough for you. Now you need to attack my current lover too. Ringo raised her eyebrow in amusement at that. Well, sucks to be him. They were ninjas and exploiting one's weaknesses was a significant part of their profession. It wasn't as if A never did something similar. But now that he mentioned it. That dark-skinned woman is his current lover, huh? I had no idea. Ringo thought, her lips twitching in amusement at the coincidence. But now that she knew, a plan started forming in Ringo's mind. Nice of him to inform me. She inwardly chuckled. Chapter 429, Chapter 429, Help or Burden. The only reason why A didn't explode in an impotent rage was that he noticed Samui pushing Mabui out of the trajectory of his deflected attack before she barely managed to evade it herself. It was obvious the feat took a lot from the panting Samui. A was actually very flabbergasted that she managed to pull it out. She might have been a Kumo Jonin, but reacting to his top speed was a feat of its own. Ringo curiously observed as Samui rescued the dark-skinned secretary of the wreckage, not reacting or trying to intervene at all. She was quite impressed with what she saw and a spark of curiosity was lit in her. A saw Ringo's eyes linger in Mabui's direction and he didn't like it at all. A frown appeared on his face. He didn't like the red-haired bitch's attention on his lover. Nothing good could come from that. He pushed himself back onto his feet, ignoring the sting coming from his nose and mouth, and clenched his fists in anger. I am here, you bitch. Where are you looking? A screamed and charged at the distracted Ringo. Ringo used her small stature and ducked under A's swing, but she couldn't capitalize on his brief opening because A's left leg instantly sprang up, attempting to deliver a kick to her gut. Ringo disappeared before the kick could land and reappeared a few feet away from A, her eyebrows furrowed as she wondered what got his panties in a twist. I didn't even notice as he dashed at Ringo again, cracking the floor underneath him with every step. This time, Ringo blocked the punch with her palm and sidestepped the following kick before she sent her own counterkick, which was promptly evaded by A, and the two took a distance from each other again. Not a split of a second later, the lightning armors around them buzzed as they clashed once again, exchanging a blur of attacks before they separated. This kind of exchange continued for a few rounds, and it would go on for much longer if a distraction didn't interrupt them. As it was about to rush at Ringo for the nth time, frustrated that he still could not deliver a proper blow at Ringo but still confident because she didn't hit him either if he didn't count the earlier punch, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks when his ears recognized a familiar voice. Reikage-sama, /A-sama. Two female voices exclaimed from what was previously the entrance to the Kage box. Both A and Ringo turned to the newcomers, A inwardly scared witless as his senses entered overdrive and zoomed on Ringo's action, while Ringo had cat-like half-lidded eyes and an amused smile on her lips. She was happy they finally showed up. In fact, she observed them with her sensory abilities while she fought A and knew they headed in this direction. And to be frank, fighting A was getting a bit boring. She welcomed the distraction. One of the two females was Mabui, Reikage's secretary, while the other was Samui, one of Reikage's guards. Mabui clenched her fists. She seemed eager, maybe even desperate, to leap into the battle in order to help A, and only the fact she was too experienced to let her emotions rule her prevented her from rushing in. Samui drew her sword upon seeing Ringo's attention on them, but her hands visibly trembled. She knew this battle was above her pay grade, but sometimes, you simply are not afforded the luxury of picking your fights. When Ringo saw how the pitiful girl reacted to a bit of her killing intent, okay, maybe that bit was a bit too high for your everyday ninja, she was a bit disappointed. But the determination behind those clear blue eyes, now that piqued Ringo's interest further. You fools! What are you doing here? Go away! A loudly shouted, trying to make them take a hint without being too obvious so Ringo would not notice his feelings about the situation. He really felt cornered right now. Defending himself from Ringo. That much he could do. Fighting her while defending his lover. He wasn't sure about that. Funnily enough, the thought of defending Samui never crossed his mind. Nobody could really blame him for it, though. As grateful as he was for Samui saving Mabui earlier, he didn't have the leisure to be sure of his ability to protect his loved person, so there was no need to contemplate his ability to choose the life and death of some unimportant guard in this battle. As much as A tried to hide it, Ringo easily picked up on his unease, but she did nothing. She simply enjoyed the emotional pressure her proximity to Mabui caused to A. We have come to help you, A-sama. Mabui spoke with conviction. It had to be said, not just anyone could become the secretary of a Kage. Mabui was not some random Chunin. She was actually one of the best Jonins Kimo had to offer, so even if she would not necessarily be able to win against Ringo in a fight, she was ready to lay down her life in order to help A. Samui just nodded in agreement, her eyes not leaving Ringo. She was still slightly trembling, but her body and mind were slowly getting used to the killing intent. Ringo wondered about that, and with a veiled smirk, she was slightly increasing the pressure. Not in a noticeable amount. Just enough that an experienced kunoichi like Samui would not just instantly get used to it while also making sure she would not notice. She simply wanted to see how far she could push the girl before she crumbled. It was painfully obvious that from the three Kimo ninjas, the busted blonde was the least experienced. Yet, most intriguing for Ringo. I didn't like what he was hearing, but there was no time to scream himself hoarse at them. He had a dangerous threat in front of him, and even a small slip in his attention could prove fatal. As much as he hated it, there was no other way than to let them stay and fight by his side. Fine. He grumpily spoke, Mabui, take care of the defense and long-range support, Samui, melee offense with me. Of course, giving Mabui the safest job was totally intentional. Cool. Samui muttered, not really expecting any different. Her tone was even and dry with a smidge of emotionlessness, but if one really tried, the underlying nervousness could still be heard in the woman's voice. Are you sure the girl can take the fight? Just look at her, she is trembling from fear. Ringo mockingly remarked while smugly grinning at A. She is a proud Kimo kunoichi. She will do her duty. A bellowed. Ringo opened her mouth in order to deliver another witty remark, but she was interrupted as both A and Samui rushed at her. They were clearly not interested in talking. The first to enter the fight was A, simply because the man was far faster than Samui. He tried to deliver a punch at Ringo's chest, trying to distract her from Samui's attack. Just because he put the woman in a very risky position didn't mean he would not try to help ease the danger to her. But A got a nasty surprise the second he engaged Ringo in combat. Ringo was no longer interested in playing with A. Instead of humoring him and blocking his hits with pure technique and a bit of lightning chakra, this time she exerted a bit more of her expertise, power, and skill. A barely saw as Ringo's body suddenly accelerated beyond his wildest imagination, and Ringo's hand clutched around the wrist of his incredibly fast punching hand. His pupils constricted, but Ringo was too fast, and before he could react, she already spun on her heels, using the momentum to force A's body off the ground and throwing him away. The next thing A knew was that his body was flying through the air, before it was stopped by slamming into the wall, crumbling it on impact with a loud crash. Unlike Ringo expected, Samui did not stop her attack just because her leader was defeated in one exchange of blows, which only made Ringo more curious about the expressionless blonde. After her throw of the rakeage, Ringo quickly drew one of her sheathed swords and quickly turned around before blocking a slash from Samui's katana, sparks flying around as the two blades ground against each other. Ringo's lips stretched into a Cheshire grin as she measured the strength behind Samui's sword. "Don't disappoint me, Kimo girl," she whispered, and that was the only warning Samui got before. Chapter 430, B's sudden displacement. While Ringo was amusing herself with A, B found himself in an unfamiliar place and instantly got on guard. He also tried to disrupt his chakra flow to mitigate any possible illusions, but nothing happened. That told him this was not an illusion and he was indeed transported somewhere. This was stirring a strange feeling of déjà vu inside of him, one he didn't like at all, so he decided the situation needed a few good rhymes to alleviate his nervousness. "Oi, Hachibi, this feels like the work of the Flash, we should prepare for a hard clash, yo." Despite the cheerfulness of his voice, beads of sweat started to appear on his forehead. He wasn't afraid for himself. He was the mighty Hachibi Jinchuriki and the best rapper under the sun, Killer B. Kono Yaro, Baka Yaro. No, he was afraid for the safety of his good brother A. The thought of the fifth Mizukage being capable of transporting him away with just a touch, just like Yellow Flash. B didn't like the sound of that. He was not stupid. Just sometimes brash. It was then he heard a soft giggle from behind him and abruptly turned around. Only for his dark complexion to drastically pale as he spotted his opponent. "Ha, this is unfair," B dryly said, his shoulders slumping as he even forgot to make a rhyme out of his sentence. May chuckled and, grow a pair. She amusedly finished the rhyme for him with her hand on her hip in a completely relaxed way. B's eyes sparkled at that and his uneasiness completely vanished. He whipped out his personal rhyme book and started writing the rhyme he just heard into it. Seeing him, May's eyebrows momentarily furrowed as she wondered what that was about, but then her eyes gleamed in the exact same way B's did when she suddenly had an idea. "Oh, I see. He must really like rhymes as I like making harmless jutsu." That made sense to her. She heard his peculiar predisposition for rapping, but she didn't expect him to be so driven. If this was the case, he definitely must be as good in his hobby as she was in hers. May could admire that kind of dedication and patiently waited for B to finish. Needless to say, she was supremely glad neither Ray nor Conan observed her, because letting her opponent have the time to make a proper strategy was the very first thing they had beaten out of her. But apparently, she needed remedial classes for that lesson. The sweat on B's forehead increased. He expected an attack the second he started writing into his heavenly book of knowledge. Everybody got pissed at being ignored and instantly attacked him, giving him the upper hand of deciding how to counterattack. But his opponent didn't attack this time. As expected from the first SS rank Kunoichi. She is not falling for my scheme, she knows her stuff to the extreme. B, I think you should focus. The irked voice of Hachibi resounded through B's mind. Righto, partner. B replied and started to devise a battle strategy while pretending to write into his book. As taken off guard by May's actions as he was also still a ninja and could make use of the opportunity presented to him. Of course, the previous rhyme was already written down. He would not let it be forgotten. That's why when half a minute later he finally put the notebook back in his pocket and looked at May, their eyes barely met and red chakra instantly engulfed B as he started turning into Hachibi, releasing an oppressive pressure all around. His transformation did not take even 3 seconds, which was impressive in itself, and at the end of it, there was only a crimson-haired girl facing a huge 8-tailed monster in a grassy clearing surrounded by trees. Any other ninja in May's situation would be shitting their pants after being stared at by Hachibi, but final form right from the start? May asked with a calm smile, cocking her head to the side in interest. I am sorry, but I can't hold back. You are a tad bit too strong for that. Let's roll, Hachibi. B wasn't about to entertain May's childishness. He at the very least recognized this was a dangerous situation for him and acted as such. Before May could even retort to his statement, she received a point-blank bijudama straight in her face, or rather, at her position, causing the surrounding land to tremble from the powerful explosion that engulfed the entire clearing and created a massive crater while ripping multiple trees from the ground alongside their roots before the following shockwaves proceeded to throw them back and crush them into a powder midair. The resounding earthquake and big angry red ball of doom caused by the explosion of the bijudama were heard and seen even in Konoha despite the massive distance between the place and the village. And then the red ball cracked, causing the heat wave to hit, evaporating everything in a 3-kilometer radius, leaving the land barren of all life. B waited with a bated breath as the dust cloud started setting in the unnatural silence after the explosion. Half of him refused to believe an SS-rank ninja would be felled so easily, and another half wanted to desperately believe his attack worked. His hopes were, however, completely dashed as a cheerful voice resounded through the area and the wind slightly picked up, revealing Mei patting the soot away from her shoulders. Passable destructive capability. She nodded, still sporting her easygoing smile on her face. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. This is quite the pickle. B muttered in a disheartened tone under his nose, but because of his Hachibi form, his voice could be heard kilometers away. Mei giggled at that. Of course, it won't, silly. We are just warming up. I always wanted to fight a Biju, but it just had to be that hag who got the first chance. She pouted. Her face was so expressive, B almost started pitying her, but he caught himself in time, suddenly having an internal turmoil. He wondered if this was some kind of genjutsu supposed to make him sympathize with his enemy, but once again, he didn't find any trace of foreign chakra in his system. This woman is weird. B thought. More like touched in the head. Hachibi snarkily replied before quietly murmuring, not that you of all people would recognize such a state. Ah. You said something, partner. B mentally tilted his head. No, B. Nothing important. Hachibi deeply sighed, knowing this was a lost cause. No matter what he said, B would not correct his behavior. He tried. 4 years. And here they were. You better prepare. She is going to attack soon. Realizing the truth behind Hachibi's statement, B once again focused on the battle where Mei was just finishing, complaining left and right about this or that small detail in her personal feud with Ringo. But have no fear. I finally got permission to fight you from hubby. He even told that hag to help you get to me. He. Mei cheerfully chirped, almost bouncing in her spot with shining eyes. For some reason, B had a bad premonition that. In my own final form, at that. Mei added, and chakra engulfed her, causing her to transform into a titanic form of nine-tailed of the same color as Mei's hair. Needless to say, both Hachibi and B were stunned speechless, and rooted in their spots at the sight. Author note. Sorry guys, I just needed a small break from Ringo's plotline since ideas were running a bit dry. Chapter 431, Chapter 431, Testing. Don't disappoint me, Kimo girl. She whispered, and that was the only warning Samui got before. Ringo intended to go into the offensive for the first time, but she was interrupted as a massive explosion rocked the entire village before an earthquake hit, causing most ninjas to lower their stability center in order to keep standing. Many looked towards the place where the explosion occurred, only to see a massive big orange ball. And while there were a lot of ninjas that had no idea what caused it, quite a lot of Kumo Jonin were aware of Killer Bee's ability to transform into Hachibi. There were also a lot of Konoha survivors of the Kyuubi attack, and they witnessed a few similar balls in the past. Bijudama. Mabui muttered, inwardly wondering what could force B to transform and use his most dangerous attack. That would explain why he is not here, guarding Asama as he should. So they are already fighting. Hope the pipsqueak is satisfied with this and won't bother me in the foreseeable future. Ringo inwardly mused, looking in the direction where the loud explosion came from. Mei could be extremely annoying when she wanted something, and it brought Ringo quite the headache before she relented and promised Mei to deliver Hachibi to her. Samui was just as surprised as Mabui, but she kept her cool, and instead of gawking like a civilian, she noticed their opponent's attention slip from them. A kunai coated in lightning chakra instantly headed in Ringo's direction. Alas, it was just wishful thinking, and Samui inwardly cursed when Ringo, not even deeming to look in the direction of the attack, raised her hand and caught the fast kunai by its handle, not bothered in the least by the intense lightning chakra still crackling around it. Ringo looked at the kunai with a raised eyebrow and a pleased smirk. That was really cold-hearted of you. To think you would be an honorless swine who attacked people's backs. As expected from a Kimo ninja. She quipped in a reproachful tone. Inwardly though, Ringo snickered. Pot calling kettle black. Almost always works. Samui didn't reply, but from the corner of her eye, Ringo could see the girl did not falter at her words at all. In fact, the girl actually got more on guard. Ringo's smirk slightly widened in satisfaction before she flicked her wrist and threw the kunai in Mabui's direction at speeds Samui could not intervene with. The blonde lass tried, but before she even registered what was happening, the kunai was already halfway through its path. Mabui's eyes widened and she tried to move out of the path, but her eyes were faster than her body and it was obvious she would not make it. When the two women thought there was no chance, blue lightning appeared in front of Mabui just in time to deflect the kunai, revealing the form of A, who was angrily frowning and glaring at Ringo. Aren't you two an honorless swine? Attacking Mabui like this? He bellowed. Meh, Ringo casually shrugged. I saw you preparing to launch an attack at my back. What better way to stop that than to force you to save your lover's life? I didn't have a retort to that, so he just kept silently glaring at Ringo while Mabui was almost hyperventilating behind his back, coming to terms with her near brush with death. Now she understood why A didn't want her to interfere. This was not a fight where she had a chance to survive if Ringo wasn't playing with them. Fortunately, she had A to protect her and was delegated to a long-range support role. For a split of a second, a pity for Samui flashed through Mabui's head. The second their opponent decides to get rid of the blonde, there was no chance A could save her. Not when she was supposed to engage the 5th Mizukage in melee combat. But the pity was gone as fast as it came. This was Samui's role as Reikichi's guard. Her duty was to lay down her life for the village and its leader and never surrender to their enemy. The fight resumed when A decided to go on the offensive again, this time followed by Samui. A tried to use taijutsu to restrict Ringo's movements and create an opening, but Ringo kept deflecting his blows with casual disregard. Especially now that she had her blade drawn. It was actually A who had to be extremely cautious and careful not to hit the sharp side of the lightning-coated sword because he was fully aware his fist would most likely be split in half if he tried to brute force it. Samui attacked too, not really trying to make use of openings. Instead, she tried to lock blades with Ringo and get her attention. She was fully focusing on trying to create an opening for her boss. Ringo clashed with the girl in delight, always swatting one annoying buzzing fly away beforehand so she wouldn't be inconvenienced by a sneak attack before she blocked, hacked, or slashed at Samui's sword. She always put just a bit more power behind her attack than what she received from the busted blonde, always interrupting Samui's sword technique midway by unbalancing her. Whenever A got his bearings back, Ringo increased the power of her attack, causing Samui to backpedal as her sword and entire arm vibrated from the sheer power of the attack they just tanked. In the meanwhile, Ringo turned her attention back to A, sidestepping his brash attack, punching him away with her free hand to gain herself a few seconds where she could play with the blonde girl some more. As for Mabui's attacks, Ringo was fully encased in her own lightning armor. She didn't really have to pay attention to the dark-skinned secretary no matter what the woman threw at her. It was visibly frustrating the secretary and most likely made her feel useless, but, Ringo didn't care. Turning back to Samui, the woman was already finished with calming her vibrating arm and prepared to go again, her cold blue eyes or stony expression not betraying any emotion at all. There was no frustration at failing her attacks nor any fear at facing an overwhelming foe. It really endeared Ringo. She could see her younger self in the woman. Just a much weaker version that didn't have the luck to meet Rei. Samui tried to use an interesting move where she quickly slashed at Ringo, putting only half of her strength behind her slashes and depending more on speed, and Ringo humored her, matching her slash for slash, putting only as much power into it as Samui did behind her own slashes. The swords of the two women blurred, releasing sparks all around every time they briefly met in a clash. Samui tried to angle her clashes in various ways, left, right, center, downward, upward. She tried everything in order to get her blade past Ringo's, but it was futile. The fight went on, Ringo continuing to battle with both A and Ringo, turning the 2 versus 1 into 2 separate 1 versus 1 through her sheer skill alone, all the while judging Samui's performance. She was not interested in the girl's current power. Instead, she was measuring her sword techniques and her improvisation. By now, Ringo was reasonably sure she pushed the blonde girl to use every sword technique in her repertoire. She also occasionally stopped mid-attack, only to redirect her slash and force Samui to improvise to adjust to the sudden unpredictable change. Admittedly, she almost killed the busted blonde a few times, but what would be a test without a few close brushes with the afterlife? In the end, Ringo liked what she saw. The girl was not as good as Mist Swordsman, but she was talented when it came to sword wielding. After her impromptu testing, her decision was only reinforced so. I have decided. You will be my apprentice, Kimo girl. Ringo exclaimed with a pleased grin, dropping a staggering bomb at the 3 Kimo ninjas. Chapter 432, Chapter 432, Persuasion. Both Samui's and A's brains momentarily stopped in their tracks as they heard the outrageous thing Ringo said. It took a second, but eventually, A reacted. You think I'd let you take her as an apprentice? Are you mad? He growled. I would rather kill her myself than allow something like that. While A was too worked up to notice, Ringo stood directly opposite him and Samui, so she saw how Samui slightly flinched at that statement. Alas, one thing that pounded into Ringo's head quite early in her Kage career was that ninjas were people too. Not just tools. Even the most seemingly emotionless and ruthless bastard still had at least some semblance of personal feelings. This might not be all that important, as most ninjas were raised to live for their village, but treating her ninjas like humans, at least outwardly, rather than just disposable pieces was better in the long term. Saratobi Hiruzen certainly showcased it during his long reign. It was mind-boggling how popular the old coot was despite being a scheming bastard. Ringo smiled when she heard A, deciding to capitalize on the presented opportunity. Look, you overgrown monkey. She dryly rebuked. I am dominating you in 1 versus 2, the dark-skinned bimbo of yours doesn't even count as a proper obstacle. I think you are not in any position to complain. Her unconditional servitude to myself and acceptance of the apprenticeship for your miserable life. I reckon that's quite a good deal compared to the only alternative you have. Not for a second did Ringo turn towards Samui during her speech. She was completely focused on Rakage to hide her intentions. It worked too, if how shaken Samui's eyes seemed was any indication. Since she became a Kage, Ringo came a long way from the sword-waving brute she was in the past. Now she actually knew how to manipulate people, and that was exactly what she was doing right now. She did not need to openly persuade the girl. Simply giving her a good reason why she should do what Ringo wanted and making accepting her offer seem beneficial while putting a slight doubt in her current position was enough. The rest would either solve by itself or Ringo would be forced to plan a kidnapping. Both were fine by her, but the latter would take much more effort and time. Time she could instead use to do her hobby. I didn't like what was said, and it was obvious from how he was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He wanted nothing but to scream a rebuttal at Ringo, but by now, even he realized what she said was true. Not that he would give up as, in his opinion, there was still a chance at victory. "You are too arrogant, bitch," a menacingly said while glaring at Ringo. "She is my kunoichi and you won't have he dash." He didn't manage to finish his sentence because something suddenly hit him, sending him into a wall that promptly crumbled upon impact. Normally, he would have shrugged such a blow like nothing since his lightning armor could soak up a lot of damage, but this time it didn't work and A took the brunt of the attack with his body, instead of his armor. Both Samui's and Mabui's couldn't even see what happened, only registering that A no longer stood in front of them after they heard the crash of the crumbling wall. Their heads whipped towards it and their eyes widened in both bewilderment and fright when they spotted A, with his left leg and both arms broken. While Mabui quickly ran towards A and started fussing over him, Samui shakily returned her gaze to Ringo, noticing the red-haired woman relocated back to the surprisingly untouched seat from Mizukage, and sat down, her eyes excluding the feeling of boredom. The thing that made Samui uneasy, though, was the fact Ringo's eyes were directed at her. "I wasn't asking, Kimo girl. I was informing you what will happen. You will be my apprentice. That's non-negotiable," Ringo boredly drawled. As shaken from seeing her leader being literally one-shot as Samui was, she quickly gathered herself, putting on an emotionless facade as she coolly asked, "Why me?" Ringo chuckled, "Your level-headedness is admirable," she praised. "To be frank with you, I found your instincts and talent for swordsmanship quite good. I'd like to see to what degree you can develop them under my tutelage." As someone taught by Rei and Conan, Ringo knew the threshold of how far one could go depended on their teacher unless they were monsters like Ringo's teachers. Sure, Ringo was talented and even if she was self-taught, she would have probably gone quite far. But since she lucked out with her teachers, she reached beyond what she thought possible. Becoming the Mizukage. She didn't even dare to dream about that when she was a kid. Shooting for a spot in the Seven Swordsmen of Kiri was a long shot for an orphan like her. And yet, here she was. Even if she wasn't exactly thrilled to get the unwanted position. Ringo knew Samui could go just as far as her if she was taught by Rei. But Ringo wanted to see how well she could groom the talent of the busted blonde by herself. Well, okay. She might have been a bit jealous. Conan had that Uchiha girl, Pakura had Tamari, Tsunade had the sadistic snake lover who cussed like a sailor, and even the childish bother called Mei had Yujito who could be counted as her apprentice. Ringo was never really interested in passing down her skills to someone. Not before seeing the battle between Karin and Tamari, that is. Karin might not be officially counted as Conan's apprentice, but the young Uzumaki was taught by her enough to unofficially count. And when Ringo saw them fight, she realized. There are some serious bragging rights with a strong apprentice. Of course, she has to procure her own pupil. If only to shut Mei up if she ever brought the topic up. "I cannot accept, Amiri-sama," Samui emotionlessly stated, her eyes resigned. "I am Kumo Kunoichi." Samui was fully prepared to die for those words. In her experience, saying no to someone as powerful as Ringo was never good for your health. In the end, it all came down to personal power, and it just so happened that Samui was weaker. And while becoming Ringo's apprentice would have made her stronger, she still had a brother in Kimo and... Damn, Kimo is indeed good at instilling loyalty, ain't it? Ringo amusedly quipped, causing Samui to blink in surprise that she hadn't killed her yet for daring to refuse her offer. "And here I thought you would have at least pretended to accept only to stab me in the back at the first opportunity." Ringo sighed in mock disappointment. "I would do that if there was any chance it could have worked." Samui shared her opinion with blunt and brutal honesty. "What a pessimistic attitude. You orphan too, eh?" Ringo idly asked, completely disregarding A and Mabui, fully focusing on Samui. A was too injured to continue the fight, and even if the bull-headed man refused to give up, she could simply break his remaining limb. No. For now, Ringo wanted to get to know her future apprentice. Even if the said girl had no idea her refusal was silently denied. Samui did not answer, she just nodded before continuing to stare at Ringo while inwardly feeling weird. She didn't like the smug look of the crimson-haired woman. It gave her the impression Ringo already counted her as hers. "I reckon your village also trained orphan girls for the unsavory kind of missions." Ringo gave Samui a knowing once-over, making the blonde woman's eyes slightly shake. Don't be so surprised. Ringo chuckled, your attitude and bearings are practically screaming it. Just look at yourself. Miniskirt, showing off your thighs, big cleavage. I could go on. She shrugged, I would have to be blind to not notice what your early training entailed. Samui still stayed silent, not commenting. Yes, she was trained to be a honey trap. Yes, she still used most of what she learned in that training. It wasn't easy to discard the habits she learned when she was a kid. Tell you what. I know how people with your training mentally operate. Ringo said, amusedly smiling at Samui. She knew it was all for the village, with kids trained in that kind of environment. After all, the very first thing instilled into these orphans was the will to sacrifice themselves for the village. And that played well in Ringo's ploy. You can just take it as doing a service to your village by becoming mine. In exchange, I can promise not to destroy Kumo. Ringo flippantly continued, but the aura she gave off was quite menacing. Well, promising not to destroy Kumo was not the same as promising not to invade it, so all was fine. Wording actually mattered. Who would have thought, huh? At any other moment, Samui would rebuke that was impossible, but only a glance at the state of A told her Ringo was fully capable of such a feat, yet she still remained silent. No matter what, she could not accept Ringo's offer without permission from her Kage. Which she knew would not be happening. Her fate was sealed. She hoped Ringo would get annoyed with her silence and kill her on spot. Quickly and painlessly. That seemed like the best outcome for Samui at the moment. Still no. Come on. Ringo's eyebrow twitched and her smile became a bit more forced. Don't make me kidnap you. You won't like it, girl. Chapter 433, Chapter 433, Negotiation. When Ringo saw that Samui was still not inclined to accept, she groaned in annoyance and stood up. Fine. Ringo gruffly complained. I'll get your much-needed permission then. Ringo naturally knew what was the problem with the girl. She came from a similar environment, and for people like them, betraying their leaders was unthinkable. Simply put, the hidden villages were good at washing them brains. This wasn't all that bad, however. While Samui saw her stubborn and senseless loyalty as a reason why Ringo would most likely kill her, Ringo saw a massive value in it. All she had to do was to switch whom Samui considers her leader and she would have a loyal minion. Ringo moved towards A and Mabui, and Samui wanted to intervene, but when Ringo noticed, Samui suddenly froze and her eyes widened in fright as a wave of overpoweringly potent killing intent washed over her. You stay put. Ringo pointed at Samui and ordered, giving the blonde a meaningful look. What the hell is this? Samui mentally freaked out, trying to move her body, but it refused to budge no matter how much she mentally pushed. As much as Samui was resolved to die for her village leader, the killing intent was too strong and took her by complete surprise, freezing even an experienced Jonin like her. It evoked the same reaction a prey has when cornered by a predator it can't overcome. Ringo casually walked towards A, and when she was near them, Mabui stood up, placing herself in between A and Ringo with desperate determination shining in her eyes. Move. Ringo spoke in irritation at the useless action. Mabui was clearly shaking in her boots, deeply afraid and unwilling to even look Ringo in the eyes, but Ringo had to admit, the woman really did love A. After all, she refused to step out of Ringo's path. Unfortunately, this was not some sappy story where love prevails over all other evil beings that definitely do not feel love, because that's reserved only for the main hero and heroine. Ringo started again. This time her tone was pretty forceful, carrying a premonition of what would happen if she was not obeyed. Her sentence was, however, interrupted by A, who was sitting on the floor, leaning against a small part of a half-demolished wall. Mabui, let her through. From his tone, it was obvious the man knew the battle was over, but his reluctance to just give up was obvious. Stubborn beyond reason. Ringo mentally snorted. Let's see how far your stubbornness reaches. When Mabui stepped aside, Ringo smirked at the men with 3 of his limbs broken. Those were visible injuries, but Ringo knew how and where she hit him. At the moment, he should have half of his ribs broken in several places and his pelvis cracked alongside with a quite nasty concussion. It was not enough to kill him, but definitely enough to get him out of a fighting condition for a long time. You know what I want. We were speaking loudly enough for you to hear, and despite my belief in the stupid clichés and my utmost certainty that yes, you are a muscle-headed idiot, you are also the leader of an entire ninja village. I reckon you came to your own conclusions upon listening to my talk with Samui. Ringo boredly said. Do you really think I would let you have one of my ninjas? A spoke in a low voice, his anger and battle intent surging up, yet his body was in no state to fight. In the end, he could only glare at Ringo and act tough. I might have been defeated, but I still have my pride as Rakage. The second he finished that sentence, he started coughing blood due to how his body shook from anger. Mabui quickly jumped close to him, concern written all over her face as she gently put her hand glowing with green medical jutsu on his chest. Careful to not pop a vein, Raikage. Ringo playfully teased with a smug smile. You should not be so aggressive with all those broken ribs in your chest. If the way A took a deep breath with an irritated whine to calm his anger down at that remark was any indication, Ringo's advice was taken to heart. She cheekily smiled with a satisfied nod, causing A to grit his teeth even more, before she put her hands on her hips, her petite form towering over the massive sitting man. It made her oddly proud. Normally, she wouldn't have reached even up to his chest if they stood side by side. As for your pride, Ringo hummed, I wonder what is more precious to you. Your pride or that woman's life? She gestured with her chin towards Mabui, who froze before pursing her lips and deciding to focus on treating A's injuries, pretending she did not hear a thing. I scoffed at that, as if he would let us live. He snarked. The situation looked pretty hopeless, in his opinion. There was no snowball chance in hell for Samui and Mabui to beat Ringo, and he was out of commission. It was game over. Ringo rolled her eyes at him. Unlike you, I don't have some profound grudge against you. If I can profit from letting you live, I will do that. It's called being responsible and giving priority to benefits over personal vengeance. You know, the stuff someone in your position should be aware of. She couldn't help but take a jab at him. After all, the whole reason why Kimo joined in this invasion was that A held a grudge. So, which is it? Samui's ownership, I mean your permission for her to become my apprentice. Ringo chuckled, or Mabui's life. Which girl is more dear to your heart, I wonder? She teasingly added. A gritted his teeth and lowered his head before he quietly spoke, UI. What was that? Ringo leaned closer, her smile widening. I didn't hear you well. I said. Mabui. A let out through his gritted teeth, his face flushed red from shame. Oh. You want me to kill Mabui? Ringo feigned a gasp as she exclaimed in mock surprise. A's head snapped up before he hastily shouted, No. No. Ringo repeated, tilting her head. You sure are a confusing man. Thumbs up to the woman who can tolerate you. Hearing her, A realized she was just having fun at his expense, and his silent rage and shame deepened. Inwardly, he swore he would have his revenge one day if she really let him and Mabui leave alive. You really won't attack Kumo if I relinquish her to you? A doubtfully asked. With this failure of an invasion, A knew he would have to spend several more years rebuilding Kumo's forces. He also knew how vulnerable his village would have been. That didn't mean they were weak. Even with this loss, Kumo was still a top powerhouse in the world, or so he thought. But as powerful as his village was, there were monsters like the 5th Mizukage who could handle most of Kumo's high-ranking ninjas by herself. A really underestimated her. Now he saw she was on the same level as his late father, and only a massive army could wear her down before she could be killed. Alas, Kumo simply could not afford the kind of losses such a thing would require. Not now. Having the Mizukage promise not to attack personally was a big boon. A was not afraid of Kirigakure. He believed Kumo could fend off any attack that wasn't led by the monster in front of him. And what use would Kumo be to me? I only care about my swords. Ringo deadpanned before shrugging. I personally won't move a finger for Kumo, so do go on. Say the words. We both know what has to be spoken. Aside, turning towards Samui, who was looking at him in shock. It made him a bit sorry since the girl was one of his brother's students, and with a great distaste, he spoke, go with her and serve her well. For Kumo's sake. He couldn't force himself to put it into a longer sentence. It still felt like a shit to throw the woman in the path of a kunai to save his own hide. For Kumo, my ass. Samui coldly thought, but outwardly, she just bowed, as you wish, Asama. She was still somewhat shaken. She would have never imagined being handed to Ringo like this. The A she knew was a prideful man who would rather let her die than hand her over. Ah. Samui's mind suddenly halted as she came upon a realization that soured her mood. So I now have to watch out for Kumo assassins, don't I? As a ninja, she was prepared for the unexpected, but this turned her whole life upside down. With just that one sentence, whether she accepted or not, changed her allegiance without needing her input on the matter. See? That didn't even hurt. Ringo happily exclaimed while turning towards Samui, I told you that you will be my apprentice, eh? Yes. Samui sourly spoke. Yes. Ringo expectantly trailed off, giving Samui a look. Yes. Master. Samui relented with a sigh. Might as well just go along with it. Just like that, Ringo obtained her first apprentice. She was already mentally calculating what kind of hellish training she would put the poor Samui through in order for her to catch up to the apprentices of her sister wives. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, May vs. B. A loud explosion resounded through the surroundings, and B in the form of Hachibi was forced to leap to the side, mowing several trees with his body as it unceremoniously landed on the ground and caused a small earthquake. A larger and much more powerful earthquake followed shortly afterward when the attack B had just evaded reached its final stage and released the last and most powerful blast of energy as it ceased to exist. The resounding shockwave was powerful enough to push even Hachibi's massive form a few tens of meters, creating a large trench in its wake. Needless to say, if the force of the shockwave could push even Hachibi, the nearby trees and nature had no chance. The final result was a large crater with no semblance of greenery anywhere in it. "You are quite nimble for an octopus crossed with a bull," May, in the form of her Biju, Auburn, cheerfully but loudly exclaimed. Unfortunately for the local fauna, her booming chakra-enhanced voice generated another shockwave that erased everything living in a 200-meter radius around her. Not that May noticed. "Do it again," she childishly ordered before starting to charge another attack. Hachibi's eyes widened as he saw the insane woman in front of him charging another attack similar to a Bijudama, yet so very different. A red ball similar to magma appeared in front of Auburn's maw, growing larger by the second and angrily pulsing as if whatever was inside wanted to break free. Hachibi barely managed to propel himself away with his tentacles, before the ball shot from Auburn's maw and as if teleported to the place where he was just a moment ago. For a second, the ball compressed, before exploding outward, releasing yet another loud explosion followed by shockwave after shockwave, leaving another deep crater in its wake once it finally ceased to exist. May cheered, finding the way Hachibi moved around with its tentacles very funny. He was just so fast. It was exciting. She just wanted to see it aga. B and Hachibi saw the gleam in Auburn's eyes and before they even registered it, they were already charging a Bijudama in May's and Auburn's direction. Subconsciously, they both realized that unless they attack, May would just continue shooting these balls of doom at them because she seemed to have a lot of fun doing so. The Bijudama shot towards Auburn and Hachibi-clad B wondered why his opponent didn't charge a counterattack, before Auburn just casually slapped the flying Bijudama away with her paw, causing the eight-tailed Jinchuriki to gape at her. The deflected Bijudama flew through the air before it impacted a place a few hundred meters from May and B, generating another earthquake. This finally woke B up from his bewilderment, only to notice that Hachibi took over for a second, perks of being so in tune with the beast, and he was already in the middle of changing position and charging another Bijudama at Auburn-clad May. "Spacing out here can get us killed, B," Hachibi mentally said and B seriously nodded. "She is too strong. We need to go more bonk bonk." B rapped, but his voice didn't hold his usual uncaring, my pace, tone. May raised her eyebrow when she saw her opponent trying out yet another Bijudama. Too curious about her opponent's plan, she didn't counterattack or even move from her spot. She only stood her ground, deflecting the Bijudama once more. This time, however, she didn't even manage to pull a smug look at her opponent before her eyebrows raised as she noticed another Bijudama already flying at her. Auburn quickly swished one of her tails, smashing it against the Bijudama and sending it flying away to the distance as if it was just a ball. Not a second passed, and another Bijudama already flew at her. Auburn deflected that one in a similar manner. And then the next one. And the next one. And another one. Hachibi was charging and shooting Bijudamas and shooting them at Auburn like a machine gun, flabbergasting even B. Despite their good relationship, B never gave Hachibi the freedom of just taking over and Hachibi never did it on his own. This was a special situation where B knew he stood no chance so he let Hachibi be in charge. He could have never imagined Hachibi was capable of that. Just one Bijudama could level most of a hidden village with the ground and he could shoot them as often and as quickly as a Jonin could throw a kunai. B couldn't help but gain newfounded respect for the third Raikage who faced the Biju without getting even a scratch in return. While B was having his enlightenment, Auburn was flicking her tails left and right, decimating the surrounding country with deflected Bijudamas, not letting even one hit her. But it was getting a bit annoying and both Auburn and May decided to cut this short. Pulling one of her tails away from the defensive, they both focused and started mixing their chakra, creating a seemingly solidified ball of misty substance that visibly boiled. This was one of May's specials. Time to have a steamed takoyaki. May inwardly grinned as she threw the ball forward with Auburn's tail. Hachibi was too preoccupied with trying to overpower his enemy with a sheer amount of Bijudamas to notice and that made him react too late to the misty boiling ball that flew at him. The ball impacted the latest Bijudama Hachibi was charging, setting both itself and the Bijudama off right in front of Hachibi's mouth. The eight tails didn't even manage to widen its eyes before it was engulfed by a short-lived explosion that was smothered by the boiling mist that wrapped around it and started compressing itself. The world finally grew quiet, no more booming explosions from deflected Bijudamas, nor one earthquake after another plaguing the lands, the only indication it even occurred was the totally destroyed country all around. The only semblance of what was previously forest were a few remains of broken trees among the literal sea of deep craters. When the mist finally dispersed, it revealed exactly what May expected. A steamed form of Hachibi. His skin was brown, his body was somewhat gaunt, and smoke was rising from it as even the last bits of water molecules were being evaporated directly from its body due to the extreme heat. This boiling misty ball was May's first successful attempt at creating a non-world-destroying jutsu with her own brand of jutsu creation. Yes, it left her opponent a smoked husk even if it was a Biju, but Mei thought it was a resounding success. She finally managed to tone down the damage of her self-made jutsus to a manageable level. They no longer erased continents, now they only erased Biju. Before she could celebrate, Mei looked to the side and frowned. Do you really think you can escape me like that? Auburn tilted its head. No reply came for a few seconds, making Mei seem as if she was a lunatic talking to herself, but then a small part of a cut-off tentacle, buried deep in one of the craters, stirred, its owner knowing he was found out. With a dejected sigh, Hachibi pushed his chakra into the tentacle, and instantly, his body regrew to its former glory as the smoked husk nearby crumbled down. Concentrating all of your chakra into a small part of yourself and then regrow your physical manifestation out of it. I guess you really are just a massive hulk of sentient chakra, aren't you? Mei spoke as she observed what just happened in front of her. The way Hachibi just regrew itself was mightily impressive in her opinion and most importantly, gave her new exciting ideas. Hachibi scowled at her. It knew getting alive out of here was basically impossible. But its pride would not let him just give up. Moreover, he did have a few words for her. Are you mad? Do you want to destroy Konoha? We are not that far away from there. Hachibi bellowed. It was a long shot, but just maybe this would stop her. Ah, don't worry. My hubby gave me a barrier and I activated it when I turned into Auburn. Only our first attack could have been felt over there. Apparently not. Hachibi dejectedly sighed. Sorry B. I think this is it for us. Well, it was it for B. Hachibi knew he would not stay dead for long. But still, he liked B and it was a bit disheartening to know the men would die here. Before B could react, Mei suddenly groaned, attracting both Hachibi's and B's attention. Mew, that old sword maniac is finished with your brother. Mei poutily said, causing B to stiffen at her words. Not paying it any attention, Mei carelessly continued, she just has to ruin my fun. Couldn't she prolong his suffering a bit so I can enjoy myself playing with you? Stupid, stupid, stupid Ringo. She complained and repeatedly stomped her leg on the ground, most likely forgetting she was in the form of Auburn, so with every stomp, the ground shook. Much to Hachibi's relief, Mei actually started shrinking, taking on her human form. As careless as that was, Hachibi had no delusion he could win against her and forced B's body to revert back to its human form by draining his chakra from it. The redhead did not seem like she would kill B any more so. Meh. Hachibi shrugged and left B to the wolves before retreating back to his seal. B could only uneasily look at Mei in front of him with utter shock, his mind still in the process of registering the fact his partner has just ended his transformation and left him alone to face. What are you doing? Your brother made a deal with Ringo. Don't stand and gape at me like an idiot. Come on, we are returning to Konoha. Mei huffed before she turned around and casually strolled through the destroyed landscape in the direction of Konoha. B was left speechless. What the heck just happened? Chapter 435, Chapter 435, Pakura and Inoki, banter. While Mei was dealing with B and Ringo was in the process of plummeting while getting a new apprentice, Pakura faced off against the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Though, to be honest, they were not really fighting, but chatting instead. After all, Inoki's back did get a little cracked up when Pakura counterattacked his sneak attack. The old midget had problems standing straight, much less fighting, and Pakura was juicing the situation for every possible nugget of humiliation she could get out of it. She even sat at a nearby chair, giving Inoki a provoking look to which he scowled, but whenever he wanted to attack, his back would once again remind him why abruptly moving was a bad thing. Sure, he was a ninja and he could bear the pain, but it was in no way pleasant. So, since his opponent was giving him the opportunity to recover, Inoki took it and didn't progress the fight, even if it meant soaking up some humiliation in the process. Look at that. The proud and mighty shitflinger of IWA kneeling in front of me, the Kazekage. Pakura teasingly quipped, leaning her cheek onto her palm as she started to support her head with her arm in a show of boredom. What would your subordinates think if they saw you now, I wonder? Inoki's eyes narrowed in contempt. They would be proud I stand tall in front of you despite my injury. Pakura's eyebrows rose at that before she snorted as she inclined her head down to properly see him. Stand tall, eh? Shut up. Inoki's cheeks reddened a bit when he realized he might not have used the best comparison. This bitch is totally looking down on me. He gritted his teeth. Would you mind telling me why exactly you went along with the invasion of that brainless retard and pale pedophile freak? Pakura drawled, I know you are smarter than that, Inoki. Why join those social rejects? Or is it just you wanting to play with the cool kids? Inoki decided to ignore the jab at his appearance, but the glare he directed at her only intensified. As a fellow leader, you should know well I can't just ignore Konoha growing stronger. He grumbled. What I don't understand is why you allow it to happen. Aren't you afraid of them breaking the shaky alliance between you and invading Suna? You know well that the best alliance between our kind doesn't mean shit in front of power. Pakura revealed a small nostalgic smile at his heated reasoning. He wasn't wrong. He was definitely not wrong. Hidden villages did not have lasting alliances. Whenever one signed an alliance with another, the countdown to one of them being eventually betrayed started. That was common sense. Alas, it was also a thing of the past. Now that Rei's wives were holding their respective villages in a firm and unshakable grip, the betrayal would not occur simply because, unlike the previous leaders, the villages were not the priority for them. Yes, Pakura loved Suna and was doing her best to make it a better, stronger place. But in the end, the thing dearest to her heart was Rei, and if he wanted her to abandon Suna, she would have done so. Reluctantly and with profound sadness, but she would comply and return back to his side, sulking for a few weeks before she would get over it and be happy with her life. Betrayal, huh? Pakura thoughtfully spoke, you do know my past, don't you? She didn't let him answer and continued, you must know. I am a fellow Kage, so investigating my origins and story is something no competent Kage would omit. Nukkinen becoming a Kage. Yes, it is quite disgusting. Anoki sneered, inwardly happy that his back was starting to hurt less. Just a bit more and I will be able to fight without being handicapped. Naturally, he was a ninja, and since he knew he had back problems, he did learn a bit of medical ninjutsu to help himself with it. I was never a Nukkinen. Pakura grumbled, really annoyed. I was declared dead. There is a difference, you twat. Was it so hard to get their facts straight? She was never designated as such. Whoever started that ridiculous rumor, once she got her hands on them, they could look forward to hellish torture. Anoki smirked. Of course, he knew that. But he also knew the woman in front of him hated being called Nukkinen. Still. Being away from the village for years and serving some unknown nobody as his slut instead of your village. Anoki alluded to the men who appeared in Suna alongside Pakura when she fought the previous Kazekage. Anoki indeed ordered an extensive information gathering on Pakura when she became the Kazekage out of nowhere, and boy did he learn things. Pakura had a husband who was not from Suna. Some kind of unrecognizable nobody who was reported to not even be a ninja and seldom appeared outside of their house. This was the height of shamelessness. The woman had a unique bloodline, and if the previous Kage was not a fearful idiot, he would have never ordered her on a suicide mission. Her children would have been something that could really strengthen the village. If she had them with another strong ninja, their potential would have been incredible. Alas, she married a civilian. As a Kage, she failed in Anoki's eyes. He wouldn't care if she had a harem of men made from her best ninjas. He wouldn't care if she included her civilian boy toy into it, but not breeding with powerful shinobi that can give birth to very talented children when she had such an amazing bloodline was basically a betrayal to her own village. Anoki continued his statement, now that pretty much screams Nukkinen for me. The only reason you were not declared as such when the Kazekage saw you are alive was that you had the support of the daimyo. Pakura wanted to rip the rude old man to shreds for what he just said. Not because he insulted her. That was fine. She didn't mind that. But insulting Rei, even if he had no idea about who he was and what kind of strength he possessed, that was above Pakura's tolerance. Fortunately for Anoki, Pakura had a plan and she loathed to derail from those. Hence, the only show of how much the insult affected her was a slight pursing of her lips in displeasure. Entirely too small of a reaction to bring Anoki any kind of satisfaction from provoking her. It inwardly riled him up that his insults did not evoke any sort of angry reaction, but it was expected. Pakura was a Kage, after all. Still, his back was now almost painless and he deemed himself in a good condition to fight. That's why. Hey, are you gonna just sit there while I insult the male sex toy you brought from your gallivanting across the elemental nations while your village thought you dead and had economically a hard time? Well, despite Pakura's small reaction, there was no reason to not reuse the insult, in Anoki's opinion. In the end, it did produce some kind of reaction from her. Pakura raised an eyebrow at his blatant provocation and smirked. Me? Fight you? She chuckled with a lot of condescension in her tone, I see you must have some kind of misunderstanding. That would have been overkill. Instead of that, your opponent will be dash. Pakura's speech was interrupted as Tamari landed nearby and knelt down. Lady Pakura, you called. Ah, yes, Tamari. Pakura smiled while Anoki couldn't help but gape at the audacity of the woman who intended to pit her student, a genin, against him, a Kage. Not affected by the bewilderment of Tsuchikage, Pakura continued, I found a new dummy for you. Tamari turned towards Anoki and her teal-colored eyes gleamed, no idea if he will be any good for testing, but he does seem kind of dumb. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, Protective Badges. When the attack started, Rei and Konan were in the VIP area with several foreign daimyos. Neither of which were affected by the sleep-inducing illusions because of the protective seals around that area. Despite that, the second the illusion was unleashed, all chaos broke loose. Guards of the respective daimyos jumped towards them, some in an attempt to protect them, but some had malicious intentions. The problem was, neither their employers nor their colleagues noticed. Nevertheless, Rei's intent-based seals picked it up and promptly terminated them. Each of those who wished harm upon a daimyo was either engulfed in searing hot crimson flames or torn to shreds by incredibly sharp paper strips. While Rei's seals were subtle enough to not give away who the attacker was, the same could not be said about Conan's attack, and the stupefied daimyos only saw one of the VIPs killing their guards. It wasn't hard for them to come to their own conclusions. The loyal guards around them, those that were not killed, were also wary, only making a protective circle around their charges, but their eyes betrayed they were aware they were no match for Conan from what they had just seen. What dash? One of the dumber dignitaries exclaimed in shock just as the last body of the now-dead guards dropped onto the ground. He crossly looked at Rei and Conan and asked, "Why did you kill my guards?" Obviously, the other daimyos were curious about that too, but they were much smarter than to bother somebody who could kill them with just a casual thought. Most of them actually realized their ninja guards were no match for these two representatives of the Uzumaki clan. Earth daimyo's representative, huh? Prideful and dumb as a rock. That fits. Rei idly thought. While the Earth daimyo and the Lightning daimyo did not show up, they still had their representatives here. That was a must to uphold a certain image of dignity. Rei lazily pointed at the badge every guest was distributed upon entering Konoha. "I am a seal master and this has intent-based seals on it." He drawled, letting out just enough information to be taken seriously without giving away that it was him who created these seals. "Those dead guards wanted to attack you and most likely take you as hostages, that's why we prevented that. You are welcome and Yuzoshio would accept the monetary remuneration for saving your lives at a later time. We thank you very much." While Rei's voice was bored, his eyes were sparkling with mirth. It wasn't every day one could be rude to so many daimyos and actually have them be thankful for it. "Intent-based seals?" The Lightning daimyo's representative asked, probably thinking he was quiet enough, but the whole room heard him, causing them to look at him. When he noticed, his cheeks slightly reddened as he turned his head to the side. Rei smirked. The bastard clearly knew about the invasion. That's why he was surprised. After all, with these intent-based seals, the hostiles should theoretically not even be able to cross the border of the village without Konoha knowing that something was fishy. His brain was most likely just now realizing the implications. Looking at the Earth daimyo's representative, Rei realized that this guy was not informed by Inoki about what would happen. Well, it was probably for the best. But Rei was not the only one who was good at observing others. "You bastard, you knew." A voice resounded through the room, causing others to turn towards it only to see the Fire daimyo glaring at the Lightning daimyo's representative with clear hostility and anger. If there was not a circle made of guards around the Lightning daimyo's representative, the Fire daimyo would most likely already initiated a fistfight or something. Or so his twisted expression was telling. "We did know." The Lightning daimyo's representative surprisingly confessed as he sighed and slumped his shoulders. "Unlike you, Kumo is more militaristic and independent from our daimyo's rule. I was informed about the invasion to dodge any sort of unpleasantness, but I was also told our daimyo was not given any chance to forbid it." He tiredly shrugged in a "what can you do" way. That earned him and the Lightning daimyo the sympathy of most of the daimyos because they were experiencing something similar. Keeping the hidden villages in control was really hard for most of them. Only people like the Fire daimyo, the Earth daimyo, and the Wind daimyo were in a fairly comfortable spot when it concerned their hidden villages. Fire daimyo officially didn't have one since Tsunade became the daimyo herself, so his worries in this matter were non-existent. Wind daimyo couldn't really complain because Pakura did her duty superbly and he enjoyed an amicable relationship with her, so she didn't try to screw him over every little detail like the previous Kazekage. As for the Earth daimyo, he wouldn't have been bothered if he was present because he would not have been told anything anyway. Inoki held a tight grip on the control over his village. The Fire daimyo was not satisfied with the answer of the Lightning daimyo's representative, but he knew there was nothing he could do. With a huff, he turned towards Rei and in a polite voice, he asked, "What about Konoha civilians? Do you know if they are safe? What about the foreign traders? It would be really bad for Konoha if something happened to them." Rei blinked when he heard that. He didn't expect the Fire daimyo to be concerned about Konoha's safety. The friendship between him and Tsunade must have been good if the man was so concerned for her people. Rei inwardly hummed. Yes, he saw the man was on good terms with Tsunade and thought her to be a friend, but that could have been easily faked by someone who was a politician for his whole life. Rei shrugged. The badges also contain protective seals and paralyzation formula. Everybody is safe except those with hostile intent to Konoha and its residents. Those can be paralyzed anytime. Of course, Rei would not reveal that stronger ninjas could counter the paralyzation formula with the intensity of their chakra. In the end, that didn't matter. Then, why are the attackers not paralyzed yet? The Fire daimyo confusedly asked, looking outside the VIP area and seeing fighting going on everywhere. Kumo, IWA, and Sound ninjas were fighting against Konoha ninjas that were occasionally supported by Suna, Uzumaki, or Kiri ninjas. It was a mess, to be honest. Look closer. No civilian is getting injured during those fights. Moreover, nobody on our side is getting lethally or permanently injured. Rei spoke, waiting until the daimyos and their guards took a really careful and long look at what was really happening under the initial seemingly messy fighting that was going on in the arena, and when he saw their eyes gain a semblance of recognition, he continued. In short, this is a good training exercise. The daimyos were flabbergasted when they heard that. The fire one gaped like a fish, the wind one didn't care and sat down on his chair before he started to enjoy the food again, and the lightning daimyo's representative grimaced. His mumbling was quiet but Rei's hearing sense was sharp enough to hear a muffled and discontent, I asked not to do it. Obviously, the word of a diplomat would not sway a Kage. That was wishful thinking. But at least the guy tried. The Konoha daimyo and Hokage really allowed their own village to become a battle zone just for a training exercise. The Earth daimyo's representative spoke in bewilderment, that's insane. Rei blinked in shock at that. That was a pretty point-on description of how this would seem for somebody who didn't know all the details. Huh. Guess the Earth guy is not as dumb as he looks. Chapter 437, Chapter 437, Fanfictions. Rei wasn't interested in talking more with the daimyos. He definitely was not gonna argue with them if this plan was stupid or not. They will see for themselves once everything is said and done. After all, he already got a report through the telepathic connection he had with Kagaya that the invasion of Kimo and IWA had already started. Stupid. Pfft. Nobody in Konoha was in any real danger. Rei was 100% sure of that. He had that much faith in his sealing skills. And in exchange for roughing up Konoha a bit, the last two major hidden villages not under his rule would be suppressed enough to never become a problem again. All that while everybody was fixated on what was going on in Konoha. It was a nice strategic sleight of hand, and if he didn't have the two biggest trading companies, Conan's perfect spying, many interesting seals that could conceal loads of important things, and thorough knowledge of how the information network of hidden villages worked, it would have never been possible to accomplish. The only daimyo he would not mind speaking with was the Fire One, and even that was because he seemed genuine in his appreciation of the friendship between him and Tsunade. While the Wind One had a similar relationship with Pakura. Rei couldn't find a guy with over 50 consorts and past desire for one of his women likable. Call it pettiness if you will, but Rei was barely managing to keep his girls happy. How could the dude do 50? Life was friggin' unfair sometimes. And no. He was definitely not pouting, huffing, nor was he cutely scowling no matter what Conan said as they were leaving the room. He didn't see it, so it can't be true. Period. So, what are we gonna do? Any plan or aim? Conan asked, her voice slightly excited while her amber eyes sparkled expectantly as she looked at Rei. She might not mind doing paperwork every day, but she wouldn't say no to more exciting ninja stuff. Not even causing a massacre seemed all that bad after a few years of desk duty. No wonder every Kage was a murderous bastard. Rei questioningly raised his eyebrow at her. How would you come to that conclusion? We are just tourists here. He innocently tilted his head, making Conan snort a laugh at his answer. Well, you usually have one of those during chaotic times like these. Conan offhandedly remarked after she stopped her brief laughing. Her tone suddenly flipped back to an excited one. Remember how we first met Pakura? The entire Sunagakure could not calmly sleep for at least a month afterward. And how much chaos we caused when we were going around as Yuzora, getting the samples of the Biju chakra. A content and nostalgic smile appeared on Conan's lips. We plunged the entire elemental nations into chaos and made them chase ghosts so we could calmly focus on building up our hidden village. Ah, fun times. Rei's lips twitched at that. While true, it was not his aim at that time. To be completely honest, causing chaos was fun. That's why he did it. Not because of some scheme with so many twists. Even Orochimaru with his special predisposition would not be able to wrap his head around it. Now that you mention it, we really do thrive during the chaos, don't we? Rei idly spoke with an awkward smile. But no. There is nothing to do in Konoha. No foe that would require our attention, no vault worth our time to steal from, and no person worthy to be kidnapped. He sighed and looked towards the horizon, seeing Konoha in all of its beauty, even if it was marred by lots of fighting on the streets and several houses burning. No need for such things as we already own this village. Rei added in his head as he frowned, but damn if this plan won't cause the need for a lot of costly repairs. I wonder who will pay for that. His eyes briefly wandered in Conan's direction as he knew Tsunade was too stingy to use her own pocket money. After all, there was this thing called work-related expenses. And Conan will not be happy with her for that. Family drama is incoming. Oh, joy. Rei mused. Then again, those were always fun to watch. He would have to remember to make a lot of popcorn. Kagaya was an expensive rabbit to keep and feed. Especially when she was amused. No doubt would she demand some refreshments for the show. Unfortunately for Rei, she learned the invincible puppy dog eye technique and it worked damn well with her Byakugan eyes. Evil thing, that. And she just had to get interested in seduction techniques on top of picking May as her teacher. Talk about a recipe for a disaster. Rei's awkward smile became a bit forced. At least I have the mental connection with her and can be certain she would only try to practice those techniques on me. I guess that's a plus. The men of elemental nations should thank him for that. Kagaya would sooner crush them to death in irritation than woo them. Now that's a funny mental picture. If she was not mine, I would definitely want to see that. Rei amusedly thought. I guess, we suffer from the exact same thing in these fancy fantasy scrolls, don't we? Conan giggled. But when she saw Rei had no idea what she was talking about, she decided to explain a bit. It wasn't weird he didn't read it. He was a guy. Expecting a sense of art from him would be too much. The main characters in these stories usually make themselves so powerful and have so many capable subordinates that in the end, they have nothing to do. Conan explained. Rei continued looking at her weirdly. Since when does elemental nations have fanfiction? He inwardly thought in shock. More importantly, how come I don't know about it? So much value for entertainment wasted. Rei got excited and was about to ask where she read those stories when. Unfortunately, the fantasy scrolls are just fanciful kiddie Scrabble compared to real life. Conan cluelessly continued with a sigh. It was less interesting than the accounting books of the Bairi company. You meant to use them as an excuse to slack off while still appearing like you're working. Rei deadpanned, knowing the technique from his past life. Having a book in front of you helped make you seem busy as long as people could not discover what exactly that book is. Conan slightly blushed and turned her head away. I have no idea what you are talking about. You must be mistaken. My work ethics are nothing but diligence incarnate. How could you accuse me of slacking off? I would never know. She huffed, but Rei could clearly see the twitch of her lips. She was totally lying. Rei sighed and rubbed his forehead in frustration. Just tell me this. He hopefully pleaded in a quiet tone. Were those stories really that bad you rather did your work than read them? An awkward silence spread between them, and the only noise interrupting it was coming from all the fighting around them. Rei was anxious for the answer. Getting entertainment from books was really hard for the current him. The ninja life spoiled most of the local fantasy genre because, in a way, he lived in a fantasy book. There was no reason to read about heroes with special abilities when you were a killer with special abilities. Just boring. But fanfictions? That could actually be a bit interesting, no? These tended to go beyond common sense even if it meant sounding dumb as heck. That's why he hoped for a no from Conan, but fate is never really kind. Yes. Conan delivered the final judgment and Rei instantly knew he would not enjoy them. If Conan preferred doing her least favorite part of being CEO rather than reading these things, they must have been exceptionally bad. Web novel level bad. Marvel fanfictions level bad. Or worse. While Rei had already forgotten most of the fanfictions he had read in his past life, he still remembered these references. It was just not worth it. Author note. Yeah, I am taking a jab at the web novel fanfictions as of late. Do you have the same problem as me? At the time I wrote this chapter, there seemed to be no good new fanfic. Nothing I could be excited to read about. I have a few personal likes, but I simply feel that in the past, there was a bigger variety of interesting stories coming out. Sad, really. Chapter 438, Chapter 438, Tamari and Conan. As Rei and Conan walked around without a care, being ignored by every enemy or allied ninja thanks to Rei's seals, Tamari suddenly landed in front of them. Rei. She lunged forward, engulfing Rei in a hug and making him raise an eyebrow at her. Rei briefly glanced towards Conan, but the woman just covered her mouth and went, "Ufufu," while giving Rei a knowing yet provocative look. You are starting to go down a dangerous path, husband. Conan teased him through their mental connection, shrewdly looking at Tamari. They are getting younger and younger by the year. Rei's eyebrow twitched. Humph, don't be jealous. He sent her the mental picture of him showing her his tongue. Conan's smile widened at that. Jealous? Not at all, dear. Some things can be offered only by an experienced woman. She lightly said, subtly licking her lips and winking at Rei. We both know you would never swap me for a younger model. Simply because there is no younger model better than me. Arrogant much? Rei quipped with an inward chuckle as he finally returned Tamari's hug, rubbing her back a bit. Conan just smugly but in jest replied, not enough. Rei chuckled and inclined his head downward, looking at Tamari. Shouldn't you be helping Pakura? He instantly felt the girl in his arms stiffen briefly before she once again relaxed. I guess that answers my question. He mused. Lady Pakura's fine. Tamari reluctantly mumbled and looked up, her eyes full of innocence staring straight into Rei's amused gaze with conviction. There is nobody who could pose a threat to her. Rei's lips twitched upwards at that, and you think I am in danger? He raised an eyebrow at her in a questioning way. He was really interested in what answer would come out of her. Tamari pursed her lips at that, and her eyes wandered around as if trying to find a good answer to Rei's question. A moment of silence followed since finding an answer to that was clearly harder than Tamari thought. When Rei was about to think he would not get an answer, Tamari suddenly turned back towards him and said, I am not here to protect you. I am here to be protected by you. She said it with such a straight face that Rei got momentarily speechless while Conan burst out laughing at his slightly gaping expression. But Tamari was not done yet. See all those dangerous ninjas around. What could a genin like me do against them? I need my big tough protector. Conan was finding it hard to stop laughing at Rei's misfortune, but she decided to add her own salt into the wound. She got you there, mighty hero. Rei closed his eyes and sighed as he rubbed his forehead. You couldn't have thought up something less cringe. Or at least not say it in front of Conan. I will be teased for months for this. I know, but... Tamari shuffled a bit in Rei's arms, a guilty glint flashing through her eyes. It was for the greater good. What? Rei furrowed his eyebrows as Tamari pulled apart from him and took a few steps back. There. It's my win. He was totally surprised. I hope you will fulfill your part of the deal. Tamari cutely narrowed her eyes at Conan. Sure, Conan offhandedly said, and just completely ignored Tamari as she amusedly watched the realization start to register in Rei's brain. You already roped her into your schemes to embarrass me. Rei turned towards Conan with apprehension. This was not the first time he experienced something like this. Conan regularly roped his other wives into things like this. Frankly, Rei had a suspicion the woman loved his retaliation. After all, she had a small but well-hidden masochistic streak in her. Seeing his expression, Conan giggled. Well, you know what they say. The younger they start. She unrepentantly shrugged. Conan was too used to him, and Rei realized no matter what he said, she wouldn't care much, nor would he be able to make her feel guilty. That's why he turned towards Tamari. And you went with it. Tamari embarrassedly fidgeted under his gaze and rubbed her hands together, but her voice held strong conviction and her eyes were steady and resolved. The reward was too good to pass. Damn, you really know how to find them. Conan quipped, amused by the fact Tamari was so straightforward. She was starting to like the girl more and more. To be honest, Conan thought the girl would fit right in. Tsunade, Ringo, Mei, Pakura, and Kagaya, none of them were shy or reserved. They were all women who knew what they wanted in life. Now that Conan had a better look at Tamari and how she acted, she could see why Rei was interested in her. So that's why he doesn't show any interest in my apprentices. Conan inwardly frowned, imagining Izumi and her shy, awkward, and clumsy self. Not that Conan didn't try to help the girl with it. But the end result was simply making Izumi innocently and cluelessly cruel during combat, while her clumsiness outside of it didn't improve at all. Conan was many things. At most of them she could brag to be the best in the world, but a psychologist she was not. So Rei likes his women more assertive, huh? I guess you learn something new every day. Conan inwardly thought. After so many years, she noticed only now. It was wonderful how surprising life could still be. To give her credit, these were the easily overlooked things, and then there was Mei. Even if it didn't seem like Mei was assertive, that girl was the most devious and evil of them all. She was so devious, she hadn't even realized it yet. Like, her hobby is creating world-ending jutsu. Who does that? Then again, she was practically raised by Conan and Rei, so I'd better not go down that line of thoughts. Conan hummed. Our parenting skills are depressing. What did you even promise her for this? Rei's exasperated voice pulled Conan from her thoughts. Conan blinked and tried to reorient herself a bit. I promised her an uninterrupted week with you, she said, still a bit distracted by random thoughts. Rei frowned at that and glanced at Tamari. Without asking me first? His question clearly made Tamari a bit nervous, but he grabbed her hand to calm her down and show her he wasn't against spending time with her. It was just that he still had quite a few projects to finish, and the sooner he did that, the better. It's not like you can't do your stuff during that week. I haven't promised her anything concerning yourself. If she wants to get you in bed, she will have to seduce you herself. Conan shrugged. The uninterrupted part only applies to myself and my sisters. She explained further. If it was like that, then Rei guessed it was fine. Nothing different from normal for him. He built quite a bit of resistance to seduction attempts over the years. That was the sad consequence of having multiple loving wives, all the while enjoying something as time-consuming as Fuinjutsu research. But still, he was curious. How will you persuade my other girls to go with this? I don't think they will be happy about it. He didn't need a catfight in the house. Nor did he want to deal with pouty Mei or stabby Ringo. Oh, that. Conan deviously smiled. Naturally, she had it all thought out. I won the bet. The bet. Rei tilted his head for a bit before a realization struck him. But that shouldn't be. But Uzushio did not win the finals. he confusedly stated, and Conan smirked. Tsunade is not the only one who can cheat. You remember the seal you made for our bets that locks our choices so they can't be changed? She asked, and Ray nodded. I just used the little you managed to pound into me about Fuinjutsu to delay the locking mechanism and snuck in another choice of mine right before the seal closed. I chose the finals will be interrupted and nobody would win. She mirthfully giggled. Not my problem. Tsunade imitated my first choice. Ray was surprised at her shrewdness, but he had to admit, it was fair. It's not like she competed against civilians. And while Ray was amusedly musing about the reactions of his other wives to the loss they had yet no idea about, Tamari seemed to gain a newfound appreciation for Conan. While Lady Pakura would always be first for Tamari, Conan seemed really cool too. Of course, Conan did notice it and inwardly grinned. After all, it wouldn't do for a wife of Ray to not look up to her in some way. All according to the plan. She thought in satisfaction. Author note. For those who didn't understand, as it can be a bit confusing, I guess, this happened before Tamari was called by Pakura, and I will make it clear in the next chapter. Another thing, sorry guys, this is more of a slice of life without much action. When I started writing this chapter, I planned to write something filled with action, progress the plot, and all, but in the end, I wrote it like this because I felt like it. Chapter 439, Chapter 439, Tamari vs Inoki 1. As the trio of Ray, Conan, and Tamari, who once again, much to Conan's amusement, tried to meld with Ray's side in an affectionate hug, enjoyed their casual peaceful moment while chatting about unimportant things while ignoring what was going on around them, Tamari suddenly stiffened, and pouted. Ray chuckled, causing the blonde girl to raise her face towards him, and when their eyes met, Tamari instantly donned a pleading expression. But Ray. Don't look at me like that. He calmly smiled at her. I felt the subtle flaring of Pakura's chakra as well. Go. She is calling for you. He patted the girl's head while she reluctantly separated from him. Fine. Tamari grumbled. Before she rushed towards Pakura's position, however, she decided to be a bit mischievous and walked towards Ray before pecking him on the cheek. Her cheeks gained a pink dusting because of her action, but before either Conan or Ray could start teasing her, Tamari disappeared in a swirl of sand. Ray, rubbing his cheek, was smiling in amusement. That girl. He helplessly shook his head. Tamari arrived at the place where she could feel Lady Pakura's chakra and noticed her leisurely sitting on a throne-like chair while talking with some midget. Did she really have to call me? She is one of the strongest ninjas in here. Why does she have to disturb me? Tamari inwardly complained at her time with Ray being cut short. When she landed and greeted Lady Pakura, she was told she was supposed to face off against the midget who was apparently the third Tsuchikage. Well, Lady Pakura created a nice way to provoke the prideful dwarf, so Tamari saw no harm in giving a follow-up. No idea if he will be any good for testing, but he does seem kind of dumb. She said while looking at Inoki. Inoki was obviously annoyed at the jab at his intelligence, but unlike Pakura, he did not consider the young genin as someone on the same level as him. Her words did not have much of an effect on him. Instead, he turned towards Pakura. You really want me to face the girl first? Have you no shame? Pakura did not answer Inoki. She ignored him and turned towards Tamari, donning a disbelieving expression. Does he actually expect me to answer that? Did he not witness you fight in the arena? Seems like it, Lady Pakura. Tamari quipped with an easygoing smile. One would expect that Tsuchikage to know what being a ninja means, but who knows what else than his height is stunted. From their interaction, Inoki understood verbal attacks had no effect and they would only keep mocking him. Very well. As you wish. Inoki's face darkened as he put his hands together. I will quickly deal with the girl first before I deal with you, then. His knees bent in preparation for recoil and a small white light started to gather in the middle of his joined thumbs and pointing fingers. The light was slowly growing bigger and bigger, being charged by Inoki's potent chakra. It didn't even take 2 seconds for Inoki's attack to be ready, and a white beam shot straight at Tamari at breakneck speed. The beam traveled through the air, and the second Inoki finished firing it, he started turning toward Pakura, considering the blonde girl done for. Yes, the show she gave in the arena against the Uzumaki girl was impressive and very fancy, but Inoki would not dub her a Kage-level powerhouse. Not yet. He fully believed firing his bloodline jutsu at the girl was enough to get rid of her, or at the very least lethally injure her. That's why he was left surprised when Tamari just whipped out her fan and did the impossible. She deflected the beam upward with it, straight into the clear sky, until the chakra powering it was used up and the beam disappeared into thin air. What dash? How did you dash? Inoki exclaimed, suddenly much warier about the genin in front of him. It had to be said, the dust release was one of the most destructive bloodlines in the world. It was also known to be able to get through any physical obstacle with the ease of a knife going through butter. The only reliable way to survive it was to dodge it, but that was easier said than done since the dust release jutsus were very fast too. Just with this one bloodline, both the second and the third Tsuchikage were capable of becoming the best IWA ninjas in their respective generations and secure the position of the Tsuchikage for themselves. They definitely had many more tricks up their sleeve, but their bloodline played a very important role in their rise to power. There was simply no way to easily counter it. And yet, Inoki just witnessed a kunoichi using a battle fan to deflect his dust release attack. It utterly baffled him. I used my fangirl powers. Tamari smugly retorted, making Inoki's mind blank out for a second at the stupidity he just heard. Before Inoki could regain his focus, Tamari suddenly grabbed her fan with both of her hands and channeled a massive amount of wind-natured chakra into it, before swinging it at him. A tornado full of Kamaitachi whirlwinds burst forth, appearing out of nowhere and engulfing Inoki. It was so massive that everyone in Konoha could see it, as the sky was seemingly connected with the ground through it. Inside the tornado, the wind chakra ground against each other, creating a very efficient meat grinder capable of turning anything entering it into dust. It was no wonder that part of the arena was instantly disintegrated by it. There, that should do it. Tamari nodded in satisfaction as she leaned on her now folded battle fan. She put quite a bit of her reserves into this attack as she wanted to quickly return to Rei. Turning back towards Pakura, Tamari impatiently asked, "Can I go now?" In response, Pakura just chuckled, "Firstly, you overdid it." Tamari unrepentantly grinned, "It worked, no. That's all that matters." She shrugged her shoulders. Pakura's lips stretched into a teasing smile at that. "Secondly, you are underestimating your enemy." Pakura timed her answer very well, as the second it was out of her mouth, the tornado suddenly exploded in white light, penetrating it in multiple places, collapsing the entire jutsu with pure force, overpowering the wind chakra inside of it. When the tornado full of razor-sharp winds dissipated, Inoki could be seen standing in his original spot, not even a scratch on him. "It will take much more than that to put me down, kid." He glared at Tamari, not amused with her assumption that defeating him was so easy. Inoki was a prideful man. He could stomach being verbally mocked. Especially when his opponent used the jabs at his height. Everyone did that. He was used to it. But having his ability questioned and being looked down upon by some wet behind the ears upstart. Now that pissed him off. Inoki put his hands together, much like when he shot the first beam at Tamari, and his chakra flared around him as his killing intent fell on Tamari's shoulders while he condescendingly shouted. "You deflected 1, can you do the same with 10? Chapter 440, Chapter 440, Brief Interruption. When Inoki broke out of Tamari's tornado and revealed his unscathed form, it looked a bit like a magic trick. After all, both Tamari and Pakura fully knew there was no way for him to tank it with his own body without being turned into a meaty paste. Even if he used the variety of earth jutsu that hardened its user's skin, there still would have been deep gashes all over him. Only when Pakura noticed the very small pebbles occasionally sprawled all around him did she understand how he did it. So he simply created a very dense earth dome, let it tank the attack while he was charging his own counterattack. But then, why didn't he aim his counterattack at Tamari and shot it into the air? Pakura inwardly mused, "Wait." She tilted her head as an idea struck her. He realized the weak point of the tornado. TSK. He must be quite experienced with fighting against wind users. When Pakura was finally done with her theory, she noticed Inoki charging his dust release again, aiming at Tamari. Pakura could feel the amount of chakra and 10 white rays split from Inoki's hands, raising their way through the air straight at Tamari, who was prepared to deflect them with her battle fan. "Ha, youth." Pakura could only sigh. Inoki's dust release rays met Tamari's fan, but unlike the last time, they were not immediately deflected upwards. The dust release impacted the extremely durable high-quality chakra metal of the fan, the special chakra paper made by Chunin and enhanced by Rei's Fuin Jutsu to match the durability of the chakra metal and be able to amplify the user's wind chakra, and on top of all that, was Tamari's own special chakra coating technique where she mixed her wind and earth natures in a similar yet different way than what her sand jutsus used and made her battle fan the best at deflecting and pushing attacks away from itself thanks to the magnetic properties it gained. The usually fragile weapon such as a battle fan could thanks to that be used as a jutsu repulsive shield without the worry of it being damaged. It was one of the creative ways of how to use her bloodline Rei taught her. After all, her bloodline was not sand manipulation but magnet release. But it seemed that Tamari's chakra-enhanced battle fan had just met its match as Inoki's concentrated dust release was trying to drill through Tamari's chakra coating on the fan, refusing to be deflected and disintegrating the coating bit by bit. Tamari's eyes slightly widened as she felt herself being pushed back despite already putting her full strength into her battle fan. She pushed more of her chakra into the coating, desperately trying to resist Inoki's technique while trying to push her fan upwards to make deflection easier, but the pressure and momentum of Inoki's dust release were not letting her, instead, transforming the exchange into a straightforward clash between Tamari's and Inoki's chakras. When Tamari was about to lose, her coating almost penetrated, and Inoki's technique was about to impact her now unprotected battle fan. Emerald-colored chakra suddenly bubbled from Tamari's wrist, the same spot where Pakura marked her when she took her as her kunoichi. The emerald-colored chakra quickly spread all over the fan, easily pushing the dust release back, eroding it as if it was an effortless task. Tamari was about to sigh in relief that her precious battle fen was saved from destruction, but her eyes widened once again when she noticed another white ray heading toward her. Inoki definitely did not just wait until Tamari's struggle with his attack ended. He was preparing for his next attack. The white ray was too fast and already too close. Panic filled Tamari as she knew she didn't have time to defend. Not only was this ray much more powerful than the previous ones, but there was no time to concentrate the chakra coating of her weapon enough to at least buy her time. It was too late. That's when Pakura suddenly appeared in between Tamari and the white ray, her palm outstretched towards it. Not even a split of a second passed and the ray impacted Pakura's palm, the white chakra of the dust release smashing into emerald flame-like chakra in which Pakura's palm was engulfed. And just like that, without any fanfare, when the full dust release ray gathered on Pakura's palm, she abruptly closed her hand into a fist, and the dust release was effortlessly squashed like a bug by the emerald chakra. Inoki could only gape at, he had no idea what that even was. His bloodline is the most destructive out there and the woman in front of him just caught it. His mind couldn't even start comprehending what he had just witnessed. Inoki's astonished eyes met Pakura's gaze full of calm apathy, and for the first time in decades, he froze, his body locking up in irrational fear. The last time he felt like this. His mind flashed back to his meeting with Uchiha Madara in his youth, to the time he locked eyes with the man's Sharingan and felt the sheer disinterested malice in those eyes. While Inoki was having the shock of his life, Pakura slowly half-turned towards Tamari, causing the girl's breath to hitch when she saw how Pakura's usually brown eyes were now shining in a striking emerald color surrounding cat-like slitted pupils. The sheer intensity and feeling of danger those eyes held was something that mesmerized Tamari. Only Pakura's voice pulled Tamari back to reality. I called you here to fight a Kage. Stop underestimating him. He is far too experienced and his jutsus are far too destructive for you to take it easy. You already experienced prosperity and became a monster. Now it's your time to experience proper adversity and finally grow up. I hope you won't disappoint me, again. With that, Pakura disappeared into thin air, neither Inoki nor Tamari capable of following her with their eyes as she reappeared on her chair, leisurely sitting and supporting her cheek with her palm while waiting for them to continue their fight. Tamari shook at Pakura's words, a feeling of shame dwelling in her. She was too cocky and self-assured. She thought fighting a Kage would be easy for her. Her rise so far was in no way easy. The training Pakura and occasionally Ray gave her was in no way easy. But it made her stand above her peers, above other ninjas from her village. It made her better, but she had never thought herself to be arrogant. But, apparently, she grew complacent when she had no right to be. When Tamari finally realized where she went wrong, she raised her eyes back towards Inoki, but now they gleamed with an ironclad resolve. The resolve to win. Inoki's eyes followed Pakura with deep unease. He felt fear. It had been so long since he felt like this. But he was a Kage. He was not one of those weak-willed wet-behind-their-ears guys that couldn't face their fears. He understood long ago that facing their fears was something every person eventually had to do if they wanted to improve. Even if Madara stood in front of him right now, he would fight. No matter how the men still scared him, even long after his death. Inoki would fight. For he was a ninja, a Kage. The protector of his village and his people. Therefore he would fight even if it would cost him his life. Despite his resolve, facing monsters like Madara was never easy. Hence, his uneasiness. Another one appeared in the world. Inoki thought as he watched Pakura with apprehension, his stomach sinking. Why can't one pop up in my village? He inwardly grumbled. As an answer to his gaze, Pakura just kindly smiled and waved her free hand at them. Don't mind me. My apprentice needs all the training she can get. Feel free to continue. Chapter 441, Chapter 441, Tamari vs Inoki 2. This bitch. Inoki inwardly seethed at the carefree and casual way Pakura ordered him. Alas, he could do nothing about it, and it wasn't as if his opponent decided to not fight him if he declared his disinterest in fighting. Even if he didn't want to obey Pakura, he would be forced to act in accordance with her order simply because he couldn't do anything else in his situation. Somehow, that made him even more incensed. His eyes trailed over to Tamari, and when he saw the determination in the girl's eyes, he snorted in contempt. Girl, the last time I underestimated a youngster was with the Namikaze brat, and I regret it to this day. Don't think I will go easy on you just because you are at the age where you barely don't need to use diapers anymore. Inoki gruffly spoke and prepared for a fight. But unlike what he just said, he didn't intend to fight Tamari with the aim to kill her. Not even with the aim to defeat her. No. Inoki simply wanted to wait for an opportunity to flee. And for that, he had to go hard enough on the girl to push her back while not defeating or killing her. All in order to prolong their fight so the chances for such an opportunity to come would be increased. I might have underestimated you, old midget. Tamari's face scrunched as if she ate something disgusting. But that won't happen again. She said in a barely audible voice. Both Inoki and Tamari were about to leap at each other when Pakura's voice suddenly interrupted them. "Oh. You both can fly, so either fight in the arena or go into the air." She turned towards Tamari, her eyes holding a stern but warm look. "Konoha is now our ally, Tamari. I don't want to see you destroying more of it than necessary." After saying that, Pakura's eyes shifted towards Inoki, her gaze turning cold. "As for you, better do what I say or it won't be my apprentice you will be facing but me." Naturally, Pakura could completely see through Inoki's plan. She wasn't born strong. She was in his position quite a few times herself, so she could imagine what he was feeling and what he hoped to accomplish. Hearing her, Inoki grimaced, but he could only give a curt nod in a defeated acceptance. At least Pakura didn't seem to try preventing his attempt at running away. If anything, she seemed amused and curious. He tried to console himself with that. Both Inoki and Tamari jumped down into the arena, neither really opting to fight in the air. For Tamari, it was because in the air, her sand manipulation would have been severely limited and she now knew she would have to use everything in her arsenal to fight Inoki. For Inoki, it was because most of his defensive techniques relied on earth nature manipulation, and it was infinitely easier to cast them near the ground. While he could make earth for his techniques mid-air, it was very draining, and right now, he needed to preserve his chakra as much as he could. The two fighters soundlessly dropped onto the ground of the arena and looked at each other. The stare-off didn't last more than 2 seconds before the fight started. No insults, grandstanding or boasting. They were past that stage of the fight and both now knew the other wouldn't be shaken by a simple insult. Neither Inoki nor Tamari wished to engage in close-range combat as it was not their main strength. They abruptly stopped rushing at each other when they were just 50 feet apart, Tamari sliding on the ground due to her momentum, using it to brandish her battle fan, while Inoki stopped seamlessly in his spot, allowed to do this due to his body floating slightly above the ground. Running was for plebs anyway. As Inoki stopped, his hands came together, charging another dust release ray. After all, why do something new when the old thing worked so far? He totally expected to overpower Tamari with his next attack. And if not, then he could simply deploy one of the many backup strategies that were brewing in his mind. Unlike the previous times, when Tamari was about to finish brandishing her battle fan and her wind jutsu was about to be shot towards Inoki, a spark suddenly came out of her mouth as she ground her teeth together. That was the only cue Inoki got before. Tamari suddenly spat a stream of fire in front of her, directly into the trajectory of her wing jutsu, causing a fiery inferno to roll in waves at the startled Inoki. Knowing he had to react fast, Inoki stopped charging his attack and shot it in front of him, easily penetrating the fiery inferno and creating a massive hole in the middle of it. Inoki's aim was impeccable and he shot it straight at his opponent. But when he saw his dust release ray pierce straight through Tamari's fan and body, he instantly knew he was fooled even before Tamari's form dissolved into sand. He had other problems than pondering where his opponent was, though. Unlike his expectations, the inferno wasn't disrupted completely and still advanced toward him, sealing up with more raging flames as it got closer to his position. Inoki was however too experienced, and as the flaming inferno engulfed him, roasting him alive, his charred form suddenly crumbled, revealing it was just an earth clone. It took 10 whole seconds for the inferno to cease existing, devouring all the chakra, funneling it and leaving behind only a massive black mark spanning through at least half of the arena. Neither Inoki nor Tamari could be seen inside the arena. While the arena seemed completely peaceful, down below it, a vicious fight continued. Tamari tried to ground as many rocks together as she could in order to make more sand for herself, while Inoki was focusing on furiously solidifying the sand into rocks with his chakra. Both did this all the while trying to locate the position of the other. Having their attention divided like this wasn't pleasant, but they both knew stopping would mean giving the other the advantage, and both were too stubborn to allow that. 2 minutes passed, rocks being ground to sand and then sand being solidified into rocks in an endless circle. By now the entirety of the ground under the arena went through this process and it became visible even on the surface in several places. It looked like a disturbance on the water surface. Several places on the surface were turned to sand that was moving in waves like water, but it didn't last long and the sand was hardened, turning back to rock only for this exact phenomenon to repeat in different places in the arena. Again and again, and so it went. No ninja had the guts to step into the arena during that time, as they all knew the sign of danger. If that wasn't enough, the sight of occasional kunai falling into the arena and impacting the ground, before it was either covered by sand that rose from the unsuspecting ground and crushed the kunai, or 2 chakra-hardened rock plates appeared from the ground and squashed the kunai in between themselves before pulling in deep underground, depending on who controlled the place where kunai landed at that moment. Both Inoki and Tamari were using their senses, rather than their sight, to fight, so whoever got into the arena would be shit out of luck, as they would assume them to be their opponent and go for attack, no questions asked. As this kind of fight continued, it was surprisingly Inoki who got lucky and got the first hint of Tamari's location. Chapter 442, Chapter 442, Tamari vs Inoki 3. Tamari was growing more and more disgruntled the more she searched the underground of the arena. She was extremely good at locating enemies thanks to her innate talent and loads of hard work in both earth and wind manipulations. After all, she wasn't like Gaara or her father who had their bloodlines right off the bat. Tamari had to work hard to awaken hers. And since it did not awaken on its own, forcefully awakening it would have been impossible without mastering the natures needed for her bloodline. At this point, Tamari was the best at earth manipulation and only second to Lady Pakura in wind. And she was damn proud of it too. So, why couldn't she get even a hint of her opponent? As expected, he knows his stuff as a Kage should. Tamari thought, feeling disheartened. Tamari's thoughts were interrupted as she felt her chakra sense catch something extremely unexpected. As usual, the sandy ground was turning into rock, but this time, it wasn't erratic and random. No, this time it headed straight towards her. He found me. How? Tamari inwardly freaked out. Right at the start of their fight, she understood they both used the same way of locating each other. They both tried to send a sonar-like wave of earth-natured chakra into the ground, getting a clear picture of anything the wave passed. The problem with that was simple. Her wave and Inoki's wave cancelled each other out whenever they met, and as such, no wave ever reached either of their bodies. As Tamari frantically thought about how she was found out while fighting the rock creation jutsu of her opponent with her sand-making jutsu, preventing it to get closer to her position, she suddenly felt her most recent wave of earth chakra cancel out Inoki's wave, but in her focused state, she for the first time felt a very subtle and weak wave of chakra come right after the main wave, passing through her. Tamari's eyes widened, so that's how. The cunning bastard. She grumbled. Alas, experience counted for something, and it was obvious Inoki had the advantage in that. Tamari realized that fighting underground was no longer in her best interest. Not when her opponent was better at locating her. Tamari quickly stopped trying to fight Inoki's jutsu and propelled herself upward, burrowing towards the surface. After reaching it, Tamari did not stay on the ground. Instead, she flew into the sky, hovering around 15 meters above the ground while channeling her chakra downward, focusing on turning more of the ground to sand. It might have appeared that Tamari had an advantage now that she wasn't underground. After all, she could affect a bigger surface of the ground, and by now, the entire surface of the arena was a well of moving sand. Inoki seemed to be trapped. He was underground and above him was sand. Tamari's domain. Alas, there was a reason why neither Tamari nor Inoki tried to get out of the underground at the start, trying to utilize this kind of tactic. Tamari abruptly jerked her body to the right, only barely evading a thick dust release beam that suddenly came out of the ground. Before she could relax, she had to move back, evading another beam, and another, and another. Tamari was flying from left to right, back and forth, evading Inoki's attacks by a slight margin. This was why neither of them wanted to get out of the ground. Earth had more density, hence the sonar-like chakra location technique took time to return results. Air wasn't as dense, however, and as such, even when Inoki was underground and practically blind, he was still able to locate Tamari with pinpoint precision and aim his jutsu at her. While she was frantically evading the vicious attacks, Tamari was also slightly focused on preparing a counterattack. She knew the only way to break out of being on the defensive was to go on the offensive, even if it was a bit risky and tricky to focus on two things at the same time. Inoki was too focused on trying to hit Tamari, and that made sneaking an attack past his guard easier than it should have been. Then again, nobody could blame him for that. His attacks were literally one-hit kill. Tamari's sand almost reached him, and if not for his vast experience and quick reflexes, even if his back hurt from the sudden movement, he would have been squished into a paste. Inoki barely dodged Tamari's sand, but he was forced to leave the safety of the ground and resurface. Knowing that staying on the ground was foolish when fighting against somebody capable of manipulating sand, he instantly floated into the air. Tamari was not happy that she didn't catch Inoki with her sneak attack. But she decided to take what she could get and be satisfied with it. Having him out of the ground and where she could see and attack him was good enough. That wasn't half bad. I guess you really know a bit about being a ninja. Inoki remarked in a tone that made it impossible to know if he was being sarcastic or not. Tamari looked at him, opened her mouth, and Inoki barely scrambled to the side as a wind slash almost bisected him, causing cold sweat to drench his hurting back. How careless of me. He scolded himself. He expected the inexperienced teenager to be swept by the need to have the last word, and when she opened her mouth, he got distracted for a second due to his expectations. He really expected Tamari to be bratty and too stubborn. Even adult ninjas sometimes fell for this pitfall and started having a verbal battle during a fight at the slightest verbal provocation. Too much unnecessary pride. Inoki too was prideful and stubborn, but he knew a battle was no place for these things. Tisk. Inoki clicked his tongue. The bitch actually used my experience against me. He inwardly grumbled. Why can't she just drop dead? Bothersome brat. Tamari's and Inoki's eyes met and their chakras surged up, pressure and killing intent spreading to the surroundings as the winds around Tamari started to get sharper while Inoki's hands gained a slight white glow. A silent second passed, before the two got into action, Tamari sending one wind slash after another at Inoki while evading one dust release beam after another. Inoki used his proficiency in gravity manipulation to evade Tamari's wind slashes, frowning a bit when he noticed the large gashes these slashes left on the arena walls when they landed. There was enough power in them to split him in half if they hit. Then again, with every evade of Tamari, his beams were making holes in the opposite wall of the arena. These holes were big enough that Tamari would lose a big chunk of her body if she was hit. Inoki's expression darkened when he started to notice that Tamari was a bit too fast at evading. That led him to pay more attention to her flying technique, and when he did, he received the shock of his life. It was too similar to his own. He was supposed to be the only one in the world capable of doing that. Tamari was not really using the wind chakra to fly. She simply used the most advanced form of earth chakra manipulation, gravity manipulation, as well. Not even Hiruzen Saratobi was capable of doing that, and he was given the title of the god of shinobi. Inoki was extremely proud of being the only man capable of such earth manipulation mastery. And yet, Inoki gritted his teeth in anger. Good. I will show you, trying to use gravity manipulation in front of me. His attacks became even more vicious, faster, and deadlier, but this time, he tried to affect Tamari's flight technique with his own chakra. Unfortunately for him, Tamari just rolled her eyes when she felt it. Gravity manipulation was her trump card. It was what she was best at. As if some decrepit old geezer could control her own flight technique. She inwardly scoffed and let Inoki continue trying, if only to make him waste more of his chakra. In this manner, the match between Tamari and Inoki continued, both trying to score a hit on the other. Despite that, there were no massive moves. No landscape-devastating techniques were exchanged between them. Both were using basic but incredibly fast and deadly attacks in hopes to save chakra, both for different reasons, while trying to incapacitate their foe for good. Alas, that was easier said than done in a fight between two long-ranged Kage-level fighters. Especially when both were reluctant to use their strongest techniques. Their impasse would continue for a long time yet. Author note. Enough of Tamari versus Inoki for now, laughing face. I will finish the fight later, maybe showcase some of Tamari's gravity techniques, but I have the urge to write more about Rei right now, so that's why I ended this one so vaguely. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, Appreciation for his flower. When Tamari left and Conan stopped snickering at Rei's embarrassment for being kissed on his cheek like a little boy, Rei cleared his throat and turned to Conan as if the previous situation did not happen. Ahem, so, where were we? Rei rhetorically asked before he added, yes. Using chaos to gain benefits, right? A pleasant smile formed on his lips. Conan instantly knew where this was going. As I thought, he does have a plan to use the situation to his benefit. And here I almost started to believe all this bullshit about not interfering. Conan inwardly chuckled while outwardly an amused smile appeared on her lips. Even if the enemy ninjas could see them right now, they would definitely avoid them at all costs. Two ninjas grinning like loons at each other in the middle of a bloody battlefield, well, that didn't speak well about their mental state. After a few moments, when Rei was satisfied with observing the cute grinning face of his brunette, while there is nothing to be stolen and nobody to be killed in Konoha, there is one little matter that still needs to be dealt with for the greater good of all that is mine. Rei sagely uttered. How nice of you to think about our safety. Conan purred as she approached Rei and seductively melted into his side, not in a dissimilar fashion from what Tamari did previously. Rei instantly embraced her, pulling her even closer to him as their eyes fondly met. Of course, I care. Rei put his forehead against Conan's. You are my precious. He whispered, making Conan almost swoon with giddiness. MHM. Conan happily giggled, so. Who are we getting rid of for this fabled greater good of yours? She knew she could have redirected the topic or even try to further raise advances, and no doubt, they would have ended up doing a very heated bedroom training. She really wanted that too. She was burning with the need for Rei, but that could wait. Rei was showing a great deal of trust in her by showing this kind of vulnerability at this time. Out of all of his girls, only Conan and Pakura were given this kind of trust. Both because they were not either childish dum-dums or selfish bitches. Or so Conan liked to believe. The failure in her parenting was not lost on her, but she would have never confessed this, but she fulfilled what she wanted to teach both Mei and Ringo. In the end, they did end up with Rei and infinitely more powerful and happier than what they could have been otherwise. No. Her kids were happy with Daddy. In her opinion, her form of upbringing was a smashing success. If Rei knew her thinking process right now. Conan briefly shuddered. She knew well the inability to sit down for weeks from the spanking that would ensue would have been her smallest problem. Then again, all she did was in order to make Rei happy. She would not regret that. Ever. That's why this kind of special treatment was very nice to her. She knew there was no way Rei would give Tsunade, Ringo, or Mei, and Sage forbid Kagaya, any sort of control over his actions. Especially when he was about to enact some kind of plan. They would instantly drag him to do something else in an attempt to monopolize his time. Hence, Conan did the opposite and did not try to seduce him further. She enjoyed the warmth of his embrace, but she didn't push for more. More will come later, she thought with satisfaction. Rei had never betrayed her expectations and her loyalty was rewarded with more trust and love. And Conan cherished that the most in the world. She was his first. She prided herself in knowing him most and being the most useful to him. Of course, Rei was not testing her or anything. He would be hard-pressed to do that while he was enjoying her embrace. Especially when her, albeit modest, but extremely comfortable chest was pressing into his. He did not immediately answer her question because of that, instead of waiting to see if she would press forward with her seduction. He didn't really care if she did, to be honest. The problem he was about to deal with could be finished off at any time now. It was a bit funny for him. The woman who was supposed to be the biggest support pillar of Nagato was now clinging onto him with adoration in her eyes. Rei knew he should probably feel guilty about depriving Nagato. But all he felt was smug satisfaction. And, serves him right, feeling. The red-headed bastard would just waste such a perfect and devoted flower like Conan in his inane quest for peace through such misguided means that it made Rei almost groan whenever he thought about it. With all the advantages Nagato had, with all the godlike powers he was freely given, and the boy still couldn't use his own head to find his own path or even to get his head out of his ass. So yes, Rei couldn't muster any pity for the boy who was used from an early age in Madara's schemes. The only one in Akatsuki who could stop Nagato if he went out of control was Obito, and while he would have been a dangerous opponent, Nagato possessed Rinnegan. He could have managed to defeat Obito if he was really driven to do so. Zetsu was no threat whatsoever. Not to someone prepared for an attack from him. The only thing in Akatsuki, Rei was a bit curious about, was the woman that took Conan's place beside Nagato, but he never checked about her identity, and that told a lot about the level of his curiosity. He was curious if Conan's replacement reached at least S-rank prowess because it would have been pitiful otherwise. In Rei's hands, Conan bloomed. In his hands, she accomplished her full potential. In his hands, she became something much more than just a stoic maid for a red-headed brainwashed waste. In his hands, she managed to build the biggest information network the Elemental Nation had ever seen, and nobody was aware of it. In his hands, she led a company to become the richest in the Elemental Nations. In his hands, she refined her bloodline to such a degree that fighting her was a massively irritating chore even for someone of Rei's prowess, much less defeating her. And even if she had no idea what her life would have looked like without Rei, or maybe it was precisely because she could guess how she would end up without meeting him, after all, he did find her among homeless and prostitutes, not once did she stop showing her gratitude or try to improve herself. Rei really found it endearing. Conan was precious. His ever-loyal beautiful flower. It wasn't a coincidence that she was accompanying him to the Chunin exams. For it was time to visit their past home. Not as Yuzora. Not as a village hidden on the other side. But as Conan and Rei. As Downpour. Akatsuki. I am going to deal with their god. Rei finally stated as he looked towards the clear sky while possessively snuggling with the surprised Conan. It's time for Downpour to visit the nation where we came from. Chapter 444, Chapter 444, Lights Out. So we are finally going to Omega Kure? Conan calmly asked, but her eyes betrayed the overwhelming excitement she felt. She always wanted to return and check it out. It was the place where she was born, after all. And while she could always just go alone, she never did. It wouldn't have felt right to do so without Rei. That's why Conan calmly awaited the day when Rei finally decided to pay Omega Kure a visit. And she was not disappointed. The time has finally arrived. Yes. Having Zetsu working for us is quite convenient, you know. Rei spoke with a smirk, holding Conan close to his chest with his right arm, while with his left hand he showed Conan a Tonto sword that had a sealing tag wrapped around its hilt. Conan's eyes widened. Here a dash, she didn't manage to finish her sentence as the space around them shifted and she found herself in a dark room. What dash? What dash? What dash dot? Three confused voices exclaimed, one belonging to Conan who didn't expect Rei to shift their position so abruptly, the other two voices. Conan barely managed to turn her head and look at the two utterly shocked people in front of them before the sword Rei was holding found purchase and slashed straight through the eyes of the red-headed men in front of them while his companion, a nondescript brown-haired woman, could just watch, her blue eyes slowly widening in horror as her brain was slowly registering what was happening. Nagato. The woman screamed in horror, drawing out a kunai from a pouch on her tight at praiseworthy speeds. But before the woman could even raise her hand in front of her, her face abruptly met the floor, making her dizzy from the sudden impact as her brain rattled. Conan appeared above the woman, one knee firmly planted on her back and holding her down, while her other foot was pressing the woman's outstretched main hand to the ground, all the while she was pressing a sharp slice of paper full of wind chakra to the woman's neck. As confused as Conan was at the start, she quickly understood the situation and acted accordingly, disarming and subduing the only threat remaining in the room. She also subtly distributed a few of her paper slices into the dark corners of the room where they would not be noticed, just in case reinforcements show up. It happened in a split of a second and Ray was just leisurely standing in his spot, in front of the man who was screaming in pain while pressing his hands onto his eyes as blood was gushing out from in between his fingers. But Ray didn't really care. His eyes were firmly observing Conan. He couldn't help but lick his lips at how hot she currently was, kneeling on, and subduing the woman that took her fated place in the world. Any explanation of why we attacked these people and who they are? Conan raised her head towards Ray and asked. Only then did she notice how his eyes trailed over her curves, making her blush a bit and show a slightly smug, and very satisfied smile full of happiness. She almost preened under Ray's attention, pushing her chest a bit out. She knew the expression Ray had very well and it made her girlish excitement gush forth. Oh, yes, we are so having sex tonight. She inwardly thought, happily shrieking in her mind. At that moment, she could care less who was the woman under or the man Ray blinded. Her paper slice involuntarily approached the brunette's neck, drawing blood and causing her to try getting her neck away from it in fear. Conan, don't kill her. Only Ray's words pulled Conan down from her elation, back into reality as she realized she almost slit her captive's throat while daydreaming. Ray threw the disturbed brunette an apologetic smile, but for someone like Conan, someone who spent years with him, it was ever so easy to see the amusement behind his gaze. These two are Nagato and, I have no idea what's her name. Ray nodded in the direction of the frightened brunette who was slowly gathering her wits before shrugging. Oh, well, the redhead boy is the leader of Akatsuki. Or so he would like to think. Akatsuki. Conan blinked in bafflement. As in the mercenary shits that try to imitate us. That Akatsuki. Yup. Ray nonchalantly admitted. Oh. Conan eloquently replied, not knowing how to react to that. Akatsuki was never a big threat. In fact, she sometimes used their mercenary services for the Bairi company. She had no idea why Ray wanted to kill their leader but it didn't really matter to her. Who are you? The brunette under Conan finally regained her mental state and looked at Ray with hatred. Conan was about to grab her by the hair and smash her face into the floor at the disrespect the bitch was showing to Ray, but when she tightly gripped her hair, Ray gestured for her to stop. With a pout, Conan obliged, but not before she yanked the woman's head by her hair a bit, making her hiss from pain. Ray could only wryly smile at Conan's vindictiveness. Better not tell her she could have easily been in the brunette's place. He could already tell she would have thrown a Conan-style tantrum which would end up with the entire Akatsuki dead. And that wasn't Ray's aim. Ray looked at the defiant brunette and gave her a pleasant, but fake, smile. We are Yuzora. The brunette's eyes widened a bit, clearly recognizing that name. Her surprise lasted only a split of a second before she gritted her teeth. What are you going to do with us? Ray raised his eyebrow at that. The brunette was quite smart. She quickly realized them being still alive was for a reason. They were full at Ray and Conan's mercy and could have been killed any time they wanted. Ray could also see her from time to time give a subtle, worried glance in Nagato's direction. The man was still gritting his teeth, trying to get through the pain and the shock from the sudden lights out while clutching his ruined eyes and whimpering, which made the brunette quite distraught even though she tried to hide it. Obviously, she cared a lot for the redhead. It really reminded him of Conan from canon. If a bit weaker. Or maybe his perception was a bit screwed. It didn't matter. The brunette would clearly do anything to ensure Nagato's survival. Ray could tell her to strip and she would do it, even if reluctantly and with hate. Not that he would do that. His women were enough for him, thank you very much. He was not even going to utter that as a joke because Conan's hand would most likely slip and the brunette's head would roll before he could even finish such a joke. Plus, he knew he had Conan in a good spot. She was hot and bothered, looking forward to having some nice intimate time this evening. As a gentleman, it was his duty to not sour that mood and enjoy her body to the fullest come evening. Therefore, he decided to be serious instead of playful. He kindly smiled at the unnamed brunette as he crouched in front of her and patted her head as if she was a misbehaving child he was about to lecture. Would you believe me if I said I just didn't like his eyes, so I decided to do him a favor and get rid of them for him? Chapter 445, Chapter 445, Manipulated Idiot. First of all, I think you should be grateful. I just saved his life. Ray self-righteously stated, making the still unnamed brunette even madder. Not that he cared how she viewed his depriving Nagato of his sight, but he felt like explaining since they had time to waste until Obito finally showed up. Someone extremely meticulous like him definitely had a way to notify him if his most important pawn was in danger. And even if not, Zetsu was on standby to do just that. After all, a play could not go on without its main actor, no. ANWHY. Surprisingly, it was not the brunette who responded but the still suffering Nagato who managed to get that resentful question out through his gritted teeth and whimpering. Ray turned towards him and put his hand on Nagato's shoulder in a friendly manner. Look, mate, I get it. You think losing your special eyes is bad, but to be honest, they were not even yours, to begin with. Now that stopped the blind boy's seething almost instantly. He still tried to rudely shake off Rei's hand though. Obviously, Nagato was not a complete fool. Nobody who could create and lead an organization like Akatsuki could be stupid. Arrogant and ignorant, yes. Stupid, no. Rei counted on that fact and surmised that Nagato did his research on his eyes. It was only natural to be interested in why he had them and how he got them. Yet, not even some Kages knew about Rinnegan. It was so obscure and veiled in myths and legends that it might as well be fiction. Zetsu did his job well, and the proper information about those eyes was very hard to get. That's why Rei's sentence made Nagato still and tempted him, no matter how it inwardly made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing that, Rei smirked. You didn't really think you were some kind of chosen one, did you? He playfully rolled his eyes. Well, in a manner of speaking, you are. You are Madara's chosen one. Those eyes I just ruined belong to Uchiha Madara. The real and dead one, not the ridiculous wannabe that was manipulating you for over the past decade. He nonchalantly dropped the bomb on them. Nagato grew completely silent when he heard that, even his whimpering ceased. It was obvious he was still in pain from how tightly he clenched his fists, but he was too focused on digesting the information. Ninjas' minds worked a bit differently than civilian ones. They had to consider a lot of information on a daily basis, connecting patterns and deciding the truth from lies. It was a matter of life and death for them, so Nagato would not just rashly believe whatever Rei told him without any basis behind it. But that's where the trap laid. Rei didn't need to present proof. He knew Nagato spent over a decade in Tobi's presence, and he definitely had his own misgivings. He just silently let Nagato mull over it for a bit and come to his own conclusions. No matter if they were right or wrong. How? Nagato eventually asked in a quiet voice, and Rei gestured for Konan to let the brunette go. Konan pursed her lips but reluctantly obeyed, appearing next to Rei in a burst of speed, her eyes watching the brunette's every move. The unimportant girl instantly stood up and worriedly limped towards Nagato, giving Rei a distrustful yet questioning glance. Tend to his wound. Rei dismissively said as he reassuringly rubbed Konan's lower back to make her relax a bit. Back to your question, he spoke towards Nagato. I am sure you started learning the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, no? Nagato slowly nodded, hissing a bit as the brunette slowly pulled away his hands from his face, revealing his face with a horizontal gash going through his eyes and nose. It wasn't a pretty sight. And I guess it wasn't exactly your idea, right? Rei led him to the conclusions he wanted him to arrive at, taking great pleasure at his minuscule reactions like scrunching of his face there, a twitch in his cheek here, or balling of his fists, as Nagato was slowly connecting the dots. Rei didn't need an answer to his previous question. The thoughtful frown on Nagato's face told him what he needed to know. Tobi no doubt reasoned it would have been a great boon to have a technique capable of reviving the Akatsuki members. He guessed, causing Nagato to flinch at how accurate Rei was. Theoretically speaking, Nagato already had the King of Hell that could revive people, but that only worked on recently deceased. Anybody who died more than just a few minutes before he was tossed as a munchie to the King of Hell's maw would not come back to life. That's where the sacrificial revive technique came to play. Well, Rei did have Zetsu tell him precisely how Obito managed to persuade Nagato to learn a suicide jutsu, so it was less about guessing and more about simply being manipulative. What he didn't tell you is that you were just a pawn supposed to revive Uchiha Madara when it is time, sacrificing your own life in the process. Rei revealed decades of secret plans with one sentence, feeling extremely smug about that accomplishment. While Nagato fell into silent contemplation, it was actually the brunette who gasped at the implications. The technique was supposed to work without Nagato having to die. She exclaimed, reluctant to believe it. Sure, it does. Rei shrugged. He knew about that from Kagaya. She could do that easily depending on the strength of the revived person, not that she would waste her chakra for others like that. But only if he had a more advanced form of Rinnegan. Unfortunately for him, he is an Uzumaki. He can wield the eyes to a very limited degree because of his ancestry, but he would never be able to evolve it. Not naturally, at least. Rei suddenly blinked as he finished explaining, and his eyes gave the woman an inquisitive look. By the way, what's your name? I think I forgot to ask. That earned him a small nudge to the side from Konan and a prompt eye roll. I am Amaji Mika. The brunette said with a frown, her hands not stopping to tend to Nagato's wound. When Rei heard her name, he shrugged her existence off. At first, he thought she was a canon character he was forgetting about, but he had no recollection of a character with that name. As he thought, she simply was not important. You are quite skilled at medical ninjutsu. Konan quipped. She was glad about that. Usually, it was her who kept the prisoners alive. Mika being capable of healing enabled Konan to just relax and let Nagato's life in her hands. After all, the woman clearly cared more about his life than Konan ever would. MHM. Mika neutrally hummed, not willing to start a conversation with the woman who almost killed her. She could still feel the painful tingle from the small cut on her neck. Rude. Konan frowned, causing Mika's cheek to twitch a bit. The brunette wanted to scream that she was almost decapitated just a few moments ago by Conan, so being rude was a mild response in her opinion, but she was smarter than that and kept quiet, focused on helping Nagato while glaring to nowhere. While this was going on, Ray was screening the town with his senses, quite surprised at the instilled order and the improved quality of life of the inhabitants. Being under Akatsuki clearly helped this town a lot, and he was a bit curious if other settlements in AIM were like this. Not all that villains do is bad, huh? He thought. He doubted Akatsuki would be the villain from the perspective of the AIM people. Not after their lives were improved so much thanks to them. And yet. Ray looked at Nagato with a sigh. The redhead clearly knew only might makes right. That was the entire basis behind his gather the Biju and threaten the other nations plan. As stupid as it was, Ray could see it working. Of course, as with everything, it would require some poor, ignorant, and arrogant sods to die so the others could see he was not joking, but, in a world like theirs, the strongest could easily take the reins. Nagato also obviously wanted to improve people's lives, and Ray blamed Jiraiya for his naive outlook. The man was no true ninja. He might dress like one, and he might have a semblance of thinking of one instilled to him by Jiraiya, but he was just a misguided idiot with too much power to be healthy who was manipulated from his early childhood. Whether that manipulation was done by a white-haired peace-loving pervert or fake Madara, it didn't matter as it caused its fair share of damage. Nagato could not think for himself. Even if something was clearly fishy with Toby for years, he ignored it and blindly chased his stupid goal. Ray really couldn't understand the man. Speaking of fake Madaras. Ray turned around, his hand snapping upward and catching the wrist of a person that appeared from a swirl. Ray looked at the kunai that was supposed to end up in his back and raised his eyebrow at the new arrival. Did you really think this would work? He looked at the man with an orange swirl mask whose single Mangekyo Sharingan was glaring at Ray from behind it in utter rage. Do you have any idea what you have done? The fake Madara menacingly growled. Ray just pleasantly smiled at that. Why don't you explain it to me as if I was 5? Chapter 446, Chapter 446, Stupid Move. Toby snarled at Ray's provocation, unable to control his feelings due to the realization that the Tsuki no Mi plan was completely ruined. Without Madara's Rinnegan, there was no way to bring Madara back to life or even summon the Geto Mazo, nor to seal Biju into it. Without Madara's Rinnegan, there was no way to go forward, and every plan and machination became completely meaningless. From Zetsu, Obito knew how Madara unlocked Rinnegan. One needed a very strong Uchiha with eternal Manjiki Sharingan to have the blood and flesh of a powerful Senju implanted into his body and then wait for the eyes to evolve. But even with Madara taking in Hashirama's flesh, it still took considerable time. The biggest problem was, the Uchiha and Senju clans were no longer in existence. As far as he knew, the only people capable of evolving Rinnegan were himself, Sasuke, and Itachi Uchiha. And even then, there were no sufficiently strong Senju around. The last remaining Senju was Tsunade, and Obito kinda doubted her strength. She was like a puffed-up peacock, full of pride and attitude. Yet, Obito knew she was supposed to be the weakest of the Sannin trio. Compared to Hashirama, she kinda fell short, in his opinion. That wouldn't have been a problem otherwise, but Obito suspected the stronger a Senju is, the stronger his chakra is, the quicker the evolution process would go. Yet, the same problem was with the Uchiha side. Between Itachi, Sasuke, and himself, the closest to Madara strength-wise was him, and he knew well that he fell short of the man's prime by a large margin. How long would it take for a new set of eyes to be evolved from the available components? 50 years? 100 years? More. Obito didn't have an answer for that, but he knew it wouldn't be anytime soon, if ever. Somehow, he doubted quantity would make up for quality, and compared to the legendary ninjas, Madara and Hashirama, the quality of this time fell short by a lot. That's why Ray ruining Nagato's eyes put an instant stop to his and Madara's plans. It was over. Obito's body fully materialized and the swirling around him stopped. He had no idea who the bastard in front of him was, but he knew he was strong. If the interception of his sneak attack was not proof enough, and Obito prided himself in being able to sneak up on people with his Mangekyo, then the state Nagato was in was enough to convince Obito to take Ray seriously right off the bat. The second his last use of his Mangekyo ceased, he instantly reactivated it, this time aiming directly at Ray's chest and causing the air there to swirl, sucking the middle of Ray's chest inside. Obito wanted to prematurely close the portal, ripping Ray's chest into shreds and quickly ending him, but to his surprise, he found himself unable to do it. The swirling continued on and on, the portal between Obito's personal dimension and the place Obito targeted refused to be closed. What the heck is going on? Obito growled in frustration, trying in vain to forcefully interrupt his jutsu. At this point, he would be glad even if Ray came out unscathed. His Kamui usually did not use a lot of chakra as long as he opened a portal, hopped through it, and instantly closed it. He could use it constantly that way. Yes, the swirling teleporting took time, but that was mostly for the shock effect and style, rather than because of necessity. After all, in the middle of combat, he could relocate parts of his body to his dimension, making himself seem intangible to his opponent. If the technique took a lot of chakra, it would be unusable. But, it had its own rules and disadvantages. Right now, his Kamui was trying to suck another being, which was a massive expenditure on chakra. That's why Obito tried to do it quickly, just open a portal and close it right after a part of Rei was sucked in. Him being unable to close it sent alarms and panic through his head as his chakra was sucked out of him at a quick pace. Rei watched the distraught Uchiha in front of him and chuckled, "You really are arrogant as the rest of your clan, aren't you?" He quipped with a smile, "Did you really think your jutsu had no counter?" Rei shook his head, "All it took was using a space sealing seal right after you opened your little portal." He curtly explained and Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder he could not close the portal. The entire space around them was locked in its previous state, which meant the portal would be maintained until the seal holds. Yet, the portal needed to be fueled by something and that something was Obito's chakra. Obito's face paled at the implications and he frantically started to try forcefully closing the portal, not even realizing he was trying to jerk his wrist out of Rei's hold. Rei, however, just tightly held his wrist and laughed in amusement at Obito's pitiful attempts. He had many countermeasures against Obito, but why fight a prolonged battle when he could just cause the man to exhaust himself to death without even moving an inch? Both Maki and Nagato could feel the quickly decreasing reserves of Obito, and even though Nagato was blind, he had a clear picture of what was happening just by using his chakra sensing and hearing. Both of them were full of horrified awe at the ease with which their co-leader was defeated and realized they are lucky to be still alive. If these two intruders intended to kill them, then even if the initial ambush failed and Nagato had the time to mobilize his paths, it wouldn't have mattered. Konan also watched what was happening, but unlike Nagato and Maki, she was just disappointed. Akatsuki was supposed to be strong and people in the know often compared them to Yuzora with reverence. Yet, the idiot got caught in such a simple trap. How friggin' hard was it to understand that space locks are the biggest threat to him and prepare accordingly? And he had literally nothing to counter them. And this was supposed to be one of the best S-rank ninjas in the current elemental nation sans the village on the other side. Really? Sure. Uzumaki were not back in business that long and they definitely did not sell these kinds of seals to their customers, but back in their heyday, they were known for their ability to lock space. It would be prudent to prepare for the eventuality. I guess my worldview is a bit skewed due to Rei's views. Konan wryly smiled. It took barely 3 minutes and Obito's fierce thrashing started slowing down, until he totally stopped moving 30 seconds later, letting out a muffled wheeze before he powerlessly fell to his knees and inclined his head down as the swirling on Rei's chest slowly ceased. Rei blinked and let Obito's wrist go, his arm instantly falling down, and then he put 2 fingers on Obito's forehead, giving him a gentle shove that caused his body to fall over on its back. Rei pursed his lips, staring at the sprawled Obito on the ground, his Soul Mangekyo Sharingan still staring at the ceiling from behind his mask. Yup, he is dead. Rei shrugged as he felt no chakra signature from the body in front of him, and turned back towards Nagato and Maki, who nervously gulped at having his attention. Author note. If you feel like it, feel free to leave your thoughts on how Obito was dealt with and if you think it is realistic or have some misgivings, laughing face. I find myself curious about your opinion. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, Deciding the Future of Omega Kurei. What are you planning to do with us? Mika asked for the second time. Now she realized she had been brushed away the first time she asked, and much to her shame, her attention was redirected all too easily because of her worry for Nagato's life. But seeing Rei dispatch Obito so easily, she was reminded she didn't get a proper answer to what will happen to them. Rei dryly looked at Mika, giving her a long stare which made her feel non-existent pressure, causing her to nervously fidget, before he simply uncaringly shrugged, "For all I care, now that the chosen wannabe no longer possesses Rinnegan, you can go and do whatever. Whether you chose to be farmers or continue playing at hidden rulers of aim, it doesn't concern me at all." "That's it," Mika uttered in disbelief. "He comes here out of nowhere, cripples Nagato, and now he says he doesn't care what happens to them. That was hateful." Mika gritted her teeth, trying to hold her feelings in. "What? Did you expect something else, or are you dissatisfied with being left alive?" Rei tilted his head when he saw how the girl was glaring at him. Surprisingly, it was Nagato who saved the situation by butting in. "No, we are grateful for letting us go." Rei redirected his gaze at him, feeling shocked from the bottom of his heart as one of the most delusional people in elemental nations actually did something that made sense. Of course, Rei would not kill them. He already decided to let them go, but that didn't mean he couldn't mess with them. At first, he thought it would be a bit too much since he had already crippled Nagato. But when Mika started to act out, he decided to have his fun at her expense. Yet, Nagato ruined it for him. Should I cut off his tongue this time? Rei offhandedly mused, his lips twitching in indignation. Can I ask what you plan to do with the rest of Akatsuki? Nagato asked, from his tone it was obvious he really cared for his comrades. Or at least, for some of the saner ones. Some will die, others will be subdued and tried to be reasoned with. And if that won't work, they will be dealt with. I don't intend to do this kind of legwork by myself though. Not all of it at least. So I can't tell you precisely who will and who won't survive. Ray nonchalantly shrugged, only too late realizing that Nagato couldn't see him. I see. Nagato clenched his fists in frustration. There was nothing he could do. Most of his power came from Rinnegan and losing it meant he lost access to its abilities. Fighting Ray would be suicide, so being polite to the bastard who blinded him was his only option if he wanted Mika to survive. Not all was lost, though. As he slowly started to get used to being blind, he was managing to see through his chakra sensing, and he felt if he trained it enough, it would have been as if he had never lost his sight. He would just perceive the world a bit differently. That was a massive relief for him. Nevertheless, this was a really nasty reality check for him, and his only goal for now was to survive. Survive to see another day and have time to train, and if you think about having revenge against me, then forget it. Ray guessed what the redhead thought from his expression. You would have a hard time even with Rinnegan. Without it. Ray shook his head as if he found the notion ridiculous. Nagato was used to using the heaven path for the negotiations and speaking with the Akatsuki members, so he didn't have all that much self-control in his own body. The heaven path was expressionless by default, so it didn't require all that much self-discipline to not show any reaction. But Ray was speaking with Nagato's real body, and the boy was no ninja. His expression completely betrayed his intentions. Ray saw Nagato stiffen when he heard his words, no doubt feeling a surge of fear, which made Ray satisfied. He wouldn't kill the redhead simply because he was resentful. He had the right to be. Ray gave Nagato a bit of leeway because he felt a bit sorry for him. Losing his eyesight and having some hard truths told to his face must have shaken his world from the ground up. Alas, it had to happen. What is going to happen with the Omega Kure? Conan asked, surprising Nagato and Maki that one of their assailants cared about such a thing. Both of them were on the brink of despair, not knowing how they would hold the current peace and regime in Omega Kure together with losing Nagato's prowess. While living on a farm somewhere far away was tempting, both Nagato and Mika knew it was not a life for them. They desired to bring peace to Omega Kure, and it was too ingrained in them for them to stop pursuing this dream. Even if it cost them their lives. Naturally, we will occupy it. Ray said in an amused tone, watching how Mika's eyes widened and Nagato's expression tightened. Seeing their expressions shift at contemplating this or that disastrous scenario of Omega Kure being occupied was fun, but Ray decided to explain further to not cause a misunderstanding. Well, he did after he enjoyed their fright for a few moments. I would feel bad if the people of Omega Kure suffered because of my actions. So I guess we can simply take it as ours and protect it. After all, we do come from this country. He shrugged, dropping the verbal bomb on Mika and Nagato. You. Nagato started, but he was instantly cut off. Ah, so you want to claim Omega Kure under the Bairi and Yuzushio protection? Yes, that would do it. Conan nodded in understanding, causing Nagato's head to whip towards where her voice was coming from, his expression hopeful. Yes, having a country in the center of the elemental nations as the Bairi base would help business immensely. Ray hummed. It was a great idea. Not only would his company profit from it, but Omega Kure would grow wealthier and nobody would try any tricks on it for fear of losing Bairi services. Nagato couldn't help but be happy about this, and tears started to roll down his cheeks. When he was powerful, he naturally had grand dreams, but becoming powerless was a shock enough to make him realize what was truly important to him. It wasn't the world. No. What Nagato really longed for was that his country would be safe. Just like that, any thought of revenge was forgotten by him. Instead, he felt grateful. When Kagaya later informed Ray about Nagato's feelings regarding his person, even he would scratch the back of his head and wonder how he managed to make a man whom he crippled be so grateful to him. Uzumaki's were just too weird for his common sense. Chapter 448, Chapter 448, Arrival at IWA. Author's note. If someone is too impatient to wait for web novel updates, the story is already finished and depending on the Patreon tier, will be fully accessible there by the 10th or the end of June. https://www.patreon.com/kasakair. After they were done with Mika and Nagato, Ray decided to go and check the progress of his plans while Conan dutifully followed. They teleported close to the Iwagakure, the same place where they hid before wreaking havoc in the village all these years ago. Ray turned toward Conan with an inquisitive look. How is the situation? Every unit of Sunagakure ninjas was given a slice of paper connected to Conan, so at all times, she had quite a good overview of what was going on. Nonchalantly managing such a massive influx of information while still acting as if nothing was happening made Ray a bit impressed, but throughout the years, Conan became really good at that. With her spy network, she had to. The fighting is over. Suna lost 231 ninjas while IWA lost quadruple that before Suna took over the Kage Tower alongside defeating the enemy leader and IWA forces mostly surrendered. Right now, the Suna troops are dealing with stragglers who barricaded themselves in a few buildings and refuse to give up before they are put down. Conan explained as they started to walk towards Iwagakure. Since the battle was mostly over, there was no need to worry about being dragged into it. As easy as dealing with IWA would have been for them, this was a training mission for Suna troops. Yes, Ray and Conan were strong but they could not babysit people all the time. The entire reason why Ray aimed to unite the ninja villages was to put a stop to the foolish mentality where the villages tried to sabotage each other, going as far as starting wars just so their enemies do not have the opportunity to grow too strong. Instead of trying to improve themselves, the villages put more effort into hindering each other before Ray's girls started to take control. It was pathetic. So much talented young blood wasted, and for what? In the end, no matter what the decrepit old fools would like to believe, there was never a winner of ninja wars. Everyone lost. Some just lost a tad bit less than others. Why not just blow them up alongside the buildings? Ray casually shrugged, no longer caring. His patience for the villages grew thin and their attempt to join Orochimaru in order to invade Konoha was the last straw. Ray might have been very calm about it but he certainly did not inwardly approve. Of course, he would have invaded IWA and Kimo anyway. That was just a question of time since he didn't really have anybody who could covertly take over the government and install themselves as Raikage or Tsuchikage. But Ray's plans for the takeover were mild. He certainly did not plan to kill over 1,000 IWA ninjas in the process as happened now. The second these villages joined Orochimaru, all bets were off and Ray decided to fulfill Pakura's and Ringo's little wish of revenge. During her younger age, Pakura fought in the Third Ninja War against IWA. She was waddling through a river of blood belonging to her own comrades while trying to turn any IWA nin into ash. That kind of grudge doesn't disappear entirely. The woman wanted to have this field exercise against IWA for quite a bit of time now but Ray always rejected the notion. That's mostly why Pakura was so forthcoming with Inoki right now and didn't instantly kill him. If Inoki's decision hadn't pissed off Ray, she wouldn't have been allowed to have her way with IWA. She was grateful to the old midget. As for Ringo, she had a grudge against A for messing up her face. That was enough for her to sick her own village's best swordsman against it, all the while making it a field test of her newly made special swords. What else to say? Kiri was full of nutcases as always. Not that Ray had any right to judge. Ray and Conan arrived at the Iwagakure's Kage Tower, dropping their perception-obscuring genjutsu and causing the two Suna jonins guarding the entrance to stiffen as their eyes went wide when two strangers suddenly appeared in front of them without their senses alerting them. The perception-obscuring genjutsu was quite an ingenious piece of ninjutsu made by Conan's apprentice, Izumi Uchiha. It didn't completely vanish a person, just redirected the attention of others to different things. By all means, it should not have worked against trained ninjas who know well their life and death can depend on noticing a small detail. Yet, it seemed it was especially those ninjas who were the easiest to affect by this genjutsu. Izumi engineered the jutsu to work better against people on guard. For example, while Ray and Conan were walking throughout the village, the ninjas around them were far too busy and preoccupied with their own things. They had just survived a battle and were still in enemy territory so they were on alert but that was especially why their attention simply slid off the two harmless-looking passers-by, no matter how bizarre it was to see a calmly strolling passers-by in a war zone where martial law was established and civilians were told to stay in their homes. Their minds simply subconsciously told them they had more important things to deal with. To give them credit, the two guards almost instantly sprang into action, about to subdue Ray and Conan. It was rash and unprofessional to not even ask who they were but, well, ninjas were twitchy on what was de facto battlefield. As the guards were about to reach them, both Ray and Conan simply released their killing intent, stopping them in their tracks and for a moment, rooting them in their places. It didn't last, however. These two ninjas were jonin so despite being bewildered due to the pressure of Ray's and Conan's intent, they quickly regathered their wits. And while they were leery of facing off against somebody who could produce such a strong killing intent, they also wouldn't be backing down. But Ray and Conan released their intent for yet another purpose. By the time the guards regained their wits, they were no longer the only ninjas facing Ray and Conan. Instead, the entire street was full of Suna ninjas, some standing on the ground, some on the rooftops, and some were crouching horizontally on the walls. All of them were nervous but prepared to tackle Ray and Conan together, ready for a fight to break out at any time. Only the words of their second-in-command stopped them from pouncing. You. Sasori spluttered as his eyes landed on Ray, the supposedly rich boy civilian he escorted from the waterfall village to Konoha, just remembering that nightmarish mission that tested his nerves to their limit made Sasori shudder. The redhead puppeteer subconsciously looked around, looking if the blonde menace was also present but to his infinite relief, he didn't see Nadetsu Juzen anywhere. That was the only reason why he, from sheer panic, didn't order an attack yet. But Sasori was not the only high-ranked ninja who came out. When Rika-shun spotted Rei, she pleasantly smiled. "Oh, Rei-sama. Nice to see you. I was expecting your arrival. Everything is prepared." Sasori's head snapped to her, his lips frowning and his head having a hard time computing. What the hell? The boy was not just Juzen's boy toy. Rika was his subordinate as far as the puppet court jurisdiction went, but outside of it, she outranked him as Pakura's right-hand woman. That's why it was her who was given the command on this operation, and Sasori didn't mind all that much. "All of you, back to your jobs." Rika barked an order at the bewildered Suna ninjas, causing them to scramble to obey, and before long the semi-half street was once again empty. Sasori watched as Rika led Rei and Conan inside, barely capable of restraining himself from dropping his jaw to the ground, utterly confused by what just happened and why. "I feel myself insufficiently informed and my common sense offended. We're two intruders just treated as if Lady Pakura herself descended on us," he thought as he hurriedly followed, definitely intent on asking some pointed questions to Rika. Poor Sasori, everybody forgot to inform him about vital stuff. Chapter 449, Chapter 449. A helping hand. The invasion went smoothly. Our puppeteers set up a poison cloud around the perimeter of IWA before our battle fence specialists used their jutsus to quickly spread it all over Iwagakure just as planned. With the chakra-weakening poison in the air, our troops managed to overwhelm IWA forces in under 2 hours. Rika reported without being prompted as she led Rei and Conan inside. No doubt, it was an overwhelming victory for Suna, one that brought a lot of satisfaction to Pakura's subordinates. Many of them fought in the Third Ninja War and their primary enemy was IWA. This was a way to get back at them. But Rei didn't care about that. "That's fine, but I think you should report that to Pakura once she returns from Konoha." He wryly smiled. "I am more interested if you manage to capture Inoki's granddaughter." To give Rika credit, she faltered only for a brief split of a second before she regained her bearings and nodded. "The bitch killed over 50 of our ninjas before we finally subdued her. I have no idea why Lady Pakura wanted her alive." She indignantly huffed. And due to that reaction, Rei decided to keep his involvement in that order secret from Rika. Rei, Conan, and Rika entered the temporary command center, which was basically just a trashed and remade office of Inoki, and Rei's eyes instantly landed on a form of exhausted and bloody girl tied to a chair with ninja wire while silently glaring at everyone who was quietly worked in the room. Not that she could talk with a gag in her mouth. Rei glanced at Riku and raised an eyebrow at that, only getting vague and uncaring, she just wouldn't shut up, and a shrug in reply. Rei noted that Kuratsuchi had definitely seen better days. Her right arm was broken at the elbow while her left one sported many cuts and gashes. Both of her arms were painfully twisted behind the chair's backrest and tied together by a wire in a way that brought the woman constant suffering. Her legs and the rest of her body were no better, for that matter. Her clothes were scraps at this point, her modesty barely covered since nobody bothered to get her new clothes after she was captured, and her previous battling reduced her own torn wreck. Despite most of her body being barely covered, Kuratsuchi wasn't very attractive right now. Her body was littered with deep purple and black bruises, sporting several nasty cuts that would definitely scar if nothing was done about them. While ninjas didn't mind scars, Kuratsuchi's current form was way past fashionable and started to enter the territory of distasteful even for them. Rei sighed and shook his head, fully aware that Suna had enough medics present to spare one for the IWA girl. But they were most likely delaying it as much as possible out of sheer spite. Not that he could scold Rika for that. Having her medics tend to her injured people first wasn't exactly a bad decision. Rei ignored the questioning looks of the jonin seated all over the room who were dealing with reports and directly approached Kuratsuchi, ungagging her and smirking when she tried to bite his fingers the first chance she got, and not in a playful way. It was a child's play to evade her bite, and Rei amusedly watched the unwilling irritation in Kuratsuchi's half-resigned and narrowed eyes as her jaw clicked together with enough strength it made her try and fail to repress her groan from pain as her upper and lower teeth smashed together. "I am the only person in the room who doesn't wish you to violently die, girl. While your resistance is admirable, you should be way smarter about showing it so openly." Rei lightly chided, causing Kuratsuchi to look at him as if he grew a second head while her expression became sour at his nonchalance. Rei didn't wait for her answer and quickly put his hand on her bruised cheek, making Kuratsuchi hiss from pain, before her eyes went slightly wide as she felt healing chakra start to mend her face. It took Kuratsuchi a moment to understand what was going on, and her expression was shifting through various emotions, the woman too tired to even try hiding it. In the end, however, resigned gratitude seemed to win as she leaned her head more into Rei's palm, enjoying the comfort of his healing chakra while staring at his eyes as if judging his intentions. Rei let her do whatever she was doing, not rushing her as he was too curious about what she would do. Much to his disappointment, there was no more biting play. Sag. A few seconds passed, and Kuratsuchi hesitantly opened her mouth. "What do you want?" she quietly asked with a tinge of reluctance in her tone, much to the bewilderment of the other occupants of the room that watched the interaction between her and Rei with rising interest. The girl was like a rabid animal before she was gagged, screaming and cussing at everyone present, so much so that even the Jonins found it hard to ignore her and focus on their work. Hence, the gag. Seeing the same spitting mad bitch so subdued, made their jaws almost drop to the floor. When Ray saw that, he almost rolled his eyes at them. Of course, she was more agreeable to speak with him. Wasn't it obvious? No matter how messed up her body was or how tomboy she was a woman. And if Ray learned something about the unexplainable creatures called women, it was that they valued their faces a lot. Many would deny it, saying appearance did not matter, but they would be lying. The second he started to heal Kuratsuchi's face, he knew there was a 70% chance she would chill the fuck out and stop her temper tantrum due to the sheer shock. And while Ray was a bit downtrodden that the girl didn't persist with her fiery resistance and fell for this small trick, it worked better than a bitch slap, something the idiots around definitely tried considering how bruised her cheek was. Sure, ya twats. Try shutting a kunoichi down by further messing up her face. Ray barely pushed down the desire to facepalm. While that would have worked against Genins or Chunins, Jonins were made up of different stuff. And IWA Jonins were known to be stubborn to the point of stupid. They were known to rather die than be captured, so Kuratsuchi acting out was quite normal. I have an offer for you. Ray disarmingly smiled, a gesture that was very hard to dismiss, considering he was currently healing her. But Kuratsuchi didn't fall for it, and a spark of anger once again slightly reignited in her coal-like eyes. Do you really think I would help you? After tea, ah. What have you doving? When her voice rose, Ray promptly grabbed her cheek and started to play with it, stretching and squeezing it, which might have made Kuratsuchi indignant, but the spiteful kind of anger gave way to a more childish one without her even noticing how much that gesture calmed her down. And who knows? Ray nonchalantly continued as if her earlier outburst didn't happen. If you are a good girl, maybe, just maybe I will make sure your grandfather's life is spared. He is currently battling Pakura's apprentice, and just between us. Ray leaned closer and said as if he was sharing a secret with her, I don't think he is enjoying it. My grandpa will win. Kuratsuchi rebuked with confidence and was about to continue her tirade, but Ray cut her off. Even if he wins, Ray strongly interrupted, he would still need to face the completely fresh Kazekage. I think his back will give out sooner though. He shrugged. The room descended into silence for a moment, everybody too interested in how the situation would unfold to interrupt as Kuratsuchi was considering her options. What kind of help? In the end, Kuratsuchi reluctantly asked, subconsciously looking down as she gritted her teeth. Ray inwardly smirked. He knew the girl had a lot of trust in her grandfather, but she was aware he was just a human too. And therefore, she was unable to persist in her blind trust once the threat to his life was directly pointed out to her. It's quite simple. Ray kindly smiled, much like a devil would when offering someone on their last leg a helping hand. I want you to officially swear yourself as my personal kunoichi. Chapter 450, Resignation. Kuratsuchi reeled back when she heard what Ray wanted from her, and even the Suna ninjas in the room couldn't help but stare in shock at his audacity. You want me to be your slave? Kuratsuchi exclaimed in horror, her expression full of unwillingness and disgust. Unlike Tamari, who was 10 when Pakura took her as her own, Kuratsuchi was in the middle of her teenage years and her understanding of the world was much, much deeper. Tamari might have known of the old concept under which ninjas served their lords, but she did not fully understand what it all entailed when she swore herself to Pakura. Kuratsuchi, however, was different and had a clear picture of what was asked of her. Now. Don't let your imagination run wild, girl. Ray chided her as if she was a kid. You are what? 14. And a total tomboy on top of that. He gestured towards Conan with his head. I have much better options if I want to bed somebody, so that's not it. I am 16, you bastard. Kuratsuchi exclaimed, glaring at Ray for his unspoken insinuation that she is not attractive enough for him. Ray inwardly grinned. There went her fright. The best way to misdirect the attention of people with a fiery temper was simply to trigger said temper. Outwardly, however, Ray only sagely nodded. It's hard to know with such a modest chest. Puberty doesn't treat you well, does it? He offhandedly remarked, causing Kuratsuchi to try to stomp on his foot. When Ray casually relocated his foot, making her miss, she scowled at him. Ray just raised his eyebrow at her. I wonder which perverted idiot did tie your thighs to the chair instead of your ankles. He smirked. The one with the stupid yellow bandana. Kuratsuchi defiantly smirked back. Conan, who was looking at their interaction from a bit further away, couldn't help but shake her head. The IWA girl was lapping Ray's manipulation up, not even noticing what was happening. Even Riku was impressed at seeing Lady Pakura's husband in action. His body language and actions, they were all appealing to Kuratsuchi's temper and defiant personality. His last question, coupled with his body language, for example, made it easy to foster a small spark of camaraderie between them. Kuratsuchi might not have noticed, but she was far too relaxed for somebody who was being interrogated and negotiated with. Not that the girl realizes what is happening. Riku inwardly sighed, that man, he is good at dealing with children, isn't he? She chuckled in disbelief. Is that so? Ray lazily turned towards the men who suddenly found the entire room staring at him, making him quite uncomfortable. A few seconds of silence passed and the men started to slightly fidget under Ray's stare. He, like everybody in the room, had no idea who Ray was, but the way Lady Riku deferred to him made it plainly obvious that he should not be offended. When Ray thought the man was sufficiently nervous, he deadpanned at him, admitted, you just wanted to touch her thighs. Isn't that right, you pedophile? The uncomfortable silence became instantly awkward, the ninjas around were completely flabbergasted at the nonchalant accusation. The silence was suddenly broken by Kuratsuchi, who erupted with laughter. Deep down, everybody, even her, knew it was ridiculous since she was a bruised mess, but the nonchalant attitude of Ray made her feel oddly lighthearted. Ray chuckled and gave the bandana-wearing spluttering man a reassuring smile to show him he was not really serious before he turned back towards Kuratsuchi. So, is the prospect of being my slave still so frightening? Ray leaned closer to her and cheekily asked. No. Yes. Kuratsuchi grimaced, inwardly wearing with her own feelings. The man was kinda cool and didn't seem the bad sort, but she still had her pride. I mean the same pride that was being offended the second she realized she actually considered agreeing. Kuratsuchi scowled and gave Ray a glare, fuck you. Cheeky. Ray mused, so that's how you feel about me. I am flattered. Hearing him, Kuratsuchi's eyes widened, realizing how her words could have been taken, causing her to show a mortified expression. Fuck me. Kuratsuchi uttered at Ray's misunderstanding, once again not thinking about her word choice. Ray's lips quirked upward at how easy she was making it for him. Maybe once you get a little bit older, little girl. He wiggled his eyebrows at her. That's not Kuratsuchi exclaimed in aggravation before she decided she had enough and scowled, you know what? Fuck you, bastard. I am not playing word games with you. No, I guess you are too smart to not notice what is going on. Ray remarked before he paused, inwardly rolling his eyes in amusement. Kuratsuchi's expression almost became pleased at the praise, but that's when Ray once again started speaking, his still completely nonchalant but his words. You are currently tied to a chair while the good people around us are deciding your worth. You can be anything from executed in a show of power and what happens to those too defiant for their own good, to becoming a breeding sow, chained like an animal in a cell, and taken out once a year to be impregnated to provide Suna with a new generation of ninjas capable of using the lava release. Ray's words were chilling to Kuratsuchi, making her feel as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head when she was so bluntly told the facts. Of course, Ray knew Pakura couldn't care less about the girl's genes. The practice of kidnapping women and breeding them for bloodlines was discontinued in Suna the second she became the Kage. But Kuratsuchi didn't know that. The girl was raised in IWA, and while Kimo was known for these practices, the militaristic IWA was not that far behind. It was just less known since IWA actually cared for their image. This made Ray's words believable to the girl, who for the first time started thinking beyond the current moment. Frankly, Ray just spoke bullshit and made the cute impressionable tomboy come to her own dark and gloomy conclusions. Worked like a charm 95% of the time. Ray recommended. Oh, and we should not forget about your grandfather, who is currently fighting for his life against Kage and her apprentice, who is also an S-ranked ninja. I wonder how long he will last. Who knows? Maybe he is already dead, Ray casually added, ignoring the slowly rising despair in Kuratsuchi's distressed eyes that begged him to stop speaking. Ray then turned towards Riku. What about her father? Dead. The amused puppet mistress shook her head, in a cell, still barely alive but literally disarmed. She answered, adding a bit of dark humor to the ending. Ray turned back and looked straight at Kuratsuchi, and his tone for the first time became serious. You lost. You should realize that. You have a choice now. You can choose your pride and perish with it, dragging your family to the grave with you. Or, you can become mine, and while your family would lose Iwagakure, they will survive this clusterfuck. So, let me ask you for the last time, girl. Will you become my slave or not? Kuratsuchi was so wide-eyed her thoughts became a jumbled mess as the reality hit her like a truck, and she was unable to form a coherent reply. Her desire to send Ray to hell battled with what she knew she had to do to survive, making her stressed and angry and frustrated, and eventually, her head dropped, as a choked sob resounded throughout the deadly silent room. Tears started falling into Kuratsuchi's lap, and it was obvious she was trying very hard to stifle her sobs, only managing to reduce them to sniffles. For a moment, her sniffles were the only noise that filled the room, Ray all too happy to let her stew in her emotions for a bit and think her situation through. It made it that much sweeter to know her final decision would be fully her own, and the girl would be less likely to betray him because of that fact. It didn't take long for him to finally hear the expected reply. Yes. Master. Kuratsuchi eventually declared her resignation in a tearful voice full of sorrow and pain, and Rei's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Chapter 451, Return to Konoha. After getting the resigned confirmation from Kuratsuchi, Rei decided to stop being an asshole and gently put his hand on her hair, ruffling it a bit. Good girl. He kindly said and started to properly heal her. His healing jutsu was nowhere near Tsunade's, but when living with the foremost expert in the field, one learns a thing or two. Fortunately for Kuratsuchi's continued well-being, Konan helped too. After the still morose girl was all patched up, she calmed down enough to appreciate in silent wonder as her broken arm and bruised body were mended in a matter of minutes. While it was still astonishing even for the Suna ninjas, since Pakura became the Kazekage, a lot of improvements were slowly introduced to the village, one of which was better medical techniques. Rei had no idea what kind of bullshit reason Pakura gave her people for having those techniques, but he knew she didn't hold out on them. That's why the sight of advanced healing didn't shake them as much as it did Kuratsuchi. For the girl, this was a very shocking sight. The medical field was nowhere near as advanced as Rei thought in his past life while reading Naruto. In fact, it was Tsunade and Orochimaru that were the freaks of their generation when it came to medical techniques. Most of their techniques were self-made. Hell, most of the modern healing procedures were either invented or improved by Tsunade herself. Her title of the best mednin in the world was not just lip service. The woman was a legend in the ninja world for a reason. For other medics, broken bones were still very bothersome, and while their mending could have been accelerated, the hospitals existed for a reason. If every injury could be shrugged off with just a few minutes of a healing technique, they would have been redundant. And while Tsunade started researching methods how to accelerate the process tremendously, and was successful for the most part as a bit of it was already applied in the hospitals all over Rei's villages, not many average medics had the necessary chakra potency and quality to pull it off the same way Tsunade could, so she had to dumb it down for them. It was still a work in progress. Now that Kuratsuchi was in a good condition, Rei freed her from the wire that bound her to the chair, all the while not letting down his guard. As much as he would love to believe the girl knew what was best for her, she was still a teenager. Kunoichi or not, hormones affected everyone the same. Rei could not be sure something flipped in her head, causing her to try a foolish thing like escaping a room full of experienced jonins or starting a fight. Hence, he stayed vigilant. Thankfully, Kuratsuchi was still in too much shock to think about things like these, and Rei's visit to IWA went without any unforeseen incident. He and Konan didn't dilly-dally in IWA, leaving the situation there in the capable hands of Riku as they ushered the bewildered Kuratsuchi out of the room, and using a teleportation technique back to Konoha the second the door closed behind them. They arrived in the exact same place where Rei and Konan previously disappeared from the village. In the middle of a street. Hirai-shin. Kuratsuchi mentally freaked out, mistaking the technique. It didn't last, however. When her eyes took in the surroundings, her thoughts were diverted by the sight of IWA ninjas' bodies strewn around the street, causing her to grimace in sadness as she distractedly followed Rei. It was obvious the invasion did not go as her grandfather planned. If it did, the friggin' Konoha ninjas would not have been leisurely laughing and joking among each other, as if it was just another usual Monday at work, while they were clearing up the bodies of Kimo, IWA, and Sound ninjas. 2 hours passed since Rei and Konan left Konoha, and the battle was pretty much over by now. From what their chakra senses were telling them, there were some stubborn stragglers that still needed to be dealt with, but the overwhelming majority of the enemy troops were already either killed or had surrendered. Eventually, Rei, Konan, and the disheartened Kuratsuchi reached the arena, and Rei led them to where he could feel Pakura still leisurely sitting. She was still in the same spot as when they left, much to Rei's amused surprise. Well, he could feel the showdown between Tamari and Inoki was still not concluded, so it was only natural that Pakura would pay attention to it so no mishap happened to Tamari. After all, Inoki was a highly dangerous ninja despite his old age. One good hit and Tamari could be in danger. This fight was supposed to be a training exercise for the girl, and while a bit of danger was healthy for her awareness, by now every woman of Rei adopted his distaste for putting their protégés at unnecessary life-threatening risks. It sure worked for those who survived them. Pakura was taught that way and she became a legend in Suna during the Third Ninja War. But there were a lot of those that failed at the surviving part. In Rei's opinion, doing that was just a waste of talent. Nobody was the same, but everybody could be taught and trained to become strong. While some didn't have the predisposition to be great fighters, that didn't mean they could not become competent in the field if a good teaching method was implemented. The necessary approach differed from person to person. Trying to force one kind of approach on everybody just caused a lot of unnecessary casualties. They are still at it? Rei asked as he entered the room where Pakura sat, announcing his presence with the question. Yeah. The old geezer is tenacious as hell. Pakura quipped, not even turning to look at Rei. She could sense him the second he teleported back to Konoha, so she was aware of him when he entered the room too. But I gotta say, I am proud of my girl. I was a bit worried when she underestimated him at the start, but thankfully, she learned her lesson and took the fight seriously since then. When Kuratsuchi realized who the person sitting in front of her was, her eyes went wide. Rei told her that her grandfather fought against the Kazekage's apprentice, but Kuratsuchi inwardly doubted that. An apprentice would not be strong enough to fight her grandpa. She naturally thought it was actually the Kazekage herself who battled Inoki, but here she saw the woman leisurely lounging in a comfortable chair, while Kuratsuchi's eyes slowly moved towards the arena, discovering a sight she would have never thought possible. In the arena, a girl not much older than her was facing her ancient grandpa on even footing, pushing him back even. Kuratsuchi's jaw dropped to the floor at that. She found it hard to believe this was possible. She fought against her grandfather a lot in her training, but not once did she manage to erase his leisure smile. Yet, Inoki right now was completely focused, his expression grave and full of tiredness. That shook Kuratsuchi's confidence like nothing else. It was with great apprehension that Kuratsuchi realized the Kazekage really had not made a move yet. At that moment, Kuratsuchi felt relief flood her as she realized that her decision was correct. For, there was no way her grandfather would have survived the situation without the deal she made with her new master. Now, she had a different problem. How the hell was she supposed to explain it to her grandpa in a way that won't send him into a fit of rage? Logic didn't work on her family. Chapter 452, Chapter 452, Tamari vs Inoki, Fin. Rei didn't instantly intervene and interrupt the match between Tamari and Inoki. He wanted to see Tamari's full prowess, and what better time to witness it than a fight against a Kage-level opponent where she is forced to give her all. Instead, he gestured to Konan to get comfortable and sat on a chair next to Pakura, causing Kuratsuchi to awkwardly stand in her spot and uncomprehendingly stare between them and the fight where her grandfather was having a hard time. She opened her mouth, about to remind her new master he was supposed to stop the fight, but one look from Konan shut her up really fast, making her huff and flop into a chair a bit away from the trio as she crossed her arms under her chest and scowled. "Ma, don't be so childish, Kuro-chan." Rei quipped, "Don't worry, I will make sure your granddaddy will survive the fight, but I want to see the fight, so bear with me for a little bit, okay?" Kuratsuchi did not reply nor even turn towards him, but he saw her shoulders sag a bit and that was an answer enough for him. Smiling to himself, Rei turned back towards the ongoing battle. He could plainly see the fight evolve to a whole new level since he left 2 hours ago. Tamari was no longer using her battle fan nor any wind jutsus, deeming them useless against Inoki, who could easily dodge any of them except ones with the widest area of effect. Instead of these, Tamari was fully focused on her magnet release and gravity manipulation. Inoki, on the other hand, started to use more of his earth manipulation, not using his bloodline willy-nilly as he did at the start. Now when he used it, it had some serious juice and aimed to destroy a lot more than just make a small hole in whatever it hit. Down in the arena, an intense exchange of numerous small flying objects made of iron sand, something Rei knew Tamari was working on, but her control over it wasn't quite there yet the last time he saw her practice with it, rushing at Inoki. From what Rei could tell, these objects would have never reached the kind of speed with just magnet release. The biggest problem with sand manipulation techniques was their speed. In the higher leagues, the user had to rely on trapping their opponent because chakra could enhance the speed of whatever was manipulated only so far. Tamari, however, was also using gravity manipulation in tandem with it, lowering the weight of these objects to featherlight, causing their speed to become 3 to 4 times higher. Inoki was having a hard time dodging the unceasing hail of projectiles and acted accordingly. His skin was almost black, hardened to the highest degree with earth chakra, and he also started hovering closer to the ground in order to have quick access to earth walls. But despite spamming numerous earth walls to stop the projectiles, their sheer number usually punched through the walls. It did slow them down, however, and gave Inoki the necessary time to dodge the hell out of their way. Yet, Rei could see a few gashes on Inoki already, telling him that not everything was cleanly dodged. Tamari wasn't stupid. The second she saw her approach was not working, she slightly adjusted her strategy, trying to get past Inoki's defenses, but Inoki was experienced enough to understand this and counter it. That's why the fight turned into a tactical tug of war, both combatants waiting until the other made a mistake. It came sooner than Rei would have thought. Just 5 minutes into his watching, Inoki managed to sneak in a small localized earthquake under Tamari's feet. It wasn't anything grand, just a small shake, but it was enough to briefly disrupt her focus, slowing down her projectiles and giving Inoki the much-needed few seconds for a counterattack. Tamari barely managed to regain her balance, only for her eyes to widen as she noticed a massive white beam heading directly towards her. She didn't have enough time to dodge it and felt déjà vu about what happened earlier. This was why she didn't let up on her offensive. Inoki's bloodline was far too destructive and far too fast. She didn't allow him to use it without being prepared to evade it. Yet, this momentary lapse in focus cost her dearly. Tamari knew there was only one thing she could do to save herself from being disintegrated. Only one jutsu of hers had the necessary properties to block such a powerful dust release point blank. But she was reluctant. The attack was not yet controllable enough. Ah, to hell with it. Tamari inwardly snarled, knowing she didn't have a choice anyway. Between possibly being ripped to shreds by her own attack and being definitely disintegrated, the choice with even a slight chance of survival seemed better to her. Focusing in front of herself, Tamari molded her earth chakra in a very complicated manner. It took barely a split of a second for a small, barely visible dot to appear, seemingly sucking in the air around itself as it started to quickly grow, reaching the size of a ping-pong ball. It didn't manage to grow more as Inoki's dust release beam smashed directly into it. Tamari nor Inoki didn't manage to even register what happened before a shockwave hit them, sending them flying back like a ragdoll in the opposite directions before they both hit the wall of the arena behind them, punching right through it with their bodies. Rei, Conan, and Pakura only watched with astonishment the shockwave impacted the ground and the walls all around, horribly cracking them. The only reason the spectator spots were not affected was that the barrier that safeguarded them during the matches still worked. The force behind the shockwave was comparable to a high-level A-ranked jutsu, and considering it came to be just by a clash of two techniques, it was incredible enough. Grandpa. Kuratsuchi abruptly stood up and screamed in worry. With a sigh, Rei stood up, recognizing that this was the moment where all fun ended and the fight should not be allowed to go on anymore lest the combatants get too desperate for their own continued well-being. As the dust started to settle in, both Inoki and Tamari started to slowly crawl out of the rubble, wobbly standing up, trying to stop the ringing in their ears and catch their breath again. Their bones were creaking and their muscles hurt, their bodies moved by their sheer will, running on fumes as they powered through the pain. Tamari's teal eyes met with Inoki's gaze, making her snarl and take a threatening step forward before she swayed on her feet, causing the old midget to dryly chuckle, before he winced from the sting the action caused him. He didn't try to recklessly move. Instead, he stayed on all four on the ground, enjoying the few seconds of reprieve and using them to regather his strength since his opponent was also out of it and it would take time for her to get back on her feet, so to speak. But as they both started to feel better and resolve themselves for the continuation, Rei landed in the middle of the cracked ground of the arena, blasting both Tamari and Inoki with the pressure of his chakra, making them sway and barely keep standing on their feet. I think that's enough for the both of you. Rei casually stated. He didn't put all that much effort into the pressure since he didn't want to hurt them, but it was so sudden that the still mostly disoriented fighters were greatly affected. Their bodies locked up, tensing from the threat, and that was the mistake. At that moment, the two lost control of their bodies, even if only for a brief split of a second. Since they were already using mostly willpower to force themselves to move, losing their focus was enough for the exhaustion of their bodies to hit them like a proverbial truck, causing them to collapse. As both Inoki and Tamari flopped down onto the ground, unable to move, they knew there was no getting up from this one. Damn it, my back hurts. Inoki grumbled with a grimace, and here I thought I would outlive the old monkey bastard. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, Shocking Reveal. Damn it, my back hurt. Inoki grumbled with a grimace, and here I thought I would outlive the old monkey bastard. You have better chances than him. Rei quipped, knowing that Tsunade could hold a grudge like no one and the mentioned poor son of a bitch was partly responsible for the demise of her clan. And if the two special chakra signatures around her were any indication, Tsunade was going for a mental breakdown kind of revenge as far as Saratobi was concerned. Rei walked towards Tamari, sitting down next to her and pulling her head into his lap with a small but proud smile. You did great. He gently caressed her cheek. Tamari tried to smile back, but it only prompted her to release a pained groan as her body hurt like hell. Admittedly, the result is not great, but it's the effort that matters. Rei chuckled, flicking Tamari's forehead when he saw her slightly pout at his words, getting yet another pained and whining groan from her. Satisfied with her little punishment for losing her focus during the fight, Rei started to heal her, spreading a comfortable and relaxing feeling all over her body, causing her to subconsciously turn over and snuggle her cheek into his thighs. The sweet atmosphere between them was abruptly interrupted when they heard a shrill, "Grandpa," making Tamari's half-lidded eyes shoot open in wariness, her body involuntarily tensing. On the other side of the arena, Inoki had the exact same reaction as Tamari for all the different reasons. Kuratsuchi. What is she doing here? He thought, cold sweat washing over him. He instantly tried to stand up and tell her to run, his brain no longer thinking logically as it entered a protective mode, but as he finally stood up and swayed on his feet due to exertion, Kuratsuchi reached him and shoved him back onto the ground, making him hiss from the abrupt pain in his back. What are you doing, old man? You are hurt. Don't stand up. Kuratsuchi admonished. At that moment, Rei chuckled and Tamari's wariness disappeared. Kuratsuchi just caused more damage to Inoki in one moment than what Tamari managed to do in minutes of intense fighting. Witnessing that was hilariously humiliating for Tamari. Kuratsuchi. Inoki groaned, what are you doing here? I am saving your ass. Kuratsuchi huffed as she kneeled beside him, trying to imitate Rei as she shoved Inoki's head into her lap, banging the back of his head on her bony thighs, making her grandfather hiss from the sudden blow. When he instinctively tried to stand up, Kuratsuchi took him by the shoulders and forcefully pushed him back, making his back painfully crack enough that his body involuntarily bent with his chest sticking out, which made his eyes go wide and flooded them with a pain-filled look. The poor Inoki couldn't even speak from the abrupt spike of pain. Not that Kuratsuchi noticed what her actions did. Her expression was full of worry and resolve to make him feel better. Now relax. She forcefully ordered, putting her hand on his forehead and pushing the back of his head once again onto her thighs, using a bit too much force so his head banged against her bones again. If Ray didn't know she wasn't doing it on purpose, he would think she wanted to kill or cripple the old man. Damn. At this rate, I will have to save him from her. Ray deadpanned. Pakura and Conan, who had just arrived at the scene and now stood behind Ray's back, put their hands on his shoulders in a show of support. They could feel his exasperation, but the spectacle in front of them was far too amusing for them to intervene. Realizing there was nobody other than him who would step in before more harm could come to the old midget, Ray sighed and spoke to Inoki and Kuratsuchi. Inoki, just listen to your granddaughter and relax. We have no intentions to attack you right now. Inoki's gaze was redirected towards Ray, causing his pupils to constrict a bit when he saw and realized the dynamics between him and the three women around him. They all felt pretty powerful to Inoki, and that just made him that much more uneasy. And who are you? Inoki rasped in a tired yet cautious voice. He had never seen the man who was so tenderly tending to Tamari, and that made him wary. With his information network, he should have been aware of all the major players in the world. The men clearly had a close bond with all three women, of which one was Kazekage, so that made him a Wagakiru's enemy by default. Me. Ray raised an eyebrow at him, feeling a bit mischievous. I am Ray from Yuzora. He quipped and shrugged, enjoying how Inoki became speechless at that admission. Inoki choked when he heard that. This was the bastard who invaded his village all those years ago and caused the rampage of one of their Jinchuriki. Inoki wanted to stand up and send a dust release beam up the bastard's ass. But since his situation did not allow that, he was at least about to spew a string of very colorful curses at the bastard when Ray spoke again. Just earlier I visited your village and Suna's forces had already taken it over. Ray leisurely said and raised his head to look at Pakura as he reassuringly squeezed her hand. Good for you, your plan worked flawlessly. That stopped the last of Inoki's silent painful whining almost instantly, making him forget about the surging pain coursing through his body as his mind focused on the outrageous news he had just heard. Inoki's heart skipped a beat and his throat went dry, his mind in chaos as the possibility of this being the truth sneaked into his thoughts. He couldn't help but turn once again towards Kuratsuchi with an unasked question in his eyes. Oh, her. Ray noticed Inoki's gaze and decided to offhandedly elaborate. She entered my service to save yours and your son's life. You are lucky to have such a diligent and loyal granddaughter. What? Inoki breathlessly whispered and looked at Kuratsuchi, desperately looking for denial of this news. Iwagakure was supposed to be totally safe right now. He only took barely 30% of the village's forces with him to Konoha. There was no way anybody could. But Kuratsuchi just curtly nodded, her eyes tearing up a bit. Inoki's eyes suddenly widened as he grabbed at his chest and started silently gasping for air, thrashing around for a second before his eyes rolled in and his body went abruptly limp in Kuratsuchi's arms. Huh. Kuratsuchi blinked before her brain registered what was going on, and she immediately checked his pulse, using what she knew of first aid to try and help him. All the while she handled him so roughly Ray didn't doubt Inoki had just gained several new bruises. Realizing what was going on, Kuratsuchi frantically looked at Ray with a look of urgency, worriedly shrieking, Master. I think my grandpa just had a heart attack. Please, save him. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, Iwa's Future. With a sigh, Ray carefully relocated Tamari's head out of his lap before he stood up and walked toward the frantic Kuratsuchi who was holding Inoki's unmoving body. He kneeled beside them and put his hand on Inoki's chest. Inoki's eyes suddenly opened wide, his heart getting shocked to work again as electricity coursed through his body, wildly shaking him and making him spasm in Kuratsuchi's lap in an abrupt excruciating pain. At that moment, he wished he stayed dead. Ray used quite a brutal voltage, but, the old man was a Kage. He could take it. 10 seconds of uncontrollable shaking later, Ray happily withdrew his hand from Inoki's chest with a satisfied smile, causing the old man to quickly gasp for breath. Ray glanced at Kuratsuchi, receiving a thankful subdued nod from her before she worriedly looked back at Inoki, who was finally slowly regaining his wits after being shocked back to the land of the living. Seeing his granddaughter, Inoki smiled at her. Kuratsuchi. I just had the most ridiculous dream where IWA was taken over and you. He suddenly stopped, owlishly blinking at the grimacing girl as a realization hit him. It wasn't a dream, was it? Kuratsuchi apologetically smiled and mutely nodded. Inoki's eyes once again rolled back and his body went limp in her lap. Ray's smile froze and the corners of his lips started to twitch as he heard the soft giggling of Tamari, Pakura, and Conan behind his back. They were apparently having great fun at his expense. All right. We can do this all day, old man. I have time. Ray muttered under his nose as his eyebrows twitched and his lips morphed into a vindictive smile. Raising his hand, lightning chakra crackled in between his fingers. Needless to say, Inoki got another 10-second body shake free of cost and once again woke up with a painful gasp and wide eyes. Will I have to wake you up again? Ray asked with a twitching left eye, staring Inoki directly into his eyes. Inoki understood the underlying threat in his words and with a tearful expression he slightly shook his head. No, no more. Good. Ray nodded with a huff and turned around, walking back towards the three chuckling women. It took ages for Kuratsuchi to explain to Inoki what happened in Iwagakure during his absence, and once he understood the gist of it, he stubbornly glared at Pakura through the rest of the explanation. Thankfully, despite Pakura's smug grin, the former Tsuchikage could control his impulses enough to not start a fight he had no way of finishing. Ray could see a smidge of grudging respect directed at Pakura in his gaze, though. To be honest, Pakura was now the very first Kage who managed to conquer another major hidden village. An achievement that will write her name into the history for a very, very long time, no doubt. Only when the conversation reached the point where Kuratsuchi swore herself to Ray as his personal kunoichi did Inoki's glare swap targets, becoming even more heated as he willed Ray's death with his eyes. Ray decided that giving the men an eye smile was a good way to lower the tension. Alas, despite it always working for one unnamed masked ninja, Ray was no Kakashi and his eye smile worked exactly as Kakashi intended when he first invented the thing. It just pissed Inoki even more. Only the recent memory of being brought to life by being shocked half to death stopped Inoki from trying to strangle Ray. Yozora or not, Inoki didn't know him. Unlike Pakura, Ray did not have an ironclad reputation in the elemental nations. Somebody as strong as Inoki did not see a reason to fear an unknown like him. It was exactly due to this kind of misguided courage that Inoki tried to argue Kuratsuchi's new life situation. You already took IWA from me. Why do you need Kuratsuchi also? Inoki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists to control his increasing temper. Ray could have answered this in numerous ways, many of which would be ridiculing and would have served only to fan the flames between them, but that would have been counterproductive. He didn't take Kuratsuchi in because he liked her or something as asinine as wanting her to join his harem. He had enough to do with his time with his current count of women vying for his attention. There was no need to add another to the equation. He had different plans for Kuratsuchi. Ray also knew Inoki was stubborn to a fault and he would never accept a half-hearted misdirecting explanation. Not when his granddaughter was involved. Despite his current weak position and battered body, the man still had balls of steel, considering the fighting spirit Ray saw in his eyes. Killing Inoki would have screwed things up with Kuratsuchi, so. Ray sighed, I will be honest with you. I want to make IWA a satellite of Suna and after some training, Kuratsuchi will be put in charge of it. Hearing that Kuratsuchi's head snapped toward Ray with disbelief written on her face. The second IWA fell, she thought her dream of leading her village was a moot point. But her master now wanted her to do just that. In her teenage naivety, this only increased her subconscious loyalty toward Ray. The idea sounded ridiculous. Anybody with positive intelligence would instantly say it was stupid because Kuratsuchi will definitely eventually try to rebel. But Ray had secret weapons. Strict Pakura and no-nonsense Konan. These two would teach the girl the ropes and Ray had no doubt self-interest would eventually win Kuratsuchi over to his side. And if not, the plan could always be adjusted accordingly. Once she is deemed loyal enough, you mean? Inoki raised his eyebrow and sneered, but there was a barely visible relief in his eyes, and his body slightly relaxed. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi was not in his field of vision right now or he would probably have another heart attack if he saw her giddy expression due to the news. Of course. Ray nodded, there will also be various fail-saves implemented to make sure she won't try to do something shady. You were a Kage. You must have an idea of how these things go. He tiredly sighed. To be honest, this topic was very uncomfortable for Ray. But, it had to be said. We can't leave IWA as it is now. The village is full of trained killers raised with the idea of the will of rock or whatever bullshit you spout in your corner of the world. Ray dryly remarked, causing Kuratsuchi to frown at his words, but Inoki's lips just twitched upwards. He was at Tsuchikage. He knew it was just propaganda. And yet, it wasn't. It was something that gave the loyal ninjas to push beyond their limits. It was their belief and source of strength. If Suna tried to occupy IWA as it is, they would have lost control of it in 5 years tops. Ray continued. The only way is to screen every ninja and slaughter those too loyal for their own good. Inoki's expression turned grim. He was aware of these problems and he hoped the people in front of him forgot about them. Even though he came to invade Konoha, he never thought of occupying it or taking it over. Controlling a village full of trained ninjas loyal to it was an exercise in futility. Inoki was about to open his mouth to try persuading Ray from massacring Iwa's loyal ninjas when Ray spoke again, clearly waiting for this moment, or we could simply put in leadership somebody IWA troops will trust and slowly make them used to the idea of being subordinated to Suna. Propaganda and belief conversion take time, you know. He playfully stated and enjoyed the sour expression of Inoki. Frankly, Ray couldn't fault the old midget. He was talking about destroying the lifetime of his effort, but what could Inoki do? He could only frown and silently seethe while it was going on. Once the innovations and reforms hit IWA, most of the people will voluntarily stay under Suna if only because their living standards will drastically improve and their salaries increase. You want to destroy my legacy by using my family member? Inoki mumbled. Ray didn't reply to Inoki's sentence. He could keep trying to persuade him that it was better for the world if the ninja villages united like this, but for someone like Inoki, someone who spent his lifetime trying to make IWA great and other villages weak, it wouldn't have mattered. Just the idea was a direct offense against everything Inoki had ever fought for. Kuratsuchi could only helplessly stare between the nonchalant Ray and the sullen Inoki, not knowing what to do to improve the mood, completely lost. Inoki might have seemed resigned, but he was a ninja. Ray knew the midget was already plotting how to use his plan to his advantage to take his village back from its oppressors. Unfortunately for him, Ray wouldn't let that happen. He finally got IWA into his grasp, no way was he letting it go. The first chance he got, he intended to put a lot of surveillance seals around it, and give access to them to the loyal Suna ninjas overseeing the village. No coup was gonna happen. Not on his watch. After all, nobody said Inoki would be just let free to attempt one after this. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, Reunion. Talking to Inoki was like arguing with a stubborn rock. Inoki wanted to find a way to get some kind of leeway for IWA, not taking no for an answer and being a persistent annoying little dipshit who just wouldn't shut up. As time passed, even the extremely patient Ray was slowly getting fed up, whereas Pakura and Conan held themselves back from introducing him to a world of pain only by ignoring him. Fortunately for Inoki's continued existence, Ray felt Tsunade and the 3 other chakra signatures with her to finally move towards them. When they arrived, Ray could see a satisfied Tsunade, who was almost glowing from smugness, 2 disgruntled and huffy reanimated Senju brothers, and a pig. Ray winced when he realized the identity of the pig just as Inoki burst into rambunctious laughter and exclaimed, "Old monkey. I like the remake of your facade." That earned him a mild glare from the men with a heavily swollen and bruised purple head that could barely walk and resembled one big angry pimple. Saratobi did not have any bone in his body broken, but every muscle was damaged or bruised in some manner. Let's just say the Senju brothers were not amused about his part in their clan's demise. Ray watched as Saratobi angrily wobbled towards the only person in the room he could probably defeat in his current situation, and even that was because Inoki was too exhausted and injured himself, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the former third Hokage. The extensive physical injuries aside, the biggest damage was the mental scars the beatdown had inflicted on the men. Sure, Saratobi was showing a strong facade despite being one pain-filled swollen pimple, but being trashed by 2 people he respected most in his life, his 2 mentors, must not have been pleasant. From how pleased Tsunade looked with herself and how her eyes sparkled with self-satisfaction, she knew that as well. Saratobi came close to Inoki and spoke, or at least he tried, but his swollen and bruised cheeks, lips, and tongue were making conversation quite difficult. Wybyo Hebe. He furiously let out, hating that this old man saw him in his current state. What? You gotta first learn to speak well enough to be understood if you want an answer. Inoki laughed, relieving his stress by mocking Saratobi. The previous discussion with Ray was getting nowhere and he was really upset because his attempts did not move the young man at all. Saratobi came just in time to be his stress relief. Tashiyo, talgi jibith inguis, ine. Saratobi quickly let out in anger at being mocked by his oldest rival, and instantly regretted it as he felt a spike of pain come from his mouth, causing him to groan as his eyes became tearful. Ah. Is the poor monkey baby ingued? Inoki said in a baby voice and pettily grinned, making Saratobi incensed. Shut up, shit flinger. Yo. Deciding he had heard enough of juvenile arguing, Ray twitched his fingers and a barrier formed around the 2 ancient ninjas, saving the others from having to hear their petty squabbles. The 2 men were too hurt to start physically fighting, and they at least seemed to understand that, so there was no need to watch over them as if they were little kids. Ray barely managed to cast the barrier and he already had to brace himself as Tsunade impacted him, embracing him in a warm and tight hug as she cutely rubbed her face on his chest. Home, sweet home. She giddily whispered as Ray relaxed and wryly smiled, circling his arms around her small frame, also embracing her. Oh, so you are the husband of our little princess. A male voice interrupted their reunion. But the room was instantly washed in potent killing intent coming from Tsunade as she disgruntledly half-turned around, her arms not letting go of Ray as she made Hashirama backtrack with her glare before she with huff turned her head back and snuggled into Ray's chest again. The Senju brothers got the hint. They just awkwardly but quietly stood around, not knowing what to do, for the next 10 minutes while Tsunade was recharging her Ray energy. Only after she had enough did she finally pull away from Ray and motion to the stupefied Senju brothers that they could start their interrogation. But she forgot they too were Senjus and they were vindictive like her. From the Hashirama's tone, Ray had expected a proper shovel talk, but instead, much to his amusement, all he got was the man animatedly talking about his princess cute little Tsuna, while Tobirama also quipped from time to time about his little niece. Deciding to roll with it and be happy he didn't have to deal with bothersome unrealistic threats, Ray listened to them, and surprisingly, he was learning a lot of blackmail material. The more the two brothers talked, the more embarrassed Tsunade got, cutely blushing next to Ray from shame. She tried to glare them to silence again, but Ray's arm around her shoulders gave the two reanimated corpses enough confidence Tsunade would not make them into real corpses anytime soon. Throughout the conversation, Ray's lips were progressively curving upwards, giving Tsunade meaningful glances, enjoying but ignoring her betrayed and pitiful, pleading gaze. This family reunion was a surprisingly pleasant one. Their fun time was, however, cut short when Ringo showed up with a busted blonde following behind her, and a bit further, A and his secretary, Mabui, also reluctantly trailed behind her. Done too? Ray amusedly asked, happy that Ringo seemed satisfied with her revenge and that A actually survived it. Yes, and I even gained a new apprentice. Ringo widely smiled as she pushed Samui a bit forward, giving Konan, Pakura, and Tsunade a smug look. The three women looked at each other and shook their heads in exasperation, opting to not comment and let Ringo have this moment. Unfortunately for Ringo, May didn't get the memo. She burst through the door, ruining the mood for Ringo and making her eyebrow twitch. I have arrived. May gushed out before taking the hand of her captive and dragging the awkward-looking bee into the room. Oi, your timing sucks, missed brain. Ringo snarked, crossing her arms under her chest and instantly getting May's attention with her remark. Oh. What's going on? May tilted her head, a mocking smile appearing on her lips as her eyes caught Samui and Ringo's hands. Don't have any curves to show off, so you are showing off somebody else's body. She puffed out her chest at that. The air between them instantly grew tense as Ringo frowned. Don't push your luck, child. Ringo said, walking towards May. May also walked forward, and when they reached each other and Ringo had to slightly look up to meet her eyes, she smirked. You should grow up first if you want to keep calling me that. May smirked. No, Ringo chuckled, I will only stop when you mentally grow up. So that ain't happening. Kid. Are you implying I am stupid, bitch? May's eyes narrowed. On the other side of the room, A, B, Mabui, and Samui walked closer to Ray and his group, not even being surprised at the appearance of the two deceased Hokages. After all, they had seen quite a few ridiculous things in the recent hours, so what's one more? Shouldn't you stop them? I gave Ray a glance, not wanting the two monsters to start really fighting. These two didn't exactly seem the type to mind collateral damage. Ray chuckled and shook his head, inwardly knowing Ray and Ringo were more responsible than a thought. He patted the man's shoulder in reassurance. WH-. A's eyes suddenly widened as he felt his remaining chakra reserves getting restricted to genin level. Before he could even exclaim in shock, Ray was already in the middle of Inoki and Saratobi, his hands on their shoulders, and the same thing happened, the two old Kages freezing in their spots as they felt their chakra being locked down to a genin level as a seal slithered through their clothes, anchoring itself on their skin and spreading through their bodies, before it vanished from view. When they gave Ray shocked looks, he just pleasantly smiled at them with amusement dancing in his eyes. What? Did you think you could invade one of our villages and face no consequences? Chapter 456, Chapter 456, Situation in Kimogakure. The three Kages dealt with, Ray turned towards May and Ringo, and sighed as he saw them butting heads and making menacing faces at each other while exchanging childish insults as if they were kids. He wryly smiled, noting that Kuratsuchi and the Kimo ninjas were on the edge, scared shitless that the fight between the two redheads would escalate and techniques would start flying around. Both of them were known SS rank, so it was understandable. Still, seeing someone like B, a man over 2 meters tall and composed of a massive amount of bulging steel-like muscles, trying to subtly increase the distance between himself and the two petite arguing women all the while his eyes shined with deep worry was a bit funny for Ray. Ray knew there was no danger in letting May and Ringo have a go at each other. This was their usual behavior, and despite everything, they never came to blows. He had no idea if they liked insulting each other, but at least they had the common decency to keep their fights strictly verbal when not on the training grounds. Surprisingly enough, the hot-headed woman and the childish woman were both quite responsible with their powers. Shaking his head in fond exasperation, Ray turned toward Konan and asked, "What does the operation in Kimo look like?" "Wait. What operation in Kimo?" A instantly exclaimed in bewilderment, starting to get angry as his imagination started to run free. The other three Kimo ninjas in the room also seemed uncomfortable at the sudden shift in the topic, but they recognized their position and stayed silent. Only Samui seemed more or less cool with whatever. Poor girl. Ray noticed she was in a deep inner conflict right now. He had no idea what it was about, but he could come to a few conclusions considering Ringo introduced her as her new apprentice while walking inside the room alongside A and Mabui. Oh, well, not my problem. Ray shrugged these thoughts off. Well, of course, we hit Iwagakure and Kimogakure both. Isn't that obvious? Ray innocently tilted his head, looking straight at A, who both paled and became redder from rage at the same time. You dash. A spoke through gritted teeth, but he was instantly cut off. The swordsmen of the Kiri are making a right mess of Kumo, but they did not yet succeed in conquering it. Conan interrupted, reporting what was going on. That was expected. Ray liked to think he was a realist, even though he occasionally had his own bouts of unrealistic insanity. The situations in IWA and Kumo were different. IWA was besieged by the force of an entire hidden village, and it was a proper invasion. Kumo was attacked by a handful of individuals, and while each of them was strong, they were facing an entire village. There was no way to conquer the village in a straightforward manner for them. They had to use hit-and-run tactics and make it into a hide-and-seek chase all around Kumo. That was the only way to win for them. Funnily enough, the resistance of his village made him visibly proud, until Conan decided to continue, instantly crushing his smugness. They have caused enough damage to the infrastructure and forces of the village that taking over the remnants with the incoming Kiri army should be a child's play. She uttered in a flat tone, but the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable for anyone who knew her. Now that dashed all of A's hopes, making him horrified. Ah, that's good. We have their Kage and remaining Jinchuriki safely tucked in here, so I guess there won't be any unexpected turn of events, right? Ray sweetly said, looking straight at B and daring him to try something with his gaze. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki was the only strong enough unrestrained Kimo ninja in the room, but as uncomfortable and indignant as he looked, he clearly knew well how futile it would have been and just resignedly slumped his shoulders. Yes. How nice of them to deliver themselves to our footsteps. Tsunade giggled, making a clench his hands into fists while he quietly quivered from barely restrained anger. It wasn't only his village that was at risk. He already exchanged Samui for Mabui's and his life, so it wouldn't do to ruin her albeit unwilling but nevertheless noble sacrifice with his temper tantrum. If Samui heard his thoughts, she would have outwardly frowned, and inwardly sneered at the audacity of the men. What about the casualties? Ray continued asking about the attack on Kumo. Since Ringo was preoccupied with Mei, at least someone had to care about Kiri ninjas. Though, Ray could see Ringo was listening to Conan's reports with one ear as she continued arguing with Mei, so she probably cared more than she let on. Being the Mizukage definitely changed her a bit, and Ray was happy for her. The Kiri swordsmen had suffered 2 casualties so far, and 3 of them are too injured to continue fighting. Conan briefly glanced at Ringo. One of these is Zabuza. She informed the redhead, who briefly stiffened and gave a barely audible nod, not even bothering to turn toward Conan as she continued glaring at Mei. Seeing that Ringo received the information, Conan turned towards A. The casualties on the Kumo side are around 400 bodies currently. She flatly said, not caring one way or the other. A was clearly conflicted about the information, but in the end, he just gave Conan a small but heavy nod of appreciation. Blaming the messenger would do him no good anyway. That was when Samui decided to worriedly step toward Conan and uneasily asked with a measure of desperation, "What about my brother?" "And your brother is?" Conan dryly asked and raised her eyebrow at the girl, her gaze loitering a bit lower, and a small frown appearing on her lips. Did the busted blonde think she is some kind of omniscient entity? How was she supposed to know about the brother of some unimportant 2-bit Kumo jonin with tits that even a cow would be embarrassed about? Ayatsui. He is my only family. Samui lost her usual cool for a moment and stuttered a bit. It was obvious the woman was disturbed a lot by the possibility that her brother. She clutched her hands, unable to even think about it. They might bicker a lot among themselves, but Samui loved her brother. MHM. Conan noncommittally hummed, not looking in Samui's direction and staying silent for a few seconds, making Samui more and more nervous. Samui had no idea if Conan was ignoring her or searching for the information, because the woman was just standing in her place, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Fortunately, Conan blinked before Samui's fragile patience could run out. Your brother is fine. His left arm, right collarbone, and both legs are broken, and he is bedridden in a medical tent, but he is alive. Conan informed, making Samui sag in relief. Conan, send the swordsmen an order from their Mizukage to not attack the medical tents. Ray piped in, knowing well such tactics were entirely possible to happen. Both Inoki and A watched in disbelief that Ringo didn't even twitch when Ray ordered her ninjas for her. Their eyes drifted from the men to the woman, who was too busy butting heads with Mei, and back, unable to comprehend the dynamics in this group. Who the heck is this guy? They thought, realizing that despite being in his presence for quite a bit of time already, they had no clear idea about his identity. Inoki knew him as the Ray of Yuzora, and A recognized him as Ray of Downpour, but neither of those should give him such ironclad authority over Ringo. The Mizukage seemed to act as if she was his subordinate, and that both spooked and baffled the 2 Kages. I could understand it a bit as Ringo was Rei's former apprentice, but still. Her deference to him was too much. Thank you, Samui said to Rei in relief, showing him a small grateful smile. Don't mention it, Rei nonchalantly quipped, glancing at Ringo. It's the least your mentor could do for you. At that moment, an uncomfortable thought sneaked into Samui's mind, and refused to leave. Maybe, just maybe becoming Ringo's apprentice was not all that bad. Maybe, with how things progressed, she actually got the better deal. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, Promise. Rei, what about my request? Tsunade suddenly asked, causing every conversation in the room to stop and look at Rei, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Now, how was he supposed to tell her he had forgotten about it? An awkward silence spread throughout the room and several people raised their eyebrows after a moment, but Rei was too preoccupied trying to figure out a way out. Suddenly, Rei visibly brightened up, opening his mouth, and many people in the room, even the losers who lost their villages, were extremely curious about what he would say, only to deadpan when he self-righteously and cheerfully exclaimed, I had forgotten. Tobirama instantly looked at Hashirama, who sheepishly chuckled, knowing that when dealing with an Uzumaki woman you should never be so cheerful about these things. They both were expecting the poor guy to get the beatdown of the century, but Rei approached Tsunade, who had a sullen look, and gently caressed her cheek while gently asking as he put his forehead on hers, will you forgive me? Tsunade meekly nodded, smiling shyly at Rei. That's a dirty trick and you know it, she whispered, embarrassedly pouting a bit as she felt the pulse of soothing chakra enter her system through Rei's hand on her cheek. Rei cheekily grinned, but you love every second of it. He pecked her lips, making her quietly hum in appreciation as their hands joined and they stared into each other's eyes with a lovey-dovey atmosphere spreading around them. Needless to say, both Tobirama and Hashirama's jaws dropped to the floor in disbelief. Tobirama, are you seeing the same thing as me? Hashirama asked, rubbing his eyes. Maybe something in the Edo Tensei technique made him hallucinate. Possibly. Tobirama shortly nodded but didn't confirm anything. Who knew if Orochimaru didn't mess something up and made them hallucinate? Should we ask for tutelage? Hashirama unsurely glanced at Tobirama. Definitely. Tobirama once again nodded. In hindsight, who cared if this was a hallucination? He wanted to learn that. But we are already dead. Hashirama sheepishly reminded Tobirama. Would they even need such a skill in the afterlife? He wouldn't know. He couldn't remember anything after his death, after all. Tobirama turned towards Hashirama with a serious expression adorning his face. If there is even a minuscule chance of meeting Mito in the afterlife, I'd rather know this technique when explaining how our clan perished. He glanced at Saratobi. Hiruzen noticed it, and worse yet, he heard the last bits of their talk and he drastically paled, going from angry purple-black to Orochimaru-approved skin complexion in seconds. Suddenly, even he started to rapidly gain interest in this technique. It took a few moments of poking and weakly shoving each other as they exchanged meaningful looks, but Hashirama eventually lost in their brotherly exchange and stepped forward, sheepishly walking towards the lovey-dovey couple. He weakly tried but instantly stopped as he saw Tsunade glaring at him from the corner of her eyes. One more word, grandfather, and I will make sure you will need a second funeral. She slightly turned her head towards him and half growled. But I didn't say anything yet. Hashirama's sweat dropped, but yes, dear. He answered on instinct, trained from decades of marriage with Mito. Turning back, Hashirama walked back to Tobirama and mournfully said, apparently, there is no trick. Just pure love. He apologetically smiled. Tobirama silently deadpanned at him before flatly saying, I heard her. Hashirama firmly nodded, no shame visible on his face, as if he wasn't just caught in a white lie. Your turn, then. She is your granddaughter. Tobirama urged, trying to wordlessly persuade Hashirama that she will listen to him the most. She is your grandniece. Hashirama disagreed and stubbornly stared back at his brother. And she can hear you. Tsunade exclaimed, making them stiffly straighten their backs at her tone while inwardly cursing that she inherited Mito's trademark annoyed voice. Rei was extremely amused by the shenanigans of his in-laws and Tsunade, but as a man, he decided to earn himself a few brownie points from his already deceased extended family and cupped Tsunade's cheek, gently turning her face back towards him. Her seething look slowly and reluctantly turned into a slightly embarrassed pout as Rei in silence admired her beautiful eyes for a moment. Only when he saw she was in a good enough mood to listen, he spoke again. Since I forgot about the promise, how about I make it right? He coaxingly asked. To be honest, the promise was nothing hard. He could have fulfilled it on the spot right now. Hell, he could have volunteered himself and it would have been just a slight inconvenience. But it was a matter of principle. He forgot a promise and that would usually make every woman angry. What do you have in mind? Tsunade mumbled. Pakura, Ringo, Mei, and Konan almost rolled their eyes at their byplay. This was an old scene for them. Only Rei could instantly tame Tsunade's erupting temper. The blonde woman loved him too much to stay angry, and he definitely took advantage of that at times to calm her down. Still, they loved him because of how fair and caring he tried to be to all of them. For the other people in the room, this was totally new. Tamari had a hard time believing how jealous she was feeling, trying not to glare at Tsunade's back. She stopped only when Pakura put her hand on her shoulder and shook her head in exasperation, knowing the girl will eventually get used to this the more of these sweet moments she will have with Rei. Anoki and A averted their gazes, disturbed by the sight of the old woman flirting with someone as young as Rei. Saratobi, however, gaped. He taught Tsunade throughout her entire youth, and he had always tried to help her find a respectable young man from Konoha that would understand the will of fire. Tsunade had never reacted. Not once did she show interest in anyone, so seeing her so lovey-dovey with this foreigner, Saratobi almost had a heart attack. Unlike his brother A, Killerby was grinning from ear to ear as he watched the happenings from behind his notebook that was covering half of his face while he was scribbling into it alongside mumbling and occasionally giggling to himself. He was on the verge of making a new hit. He could feel it. Kuratsuchi, Mabui, and Samui all blushed but couldn't help throwing glances at the couple. While Mabui was open about her interest, Kuratsuchi and Samui kept their cool and stubbornly refused to show open interest, unlike Mabui, who was quietly eyeing and owing to herself. It was then that Rei gestured with his head towards Samui. Why not try out the prowess of Ringo's new apprentice and do your little experiment at the same time? He nonchalantly said. Samui's mind froze when she heard him, making her eyes snap completely towards them as unease filled them. Experiment? Nope, nope, nope. Not cool. Not interested. Not when it is something for these batshit crazy people. Alas. If she does good, we might even give Kimogakure to her to govern. Rei said to Tsunade as if Samui was not there, and grinned in satisfaction when from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that Samui suddenly seemed much less reluctant after his last admission. Oh, she still seemed unwilling, but her cold eyes gained a pondering gleam. Rei turned towards the second busted blonde in the room and asked, "What do you say?" Samui was at loss about what to say. Her usually cool expression wavered as she glanced at A, before looking down at her own hands and tightly clutching them. What did she really desire? She had never asked this herself. She mostly wanted to survive, but now that she was offered more, did she dare to go for it? She raised her eyes back towards Rei. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, Teresa. It was hard for Samui to decide what she should do. The lingering loyalty to the Reikage was making her hesitate a lot. One doesn't get raised with a particular mindset and then can throw it away at a moment's notice. Only the fact she was utterly pissed at A made her ignore some of her urges born of ingrained loyalty. What do you want me to do? In the end, she coolly asked with determination shining in her eyes. More reasons for denying it flashed through her mind than reasons for accepting. She didn't desire the power of a leadership position. In fact, Samui was pretty content in her current rank and with her current responsibilities. But she knew that was all gonna change now that she was under Ringo's tutelage anyway. She had no idea what changes would come to Kumo, but as a conquered village, Samui did not imagine a very good outcome. The problem was, even if she disregarded her inner voice screaming at her to do her best for her village, she still had acquaintances and friends there. Her hot-headed brother was part of Kimo too. And Samui did not want the choice that was forced upon her to affect him. She was aware that if a relative deserted, the entire family would be under heavy scrutiny, suffering from passive harassment like inability to move up in ranks due to suspicion. It's how the system worked. Just one more way to prevent those with family to desert the village in the face of a suicide mission or the like. And while Samui had no idea if this rule would persist despite A's dethroning, if she became the Reikage, she would be able to make sure her brother and friends were safe. It was not a grand reason. Nor was it a proper one. But it was a reason that made her choose this path. Rei chuckled at Samui's determination. She acted as if he was going to ask her to do some grand task or something. You will fight one of Tsunade's, how to call it? Experiment? Nah. One of Tsunade's current patients. Yeah, that sounds about right. Rei mused aloud, making the uninformed spectators confused. Saratobi, however, looked at Tsunade with shock and disgust. I had no idea you could have fallen so low to imitate Orochimaru. He said in deep disappointment. Naturally, that made the three senjus in the room cringe and look at him in accusatory disbelief, their gazes reminding Saratobi he was not in any position to judge anybody when it came to morals. Tsunade didn't care for Saratobi's accusations and just mentally gave her, patient, a heads up before she activated a teleportation seal on her. And in the room, a silver-eyed woman with pale blonde hair dropping down her shoulders appeared. She wore light armor and on her back was a big claymore sword. Ringo raised her eyebrow at Tsunade. Teresa is already fit enough to fight. It's been only a week at best since you started treating her. Ringo was a bit unhappy that she was not informed of this. Claymores were swordswomen like her, and the prospect of fighting the strongest claymore was mouthwatering to Ringo. Who do you think I am? Tsunade rolled her eyes at the redhead. She is well enough to face off against a jonin, not a brute like you. She scoffed. Despite her temperamental nature, Tsunade took the well-being of her patients very seriously. As if she would allow Ringo to spar with Teresa anytime soon. The only person who can abuse her patience is her. Teresa ignored the conversation about her and the looks she was getting from the people around, and her eyes sparkled when she noticed Ray. She walked toward him and excitedly exclaimed, "Are you going to play with me again?" Ray chuckled and shook his head, much to Teresa's disappointment. She was like a child, and during the past week, she spent most of her time with Ray since Tsunade dumped her care onto him because of how busy she was with the Chunin exams. Caring for a woman who remembered almost nothing was a bit similar to caring about a curious child. Fortunately for Ray, after training both Ringo and Mei, especially Mei, he knew how to handle overly excitable and curious children. He had used her state to create several games, which were basically rehabilitation training in disguise, becoming Teresa's new favorite person for playing with her. Honestly, during the course of the week, some of her memories returned and she started settling back down into her old personality a bit, but it was still a work in progress and the woman had her bouts of childishness here and there. "No, Teresa." Ray started patting the woman's head, only to notice a few people in the room give him weird looks, causing him to stop talking and frown. He thought about what was the problem only to notice the position he was currently in. He was giving head pats to a seemingly impressionable beautiful woman that acted like a child. A realization suddenly hit him and he scowled while turning toward those ingrates as he exclaimed in exasperated outrage, "It's not like that." "We understand." Tobirama wisely nodded, trying to assure Ray, "Your fetishes are safe with us." Hashirama resolutely nodded too. "To each their own, grandson-in-law. As long as your wives don't mind. My granddaughter is in the service of a pervert." Anoki thought, shooting horrified looks at Ray. "Tsunade? A little help here." Ray turned to the most capable person to explain the situation, only to find her grinning at him. The second he saw her expression, Ray knew he fucked up. "Should I tell them how you motivated her with candy?" Tsunade playfully asked, causing Ray to groan as the intensity of the accusatory looks he was receiving doubled. Well, of course, he was motivating her with candy. She had the mentality of a child due to her memory loss. What else was he supposed to use? Ray gave Tsunade a half-hearted glare, but the woman was not quite done yet. "Or perhaps mention about how you slept with her at night?" Tsunade innocently asked. He also told her a story about claymores before sleep to jumpstart her memory. "That one doesn't count. Also, that's not what happened and you know it, Tsunade Senju. I distinctly remember you being in the bed too." Ray gruffly said, crossing his arms on his chest as he gave her a pointed look. But Tsunade had the best answer for that already prepared. "Oh, yeah, I do remember. That was kinky." She dreamily sighed, dragging Ray's reputation down even more as the imagination of those around ran wild. Ray realized she was doing this on purpose, and not just to slightly tease him. He deeply sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "What did I do to deserve this?" he tiredly asked. To which Tsunade just shrugged, "You forgot a promise." "Ah." Ray wryly smiled, having no rebuke for that. To be honest, Ray didn't mind this small revenge of hers. He didn't care what most of the people in the room thought about him. His wives and Tamari knew Tsunade enough to realize what she was doing, and if Hashirama and Tobirama took this banter seriously, he would know. With their personality, it would be impossible for them to not have an outburst. Suddenly, Ray felt his sleeve being pulled and he turned to the right, coming face to face with Teresa, who tilted her head. "So, a game." Ray chuckled and pointed at Samui, "She will play with you." Of course, that only earned him a disbelieving look from the cool blonde. When she heard she would have to fight somebody, she didn't expect it to be a woman who acted as if she was a child. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, Teresa vs. Samui had no idea how she got into this kind of situation, but right now, she stood in the decimated Konoha arena, standing opposite Teresa, who was happily swinging her massive claymore with one arm, causing a wry smile to appear on Samui's face as she readied herself for the fight. "Why am I doing this again?" A grumpy voice grumbled next to Samui, making her even more upset. Fighting Teresa was one thing. The thought that the fight will be 2 versus 1 was another. It was simply rubbing Samui the wrong way. Kuratsuchi huffily stood with her arms crossed on her chest as she glared at Teresa. Unlike Samui, who was given a choice, she had to participate because Ray ordered her to not make it too easy on Teresa. He said, "But," as if some malnourished airhead could defeat her. Even in one-on-one, Kuratsuchi doubted she would lose, so having to double-tag the thin blonde made her feel distasteful. When she complained about this to Ray, he only laughed out loud at her and asked her if she was a samurai or a ninja. The bastard. Ninjas could have honor too. But Kuratsuchi quickly realized she would not get out of this fight, so she decided to show Rei it was a bad idea by beating Teresa black and blue by herself. Who cared about some Kimo bitch with tits larger than the faces of past Hokages on the Hokage monument anyway? Just as the match was about to start, let's work together, Samui said, deciding not to underestimate Teresa. If her new teacher's lover said the girl could handle her and Kuratsuchi, Samui was not about to disregard that warning. It was better to keep a cold head and consider the possibilities. Pfft, bullshit. Kuratsuchi hot-headedly exclaimed, glaring at Teresa while her body language showed she had no inclination of working together with Samui at all. Unfortunately, Samui didn't get more time to persuade her. She had spent the pre-fight preparation time observing her opponent rather than trying to reason with Kuratsuchi, and only now did she realize it might have been a mistake. A gong reverberated through the arena, signaling the start of the match, and Kuratsuchi instantly jumped into the air, her hands weaving seals before they quickly relocated toward her mouth as she exclaimed, "Lava release, volcanic flow." From her mouth, she spat a large amount of lava, enough to flood the entire bottom of the arena in it. The lava impacted the ground in waves, advancing like tsunami toward Teresa, who simply turned around and ran towards a wall. By the time the lava covered the entire surface of the arena, creating a small lake of itself, Teresa was horizontally perched in the middle of the arena's wall. While she could not use chakra because of her half-Yoma status, Rei spent a lot of time teaching her how to use rudimentary ninja techniques with her yoki. Samui was on the wall on the other side of the arena, staring with obvious annoyance at the back of Kuratsuchi's head. The bitch almost buried her in lava there. Samui was right next to Kuratsuchi, so she was way closer to the initial impact zone than Teresa. She almost didn't have enough time to react. It made her wonder if Kuratsuchi wanted to really get Teresa out of commission or if the attack was meant to get herself out of the way. But Kuratsuchi was not done yet. Spinning in midair, she made her back face the ground while her front was turned towards the sky as she slowly started to fall down. Her hands once again started to weave hand signs, making both Teresa and Samui widen their eyes as they realized what the crazy bitch wanted to do. Lava release, quicklime congealing technique. Kuratsuchi spat a huge amount of quicklime into the air above the arena, and gravity did the rest as the quicklime started falling down, making a shadow befall its whole premises. There was enough quicklime to cover the whole arena, so both Samui and Teresa were sandwiched between the ground covered in liquid lava and the falling quicklime from the sky, giving them no safe spot inside of the arena. Kuratsuchi used the terrain to her utmost advantage, and with a mocking laugh, she used the earth release, hiding like a mole technique to burrow herself inside her lava just as she landed on the ground. This way, she will evade the quicklime and be prepared to spring forth and continue her offensive the second her attack impacts her opponent. Samui's eyes grew dull and her expression darkened as she watched the incoming heavy and thick quicklime that was gaining falling momentum the closer it got to the ground. Who would have thought the IWA bitch would possess brains sufficient to make a strategy like this? Frowning, Samui unsheathed her sword and fed it lightning chakra as she prepared to slash her way through the quicklime. She refused to go down so easily. On the other side of the arena, Teresa happily smiled, squeezing the hilt of her claymore, causing the blade to be covered by crimson yoki full of malevolence as her silver eyes shined and curiously roamed over the falling substance above her head. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on a particular place and her head tilted a bit, her smile turning serene. So that's the weak spot. She slightly nodded to herself and crouched down. With one mighty leap, Teresa closed the distance between her and the falling quicklime, her sword blurring in insanely swift movements as the quicklime in the weak spot was obliterated to fine powder by hundreds of slashes, just enough for a petite person like her to pass through, and Teresa's leap continued unimpeded. The quicklime landed on the lava, mixing with it and creating a hissing sound as the two together started to harden, quickly creating new ground just before Teresa's body reached it and landed in a crouch before nonchalantly standing up as if she just didn't evade an attack that would have been certain death to most Chunins. By now, Teresa's expression lost all traces of childishness and only serenity with a calm smile was left as her battle instincts finally kicked in. This was almost instinctual to her even though she barely recollected her past. She did not try to do this. It just felt right. With interest barely shining through her silvery eyes, Teresa watched as Samui also landed opposite her, the blade in her hands crackling with lightning and her clothes covered in a bit of quicklime, which obviously made the Kimo woman very annoyed if the way her eye was twitching was anything to go by. Samui suddenly spun on her heel and raised her sword, and for anybody facing her in a fight that would have been a cue to tense and raise their guard, but Teresa just leaned back and leisurely watched, sensing that there was no danger directed at her. Samui disappeared from her spot in a lightning shunshin, instantly appearing in a different place in the arena as she stuck her blade into it up to its hilt, channeling a lot of electricity through it so the blade went through the hardened quicklime and lava as if they were butter. Her actions made sense only when a moment later, Kuratsuchi jumped out of the ground just a few inches away from the spot where Samui buried her sword, snarling and glaring at the expressionless Kimo woman. Kuratsuchi didn't get cut. She only got a few hundred volts through her body because of that cow's lightning release and it hurt like a bitch. What are you doing, you Kimo cow? I am not your opponent. Kuratsuchi exclaimed as she slid on the ground, getting a bit of distance between herself and Samui. Then why the fuck did you try to kill me, you IWA dumbass? Did all that lava melt your brain? Samui coldly sneered, her tone remaining flat but her words were quite spicy. Oh, you are on. Kuratsuchi growled and took out 2 kunais before rushing at Samui. The 2 women started fighting with their weapons, throwing small jutsus at each other with the aim to disable and outright cripple the other, all the while Teresa just dumbly stood in her spot, blinking in confusion as she watched the 2 women having fun. Without her. Weren't they supposed to play with me? Why are they ignoring me now? Teresa inwardly pouted, the only sign on her serene expression of her worsening mood was her silvery eyes gaining a golden hue as they narrowed and malevolent intent started leaking all around, freezing both Samui and Kuratsuchi in their places as they shakily turned toward Teresa who was still donning her serene smile. But now it seemed a bit too sweet to be real. They are bad girls and bad girls gotta be punished. Teresa nodded to herself with a small blush, remembering as Ray spanked her when she didn't behave herself. Chapter 460, Chapter 460, Samui and Kuratsuchi in pinch. As Samui and Kuratsuchi bickered among themselves while exchanging blows with their weapons, suddenly an arcing slash of crimson malevolent yoki flew in between them, almost hitting them both. The 2 women abruptly hissed as the heat from the slash scorched the surface skin of their hands because of how close to them it was when it passed through, making them reflexively pull them back as they jumped away from the spot, increasing the distance between them and warily turning towards Teresa who was the source of the slash. Stop ignoring me. Teresa melodiously said, but for a keen listener, a pout could be heard in her undertone. Samui and Kuratsuchi exchanged a brief glance, both seeing how freaked out the other was while cradling their hurt hand. The damage wasn't excessive and as jonins, the girls were used to being in pain but it was still restricting and distracting. Damaged hands were a big problem for ninjas who usually fought with weapons and needed to weave hand signs. The inwardly sullen Teresa couldn't give a shit about their worries, though. The only prior indication Samui and Kuratsuchi got was Teresa briefly tightening her hold on her claymore before she abruptly rushed straight at them. Fortunately, she didn't use Shunshin or something like that, so while Teresa's speed was still up there with other jonins enhanced by their chakra, Samui and Kuratsuchi had ample time to react. They decided to fight together, for now, and close the distance between them so they can have each other's back. As Teresa finally arrived close enough, her first slash was blocked by Samui's sword, making Samui's feet slide a few inches back on the ground from the sheer strength behind Teresa's swing. Kuratsuchi was about to capitalize and her hands blurred together. Only for Teresa's sword to disappear in the middle of its clash and tug of strength with Samui's blade, making Samui utterly stupefied as Teresa spun on her heel and almost bisected Kuratsuchi, who just barely evaded her second swing by jumping back, her hands stopped in the middle of weaving the necessary hand signs for her jutsu. Teresa was not done yet, continuing her spin, her sword rushed through the air, and soon enough, Samui had to quickly turn to her left and quickly position her sword to once again block Teresa's claymore. This time, however, Teresa's sword had enough momentum behind it that Samui was sent flying back and then rolling a few times before she finally managed to regain control and flip herself back onto her feet, sliding to a halt. Samui's eyes were wide with a smidge of fear as she stared at the deceivingly thin and obviously malnourished woman that blew her away with a sword swing. Gulping, Samui pushed some of her lightning chakra into her blade. At first, she didn't want to go seriously against Teresa. The woman looked like she would keel over soon. Pale, thin, slightly sunken cheeks, unnatural pale hair that seemingly lost its coloration. But apparently, she had no other choice. While Samui was dealing with her troubles, Teresa no longer paid her much attention. The second she sent the Kumo woman flying, Teresa turned on her heel and gave chase to Kuratsuchi. Unlike Samui, Kuratsuchi showed herself capable of using a large area of effect and ranged techniques, and Teresa's instincts screamed at her to not let her, as Ray called it, freecast. Seeing Teresa rushing at her, Kuratsuchi snarled and inwardly cursed Samui for her inability to occupy the blonde menace for a while longer as she turned around, running away while employing the very limits of her speed. She didn't intend to only run, but Kuratsuchi knew she had nothing on Teresa in close combat. She wasn't a taijutsu or bukijutsu expert. She was a ninjutsu fighter and Teresa clearly knew how to interrupt her attempts to use her techniques. While running, Kuratsuchi tried to weave some hand signs to make the chase harder for Teresa. Kuratsuchi thought playing for time was the best course of action right now. She needed the Kumo cow to make herself useful for once and distract the freakish blonde in order for Kuratsuchi to be able to use her techniques. A second passed and Kuratsuchi was in the middle of weaving the hand signs for her technique when her instincts warned her, and she ducked her head, only for beads of sweat to appear on her forehead as she frightfully realized Teresa's claymore had just passed through the spot where her neck was a moment ago. How did she catch up with me? Kuratsuchi freaked out, kicking the ground under her and using her chakra to leap as far away as possible. Kuratsuchi was using her chakra to enhance her speed, so even if Teresa could match her speed, she should have been unable to catch up. Unfortunately for Kuratsuchi, Teresa's base speed could match Jonin, and while Yoki was shit at complicated techniques like ninjutsu, it had much greater properties for body enhancement. Teresa didn't chase Kuratsuchi anymore. Her eyes followed the black-haired girl, letting her know that she still had her attention, but instead of rushing at her, Teresa just tilted her head when Kuratsuchi landed several feet away from her. "What are you doing? You are supposed to fight me, no. Don't run away," Teresa evenly said, genuinely confused. Rei, Conan, Mei, and Tsunade had never tried to get away from her like this. They just faced her head-on. So it was a bit weird to her that her new playmate is trying to run. That made Kuratsuchi pissed, but she could do nothing about it except glare at Teresa. Her eyes suddenly gleamed. But Teresa took a step to the left, cleanly evading a downward slash from Samui's blade aiming to bisect her as electricity arced behind it. Teresa looked at the flabbergasted Samui from the corner of her eyes, but then she hopped a bit back, dodging a stone spike that sprang up from the ground beneath her courtesy of Kuratsuchi, who clicked her tongue when she realized she missed. Samui used that time to regain her wits and followed up with her attack, swinging her sword at Teresa. Left, right, stab, feint, stab, left, feint, center, downward slash. Teresa always evaded by the slightest margin to avoid not only the sword but also the lightning chakra coursing from it. As this was happening, Kuratsuchi was trying to support Samui, throwing rock bullets, creating rock spikes, and making the terrain uneven in places where she predicted Teresa would dodge. Slowly but surely, Samui's and Kuratsuchi's teamplay was becoming better and better, but the two women were not happy. In fact, they were growing frustrated. Despite Kuratsuchi's best efforts, Teresa never, not friggin' once, fell for her traps. Every time she created a rock spike, Teresa would just change the direction of her sidestep or evade it as if she expected it long before the ground beneath her moved. Every time Kuratsuchi shifted the terrain, Teresa wasn't surprised at all, adjusting instantly despite not even having an entire second for it. Again, as if she freaking knew Kuratsuchi was doing it. And the earth bullets? These weren't even a minor inconvenience to the woman. Heck, Kuratsuchi was forced to stop using those when Teresa started to giggle as she began to lead the unassuming Samui, using her body as a shield from them. That earned Kuratsuchi a few quick glares from Samui, who was sent tumbling to the ground when her back was painfully impacted by a rock bullet. Fortunately for them, Teresa didn't take the advantage presented to her and just laughed at them in these instances. Which only made Samui's and Kuratsuchi's pride that much more hurt, since the thin woman was no longer even using her sword to attack properly. It was getting ridiculous. Not even the best chakra sensors could simply use their sensing abilities to evade jutsus like this, so neither Kuratsuchi nor Samui suspected Teresa of actually sensing their attacks. They thought it was her experience or quick reaction speed, and that's why their attempts at hitting her were futile. They simply didn't even come close to the right approach in fighting her. All the people who spent time training, aka playing, with Teresa in the week before the Chunin exam could only wryly smile at Kuratsuchi's and Samui's attempts, and pity the girls. Tsunade the chief among them, as she knew how frustrating fighting that girl could be. Of course, she had never used her full power since she didn't want to make Teresa into a pancake, but she still used S-rank speed, and yet, the malnourished girl whose bones could be seen through her skin actually fucking made even her curse like a sailor at how ridiculously hard it was to land a glancing blow on her. Just by predicting attacks through sensing the energy movements. It was a frightening skill in which Teresa was inhumanly proficient. Tsunade surmised that nothing short of catching Teresa off guard with above Kage level speed or destroying a large area with insanely powerful ninjutsu could put her down for good. As for winning against her in a fight where she is focused, fat chance average jonins like Samui and Kuratsuchi could do that. Chapter 461, Chapter 461. A small drama. Rei watched as Teresa was toying with Kuratsuchi and Samui, having quite a lot of fun witnessing their struggles. When he proposed to them to fight Teresa, he had already expected something like this to occur. Unfortunately for them, Rei wanted to kill two flies with one hit. This way, he fulfilled the promise to Tsunade while testing their level, flaws, and preferences in combat so he would know how to train them. The least they could do for their bright future was to suffer a bit, no. He let the three girls play for an entire hour before he decided he had enough data to make a proper training schedule for Samui and Kuratsuchi. By now, both of them were wheezing and panting in exhaustion, and Rei decided this was a passable show for them of what to expect during his training sessions. Throwing a kunai in front of Teresa, who was leisurely walking toward the two exhausted kunoichis with a small smile on her face and her hand on the hilt of her claymore, Rei attracted her attention before gesturing that the match is finished. Teresa looked at Samui and Kuratsuchi with a mild discontent, unnerving them for a moment before she finally spoke. "You two are boring." Her piece said. Teresa was satisfied and walked out of the arena. Both kunoichis could only depressingly watch as their opponent disregarded them. In their respective villages, they were in no way on the top, but this kind of disregard was felt for the first time by them. Yes, Kuratsuchi fought against her grandfather at times in the guise of training, but he never so mockingly toyed with her. Unknown to them, this moment of frustration would motivate them throughout the hell that awaited them. Evening came and Rei's group relocated to the Senju mansion. Surprisingly enough, Kimo was still resisting the Kiri swordsman, but it mattered not. Kiri's army was already encamped around the village, the mountain mist superbly helping them with staying hidden. Tomorrow morning, their attack will commence and Kimo will fall. There was no need to intervene and Ray was happy about that. He didn't feel like helping with it at all. A decade of nurturing subordinates. In Ray's opinion, it should better start to pay dividends. He didn't train and teach people for so long in order to have to end everything by himself. He finally had entire armies under his command, so he had to use it and sit back, enjoying the peace while others fought for him. His hard work finally bore fruits. The only Kage that was with them in the Senju mansion was Anoki, and that was because of Kuratsuchi's request. Saratobi, A, B, and Mabui were given to the tender care of Marino Ibiki since Ray didn't want to hear their complaints about his actions against Kumo. Even Saratobi tried to use his disappointed grandfather routine on Ray when he saw it had no effect on Tsunade. Alas, when he looked more like an angry pimple than an old man, it was more cringe than effective. Tsunade had no intention of having them tortured, and Ibiki was just supposed to put them into VIP cells in the most guarded area in Konoha's prison, but they didn't know that at the time. When the men showed up to take them away, even Saratobi looked a bit frightened. Needless to say, with their chakra restricted to genin level, there was nothing much they could do. Thanks to getting rid of the annoyances, Ray's evening was peaceful as he sat in his comfortable armchair with his family sitting around him and Tsunade comfortably seated on his lap, cuddling to celebrate their easy victory. Maybe it was too soon, but there was no longer anything in the elemental nations that could stand in their way unless some unexpected hidden force revealed itself or Madara was somehow brought back. But there was no way that could happen, no. Conan's information network would reveal any such hidden force, and Ray made sure to destroy any way for Madara to resurrect. The only pair of Rinnegan eyes was destroyed, and Kabuto was just a little whelp who was barely Jonin level. There was no way he could learn Edo Tensei. Especially since he was already arrested during the invasion. He was the reason why Anko was still in her hobby job at the torture and interrogation department. The poor bastard. But Anko's tender care was totally deserved in this case. Since Tsunade became the Hokage, she made sure that Kabuto would be unable to do anything too nasty, but before that. Let's just say that once upon a time, he was one of the trainers for the orphans taken to root. It wasn't like his medical proficiency fell from the sky. He also needed some guinea pigs to train, and his intimate knowledge of the human body was definitely not acquired by practicing on fish. Unfortunately for Ray, his expectations were betrayed, and Anko actually didn't intend to spend her night having fun with her new toys in the TNI. His peaceful evening was ruined when she appeared at the door, glaring at Tsunade and clenching her fists. "You promised that Orochimaru is mine," Anko petulantly screamed, making the whole room speechless and dissipating the merry mood in the air. Tears streamed down Anko's cheeks as she stomped her way to Tsunade and started weakly hitting her while wailing like a child. Tsunade was too stunned to react, and even after she recollected herself, she didn't just slap Anko away. Anko grew on her, and Ray knew she regarded the crazy woman as sort of an adopted daughter. Speaking of Ray, the poor man on whom Tsunade was seated could do nothing more than inwardly groan as this was happening. Not only did he feel every impact of Anko's fist, no matter how weak it was, as Tsunade shifted her weight on his lap, but his ears also protested due to Anko's harpy-like shrieks and incessant cussing. Sure, he understood that Anko was angry, but his peaceful evening. Noticing that Ray was on the verge of lashing out, Tsunade quickly caught Anko's wrists, stopping her temper tantrum as she stood up and dragged the unruly girl towards the empty spots on the couch where she sat down, forcing Anko to also sit on the spot next to her. Ray had a lot of patience for his girls, but Anko was not one of them. As patient as he was, there were a few triggers that would make even him annoyed. Having his quiet and peaceful evening disrupted after a hard day was one of the bigger ones. Ray worked a lot, whether on seals, plotting, or governing his village and forces, so he utterly hated having to deal with more drama during his free time. He didn't mind witnessing it. He may even like that. But he totally hated it if he was involved in any way. That's why Tsunade decided to relocate from his lap to the couch, swapping Ray's position from participant to a silent observer. "Don't be silly, Anko," Tsunade coaxed, looking at the sorrowful and tearful girl who was sullenly pouting. Wiping her tears, Tsunade continued, "I will resurrect him for you once per week so you can have your fun. How about that?" That got Anko's attention. "You can resurrect him?" she hopefully asked. "MHM." Tsunade nodded with a small smile. "So, deal." "Yesh." Anko sniffed, a smile returning to her face. The drama dealt with, Ray relaxed again, and Tsunade looked back toward Ray, about to relocate to his lap again, only to find out that May took the opportunity to take her place, causing her to indignantly huff. In response, May just stuck her tongue out at her. Chapter 462, Chapter 462. Great Chakra Revolution. A new day came, and Ray was up among the first among the residents of the Senju mansion. He made himself breakfast and sat down on the porch with the platter in his lap, enjoying his sandwich, the morning breeze caressing his skin, and the chirping of the birds. It was a nice peaceful morning and... God, I feel like an old man. Ray inwardly chuckled. But... it isn't so bad. He contentedly added, staring at the sunrise on the horizon. Unfortunately for Ray, his cool protagonist moment was interrupted, once again like every single before it, by the reanimation of Tobirama Senju joining him on the porch. You are up early, Tobirama awkwardly tried to start a conversation. Ray inwardly sighed, knowing there was no way for his moment of peace to return even if he chased Tobirama away. Looking at the man, Ray donned a helpless smile and resigned himself to his fate. Why would you think so? Tobirama was damn glad he could not blush as he tonelessly spoke, considering the noises coming from Tsunade's room yesterday until late midnight. I thought I wouldn't see either of you until lunch. As reanimated corpses, Tobirama and Hashirama didn't need to sleep or eat. Hence, they had decided to look around the village for a bit during the night and maybe help with a bit of rebuilding. No doubt, there will be many shocked civilians to see their ruined houses rebuilt with the wood release this morning. Ninjas will also rejoice at not going to be forced into too many compulsory D-rank missions for the village since Tobirama used his shadow clones to take care of some rubble and clean up. And because Tobirama was using clones but Hashirama had to be present to finish his work, Tobirama was back in the Senju mansion sooner. Fortunately for you, it was me and not Hashirama who noticed, otherwise your nightly activities would have been promptly and rudely interrupted. Tobirama flatly remarked. Ray gave him a long stare at that. He wondered if Tobirama was going to say something about the fact Tsunade was not the only loud female voice coming from that room yesterday, but the second Hokage seemed to selectively forget about that. Ray chuckled to himself, you are quite cool for an old virgin. I am not a virgin. Tobirama instantly rebuked, affronted at the accusation. His rebuke was a tad bit too fast to convince Ray, but he didn't want to aggravate him further, so he only nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Okay. I am really not. Tobirama exasperatedly exclaimed. Sure. Ray once again easily agreed with him, and Tobirama could only grumble under his nose at that. An awkward silence spread between them, and Ray didn't rush to interrupt it. Tobirama approached him, so the man definitely had some aim. He would start talking when he is ready. And Ray was right. Tobirama could not keep quiet for much longer. After throwing a few glances in Ray's way, Tobirama's curiosity won over his silent embarrassment and he got to the point. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to accomplish with this world conquest of yours? The second Hokage asked in a serious tone. Tobirama recognized that Hashirama should have united all ninjas under his banner. Even if by force. That's why seeing somebody actually do what his stupid brother should have done was intriguing for him. He wanted to know Ray's reasons. After all, what could motivate someone to accomplish this? Ah, so that's what is bothering you. Ray nodded in understanding. I want to make the Great Chakra Revolution into a possibility. The what? Tobirama furrowed his eyebrows and Ray laughed a bit. He simply pulled that out of his ass, imitating the Industrial Revolution's name of his previous world. It was natural these words would mean nothing to the second Hokage. Smiling at managing to baffle the men, Ray continued, changing the angle of his explanation. Do you think being ruled by mundane men like daimyos are qualified to lead superpowered individuals like ninjas? So you will try to overthrow the daimyos next? Tobirama stated, a bit disgruntled. He wasn't sure he liked that course of action. Not really. Ray hummed, I won't have to move a finger now that every big ninja village is in my grasp. This old-fashioned feudal system will disappear by itself in time. He admitted. Tobirama brutally tilted his head and stayed silent for a moment as he crossed his arms on his chest. He tried to think about why that would be the case, but he just didn't get it. When he noticed, Ray didn't blame him. The man was an old ninja and set in his ways. Ray decided to explain it to him as if he was 5. In a world with superpowered individuals and mundane people, the superpowered individuals will always inevitably take the reins. The survival of the fittest is still a thing, no matter how the weak shriek about equality and whatnot. He paused for a second to let his words sink in. The ninjas should have overthrown daimyos long ago, but they were far too preoccupied with fighting among themselves and far too scattered all over the world, grouped only in small groups. They didn't have the numbers and time to threaten the daimyos, and when this or the clan started to be threatening with its growth, the nobles simply made some problem to pit it against the clan's enemies. Ray gave a meaningful look to Tobirama, who looked as if he bit into a sour lemon as he understood what Ray tried to say. That was exactly what was happening between Uchihas and Senjus. Their rivalry has been going strong since ever, but time heals all wounds. The only way for the hatred between the clans to last was if someone was fanning the flames. And from Tobirama's expression, he understood this point and started to put 2 and 2 together. There was a saying in the Warring States period. Only the Senju clan can match up against the Uchiha clan. That's why whenever one faction hired Uchihas, the other hired Senjus and vice versa. Tobirama knew the possibility that some of their clashes might not have been necessary at all. But no ninja would ever accept that. It was the same thing as saying the death of his companions was meaningless. Hashirama changed that. Ray continued, he made ninjas group up into a larger force led by one leader. He completely changed the rules of the game, and the daimyos of the major nations realized that if they wanted to have a fighting chance, they too would have to accept the formation of a hidden ninja village. They were forced to accept and even nurture the biggest threat to their rule. Care to guess how they kept the ninja villages in line now that they couldn't just hire them to wage a war against each other? He chuckled, blatantly putting the answer into Tobirama's mouth. Tobirama tried to find a good counter-argument. He really did. But even to his ears anything he thought up sounded weak. Maybe if it was Hashirama, he could come up with some naive bullshit with all his heart that would have worked only if one completely forgot that politics existed, but Tobirama could not be so carefree. The Ninja Wars. He glumly replied, glaring into the space. Yes. No ninja village would just say, yes, sir, when ordered to start a war. They decided for themselves when to go to war, and the daimyos knew it. They don't have as much influence over the ninja villages as one would think. They are just figureheads when it comes to ninja matters. Yes, they are theoretically above Kages in hierarchy, but not really. They compensate for that by being good at politics and business, so through them, they can somewhat keep ninjas in check. They can also make various conflicts, and continue doing what they were always doing best. They fan the flames of hatred. This time not between the clans but on a larger scale, between the villages. All to keep the status quo in the world. Ray carefreely said. I still don't understand why would the unification lead to the abolishment of the feudal system. Tobirama disgruntledly remarked. That's quite simple. Now that ninjas don't have to fight with each other, they can focus on developing chakra in both personal and technological ways. Humans only need proper conditions to rapidly advance. In a few decades without war, without worrying about war, and without having to spend all the time on preparing for eventual war, our society will advance by leaps and bounds in our ways. That's what I call the Great Chakra Revolution. And with this advance, the old system will become ineffective. Ray tried to portray the situation to the man who was so old he was practically already a dead man walking. He only hoped Tobirama would get it, since you can't teach an old dog new tricks. With the ninja villages under one banner, the daimyos will be unable to do anything. Especially since Ray owned the two richest trading companies in the world. They will realize this soon enough, and the only way to survive for them would be to adapt. And when humans adapt to their surroundings, that's where the biggest changes happen. They will not necessarily lose their influence or wealth, but they will sure as hell lose their iron grip over their nations. Ray's old world went through various political regimes, and not every revolution had to be bloody. And with superpowered people on one side, and the wealthy but completely mundane rulers on the other, it was obvious which of those will be forced to adapt to the ways of the other. Just as Ray thought Tobirama would be satisfied with his answer, the Senju surprised him with his sudden insight. I have no idea if things will go according to your imagination, but you didn't answer my original question. I'll applaud you for the attempt to redirect the topic and admit that you might believe in your reasoning to a degree, but I'd still like to know the real reason. Why are you doing all this? Tobirama tried to stare a hole through Ray with his gaze. Ray silently groaned and wondered why must these old geezers all be so damn perceptive. Chapter 463, Chapter 463. The need for unity among ninjas. Have you ever heard the story of the rabbit goddess, the mother of chakra? Ray asked something completely outside of their topic, causing Tobirama to frown in dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the second Hokage played along. No. He gave Ray a weird look, not having any idea what some story had to do with Ray's motivation to conquer the world. Ray thoughtfully hummed, what about the story of her son, the Sage of the Six Paths? Tobirama was about to instantly say yes, since this legend was quite well known, but when he registered Ray's full question, his weirded out look only intensified. The sage had a mother. No shit, Sherlock. Ray rolled his eyes and playfully snarked, well, he certainly didn't fall from a tree. Yeah, I heard that one. Tobirama grumpily answered, trying hard to not let his embarrassment show in his voice. Of course, the sage had a mother. Everyone did. Tobirama wanted to facepalm at the stupidity of his question. Ray just nodded. He recognized the best opportunity to tease the old guy, but this was supposed to be at least somewhat serious discussion, so he used all his willpower to refrain from quipping a joking remark about the Senju clan's common sense. It was a hard-fought mental battle, but Ray eventually won against his baser instincts and spoke in an easygoing tone, forget whatever bullshit you heard. He took a bite out of his sandwich, letting silence spread between him and Tobirama. Tobirama's expression turned annoyed as he watched Ray chew his sandwich while birds chirped all around. The husband of his grandniece was either playing with him or he really tried to get to the point, but damn if he wasn't taking his sweet time. Either way, Tobirama wanted to strangle him right about now. Ray really tried to be nice, but some people are just too short-tempered. It took several seconds for Ray to finish his bite, but when he was done, he gave his sandwich one last longing look before he sighed and pointed at the sky. Somewhere up there is a powerful clan named Otsutsuki. They can travel through dimensions. Ray had no idea how to explain the universe to Tobirama, so he said the next best thing, and harness the power of worlds. That might have been an extremely oversimplified explanation of what the Otsutsuki clan did, but it served its purpose. So they are basically stealing it. Tobirama frowned, applying his ninja common sense to what Ray told him and nailing it on the first try. I knew you would catch up. Ray snickered, taking another bite out of his sandwich, much to Tobirama's growing ire. It probably wouldn't have been so annoying if he could eat, but here he was. His conversation partner once again cut himself off at the important part and let him wait while he could only watch the smug prick enjoy his food. Tobirama's inner desires upgraded from wanting to strangle Ray to wanting to drown him. Ray continued once again only when he finished his bite and sighed in satisfaction, making Tobirama's eyebrow twitch. Kagaya, the sage of the Six Paths mother, deserted her clan, backstabbed the men who was sent here with her, and then brought chakra to this world. Ray summed up the few hours-long storytelling into one sentence. He wasn't about to explain the whole crap about the chakra fruit, Kagaya's motivations to betray her clan, or her attempt at being a cheap villain. Tobirama didn't need to know such details, and Ray was too lazy to bother. Of course, Tobirama instantly noticed, "You are leaving quite a lot of the story out, aren't you?" He asked in an annoyed tone, but he already knew there was nothing he could do about it. Ray was in complete control over what he revealed and what he did not. Ray only smiled, continuing without bothering to answer the question or give Tobirama said details. As you probably expect, Kagaya's clan was not amused by her actions. Tobirama's expression gave a great impression of, well, before he groaned and rhetorically asked, "They will come here, won't they?" Honestly, it sounded like some third-rate plot from a fantasy story, and Tobirama didn't like it, but if Ray was not just screwing with him for his own amusement, then this was a damn massive problem. Ray nonchalantly nodded, taking another bite out of his sandwich. Unfortunately, Tobirama no longer reacted in a funny manner, so Ray's fun was cut short, making him inwardly pout. How strong are they? Tobirama asked. He needed to know that to start planning and preparing. Bijus wouldn't stand a chance against even one of them. Ray said with amusement palpable in his tone. But if one listened deeper, there could be found exasperation and helpless irritation too. In Ray's opinion, cohabiting with 9 city-smashing monsters was one thing. Having an entire clan of continent-busting psychos about to unleash unholy hell on your planet was quite another. Sage damn it. Tobirama abruptly cursed and rubbed his forehead. Ray looked up in surprise, staring at Tobirama in disbelief. He did not expect such an outburst from the usually calm and collected man. No wonder you are trying to unify the ninja world. Tobirama muttered under his nose. Ray heard him and shrugged. He didn't answer because Tobirama was a bit misinformed. Ray didn't need to unify the ninja world. He didn't need this planet to survive. He could simply relocate everyone he cared about into his dimension and the problem would have been solved for him. But he wanted to see how far the ninja world would go if given optimal conditions for progress. Can we win? Tobirama asked, pulling Ray out of his thoughts. Win? No. Ray amusedly shook his head. He wouldn't depend on canon knowledge for this one. If the Otsutsukis were any smart, they would have sent an army to this planet once their initial probe failed. It would have taken a massively stupid decision for the elemental nation to get a fighting chance. Before Tobirama could comment, Ray continued. Hide until we are strong enough. Definitely. As someone who fought his entire life, Tobirama understood that hiding was not an option, and he felt it was his duty to tell Ray how stupid that plan is. Peace creates weak men. Weak men create war. War creates strong men. And strong men create peace. The last thing the elemental nation needs right now is complacency and weak men. Tobirama said, disagreeing with Ray. Ray, however, just chuckled. There are still enough enemies on this planet the ninjas can unite to fight. Tobirama's eyebrows furrowed. The elemental nations are not the only continent. Ray continued explaining, knowing that ninjas, while developed in certain areas, were totally backward in others. With a good enough enemy far away and a drive to improve, our kind can get strong enough in a few centuries of progress. I am already working on a way to prevent the Otsutsuki clan from finding us too. After all, there were 4 more continents, and at least one of them had 2 species that didn't hold humanity in the highest regard. There was no shortage of potential enemies. Tobirama slowly nodded in understanding. He didn't have any knowledge about this, but he also realized he had no way of finding out, so he accepted Ray's answer at face value. That, however, begot the most important question of all. Accepting things at face value was one thing, but how do you know about this? Tobirama suspiciously asked. This husband of his grandniece was far too well informed if the things he told him were true. Ray wasn't offended by Tobirama's suspicion. He would have been embarrassed for the guy if he just believed him straight away. That said, Ray wasn't about to try to prove himself. Lazily shrugging, Ray spoke, Kagaya might or might not be one of my wives. Tobirama didn't even realize it when his jaw dropped as his brain tried to compute the crazy statement. Before his mind could finish dealing with the information overload, Ray slowly stood up and patted his thighs. Speaking of which, today I gotta go and spend some time with her lest she decides to wage a war on this continent due to being grumpy. I should bake some cookies for her. He mused out loud as he entered the house, leaving one totally flabbergasted Senju to stand on the porch and stare into nowhere. Chapter 464, Appeasing Kagaya. Ray arrived at his mansion in the village on the other side, holding a basket of cookies. As he walked through his mansion, his eyebrows started to furrow more and more with every empty previously sweets-filled cupboard he encountered. Damn. I don't know if I should be happy she will never go fat thanks to her chakra or be upset that because of that, she will have no compulsion to stop these eating habits of hers. Ray helplessly shook his head, heading to the kitchen where he could distinctly feel the upset chakra signature of Kagaya. Arriving in the kitchen, Ray instantly saw exhausted Kin sitting on the floor with her back leaning on the kitchen cupboards, her head in her hands, sluggishly muttering please to let her rest, while the humming Riefel was continuing baking cookies like a dutiful housewife while occasionally creepily giggling to herself, her eyes sporting a kind of craze that made Ray want to avoid her at all cost. Ray didn't even want to know what kind of nightmarish night they had to have behind themselves to be affected like this. Turning his head towards the kitchen table, he found it full of empty platters as frustrated Kagaya nibbled on a charcoal-like cookie, clearly too deep in her thoughts to care. And that scared Ray more than seeing the half-dead Kin and newly insane Riefel. Kagaya and deep thinking usually produced something very, very convoluted and bothersome, so he knew he had to put a stop to that ASAP. Fortunately, he came prepared. Ray approached the table and when he was 5 meters away from it, Kagaya's eyes suddenly moved, zeroing in on the basket with cookies in his hands as her nose cutely sniffed the air a bit. Ray chuckled and Kagaya blinked a few times, coming back to reality. Her eyes widened when she noticed Ray, and before Ray could react, he had one clingy rabbit lady hanging around his torso, rubbing her face on his chest. Ray helplessly sighed, letting Kagaya have her moment, knowing he might owe it to her for leaving her behind. Eventually, Kagaya leaned her head back, her white eyes staring at Ray's face with accusation behind them while she was visibly pouting. Why did you leave me at home? I could have helped. She sullenly exclaimed. That's exactly what I was afraid of. Ray inwardly deadpanned. Before the Chunin exams finals started, he ordered Kagaya to stay and guard their home. He didn't want her to join any of the invasions. Kagaya was getting better, but she had Mei's level of common sense and Ringo's level of self-control at times. That was a dangerous combination and Ray didn't want to hear that she leveled some poor village because she got pissed off and miscalculated her attack. He didn't have these worries when he sent her to fight against Riefel. That island held nothing Ray was interested in, so even if Kagaya smashed some towns to smithereens, he would hardly care. But the hidden villages were different. Sighing, Ray put his hand on the top of Kagaya's head and started to caress her hair, causing her to narrow her eyes at him. I won't be appeased so easily. Kagaya huffed, but contrary to her words, her body slightly relaxed against Ray's. Ray smirked, I think you are lying. He smugly said, making Kagaya gnash her teeth at him, but there was no hostility behind the gesture. Ray chuckled at her cuteness and continued rubbing her head. We both know you are a glutton for food and sex, my dear little rabbit. He cheekily stated, causing Kagaya's face to erupt with a blush. Before she could rebuke him, he continued, I am bringing you your favorite food and intend to spend the entirety of today with you in the bed. Would that be enough to appease you, my princess? Kagaya's slight glare instantly shifted into a look of delight. All past transgressions were forgotten and forgiven as she heard about the prospects of enjoying her favorite food and favorite activity all in one day. Oh, yes. She delightfully mewed with a big excited smile before she pushed herself on her tiptoes and pecked Ray on the lips. She then turned around, catching the amused Ray's hand, and dragged him toward the table. When they reached it and Ray put the basket down, Kagaya pointed at her chair. Sit. She ordered with an adorably serious expression. Trying to resist his urge to smile, Ray obeyed and sat down, only to have Kagaya's posterior instantly perched on his thighs as she got comfortable on his lap and leaned her back into his chest. The woman was definitely aware of what she was doing if the way she slightly rubbed her bottom against Ray's thighs was any indication. And when his lower member reacted and stood at attention, Kagaya's ears perked up as she tried to let him, innocently, join the fun. Ray, blushing slightly, put an abrupt stop to that when he put his arms around Kagaya, pulling her into an embrace so tight that she couldn't move. Ray's chin rested on Kagaya's shoulder and his mouth was near her reddened ear as he whispered, You eat first. I'll partake in you later. Aha. Kagaya quietly moaned, shuddering in Ray's hold. Ray had to take a deep breath to calm himself a bit as Kagaya slacked a bit against his body. This perverted rabbit could get herself off so easily it made even him hot and bothered despite his experiences. Wryly smiling, Ray closed his eyes and tried to put his mind at ease. It wasn't easy. Especially with Kagaya releasing her pheromones in large quantities. She definitely knew how to utilize her chakra for these kinds of stuff when she wanted. Yet, she was too lazy to properly train in taijutsu. His attempt was ruined a few seconds later when he felt Kagaya's lips start to tenderly trail all over his neck, planting a needy kiss after kiss on it until she reached Ray's ear. This princess demands attention. She purred and licked his earlobe. Ray couldn't help but chuckle, partly due to being ticklish and partly due to the way he felt about this. He slightly regretted his oversight of letting the two alone in a room, but he also found it amusing when May introduced Kagaya to that kind of roleplay. The unruly princess getting tamed by her new master, as May called it, was Kagaya's favorite. Honestly, even Ray grew embarrassed as heck during that. He didn't have any exceptional fetishes, but, sigh. What would a man not do for the happiness of his girl? Taking a cookie into his hand, Ray stuffed it into Kagaya's mouth before she could continue with her kisses, making her blink in surprise, but nevertheless, she instinctively started nibbling on the cookie. Then I will make sure this princess learns how to obey her men. Ray huskily growled, but then he did a complete turn in attitude. His tone turned flippant, and you men said to eat your cookies. I still have something serious to talk to you about. Kagaya pouted. It was a massive downer in her mood for her advances to be stopped like this. She may have desired to be taken on the kitchen table, but outright telling that to Ray was too embarrassing for her. Stupid Ray. She thought in frustration, violently munching on the cookie in her hands to relieve said frustration. Silence spread between the two. The only sounds that occasionally resounded in the room were Kagaya's hums of appreciation as her good mood started to return faster with every cookie she ate. Seeing that she was back to her usual cheerful self, Ray decided it was time to ask the question that bothered him. Sighing to himself, he decided to just get it out. Tapping Kagaya's shoulder and getting her attention, Ray uncertainly started, Kagaya, tomorrow, because he was in no way sacrificing his day with Kagaya in bed for this. He was too hot and bothered to let her escape his grasp today. Would you like to talk to Hagoromo? When Kagaya heard what Ray said, her eyes grew wide and conflict brewed inside of them. She was so shocked that her cookie fell from her mouth. You can do that? She quietly asked in a low tone, her eyes tearful but also very resentful. Ray mutely nodded, letting her think about it by herself. Kagaya weakly smiled with uncertainty visible in her expression. I'd like that. I think. She clutched her hands into fists. She had no idea what she thought about this, but, at the very least, she wanted to scream herself hoarse at her stupid dead son. Biting her lower lip, Kagaya's intense stare full of determination turned to Ray. Now, ravish me. No more excuses. She firmly stated, showing she would not take no for an answer. Ray helplessly shook his head, waiting until she was about to open her mouth again before he abruptly shifted her into a Princess Carrie, speaking out of turn, are we? He quipped, his eyes narrowed with mirth. The giggling Kagaya barely managed to grab the basket with cookies from the table as Ray carried her to the bedroom. Chapter 465, Chapter 465. A lunch with Kagaya. After enjoying the night together, Ray and Kagaya woke up in the late afternoon and it took them 2 more hours, shower included, to finally get to their breakfast/lunch. Kin and Reefel were with them too, Reefel contently sitting opposite Kagaya and swinging her feet back and forth as they didn't reach the ground due to her childish body. Kin, on the other hand, approached the sitting Ray, making him look at her in a deadpan as she dramatically fell to her knees next to his chair. Thank you for saving me from the death from exhaustion, master. She exclaimed with a tearful expression, her lips quivering. Ray was briefly stunned and weirded out, but before Kin could get closer and hug his thigh while, coincidentally, rubbing her hands on some more intimate part of his, he chuckled and abruptly poked her forehead with 2 of his fingers, putting into it enough strength to make her body fall over and causing the bewildered Kin to end up lying on her back on the floor as she stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. A weak attempt, Kin. Don't forget that I know where you came from and how you were raised. Ray hummed before turning back to his food, having a hard time believing Kin actually did try to seduce him in such a half-assed way. Sure, the former Oto Kunoichi was still just a kid and obviously not trained in the art of seduction, but that was just sad. She must really hate cooking for Kagaya if she resorted to something like this. Ray amusedly thought. Kin sullenly pouted, I meant what I said. She insisted only for Kagaya to rebuke her. Stop lying on the ground and make yourself useful by eating your lunch, girl. Kagaya disgruntledly said, giving Kin an unamused stare with her narrowed eyes. That prompted Kin to instantly stand up at attention before she obeyed Kagaya's words as if she had months-long training under the woman instead of just being her cook for the last several days. Ray looked straight at Kin, who was seating herself down on her chair opposite him, and raised his eyebrow, only for her to bow her head down in shame. He could understand. Kagaya could be difficult to handle even for him. For someone as powerless as Kin, this might have been the worst punishment she could have received. Just imagining having Kagaya breathing down his back as he cooked and demanding him to make cookies faster while he could do nothing about it was making him shudder at the nightmarish notion. I will have to swap her out soon lest she goes crazy. Ray mused. Seeing that Kagaya didn't stop staring at Kin in discontent and it was making the girl really uncomfortable, Ray decided to intervene. Of course, only after he had his share of amusement due to Kin's discomfort. Stop wishing you could combust the girl with your eyes, Kagaya. Ray admonished his rabbit girl, ruffling her hair a bit, much to her hidden delight but outward huff of irritation. She is a calculating bitch who wouldn't mind climbing on the table and spreading her legs for you if she saw you wanted her. You gotta be strict with these kinds of sluts. Kagaya muttered, making things really awkward in the room. Kin's face went beet red and Ray let out a dry laugh while Riefel was blissfully ignoring the happenings and just munched on her food. Unfortunately for Kin, Ray would not be defending her from that accusation. In their world, strength mattered and if nothing else, this experience of being Kagaya's maidservant should be very valuable, motivating her to reach greater heights. Unlike Tayuya who had a similar ability to Kin, the girl's progress was abysmal. She lacked Tayuya's drive. Kin was mostly a follower, a pawn, a cannon fodder. And she was fine with that. She didn't strive to improve herself at all. It was no wonder Orochimaru was fine with sacrificing her for the reanimation jutsu. With this kind of attitude, she would have never grown past low Chunin rank anyway. Of course, Ray didn't expect Kin to become S rank in a week. She didn't have Tayuya's advantages, skills, or chakra levels. Hell, she didn't have what it takes to be S rank, period. But he did expect her to show at least some effort to improve, which she didn't and that earned her this little apprenticeship under Kagaya to remind her that power mattered. Kagaya had a very special way of motivating people. She was a miracle worker when it came to that. A few days under her and Kin wanted nothing else than to leave this hell. Frankly, Ray was happy for the lucky addition of Riefel. The female abyssal one could cook quite well and loved serving someone as strong as Kagaya. She was honestly God-sent. At the end of the day, Ray only wanted the best for Kin. He wouldn't mind her being just an ordinary servant with rudimentary ninja training if that's what the girl really desired. But he could clearly see she wanted more. The way Kin looked at Ray's other wives with jealousy and desire in her eyes. The girl wanted to be powerful but her mentality belonged to someone who never tried to attain her desires. Ray didn't mind helping her a bit even if it meant mentally scarring her in the short term. Hey, this is actually delicious. Your cooking is getting better and better, Riefel. Ray suddenly praised the food. Thank you. I will become the best cook for Lady Kagaya. Riefel enthusiastically exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in happiness. It was quite weird but oddly endearing to see this murderous human-eating monster find such a simple joy in serving Kagaya simply because she was strong. Throwing Riefel a playful look, Ray jokingly teased, I hope you didn't add some special ingredient of your liking, though. Riefel didn't get the joke. Don't worry. The only plate with mashed human intestines is mine. She said in a matter-of-fact manner and happy-go-lucky tone, causing Kagaya to raise her eyebrow at that admission while Kin went promptly green, her fork stopping just an inch short of entering her mouth as the girl now eyed her food warily. Too much information. Ray sheepishly chuckled, suddenly losing his appetite. After that, the only two who didn't care and were stuffing their cheeks were Riefel and Kagaya while Kin was doing her best not to throw up and earn herself the punishment for spoiling Kagaya's appetite. She had seen many messed up things in her service for Orochimaru but the image of having human meat mixed in her food made her stomach turn anyway. The lunch lasted 10 more minutes, because it simply took that long for Kagaya to completely finish every dish on the table, finishing even Ray's and Kin's unfinished portions, only leaving the Riefel's food untouched. She really loved to eat a lot and Ray couldn't bring himself to stop her. It wasn't as if she could grow fat anyway so he let her enjoy herself. Well, then, now that we are fed and watered, when all the food was finished, Ray turned to the side, looking at Kagaya with a small mirthful smile on his lips, ready to scream yourself hoarse at your dead son. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, Hagoromo's Plight. Kagaya did want to meet with Hagoromo. Ever since she was released from her seal and learned that Hagoromo's spirit was still hounding the world, she wanted to tell him off. Unfortunately for her, despite all her strength, she simply could not reach the plane of existence where he currently resided. It wasn't a question of power. Kagaya had enough power to create basic dimensions at a whim. It was a problem with access. She had no idea how to access that plane. Some things, one simply can't just power through no matter how much energy he has at his disposal. Of course, during one of their intimate moments when they were cuddling in a bed after an incredible night, she did inform Ray about this wish of hers and the problems she was facing. Honestly, she thought he had already forgotten about that since he never brought it up again and Kagaya did not expect him to solve all her problems for her. And yet, here she was. Sitting in the middle of a ceiling formation spanning an entire room that should let her spiritual form access the plane of existence where Hagoromo's spirit was hiding and observing the world. She finally could verbally spank that misbehaving boy of hers. The seals flashed with chakra and Kagaya felt as if she blinked despite not doing so, and the world in front of her eyes shifted. Looking around, Kagaya found herself in a depressing edgy room that was mostly empty. She was sitting opposite Hagoromo, and when she saw his jaw on the floor and his eyes wide due to her sudden and unexpected arrival, Kagaya giggled into her palm. But her eyes were not smiling at all. Contrary to the popular belief, Hagoromo was not observing the elemental nations 24/7, nor did he know everything that was going on. He was just a man, no god as the people like to believe. And like any other man, he was not all-seeing. He had only one pair of eyes. Yes, his eyes could see much further away than anyone else's, even going beyond the realm he was in right now, but he had his limit. He could observe only one place at a time, and there were simply too many things going on at the same time in the world. On top of that, not all of his time was spent staring at the elemental nations. Yes, he was bored out of his mind, but even he needed a break from time to time. He liked to take week-long breaks to just meditate and let his mind go blissfully blank. No plots, no worries, no problems, just basking in the quietness of his mind. If not for his inner peace, he would have gone mad a long, long time ago in this realm. That said, as of late, the world was starting to near another breaking point, another crucible that would test if the world would be destroyed or not. Plots of those hiding in the dark were reaching their conclusion, and Hagoromo could already tell there would be a war starting in just a few short years. A war unlike anything seen before in the elemental nations. Hagoromo could do nothing but watch, but he was at the very least fully capable of following the actions of Black Zetsu and the fake Madara. He watched them in worry, praying somebody would stop their madness. Yet, it was obvious this calamity would not be stopped before it was unleashed onto the world. Just like any other before it. Over the years, Hagoromo lost a lot of his initial faith in humanity. He watched the reincarnations of his sons fight over, and over again in an unceasing foolish battle that had no end goal. They fought and fought, usually for the stupidest of reasons, and more often than not, this led to the death of both of them, only feeding the circle of hatred. Hagoromo could withstand a lot, but even he was getting tired, weary of it all. And then, Madara and Hashirama came, uniting together to forge a better future. Hagoromo was overjoyed at the reincarnation of his sons finally finding a way to reconnect, become friends, and work together towards a brighter future. But his joy didn't last long, and Madara fell to the ploys of the Black Zetsu, causing Hagoromo to grit his teeth at the damage his third brother was causing in the world. If he had any idea that his blasted mother made another last vain attempt at freedom just before she was sealed, he would have turned every rock in the elemental nations to find his third brother and permanently deal with him. Alas, he had no idea, and the result was the elemental nations being plunged into deep, centuries-long darkness. The last attempt at the freedom of his mother pretty much screwed the generations of ninja users to come, going so far as to corrupt his own two sons and goad Indra to both fight against Ajura and create the abominable ninjutsu the people of nowadays use to kill each other. And now, history was repeating and the board was set once more. This time, just with much higher stakes going on behind the scenes. Two new reincarnations of his sons were born, both having their own circumstances. With the Rinnegan created by Madara, Black Zetsu and his pawns were preparing to start their ultimate plan, and the somewhat peaceful era was going to be interrupted the second the first Biju was captured. But that was not all. Some time ago, Hagoromo did feel someone penetrate the realm he was trapped in and stare at him right through the boundary. The second it happened, Hagoromo stiffened like a deer being watched by a wolf, sweat drenching his back. And then the feeling was suddenly gone as fast as it came. Hagoromo scrambled to peek back, to find who was powerful enough to do that. His mind whirling in panic with numerous possibilities, and all of them so dangerous to his beloved world that he felt afraid for it like only once before. Yet, he couldn't find anyone. No, he couldn't see anyone. His senses were telling him there was someone, but his eyes simply refused to reveal it. Hagoromo's mind flashed to the time when his mother taught him how to use his eyes and how she could conceal herself on instinct purely because her Rinnegan was much, much more powerful than his own. But he quickly shook that thought away. That was nigh impossible. His mother was safely locked in the moon. There was no way for her to get free, so of course, it had to be some other Otsutsuki. That was good. That meant his world still had a fighting chance. They could still gather their heroes and win. As long as it was not his dear mother, the world was not yet done for. Hagoromo knew best the level of power his mother held. Two people on his level could not put a scratch on the woman for months. And it was ever so painfully obvious she had no idea how to use her abilities to fight at the time. But during their fight, she was slowly but surely getting better, grasping her abilities more and more, and that's why Hagoromo became desperate, opting to seal her away. For he knew if they fought for another week, neither he nor Hamura would be able to reach Kagaya anymore. Hagoromo's worries only intensified when he felt the same kind of stare on him from time to time. It usually ceased as fast as it came, but sometimes, he was left squirming for a few minutes under the scrutinizing and slightly hostile gaze. But no matter what he did, he couldn't find the culprit. And he did try almost everything he could. Was it any surprise his no longer beating heart almost stilled all over again when Kagaya Otsutsuki of all people appeared in front of him? Not her, anyone but her. Hagoromo repeated in his mind while his jaw dropped and his eyes widened in horror. Yet, his mother only sweetly smiled at him, but her purple pupil-less eyes betrayed the arctic coldness of her heart and Hagoromo felt as if he was shrinking under her gaze. The resentment she felt towards him was palpable in the air and the tension between them was only increasing by the second, making him inwardly freak out in panic. When suddenly, it was as if a great burden was lifted from his shoulder, letting him take a deep breath. But his newfound relaxation didn't last long as he realized Kagaya was not using any sort of technique or even her chakra to pressurize him. It was all simply her presence and she learned how to control some of her power. Hagoromo looked at her, the horror in his eyes increasing. Abruptly, the spark in his eyes turned to apathy and resignation. The world is doomed. There was simply nothing more he could do. The monster his mother was had won. But instead of getting instantly slaughtered as he thought, Kagaya only smirked at him. Well, hello there, Hagoromo. How is watching your beloved humans slaughter each other treating you, my least favorite son? She calmly drawled as she slowly looked around. Seeing you trapped here by your lonesome self, unable to find eternal peace. I guess serves you right, you prick. She nodded to herself in satisfaction. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Stepdaddy. How? Hagoromo asked in a heavy tone. He knew he had lost but he simply wanted to know how this happened and how it could evade his sight. He should have been notified the second the Kagaya's seal broke. But as he checked his connection to the Fuinjutsu on the moon, it was still there. So, how? How what? Kagaya calmly asked and raised her eyebrow at Hagoromo. You gotta be more precise, son. This is why I liked Tamira more. He was always faster on the uptake. She casually insulted Hagoromo. It was just a pity that Hamura also liked to overthink things and that meant he was prone to his opinion being easily swayed if one knew how to go about it. Hagoromo ignored the insult. It inwardly surprised him that his mother was so passive-aggressive with him. Never before did his mother insult either him or Hamura but apparently, things changed. When he looked into Kagaya's eyes, it pained him to see that the small flicker of affection that was always there whenever she looked at him or Hamura was gone now. No matter how mad Kagaya was, Hagoromo knew his mother loved him and his brother dearly. Yet now, these feelings were either perfectly hidden or gone. For some reason, that made him feel ashamed more than seeing his grand plans for the world crumble under human selfishness. But now was not the time for pointless sentiment. Recollecting his bearings, Hagoromo calmly elaborated. How did you get out of the seal without me noticing, mother? Frankly speaking, Hagoromo left a failsafe in the seal in case it was broken. This failsafe would allow him to bestow his chakra to worthy individuals in hopes to fix the seal. This was the last and only way for him to interfere in the world. Yet, it was something he prayed would never come to pass. He was alright with being unable to interfere in any way if it meant his mother would stay locked in the seal. But now, the seal was intact and he could not even use his failsafe because of that. How the hell did she manage to do this? Kagaya let out a small laugh at Hagoromo's reaction. He was so cute, trying to be all calm, yet, it was as always his eyes that betrayed his panic. Just like when he was a kid and was stealing cookies from the kitchen. Nothing really changed since then in that regard. I had the help of the best seal master in the world. She truthfully stated with a fond smile on her lips. Hagoromo was too distracted to notice. Of course, he instantly knew who his mother meant. He did pay attention to the ongoing events, after all. Yotsuba Rei. He let you out? He asked in bewilderment and disappointment. Hagoromo was eagerly observing Rei's progress. The men reminded him a bit of himself, to be honest. A man stronger than others simply because he refused to be bound by their common sense and explored the energy available to him further than others, teaching his apprentices, creating a proper village, caring about his lovers and the people under him. Rei was striving for improvement but he was not sacrificing human lives in the process. In fact, he tried to make them better. That was a very rare thing in the ninja world. Hagoromo could respect that. That's why hearing it was his favorite person in the current elemental nation that let his mother out made Hagoromo very disappointed. He felt as if his favorite hero in the story just betrayed his expectations. He was seething. Hearing the disappointment and silent anger in Hagoromo's tone when he mentioned Rei, Kagaya had just found the way how to, as Tsunade would say, verbally fuck with her target. Is that the tone you should use when talking about your new stepdaddy? Kagaya narrowed her eyes, dropping an unexpected bomb on Hagoromo who suddenly felt like a child who was just scolded by his mother for being mischievous. Sage.exe had a hard time loading the verbal nuke that was dropped on him. What? Hagoromo blankly asked, his mind refusing to let him properly think. Your new stepfather, boy. Show him some proper respect or else. Kagaya coldly ordered, you might be over 1,000 years old but that doesn't mean I can't bend you over my knee and spank you like the misbehaving child you are. In fact, Hagoromo's current situation would make that extremely easy for Kagaya. The boy had no idea yet, but she was already planning to visit him on a regular basis to regale him with the tales of his stepfather's heroics both in and out of the bedroom. She thought about it for a very long time, trying to find out the best punishment for Hagoromo. Yet, Kagaya knew there was not much that could or would shake her son as he was now. Physical pain would not work. He didn't have a physical body anymore, so he would not even feel it if she tried to torture him without using spiritual attacks. A spiritual attack, however, was out of the question as she didn't want to erase him from existence. That would have been too easy and fast. Thankfully, Kagaya had incredible advisors, and during one of the girl nights Rei's wives had 2 times per month, Kagaya got kinda drunk on Rei's special wine and told her problem to Ringo and Tsunade. The two of the both worst and best people to ask when one wanted to torture someone else. In the end, Kagaya's answer was easy. Emotional damage. Hagoromo's spirit was trapped in his separate realm and Kagaya had now easy access to him without him being able to stop her in any way. She had all the time in the world to punish him for locking her away. Right. Hagoromo trailed off, his mind still in great turmoil. My new stepfather. He grimaced at that thought. He didn't know his father, but he was very interested in him when he was a kid, and his mother eventually told him about the man. And it influenced his entire life. His father was a man who wanted only the best for his people. That was the kind of man Hagoromo wanted to become. That was the reason why he eventually decided to stop all the suffering his mother was causing and devote his life to repent for her mistakes by helping out the people with his special abilities. It was irrational, but getting to know that his mother had a new man, for some irrational reason, that irked Hagoromo more than her release from the seal, and his expression visibly soured as he thought about it. When Kagaya saw it, she instantly knew the upcoming centuries would be very fun for her. Taking a deep breath, Hagoromo decided to focus on what was really important. The family talk could be postponed to, preferably never. The poor naive boy had no idea about his inevitable future. What are you planning to do now that you are free? He asked in a serious tone. He needed to know. His mother was a disaster, but since she wanted to be intimate with a human, maybe she wouldn't try to destroy the world again. Hagoromo was very hopeful. Kagaya thoughtfully hummed, maybe I will make a few tens of siblings for you in the upcoming century. She giggled, I love the bedroom activities. Your father was never good at that, but my new husband, Mum. She released a needy moan, causing Hagoromo to blush like a maiden. Be serious, mother. He ashamedly exclaimed in outrage, not liking the sleazy expression his mother showed at all. What? I am serious. Fucking like rabbits is my new favorite hobby, son. Kagaya playfully quipped, making Hagoromo even more mortified. Mom. The situation was so ridiculous that Hagoromo even forgot their current hostile relationship and whinily complained. You want me to be serious? Kagaya teasingly asked, wiggling her eyebrows at him. Yes. Hagoromo firmly said in an exasperated tone, his cheeks slightly flushed. He loved that his mother seemed to be interested in something else than world domination, but he utterly hated that this new interest of hers was to fuck with some random dude that couldn't measure up to Hagoromo's father. As you wish, boy. Let's talk seriously now. Kagaya spoke, and the air between her and Hagoromo suddenly tensed as heavy pressure full of malicious intent descended on Hagoromo, forcing him to lean forward as his eyes went wide. Staring at his scowling mother and remembering the conflict they had between them, Hagoromo realized that no, he didn't really want her to be serious. Chapter 468, Chapter 468. No choice. Bullshit. You sealed me. How dare you seal your own mother? Kagaya spoke in a low tone, staring a hole into Hagoromo, especially in a seal that would make a lesser being go crazy in the first year. Her tone rose as she sneered. Being sealed, she could handle that. But the seal Hagoromo used was the epitome of brutality. Any maternal love she could have had for him evaporated in the first decade of being sealed in there. I had no other choice, mother. You were corrupted. Hagoromo exclaimed, trying to justify his actions. You would have wiped humanity if you were allowed to continue, and I couldn't let that happen, could I? In a way, Hagoromo was right. What he did saved humanity from his mother. Unfortunately for him, Kagaya was not looking at it from the same angle he was. Hagoromo didn't understand she didn't care about being sealed. Honestly, she was even slightly happy about that as it allowed her to meet Rei. All that suffering, it was worth it. But no, Kagaya was not mad at being sealed but at how Hagoromo handled the entire situation. With his resources at the time, he could have done so many other things than just trying to recklessly play a hero. No other choice. No choice, you say? Kagaya seethed, too agitated to stay calm. Her son just didn't get it, did he? He still tried to be the hero shouldering the fate of humanity, and it made her so angry. Pray tell, what the hell do you mean by that? You, the one who basically created Fuinjutsu arts from scratch. You, who was able to remake Moon into prison for me. You, a bona fide demigod with chakra reserves to match, and with all the years you had by my side couldn't do something a lowly human managed to accomplish in a few months. Do you really want me to believe that? Stop making pathetic excuses, Hagoromo. Hagoromo furrowed his eyebrows at that, not understanding what his mother meant. What do you mean? Kagaya scoffed. Seems she had to spell it for him to make him finally open those divine eyes of hers and take a proper look. How disappointing. Do you feel the corruption still influencing me? She dryly asked in a disappointed tone. When Hagoromo's face showed a massive surprise as he finally took a proper look at her, Kagaya inwardly sighed in indignation. Her son was a hypocritical moron. Just like his father. Heaven. What did she do to deserve this? Of course, you don't. She condescendingly sniffed. The men who freed me from the seal also made sure the corruption no longer affected me. He did that almost effortlessly. In a few months. She emphasized, a human managed to do something in a few months that you, a demigod, couldn't in the years you opposed and fought against me. Kagaya's tone was almost amused. It was a ridiculous notion. As strong as Rei was, he was not yet on the level of Hagoromo. Kagaya sure as hell planned to help him reach and surpass her son in the future, even if she had to sacrifice her own chakra reserves in the process, but she would not cover her eyes from reality. Her lover still needed a bit of effort to reach Hagoromo's prowess. And yet, he had already surpassed her son in every way that mattered. He created artificial Biju, he created his own dimension, he reverse-engineered Hagoromo's biggest Fuinjutsu work, her moon seal, he cracked a way to integrate chakra and nature energy, and much more. Kagaya couldn't have been prouder of her men. Of her human. The human that already surpassed a demigod with his feats and claimed her heart. Don't make me laugh. You never tried to help your poor mother despite knowing there was something wrong with me. You only wanted the glory of defeating me. No matter if my mind was a bit clouded at the time, I raised you, Hagoromo. Don't think you can lie to my face or hide your intentions from me, boy. Kagaya snorted, leveling a disappointed look at him which made him flinch. Her war with her sons was not just one massive battle. They stood against each other for a few years. Both sides had enough time to scheme and make plans. Kagaya never really went through with all the ways to eradicate her sons, though. Despite being half insane, she did love them dearly. Her whole effort in making an army of white Zetsu was to protect them. Killing them would completely defeat the purpose of her efforts. But her sons were different. They genuinely wanted to stop her. Did Hagoromo really want to make her believe in all these years he not once thought of a way to help her clear the corruption that was plaguing her? That was total bullshit and he knew it. He didn't want to help her. He wanted to win against her. It was as simple as that. Hagoromo sagged his shoulders after hearing out his mother's accusations. He really didn't have any counterargument and felt quite embarrassed. The woman in front of him was his mother and he might not have liked it, but she knew him best. After all these years, this was the very first time he admitted the intentions he had then, and his eyes became weary. I was foolish, mother. He quietly admitted, dropping his head down. He would like to proudly argue, but the proof that his way was the wrong one was clear. One simply had to look at the elemental nations to realize his wish of peace was not fulfilled at all. He sealed his own mother and estranged his brother, his two sons entered into a war that lasted beyond their graves, and the world was still in perpetual conflict. What exactly did he accomplish that would make him proud? Still don't get wait what? Kagaya was about to reprimand him, expecting her boy to start making another useless excuse, but his simple admittance of guilt made her stop her tirade. Hagoromo chuckled when he noticed his mother looking at him as if he grew a second head. Wearily sighing, he decided to elaborate. Hamura. He left me because he regretted what we did to you. He relocated to the moon and tried to find a way to communicate with you. He donned a sour expression, he realized that. But Kagaya quickly cut him off with an unimpressed face and a small glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. You are trying to manipulate me. No, Hagoromo's eyes widened in surprise and alarm. How could she? Foolish child. Kagaya sadly chuckled and gently shook her head in exasperation. You were always very talented but so very slow on the uptake. Just like your father. She wryly smiled. The second you realized that I am no longer under the influence of the chakra fruit corruption, you tried to manipulate me, knowing that I often indulged you as a child. I really did spoil you too much, did I not? She wistfully sighed to herself. Her sons being powerful was a matter of fact. They had her blood, and therefore a share of her abilities. Considering that she had no idea how much more powerful she could grow with proper training, they inherited a monstrous power by human standards. The power they gained mostly for free, just by being her sons. Maybe if she didn't give them everything they wanted and let them learn their morals from their human nannies when they were younger, the situation would have been different. Alas. Kagaya slowly stood up and stretched. I guess I had enough of you for the foreseeable future, son. I will come for a visit later. Until then, think about your actions and repent for you are grounded. She snickered to herself. Hagoromo looked weirdly at his mother. You are not going to kill me? He asked incredulously. This was extremely unexpected. And why would I do that, Hagoromo? Kagaya raised her eyebrow at him. Despite everything, you are my child and I do have some lingering affection for you. And besides, she looked around the realm where he was imprisoned and snickered again at the irony. You made your own nice inescapable prison, so why should I help you to get out of it so easily? This being able to watch but not interfere is a good punishment for a meddlesome fool like you. But be a good boy and don't peek at your mommy being naughty with your stepdaddy or I will have to come here and spank you, alright? Kagaya playfully finished and disappeared from Hagoromo's realm, leaving only the flabbergasted and blushing sage of the Sixth Path in her wake. Hagoromo had some long days of contemplation and meditating in front of him if he wanted to get that mental image out of his head. Much to his horror, he realized his mother could and would visit him again. He didn't look forward to more emotional damage like this. Not at all. Why couldn't she just kill him? Chapter 469, Chapter 469. The Mad Clan. How did the family reunion go? Hagoromo knows he has a new stepdaddy, yet. Ray teasingly asked with a grin as soon as Kagaya reappeared back in the seal formation. Ray expected Kagaya to be at least a bit embarrassed about it, maybe even try to hide it from her son. Alas, his expectations were totally wrong. Hearing his question, Kagaya betrayed his expectations when she puffed up her chest and proudly proclaimed, of course. It was the very first thing I informed him of. Alongside your ability to satisfy my needs in bed. Ray's plan to make Kagaya blush backfired spectacularly and instead of her, it was now him that couldn't prevent his cheeks from slightly reddening as he speechlessly asked, you, what? This was not how this kind of situation was supposed to go. Shouldn't a mother be at least a bit reluctant about telling her son that he has a new stepfather? His imagination worked overtime and when he realized what kind of talk Hagoromo just went through with his mother. Ray actually pitied the guy. Unlike Kagaya, he held no grudge against him so, from Ray's perspective, Kagaya was being damn cruel here. A son being forced to hear all about the sexual exploits of his mother. EW. Yup. We even agreed that I will visit again. My son might have unknowingly imprisoned himself but like a good mother, I at least should regularly make sure his sanity is not deteriorating. Kagaya cheerfully said, and Ray gave a silent prayer for Hagoromo's sanity. Kagaya was not that bad when it came to her behavior. She was definitely better and more reasonable than Mei. But she could be the right bitch to anyone who earns her resentment. Kin was the prime example of this. It wasn't as if Kagaya was overworking the girl just because she was bored. Kagaya didn't like how Kin tried to make eyes at Ray, so the girl was punished and Kagaya put her through the exact same routine as Riefel. That was why Ray didn't mind Kagaya viciously playing with Kin and acting like a total bitch to her. In a way, the ex-Oto Kunoichi deserved it. Until you earned Kagaya's ire, she was as harmless and cuddly as a slightly annoying and very clingy rabbit. Once you did earn it, though. We can't have his suffering abruptly end because he went insane, now, can we? Kagaya gleefully added, wistfully sighing as she was already mentally planning what kind of conversation she should strike with Hagoromo to maximize his emotional torment. Yup. Exactly my point. Ray looked dryly at her. But he wouldn't voice his thoughts. It was not him who was trapped for a millennium in the darkness of a seal, cut off from his powers. He had no idea how that felt to Kagaya and he had no familial ties with Hagoromo. Cleverly adopting the motto, family business should stay in the family. Ray mentally threw Hagoromo to the wolves for his own peaceful love life. The dude deserved it anyway. Maybe I should really make him a sibling. Kagaya mused, muttering under her nose barely loud enough for Ray to hear, causing him to involuntarily take a step away from her. I really want to be a mother again and it would probably make him at least a bit jealous if I let him watch how I care for my new baby. Especially since he wouldn't be able to stop himself from watching because of his overly emotional brotherly love. Ray's eye was twitching as he heard her plotting how to emotionally torment Hagoromo while fulfilling her own desires. And it rubbed his humane and fragile sensibilities the wrong way. Kids shouldn't be used that way. At least she really wanted to be a mother again and was not going to try getting pregnant only for emotional blackmail on her oldest son. From all the tales about the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya had told him, this kind of approach could be considered very odd by their standards. Children, sex, pleasure, love, these things didn't matter to them. They were raised to not put so much importance on these. Sex was no longer deemed efficient or beneficial as the clan tried to match the best seed with the best mother and bioengineer the children to maximize their potential. Love was useless and unneeded. The children didn't even have parents since most of them were developed in a laboratory, rather than normally born. Children were experimented on and trained until their early teens, and only the strong and most resilient survived. Then, depending on their latent potential for growth, they were assigned rankings. Their entire clan was segregated into ranks where every individual was led to believe in striving to accomplish his own goal no matter the cost. To strive for higher ranking and more resources for their own development. There was no camaraderie between them. Everyone was raised to be a selfish git, only thinking of their own benefit. But there was also a clear subordination mentality where the top dogs were the most powerful and could order the weaker people to do anything they desired. It was the world of the survival of the fittest in the most ruthless sense. It wasn't as if Kagaya wanted to be sacrificed to the god tree. She was also raised in the usual Otsutsuki manner. But she was ordered to die. And in that situation, most low-ranked Otsutsuki would simply obey, not trying to fight their fate. Because, in their perspective, there was no point anyway. In short, the Otsutsuki clan was a sick place that created emotionally dead people. It sounded like a very advanced societal experiment made by mad scientists who completely abandoned their conscience for scientific progress and just wanted to see how far they could push it before their little test subjects mentally crumbled. It was a wonder that Kagaya was so well adjusted and even could fall in love with her previous husband after that kind of upbringing. Still, hearing her plotting and seeing the semblance of her past mindset in her plans made Rei feel somewhat exhausted. Human common sense doesn't work well with you, does it? He wearily asked with a wry smile. What are you talking about? I am very sensual. Kagaya furrowed her eyebrows at Rei, making him snort. Right. He shook his head in a newfound amusement. Right, you are. So. Is there anything else you want to do or can we return to cuddling under the sheets? Kagaya expectantly asked, tightly latching onto Rei's arm. Otsutsuki might not believe in sexual procreation but Kagaya sure as hell found her meaning in life in it and she would be damned if she wasted even a second of her alone time with Rei. Unfortunately for her, Rei indeed had a different proposition. What would you say about saying hi to your past comrade? He hummed, making Kagaya disgruntledly frown. Who? She sullenly asked, slowly realizing that her attempt to get Rei back to bed was probably not gonna succeed. The one you betrayed and left dying with only his upper half of body left. Rei nonchalantly said, causing Kagaya's eyes to widen. There was only one man who fit this description. Ishiki. Is he still alive? Kagaya exclaimed in alarm and her grasp on Rei went rigid as her two eyes shifted into a blood-red Rinasharingan and grew darker. Ishiki couldn't be allowed to live. Kagaya knew what kind of man he was. Her peaceful life could be ruined if she allowed his continued existence. Kagaya's expression was enough of an answer for Rei but he still asked, so? Yes. Kagaya said in a low tone with her eyes growing stormier, I still owe that bastard for trying to sacrifice me. How dares he survive my sneak attack? I will make him regret clinging to his pathetic life. She said, her voice dripping with hostility. Ishiki had to die. For her uninterrupted and abundant sex life with her beloved Rei. Chapter 470, Chit-Chat. Here we are. Rei said right after he teleported Kagaya and himself into a certain mountain range in the land of Earth, far away from any civilization. It was a fitting hideout for an apocalypse-desiring alien parasite like Ishiki. Here. Kagaya looked around with a raised eyebrow, not impressed at all. All she could see were rocks and more rocks but she felt the faint scent of familiar chakra coming from the underground so she didn't doubt Rei. Her question was mostly one of disbelief that her ex-colleague would willingly stoop so low. But Ishiki always came off as an arrogant prick to her, always acting as if there was nobody smarter than him so she might be a tad bit biased. Do I want to know how you found him in the first place? Kagaya curiously asked. Ishiki's chakra was powerful. More powerful than a Biju. The fact that she could only faintly sense it meant there were some serious concealing seals all around his hiding place. If even she, an Otsutsuki who ate a chakra fruit, had to be right above the place to feel Ishiki, Kagaya really wondered how Rei, a normal human, managed to locate him. It was just one more thing that brought her awe of Rei's resourcefulness. Let's just say that having the moon in my possession is proving very beneficial. Rei evaded the question with a teasing non-reply, making Kagaya snort. She decided to forego further questioning. She was fully aware that Rei was nowadays tinkering with something he called chakra technology, and it could do quite amazing things. Now that he mentioned it, she faintly remembered being shown something called the chakra telescope when it was in its infancy. Where Rei got his insane ideas, Kagaya would never understand. Instead of trying to strain her brain by thinking about it, should I ring the bell and send dear Ishiki a warm welcome? Kagaya asked with a small giggle and conjured a small ball of magma above her palm. Rei's eyebrow twitched when he saw it. He knew letting her and Mei in the same room could possibly spell doom, but not even in his worst dreams did he foresee Kagaya making such a good impression on Mei that his little firecracker would teach his bunny some of her more destructive moves. That little ball of magma. That could potentially wipe out the entirety of the land of Earth, changing it to nothing more than a land of molten ocean, if it was allowed to grow. A warm welcome, indeed. Rejected. Rei instantly denied it, making Kagaya pout, but fortunately, she did cancel the magma ball above her palm. Don't use your abilities yet. You will alert him of our presence. He gently rubbed her head to appease her little, earning himself a small grudging nod from her alongside a reluctant smile. Rei knew that Kagaya was a bit nervous at meeting with her ex-superior, but that was exactly the reason why he wanted her to face off against him. Rei could have easily gathered the gang and ganged up on the poor Ishiki, who would have no idea what hit him. But Kagaya needed closure. She deserved it. If Rei mentioned Ishiki was alive and did nothing about it, he knew Kagaya would become jittery because of her past experiences with the men. Now that she had at least some training under her belt and could control her powers to a greater extent, Rei decided this was the moment when he could pit her against the extremely weakened Ishiki and make her beat him to death and gain some much-needed self-confidence when it came to facing off against the other Otsutsuki. Kagaya might have seemed haughty and arrogant towards those she hadn't acknowledged, but underneath that facade, no matter how powerful she was still a person. She still had her own worries and fears. Let me first prepare some seal tradash, Rei added, but he was interrupted midway by an unfamiliar voice. Did you really think I wouldn't notice my treacherous sacrifice and one bug skulking around my lab? An emotionless masculine drawl put a stop to the leisure conversation between Kagaya and Rei, making their heads snap in the direction from which it came, only to land on the boredly standing Ishiki, who was observing them with a small flicker of interest in his eyes. Deeming his uninvited guests too speechless by his entrance, Ishiki thought he would not get an answer to his question, so he continued speaking. Nevertheless, someone on this pathetic planet was able to locate my base. Consider myself impressed. How did you do it, human? Do you really think I would reveal that to you just because you asked nicely? Rei amusedly asked, chuckling a bit. Puffed, as if Rei needed to have secrets from Kagaya. The only reason why he didn't outright tell and describe to her the process of locating this ice-cold dude was that they were right above his base, duh. He would have to be utterly retarded to start explaining his methods here. No matter what, thinking that his enemy could not possibly eavesdrop on them or that Ishiki wouldn't notice their arrival would have been the height of arrogance. Rei trusted in his abilities, but he liked to trust in the abilities of his enemies too. It saved a lot of trouble in the long run. Ishiki didn't even twitch at Rei's rudeness. He only nodded in a placid acceptance. I can always beat the answer from you, worm. He then turned towards Kagaya. It's a long time to s-. But Rei couldn't just let Ishiki's previous interruption be, now could he? Are you sure you are related? This guy is a total asshole. He turned his head towards Kagaya and nonchalantly asked, cutting Ishiki's sentence off. Finally, the men showed at least a small flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Rei took that as his small victory. Kagaya smiled in amusement at what Rei was doing, deciding to play along. What can I say? He was from the faulty batch. She would never admit it out loud with how much she complained during her lessons about taunting the enemy, but it could be quite fun. Faulty batch. Ishiki unamusedly repeated. Remind me, which one of us was the harvester and which one the worthless sacrifice? Kagaya didn't get riled up at the mention of her role in the harvesting of the chakra fruit. She knew that Ishiki was hoping to dig deeper than his leisure words would reveal at first glance. Her role as the sacrifice meant that the Otsutsuki found her worth less than a cattle. She was just something to be killed for their goals. That would normally instantly enrage someone, but Kagaya dealt with the taunt of other Rei women on a constant basis and witnessed epic verbal battles between Mei and Ringo. Compared to that, being called a cattle was nothing special, really. Then again, she had a perfect comeback for this. Remind me, which one of us ended up missing his lower half due to that worthless sacrifice, suffering from the consequences even 1,000 years after the event? She innocently asked, and something in the air between Kagaya and Ishiki instantly changed as it grew tense. Kagaya could clearly see that Ishiki's current vessel was pathetically inappropriate. There was no way he could exert his full power in that state. Not without using the life energy of his vessel, shortening his life, and destroying said vessel in the process. This just gave into perspective the fact that Rei was able to make Kagaya an appropriate vessel for her power when he freed her. When even an Otsutsuki couldn't replicate that feat despite trying for 1,000 years, that was a real testament to Rei's genius. And another thing to rub in Ishiki's face. Then again, in just a few months my genius husband was fully capable of creating a proper and strong body for me when I was freed from my seal. The fact you couldn't manage to do the same even after millennia of effort gotta mean something, Ishiki. Kagaya giggled, knowing that if there was something that could potentially piss off the usually emotionless and efficient freak, it was to be compared with a human, someone he considered less than an ant, and having been found wanting. Rei watched from beside Kagaya as her verbal taunting did a damn good job at riling their would-be opponent. He stayed quiet and let her handle it. she knew the dude better so. The results were definitely worth his inaction too. Ishiki was completely distracted for long enough. Ehe, surprise incoming, motherfucker. Ray inwardly thought. Ishiki took a deep breath to slightly calm himself, but his irritation didn't abate. His mood for words ceased and his hands now itched to pull some intestines out. Enough chit-chat. It's time for you to die. He coldly whispered. Chapter 471, Chapter 471, Slow Beginning of the Battle. Time out. Ray shouted, putting his hands in the T sign. Surprisingly, this worked and both Kagaya and Ishiki who were glaring at each other stopped and turned toward him. The first with curiosity while the latter with slightly hostile irritation at being interrupted yet again. No matter, Ishiki did stop for a second but it was apparent he was just a moment from attacking. That's why Ray quickly said his piece, just give me an answer to one last question, will you? I am interested in the opinion of someone who spent his life pursuing knowledge. Fortunately, Ray's wording seemed to intrigue Ishiki who stopped himself from pouncing and gave him a pondering hum. Ray inwardly smirked. He knew best about the researcher's pride. The best way to get the desired reaction from a person similar to you was to do what you think would work against you, after all. I guess I can entertain you this one last time before you die. Ask. What would you like to know? Ishiki stated, his tone conveying a slight interest. MHM. Ray nodded in faux gratitude. He then opened his mouth and paused for a second and gave Ishiki a meaningful look before he uttered his question. How stupid do you have to be to give your opponent time to prepare a trap while you are leisurely chatting like some third-rate villain? Ishiki barely got enough time to process Ray's rude words before he saw the space around him crack, separating a massive circular piece of everything around him, with Ray and Kagaya included. Ishiki then started to feel nauseous as the space twisted and he, alongside everything around him, was literally spatially ripped from its place and thrown somewhere else. When Ishiki finally shook off the shock and looked around, he found himself in an unknown place, when his ears suddenly caught Kagaya's voice, making him realize that his enemies were still in front of him as they got teleported too. Which was weird, in his opinion. Your dimension? Kagaya curiously asked Ray, tilting her head. Yeah, Ray nodded, I am not happy with wrecking it but, it's much better than destroying my planet or my moon. He shrugged. Plus, he had made extensive preparations inside of his dimension for this eventuality. To be truthful, he made them in case Kagaya became hostile when he finally released her but she didn't need to know that. He had a fight with an ultra-dangerous godly being in mind when he was devising these precautions so they should hold for Ishiki too anyway. Granted, Ray was pissed that his house in the middle of this small dimension would most likely be blasted to smithereens once Ishiki and Kagaya got serious but houses could be easily rebuilt, unlike planets or countries. I don't understand. Is this it? Your attempt at surviving me? Ishiki raised his eyebrow with a deadpan look decorating his face before he sighed as if he considered the situation too troublesome. If you think that teleporting me somewhere will increase your chances at victory, he slowly raised his hand, then you are woefully ignorant. He dramatically clenched the fingers of his outstretched hand into a fist. An awkward moment passed through the surroundings as nothing happened, much to Ishiki's inward bewilderment. He blankly blinked and tilted his head as he looked at his hand in incomprehension. Ray couldn't bear it anymore and started chuckling. The look of utter confusion on the dude was pure gold. My abilities. Ishiki whispered and raised his head towards Ray. Narrowing his eyes, he threateningly asked, what did you do? Who I is the IGN ignorant one and now, H-ha. Instead of getting his answers, Ishiki's questioning just sent Ray into another fit of chuckling. Ishiki didn't even have the time to get mad at Ray's behavior because Kagaya, in the true ninja style, recognized her opportunity to strike and Ishiki only barely managed to raise his arms in front of his chest before Kagaya's bone bullet hit them, aiming straight at his heart. Ishiki was pushed back, creating a small trench with his feet but he was still immensely physically powerful and managed to withstand the momentum behind the bone bullet. His heels dug into the ground as he braced himself and cracks spread all around him from the sheer force he exerted onto the ground before he swept his arms out, pushing the bone bullet away from his arms and sending out a small shockwave. The place where the bone bullet impacted his arms was releasing a slight smoke as Kagaya's ability to disintegrate anything that touched her bones battled with Ishiki's immensely powerful physique, finding its match. Kagaya scowled when she saw this, expecting to quickly end him and return home with Ray for some nice cuddles but apparently, Ishiki's 1,000 years of research was not for naught as he withstood her ultimate killer move despite being hit by it. Ishiki was however too mentally preoccupied to even notice that he had just evaded a certain death. With a small frown on his face, he wondered what was going on while ignoring the sting in his arms as his biologically enhanced body battled Kagaya's chakra. There were supposed to be weapons withdrawn from his inventory space and thrown at Kagaya but the same as his attempt to teleport away, it didn't work. Anti-space seals. Ishiki thought and glanced around but he couldn't see any, making him disgruntled. During this exchange, Ray finally stopped chuckling and straightened out, giving Kagaya a grateful look before he turned away from Ishiki and started quickly walking forward. The reason why Kagaya didn't ferociously attack Ishiki when she had the chance was that Rei was still on the battlefield without much protection. She couldn't go all out with him there. Even if she knew that he had his tricks capable of immobilizing and restricting even her, as he demonstrated in some of their spars, she still couldn't help but worry about his safety. So, she dutifully stayed near him in case Ishiki realized it was Rei's existence that anchored the space restricting the function of this dimension, and preventing him from using literally half of his most dangerous abilities. Though, it didn't seem that Ishiki would realize that anytime soon if the stressful way he was looking around for any hidden seals was any indication. Rei's techniques are just way too strange. Kagaya thought with a measure of pride mixed with exasperation. She knew of many techniques of various Otsutsuki, but Rei seemed to think out of the box so much that it baffled even her. Imbuing a property into his dimension, now that was on the level of her dimension creation. An unbelievable ability for a human. Neither Rei nor Kagaya was in any hurry to stop Ishiki from looking around the dimension filled to the brim with nothing but nature energy-enhanced trees and vines. Rei used this time to calmly get into the most protected place in his whole dimension. A small plot of land where all the defensive seals and measures in the dimension converged. This little haven of his would survive even if the two godly beings blasted the dimension into smithereens. Now that he was protected, he observed Ishiki, who was not able to locate the source of his space-related problems, much to Rei's amusement. Rei knew the men was definitely relieved they hadn't attacked him for whatever reason, but this was fine. That was a normal arrogance for beings that could withstand even a Bijudama with their pure physical resilience. If it was anyone else, Rei would have sneered at the inattentiveness, but Ishiki. This dude was the last boss of his planet. And in a similar manner to the last bosses in games, he wrongly assumed he was the most dangerous being around. Chuckling once again, Rei gave Kage a thumbs up, signaling that he was ready and she could start. Kagaya widely grinned and turned towards the distracted Ishiki, causing him to momentarily freeze as her chakra burst forth, spreading a blanket of heavy pressure all over the dimension. Ishiki robotically turned towards Kagaya, realizing he would not get more time to leisurely locate and destroy the cause of the space interference, and prepared himself to face Kagaya. Doesn't matter. Even if my space-related abilities are unusable, I can still beat you to death with my powerful body. He coldly stated, looking at Kagaya in contempt. He didn't spend centuries enhancing his vessel for naught. There was no being in this land that could. I'd like to see that. Kagaya whispered, giving Ishiki an excited smile while her two pupil-less lavender eyes morphed into Rinna Sharingan, and Ishiki, alongside a great chunk of the forest around him, was blasted back as Kagaya's localized Shinra Tensei hit him like a truck. Kagaya only smirked, seeing the massive hole in the forest she created with but a thought, and disappeared from her spot, running after Ishiki. If she couldn't have sex, then she would at the very least make the reason for that suffer. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, Kagaya vs Ishiki 1. Author note, new story. Hello, guys. I started posting a new story on web novel. The name is Thomas Prest, a Simple Magician. Check it out. Kagaya appeared high in the sky above Ishiki just as he landed in a crouch on the ground, tanking the insane force of Kagaya's previous attack, making the ground under him crack for several hundreds of meters. He didn't even get the reprieve to take a breath before Kagaya threw another Shinra Tensei at him, making him buckle up, his knees straining against the weight that could be likened to trying to lift the sky itself. The ground under Ishiki's feet dented, creating a large crater with a radius of hundreds of meters, crushing everything growing on the surface inside its zone of impact into mush, whether it was trees or vines. Kagaya's second Shinra Tensei instantly erased the cracks caused by Ishiki tanking the first one, whereas even the outside of the impact zone was not spared. From the edge of this new crater, more cracks appeared, the ground separating into pieces as if it was pie being divided by an invisible knife. This residual force that escaped the impact zone was powerful enough to make the cracks span for kilometers, some of them going up the trees, cracking the bark, and some of the trees closer to the crater were even split in half. Rei watched with a wry smile how much damage could one proper attack of Kagaya cause. It had to be said, these trees were not normal. They were much tougher and larger than anything in the elemental nations. Cracking one could be likened to cracking a bona fide mountain, and yet, there was an entire sea of cracked trees in his field of view now. Ishiki, however, did manage to tank the blow with his body. But then came the third Shinra Tensei, decimating the surroundings some more and causing dust to fly in the air, and then the fourth came, and for good measure, Kagaya added the fifth one right on top of the previous two. Rei observed with a twitching eyebrow as his dimension was akin to being hammered down, the entire place shaking at its core with every single Shinra Tensei of Kagaya. His house in the middle of the dimension was already decimated just by the residual earthquake, and Rei inwardly sighed. Screw repairing it. I will just transform this dimension into a battle arena. I am sure Mei would love to fight Kagaya with her jutsu restriction being lifted. Thanks to the abundant nature energy, the land and trees would repair themselves and regrow extremely quickly, so even if it was destroyed on a regular basis, it wouldn't matter. Maybe it would even be beneficial for the dimension if a strong chakra residue, especially Kagaya's, was fed to it so often. Kagaya cheerfully laughed, extremely happy that she could finally just let go and mindlessly use her full power against somebody that is not Rei. This was actually very fun. Sparring against Rei was annoying. Even if she used her full power, his damned sealing arts had her restricted to hell in 10 seconds flat. It didn't matter, he was several magnitudes weaker than her when he could just wrap her in so many restrictive seals that her power level dropped even beyond him. Kagaya's palm was pointing towards the ground where Ishiki was as she was about to joyfully send another Shinra Tensei at him because she felt like it, but abruptly, despite the dust cloud covering him, Kagaya's eyes could clearly see him whip a. Kagaya jerked her body to the side, a black rod coming out of her sleeve as she quickly grasped it and pushed it in front of him into a guarding stance just as a massive black rod of the size of a tree trunk, created and enlarged by Ishiki, almost rammed into her, well, whole body, really. She barely managed to block it, in disbelief at how stupidly fast the rod was as she was slightly pushed back by the sheer momentum and weight behind the impact. Something so big had no right to be so fast. Kagaya's eyes narrowed in contemplation, I see. Enlarging objects and making them selectively ignore some disadvantages of their size. That's Ishiki's power. Before his attack, she had seen Ishiki create a normal-sized rod and hurl it at her with all of his physical strength behind the throw, causing it to gain insane speed. Only thanks to her Rinna Sharingan's slowed perception did Kagaya have a brief split of a second to realize the rod was enlarged mid-flight. The tip of the black rod was bigger than her body, so it would really slap her out of the sky like a fly if it hit her. Kagaya pushed a bit more strength into her arm with her own small black rod and she swatted the massive tree trunk-like rod of Ishiki to the side. Instantly having to sidestep to the right, deflecting another, smaller than normal, black rod aimed at her heart. Ishiki used Kagaya's momentary distraction from having to deal with the two black rods he hurled at her and leaped forward, straight at Kagaya. Kagaya's black rod was still in the deflecting motion, away from her body, and it was obvious she would be unable to use it for blocking or counter-attacking in time as Ishiki's fist neared her chest. Just as he planned, Ishiki's attack was pulled off successfully and he inwardly smirked as he saw he had a free path to Kagaya's chest, but in the next split of a second, Kagaya moved her free hand and Ishiki inwardly scoffed. It was he who spent millennia on body enhancement. There was no way she could. Ishiki's punch was barely caught by Kagaya's left hand an inch from her chest as her fingers wrapped around his fist as her body was once again slightly pushed back, making her cough a bit of blood due to the resounding shockwave from the meeting of their hands that hit her unprotected chest point blank. As the shockwave spread, it made the trees in the distance violently creak and furiously shake, all the while it created a new deep crater under them despite them being high in the sky. The bones in Kagaya's hand instantly shifted the second Ishiki's hand met hers, tearing themselves free from her skin and ripping into Ishiki's arm, creating large smoking gashes in his forearm as they tried to disintegrate his body. Her fingernails blackened and sharpened as she viciously dug her fingers into his, intending to sever at least some of them. Ishiki had only a second before his arm started to be shredded by Kagaya's bones and he instantly yanked it back, kicking the air under him to create a distance between them, ripping chunks of his flesh out of his arm in the process because of the sharp Kagaya's bones. Only now he felt the invasive energy injected into his arm by Kagaya's bones and it spooked him out at how much of his chakra it took to counter. His body might have been too strong to be directly disintegrated, but it still cost a lot of chakra to counter it. He instantly realized the melee fight was disadvantageous for him because Kagaya could just outlast him thanks to this ability of hers. Kagaya smirked at Ishiki. She had forcefully closed her hand just as he was pulling away, and now she opened it, making a show of dropping several of his fingers she managed to rip out at that moment. While that was going on, the bones sticking out of Kagaya's hand, wrist, and forearm started to slowly sheath themselves back into her flesh, leaving only unmarred white skin when they were done. Kagaya opted to do this little provoking show instead of pursuing and pressing Ishiki with a follow-up attack because she needed a moment to heal her inward injuries too. That friggin' shockwave produced by the force of his blow was damn powerful and her left hand was creaking and painfully stinging as she moved it despite it having full bone coating under her skin just as she blocked Ishiki's blow. I was careless. Kagaya inwardly frowned, in contrast to her outward calm and provoking smirk. If that landed on my chest, he could cause severe damage. She realized with dissatisfaction while already growing her bone armor under the skin of her whole body, especially her chest. Sure, a blow like that would not cause her defeat, but healing a shredded heart and lungs would be troublesome. Not to mention how utterly humiliating it would have been, having her breasts be blown to smithereens right in front of Rei and having to regrow them. Her womanly pride would have taken a massive hit. Ishiki frowned as he saw his fingers falling through the air, but he didn't dare to follow them with his eyes, keeping them fixed on Kagaya. His hand missed several fingers and his forearm sported massive deep gashes, but it was of no consequence. Kagaya's bones couldn't fully penetrate his tough body. The gashes were only surface wounds that didn't manage to reach bones, and his fingers could be ripped out only because they were fundamentally weaker compared to other parts of his body due to their smaller size. It didn't matter anyway. Ishiki pushed his chakra into his injured hand, blowing away Kagaya's residual chakra, and then he added some more of his chakra and his arm and fingers started healing and regrowing at a visible pace. 2 seconds later, his arm and hand were as good as new. What did make Ishiki frown deepen, however, was Kagaya's slow transformation that was happening right in front of his eyes. Her armoring herself up did have several outward signs. Bony horns sprouted from the sides of her head, curving themselves into an intricate shape. The fingernails on her other hand also blackened, elongated and sharpened, giving Ishiki an uncomfortable feeling as Kagaya's disintegration ability was highly concentrated in her fingernails now. Her skin became even whiter, if that was even possible, and with his special eye, Ishiki could clearly see Kagaya's chakra seeping from the bones underneath her skin into the said skin, hardening it to an insane degree. If before Ishiki was reluctant to go into melee against her because of her disintegration ability, now he was downright afraid to approach her at all. She was a moving and fully armored fortress of deadly bones capable of sprouting from any place on her body, reinforced by hardened skin, adding even more defense on top of her bone armor. Yet, her outward appearance deceptively barely changed. Ishiki pursed his lips in distaste. This might be harder than I initially thought. But he regretted that thought a second later when around Kagaya, two moving black globs appeared, twisting and squirming before they hardened into two small balls reminiscent of the black rods. When Ishiki's eyes landed on these, they widened as he recognized the truth-seeking balls of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and he could practically see how much of her chakra was in these two inconspicuous balls of doom rotating around Kagaya. Well, then. Since you almost managed to land a proper hit on me, I guess I should take you just a teensy little bit more seriously, don't you think? Kagaya teasingly asked with a smile, letting Ishiki see that even her teeth became noticeably sharper. Chapter 473, Chapter 473. The monsters that could destroy the world. Ishiki, feeling apprehensive about the change in Kagaya, realized he will have to up his game to stand a chance. He didn't want to do that, but he had no choice. Not when facing that. Kagaya's eyebrow rose when she noticed an abrupt change in Ishiki. It was outwardly indiscernible, but there was not much that could fool her Rinasharingan. She could clearly see Ishiki's life force condense, granting his body a crazy power boost, but the lifespan of his vessel was instantly reduced to 2 years tops. Naturally, if Ishiki had an appropriate vessel, like his own body, this technique could probably be sustained indefinitely. It was what made the Otsutsuki so dangerous, after all. They had bodies and chakra reserves strong enough that they could spam moves that would kill even S-rank humans after a single usage. In fact, what Ishiki was doing was not all that different from Might Guy's fully opened 8 inner gates. It was simply a different, superior approach to a similar concept. There was no new round of taunting after power-ups. Both combatants understood that. Taunting only worked when one had the upper hand, and right now, neither knew the prowess of the other's boosted form, so instead of spending brain cells on boasting, both Ishiki and Kagaya carefully and patiently observed the other. Whoever attacked first would be at a small disadvantage. Ishiki, however, quickly realized he was at a disadvantage anyway. The longer he gave Kagaya to analyze him, the more information about him would her Rinasharingan gather, and that wasn't a favorable situation for him. There was only one way to nullify this advantage of hers. Attack. Kagaya barely managed to shift one of her truth-seeking balls into a shield to block the shockwave full of pressurized air thrown in her direction by Ishiki's punch. In retaliation, she shaped the other truth-seeking ball into a spear and shot it at Ishiki. The winds furiously picked up, the air pushed away and uncontrollably mixed by the shockwave rushing through it. The ground was not spared the catastrophe either, as it heavily shook when Kagaya's spear hit where Ishiki stood just a second ago. Trees in the distance started falling down, uprooted by the shockwave and the massive cracks in the underground created by the impact of Kagaya's truth-seeking spear. The whole dimension was quivering under the massive pressure of Kagaya's and Ishiki's chakras, and the fight between them was yet to start in earnest. Kagaya spread her arms in front of her, her palms facing forward, and balls of black and red chakra started to gather in front of them. In a matter of milliseconds, a house-sized Bijudama was formed, instead of the usual purple coloration gaining more celestial white due to the influence of Kagaya's denser chakra. Ishiki widened his eyes and instantly started to gather the life force around his palm, not having enough time because Kagaya was simply too fast. The Bijudama took barely one breath of time to reach him, but he was barely in time. His hand met the surface of the ball, his life force circulating in the exact manner needed to deflect it instead of clashing with it. In front of Kagaya's impressed gaze, Ishiki slapped the Bijudama away, making it fly far away behind the horizon before a massive explosion occurred, a hot angry orange mushroom cloud rising in the distance, making the ground slightly shake some more. Both Kagaya and Ishiki subconsciously braced themselves, knowing these light quakes were just the silence before the storm. Kagaya from her position high in the sky could clearly see how something akin to an invisible force was mowing down the nature chakra-enhanced trees as if they were just grass, slowly rushing towards them. Then 5 silent seconds later, the shockwave reached them and Kagaya stood her ground, not budging even an inch from her position in the sky while her hair and clothes wildly flailed in the wind. Ishiki's body was buckling, his feet digging into the ground as the shockwave swept over him, trying to force him to move while destroying everything around like some kind of invisible tsunami. The shockwave passed and the world quieted down once again, both Kagaya and Ishiki uncaring, as if the country-destroying force they had just resisted was nothing impressive. And it really wasn't, as Kagaya was already charging another Bijudama while Ishiki sprang forth, leaping in her direction. Rei watched with fascination as the two Otsutsukis wrought destruction and desolation upon his realm, wincing every time another patch of his forest disappeared. Kagaya's Bijudama could be likened to nuclear blasts, erasing everything they hit and then some more with the resounding shockwave. Kagaya's Shinra Tensei was no better, flattening everything in its path. Ishiki shrugged whatever was thrown at him by the virtue of his physical might alone. And the land in Rei's dimension was slowly crumbling apart. Rei was safe in his space protected by seals from which he observed the epic battle. No attack of theirs could reach him since he made sure to spatially separate his hideout from his dimension much like Obito liked to do with his body in battle. In a way, Rei still was and was not present in the space of his dimension. The only way to reach him was by using spatial abilities, and while both Kagaya and Ishiki had a shitload of those, the space lock on Rei's dimension was so tight that neither of them could use even their basic space-related abilities. As such, Rei was safe by default. Not because he was strong enough, but because he was smart enough to set up countermeasures that left them no way of hurting him. Thanks to that, Kagaya could completely let loose, not fearing injuring Rei at all. And sage was she letting loose. The trees in Rei's dimension were 100 times bigger than the trees in Amazon forest, and the forest in Rei's dimension was 20 times as big as Amazon forest. As his dimension slowly grew, so did the forest due to the overabundance of the nature energy, and somewhere along the road, it became as big as an entire continent, full of massive overbearing forest. And yet, with another flick of Kagaya's wrist, a full 1/10 of the forest was flattened as the gravitational pressure descended upon it. A Shinra Tensei so strong it could erase an entire country, and Kagaya was not even winded as she threw another one of those at Ishiki, who tanked it point blank, barely faltering before once again sending a punch in her direction, sending enough force at her through the air that a city would be destroyed if it landed in the middle of it. The surroundings were drowned in the deafening symphony of booming explosions, roaring earthquakes, and whistling rushing pressurized winds, Rei's dimension resembling more apocalypse, with the previously lush and green ground now starting to resemble molten rock, and fires from the explosions spreading far and wide while smoke reached the heavens in uncountable places all over his dimension. Rei could only observe with a wry grimace, fully understanding why Kagaya gained the moniker of goddess all those years ago. She could destroy the world thrice over and call it a warm-up exercise. It was not something a person could believe without seeing it firsthand. The pressure in the air was starting to grow heavier and heavier with every clash of the two Otsutsuki as their chakra filled it. Ishiki was not as destructive as Kagaya, but his resilience was not any less impressive. The man had a physique strong enough to swat Biju like flies. A physique so strong that even Might Guy would shed manly tears of unyouthful jealousy upon seeing it. But because of his limitations and focus on the body rather than techniques, his destructiveness suffered a great deal. In fact, Kagaya was the reason why 90% of Rei's dimension was erased of all semblance of life after but 10 minutes of the fight. Area 3 times the size of elemental nations was destroyed in 10 minutes by her. As yet another decimating blast of force swept through the dimension upon the clash of Kagaya's Shinra Tensei and Ishiki's punch, Rei's determination to never let any other Otsutsuki find his planet, or even his solar system, became stronger. He didn't want nor need a clan of planet busters coming to his world. Yes, he could fight Kagaya. He could beat Kagaya. In fact, he won all their spars so far. But in all of those, he never once let her get going. This was the first time he witnessed her true prowess, because he always restricted her with his seals before she could start throwing dangerous techniques around. Fuinjutsu was simply that broken. Even though Rei was a lot weaker than Kagaya, he could still restrict and seal her abilities enough to defeat her. According to Kagaya, the Otsutsuki had a semblance of Fuinjutsu, but the way it was used in the elemental nations, the branch of Fuinjutsu created by Hagoromo Otsutsuki and passed down in the Uzumaki clan, was practically made to seal stronger beings. That was the whole point of the craft, after all. But sealing even one Otsutsuki was taxing as hell. The fight in front of Rei was a prime example. The entire energy of Rei's dimension had to be focused on keeping the spatial lock going so the two monsters would not breach it. Ishiki's main hard-hitting abilities were partially of the spatial nature, and so were Kagaya's. All that decimation, and the two were still under heavy restrictions, and it was just mind-boggling how ridiculously powerful their race was. Ishiki could not utilize his inventory-like bullshit nor summon his sealing cubes, and Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan was mostly useless since she could not use her special eye ability and create dimensions due to the spatial lock. Or rather, she could create them, but transporting herself and her opponent into them would be impossible right now, so the whole ability of her Red Eyes of Doom became totally obsolete. That's why she was spamming Shinra Tensei as if possessed. Kagaya's dimensions were simply broken beyond belief, and Rei believed it was Ishiki's fortune that the spatial lock was in place. Sure, it was to prevent him from fleeing, but the capability to create a completely new dimension on the fly notwithstanding, Kagaya was basically the god in her own dimension. Her Rinna Sharingan ability let her dictate literally everything in her dimension, and the whole dimension just bent over for her desires. As the dimension creator, she had supreme control of everything that originated from it. It was why Ray was not awed at the prowess of his little rabbit as he watched her wreak havoc all over his realm. This was nothing compared to what she could do with her Rinna Sharingan special ability. This was the reason why Ray would rather cloak and hide his planet than try to prepare for the Otsutsuki invasion. He had no idea what other busted abilities the other Otsutsukis had, and from the little he knew, Kagaya was simply special, but that didn't mean he would drop his caution. Kagaya was all nice and cuddly, so much so that it was entirely too easy to forget she was an entity capable of creating new worlds. The elemental nation was not ready for this. He was not ready for this. For all the power Ray accumulated throughout his life, it was not enough to face a head-on invasion of the Otsutsukis. He could not depend on some stupid plot armor to give him the exact means necessary to win over the clan of world destroyers via some illogical twist of fate. Ray knew he could develop the chakra practice of the elemental nations to heights capable of combating the Otsutsuki. For example, he had the Uzumaki clan. The clan full of seal masters who with the right training could go toe-to-toe with these monsters even if they were fundamentally weaker. But for that he needed time. 2 decades was not enough time to get a civilization up to snuff with a clan that was power leveling by destroying other worlds for who knows how many millennia. If despite all Ray's efforts to hide, the Otsutsuki still show up, he will just accept his defeat and go to a different world with his family through Kagaya's Rinna Sharingan abilities. Or maybe he would relocate all the ninja villages to a world created by Kagaya where she was the supreme authority. There were many solutions and paths he could take in that case. But until then, he was not giving up on his world, his village, or his accomplishments. Not just yet. Chapter 474, Chapter 474, Spiritual Seal. In the last 6 hours of their fight, Kagaya gradually stopped haphazardly throwing big moves at him, and their battle entered a more up and personal stage where Ishiki definitely held an advantage over Kagaya in the physical aspect. Unlike her, he was experienced in hand-to-hand combat techniques, and now that he was aware of her disintegration bones, he took great care to avoid it. But Kagaya had her own strengths. For the nth time, Ishiki tried to land a punch on Kagaya, only for a massive gravitational force to smash into him, staggering him and interrupting his attack, giving Kagaya enough time to get out of his range. Ishiki inwardly cursed. This fight was beyond annoying for him. He was clearly physically stronger in all aspects except for physical endurance because of her bone armor. But he could not land a hit on her. Creating a black rod, Ishiki pressed on and tried to follow up with his offensive, only for Kagaya to whip out her own black rod and clash with his, sending a shockwave throughout the surroundings. They exchanged a quick flurry of attacks and parries before they finally took a distance from each other again when seeing it go nowhere. Aiming at my arms and legs? You won't be able to kill me like this. Ishiki expressionlessly said, but inwardly he was slowly regaining his confidence. With most of his spatial abilities locked, he purposefully held back from using his second best ability. He didn't try to enlarge or minimize the objects and weapons around him during their clash, waiting for the best chance to strike a fatal blow. I don't need to kill you for you to die. Kagaya answered and chuckled at her logic, but in this case, it was the truth. Ishiki instantly understood that she knew, and his expression grew grave. Seeing his expression, Kagaya involuntarily chuckled again. Ishiki always thought her stupid. It was how she could get close enough to him to ambush him all those years ago. He was a very paranoid individual. There was no way she could have ambushed him like that if he considered her even a slight threat. Alas, he didn't. He had always seen her as weak and dumb, and that was his undoing. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Kagaya raised an eyebrow at Ishiki, not knowing if she should be amused or insulted. The more I injure you, the more you are forced to heal, the quicker will the life force of your current vessel deteriorate. In the end, you will die anyway. It's just a question of time. Ishiki narrowed his eyes. I won't die. He flatly said. It could be taken as a useless bravado, and Ishiki probably wanted Kagaya to take it as such. After all, the truth was often the most unbelievable thing, but unfortunately for him, Ray made sure to share some intel about him. Intel even Kagaya was not aware of, despite their long-time cooperation. Ah, you mean the little technique that allowed you to survive my ambush all those years ago, huh? Kama, or whatever is its name. Kagaya smugly asked, and this time, Ishiki's worry really showed on his face. Kama was something he kept hidden at all costs. It was his way to be reborn, and he never shared its real purpose with anyone, so he had no idea how Kagaya could know about it. While he was inwardly freaking out, Kagaya decided to mock him further. It was hard to get the ever-logical Ishiki out of his pace, so she enjoyed having the upper hand for the moment. Well, how convenient that my partner had deployed spiritual restricting seals all over the place, no. She innocently stated, knowing full well it would sound like a death sentence to Ishiki's ears. Kama sounded like a mysterious and overpowered technique. The ability to cheat death and be reborn in a previously marked vessel after being killed. it was really special. But just like Kagaya's Rinasharingan's special ability could be for the most part made obsolete by Rei's simple spatial lock, her beloved sealing arts had a perfect answer for Ishiki's technique too. Apparently, Rei's research into the more spiritual aspect was not just a coincidence, and the fact he could grant Kagaya her meeting with her long-deceased foolish son was not the actual final goal, but rather just a nice side effect. Kama's description made it out to be some kind of wondrous ability where the user died in one place and could be reborn in a different vessel in another, but nothing that seemed magical at first glance in this world was actually so simple. Kama could make Ishiki's clone from his DNA, but for his rebirth, his new vessel needed also his old soul. Upon his death, the Kama mark would drag his soul into the new vessel and the forceful takeover would be initiated. But, what if Ishiki was trapped in a separate dimension and his soul was unable to leave it upon his death? No. There would be no rebirth for him this time. Not on Rei's watch. Hearing Kagaya talking about spiritual seals, Ishiki for the first time felt a cold sweat drench him as panic seeped into his usually calm mind. He was fully aware of what this barrier would mean for him. His technique was not magic that somehow teleported his soul to a new vessel. Such a thing was impossible. If he died inside a spiritual seal, his soul would not be able to get out, and that was maybe even scarier than death itself to him. Death was something he feared, but it was unknown. One can fear the unknown only so much. Being aware that after his demise would come imprisonment and most likely him finding himself on the wrong side of the experimentation table, that made Ishiki feel a deep fear. As his mind tried to find a solution to his predicament, he almost instantly remembered the men who accompanied Kagaya. The same men who first teleported them into this dimension and then disappeared. Ishiki didn't put much importance on the men. It was just a human, and compared to him, Kagaya seemed like the bigger threat. Ishiki didn't have the leisure to spare on some worthless ant. He only now realized what a massive mistake that was. The man was obviously a seal master, and this partner Kagaya was speaking about. I need to find and kill him or I will really be finished here. Ishiki thought in dismay, and at that moment, his mind was made up. Not bothering to pay more attention to Kagaya than strictly necessary, Ishiki spun on his heel and ran away from her under her baffled gaze. He had more important things to do than fight with her. Namely, he had one human that needed killing. Kagaya watched Ishiki's retreating back with a mix of bewilderment, disbelief, and amusement. It didn't take a genius to realize what he wanted to do, but the idiot clearly didn't realize I am not the most dangerous person in this dimension. She chuckled and shook her head. For a moment, she considered attacking him since being ignored like this rubbed her the wrong way, but then she remembered all the humiliation she suffered under Rei's seals and decided that Ishiki needed to be brought down a peg or 10. No matter what she would have done to him could compare to how helpless Rei would make him feel with his seals. With a smirk, she just watched the ignorant Ishiki willingly run to his own demise. Chapter 475, Chapter 475, Fighting Smarter, Not Harder. From his safe observation spot, Rei noticed that Ishiki suddenly changed his mind about fighting Kagaya and started running in his direction. This made him incredulously raise his eyebrow at the sudden twist, but it also made him feel inwardly annoyed. Rei had many observation seals all around the dimension that worked similarly to Hiruzen's spying crystal ball, so he was really sitting on a small couch he had stuffed in a storage scroll while eating popcorn as he watched the fight. And just when he was enjoying some peace and quiet, enjoying a good show, because seeing Kagaya and Ishiki fight was like a scene from a bona fide apocalyptic movie, the Otsutsuki dude simply had to ruin all the fun for him. Still, Rei was too lazy to deign Ishiki's mad charge at him with a proper reaction, and he just kept leisurely lounging on his comfy couch. Naturally, inwardly he was prepared to instantly take action in the abysmal off-chance that Ishiki had some hidden ace up his sleeve, but outwardly, Rei looked like a couch potato watching a boring movie, probably making Ishiki even more pissed as he cocked his fist back and was about to send a punch at him. A loud clang could be heard all over the surroundings as Ishiki's advance was stopped by some invisible barrier just 3 meters in front of Rei. He completely didn't notice it and crashed into it face first, getting rebounded back by his own momentum without the barrier even budging. Rei amusedly chuckled, the sight reminding him too much of those careless kids in supermarkets that run into a closed glass door and fall on their ass because they are too distracted with their new toy. Ishiki instantly stood up, shaking off the impact, and narrowed his eyes. He still could not see the wall between them, but now he knew it was there. Gripping his fist hard, Ishiki started to madly punch in front of him, desperately hitting the wall as if possessed. Rei appraisingly watched as the Otsutsuki tried to get to him, relishing in his growing frustration and despair. Seeing that previously arrogant face finally realized just how screwed he was, it was simply priceless. Rei wasn't in any hurry to stop Ishiki either. The man was willingly letting Rei test his anti-Otsutsuki sealing art, so why would Rei complain? At least he didn't need to hear the constant complaining and whining of Kagaya when he managed to rope her into this kind of activity. The angry snarl of Ishiki was music to the ears compared to that. Unfortunately for Ishiki, he didn't have a snowball chance in hell to breach Rei's protections. Rei might appear to be there, but he was really not. Similarly to Obito's Kamui or Madara's limbo techniques, Rei was in a different pocket space. This pocket space was simply close enough to his dimension that he was visually present but he was not really there. Ishiki tried to move around the barrier and find a weak spot too, but it was useless. What he was hitting was not a barrier at all. It was the edge of the dimension itself. It was the place in which the pocket space where Rei was hiding and his dimension were meeting. The rift between them was held open by Rei's seals since it was unnatural for the dimensions to be open and only Rei's seals were keeping it open. But the kicker was that despite this, the dimension being open, the spatial edge was nigh impenetrable, hence why Rei used it as a defensive means. To reach Rei with his attacks, Ishiki would need something capable of breaching space itself. Technique or ability, but physical strength was not good enough. The guy could be capable of busting a country with a punch or destroying a chunk of moon, but he would still be unable to breach space. The simplest comparison was the water walking technique. It didn't matter how many times one punched the tree, he would not be able to walk on it. To walk on it, one had to use specific techniques to get the desired results. Rei had fun watching Ishiki in his berserk state, putting his all into punching and kicking the edge of the dimension, yet, not causing it to even slightly budge. He was not strong enough to fight the Otsutsukis, but fortunately for him, he didn't need to be. The fights on this level were not solely decided by brawn. It was just that nobody gave the Otsutsuki the memo yet. An hour later, and when Ishiki's rampage was starting to get old, Rei decided he had enough data and Ishiki was no longer needed. Ishiki punched the barrier like usual, even trying to use his shrinking abilities in tandem to try if it would work, but unlike before, ink-like symbols started quickly spreading up his arm from where his fist was in contact with the barrier. Ishiki panicked a bit, his state of mind no longer at its best, but he still managed to pull back, only letting a small strand of symbols crawl up his arm. With a swift and decisive slash, Ishiki quickly separated his arm from his body, deciding to regrow the entire limb rather than risk letting the seal spread all the way onto his body, but he was a second too late. One symbol. That's all that managed to get onto Ishiki's body, and he quickly found a small pressure descending on him, causing him to widen his eyes. The pressure was nothing extraordinary and even a genin could probably shrug it off, but it was there and Ishiki felt it. It was like an annoying fly buzzing around to his senses. Thinking he could just blast it away with a burst of his powerful chakra, Ishiki flared his chakra, and when Kagaya saw it from her place a bit away from where she was observing him, she facepalmed. That was his first and last mistake. She dryly thought, giving Ishiki's back a deadpan look. She would have known. After all, she fell for the same friggin' trick. Instead of the weakened seal being blasted away with a powerful surge of the chakra, the seal started quickly feeding on Ishiki's chakra, and the more he flared it, the more the pressure on him increased. What the hell is this? Ishiki frantically exclaimed, flailing his arms as if trying to shake off the ever-increasing pressure. From the weight capable of restraining genin, it quickly grew, shooting past Jonin level restrictions all the way to Kage level and then some. Soon enough, when the pressure stopped growing, Ishiki was panting, but he still stood upright despite the strain the seal put on his body, and Rei nodded in satisfaction. This was the limit of his seal. It didn't exactly squash Ishiki like a bug, but, for now, it sufficed. Rei whipped out a small notebook and started writing his ideas for improvement, giving Ishiki a few seconds to get a breather. When he was finished with his notes, Rei raised his head and looked at Ishiki, giving him a pleasant smile as he finally decided to answer, "That, my dear ignorant guinea pig, is one of the many, many seals I need you to try for me. Now then, shall we continue?" Ishiki was a very driven scientist with a penchant for unconventional experiments himself. He could recognize a fellow enthusiast and his pupils constricted as he instantly knew he was in for a very long and ruthless afternoon that will definitely not end well for him. Chapter 476, Chapter 476. The happenings during Rei's absence. What are you going to do with that? Kagaya asked Rei, who was holding a slightly shining green gem in his hands. Unfortunately, Ishiki only managed to last long enough for Rei to try up to 332 seals before he inevitably croaked despite Rei's attempts in the later trials to round the number up and reach 333. After he died, Rei's spiritual barrier caught his departing soul and sealed it in the gem Rei was holding. "I am going to use his soul as an energy battery," Rei contemplatively said. "The sealing formation that would hide our planet will need an energy source, and I initially wanted to hook it up onto my dimension, but with Ishiki's soul in my hands, I no longer need to do that." As someone more powerful than a Biju, Ishiki's soul was quite powerful and capable of producing a lot of energy. Ishiki's Kama technique should just dissipate a few hours after Rei sealed Ishiki's soul, because the Kama mark's attempts to suck Ishiki's soul from wherever it is was naturally a chakra-heavy endeavor, and with his soul sealed, the marks would use up their reserves, destroying themselves. At that point, Rei could release Ishiki's soul and it would simply return to the cycle of reincarnation. But why would he do that? As a punishment for the sin of living on Rei's planet for 1,000 years, plotting its demise, and not paying taxes, Rei decided Ishiki would work even after his death to pay everything he owed him back. And from Rei's very quick mental calculations, he decided that Ishiki's soul was in for at least a few thousand years of forced labor. But after that, Ray would be extremely glad to release him, depending on his behavior. If he is a good boy and helps people out of his own volition, Ray would naturally release him sooner. Lucky him, huh? Not that a soul sealed in a gem could actually do anything, so, sucks to be him too. Huh. That's harsh. Kagaya admitted, but inwardly, she was quite satisfied with Ishiki's punishment. The guy did intend to sacrifice her to the god tree, after all. Harsh. Ray snorted, he shouldn't have come to my planet with the intention to cause chaos for his own benefit here. This is my turf, he said, almost indignantly. He was here before you were even born, though. Kagaya teasingly reminded him, giggling when Ray's eyebrow twitched in irritation. Unimportant semantics. Ray rolled his eyes with a nonchalant facade. Ray and Kagaya exited Ray's dimension and appeared back in his mansion where his other wives were already waiting for him, making Kagaya secretly groan because she knew her alone time with him was now officially over. Coming in, Ray and Kagaya discovered only Tsunade and Mei lounging by the hearth in the living room and talking. When Ray and Kagaya walked into the living room, the two women stopped talking and turned to them. Oh, hello. You took your time. Tsunade teasingly said, giving Kagaya a wolfish grin. It's not nice to not share, Kage-chan. Mei nodded in agreement, her head understanding Tsunade's words in her own way. Hello, girls. Where are Conan, Pakura, and Ringo? Ray asked as he sat down in the armchair, ignoring Mei's remark with trained ease. Kagaya too only rolled her eyes at Mei and sat on Ray's lap, making Mei pouty. Yes. Using my dimension as a place where Kagaya and Mei can let loose and fight to their heart's content is a great idea. I wouldn't want the tension between them to rise without any outlet. Ray wryly thought as he observed the interaction between his two more selfish women. Still, he didn't forget to pay attention to Tsunade too as she answered his question, oh, them. It was decided that Kuratsuchi's training will be a joint project between Conan and Pakura while Ringo is tending to her new apprentice Samui. Good. I only have to get rid of Tsunade and Mei to reclaim my alone time with Ray. Kagaya instantly mused. Shouldn't you be present in your village, Tsunade? It was just recently invaded, after all. Kagaya innocently asked, earning herself a deadpan look from Tsunade. Nah. I am good. Tsunade dryly answered and Kagaya quietly clicked her tongue. As amused with their antics as Ray was, he had some important questions so he interrupted their bickering and asked, was Kimo already conquered? He and Kagaya were away for an entire day and by now, the Kiri army should have arrived at Kimo even if the Kiri swordsmen didn't manage to make the village surrender. Alas, Ray didn't have any information source while they were dealing with Ishiki so he knew nothing about what went on in the world during that time. Kimo surrendered after a short siege of the Kiri army. Tsunade briefly informed. Ray slowly nodded at that before humming, so the swordsman failed, huh? Sucks to be them. Not that he cared overly much. As long as Kimo was now under him, he was fine either way, no matter if the one doing the conquering was the Kiri army or the Kiri swordsman. But still. Kinda. Mei giggled, Ringo only sent them because of their bragging that they could conquer Kimo by themselves and don't need anyone else. The idiots. Yet, here we are. 5 of them are dead, and another 10 are injured. Tsunade sighed. It was her who received the injured ones and was supposed to heal them. She would naturally do her duty but she would be damned if she didn't make the process as painful for those fools as humanly possible. Ray inwardly winced when he heard his 2 sweethearts. He knew Ringo best and, let's just say he could imagine the punishment Ringo was going to heap on the swordsmen for being too arrogant for their own good. It wasn't good to be one of them right about now. Not at all. Alas, poor Samui would definitely get caught in this too. Ray idly thought. There was no snowball chance in hell Ringo would not use the opportunity to toughen her apprentice a bit. Oh, well. It will be a good character-building exercise for her. He shrugged, knowingly dooming Samui to a few months of training hell. What about Inoki and A? Ray asked the second most important question. As former Kages, there was always a possibility that they could cause a rebellion if they escaped and got back to their respective villages. Ray had already decided to leave them alive but despite Ringo's promise to A that she would let them and go, Ray hadn't promised anything like that. Unfortunately for them, these 2 were yet another people that came under the label of, sucks to be them. Oh, they complained and raged, demanding the seals on them to be lifted but Conan dealt with them quickly by telling them nobody but you can unseal those seals. Tsunade snickered as she remembered their flabbergasted expressions. But it was only after Tsunachan got annoyed and had beaten them up that they finally shut up. Mei cheerfully finished for Tsunade, throwing her under the bus and earning herself a betrayed stink-eye from the best and most violent medic in the world. Beating up important prisoners of war, especially after they were promised good treatment, was just a poor form. Of course, Ray would close his eyes a bit and ignore this incident. He loved Tsunade too much to reprimand her for beating up some unimportant complaining bastards. Seeing that there was no incoming reprimand from Rei, Tsunade grinned. Anyway, they are both in the village hidden on the other side, awaiting you to deal with them, with their chakra still restricted to genin level. Good. Rei nonchalantly said, but inwardly he sighed when he heard that. He was secretly hoping these two would have been already sorted out when he came back from visiting Kagaya. Then again, that's what having so many subordinates was for, and Rei was already thinking to whom he would delegate this glorious babysitting duty. Because obviously, neither A nor Inoki were leaving his village anytime soon, duh. Leaning back into his armchair, Rei finally let out a relieved breath full of satisfaction, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. At least everything more or less went according to the plan. It seems I have won the Game of Thrones Naruto version. Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Goals Reached. A few months passed and the world as usual moved on. The events and the initial fear caused by both IWA and Kimo being conquered wore off after nothing really changed in the lives of most people. Some trouble did indeed spring up in both IWA and Kimo, but neither Pakura nor Ringo were people that would tolerate being walked over by someone, and after a particularly bloody response, everything calmed down once again. The two conquered villages didn't really have any figure to rally behind since A, Inoki, and B still enjoyed the hospitality of the village on the other side, B even enjoying being in contact with Yagura and Yujito. The last Rei heard of him, the big and tanned rapper Jinchuriki was acting as the babysitter for their newest child, trying to teach the baby the glory of rap no jutsu. With all 5 major ninja villages under Rei's influence, some things did indeed change on a worldwide scale, and it was starting to become obvious even to the various daimyos. The hostilities between the villages ceased for the most part. There was still some infighting, especially when two teams found themselves on different sides because of a mission, but Rei could with satisfaction proclaim that most of his ninjas no longer went out of their way to kill the ninjas from the other villages. Considering their primary way to keep ninja villages in check was to pit them against each other, this change brought a lot of concern from nobles and daimyos. Naturally, Rei didn't care at all. He didn't conquer the villages so they would continue being overglorified mercenaries for whoever had the deeper pockets. Chakra had so many more uses, and the fact its users were just simple superpowered mercenaries was honestly shameful, in Rei's opinion. While this couldn't be changed instantly, Rei did start a small change by setting up proper research centers in each village that would gather bright minds. He knew best that humans, if given proper opportunities and conditions, could technologically advance by leaps and bounds. Fortunately, the Wind and Fire daimyo knew this would happen sooner or later, and when they noticed the drastic shift in the political scene, they were the first to come in contact with Rei through his wives. Much to his surprise, they didn't demand him to bring everything back to how it was but actually deferred to him. It was nice to deal with smart people. With all ninja villages and the 2 biggest international companies under Rei's thumb, he could wipe out any daimyo family he desired without any consequences, so the daimyos really didn't have much ground to stand on. Nevertheless, Rei didn't expect them to bow their heads to him. He would have been totally fine with ignoring them, but since they came up with this themselves. Rei initially intended to have a very ambiguous no-touch policy when it came to governments. He was just one man, and governing the entire continent would be far too much work for it to be worth it. That's why he was fine with daimyos staying in their cozy functions as long as they didn't stick their noses into the ninja matters. But since 3 of the 5 major nations wanted to officially come under him, or rather, under the Bairi Company, there was not one good reason to refuse them. With them working for him, Rei could fully leave the matters of governance in their hands and still have influence over them, so why not? In the end, the land of Wind, Fire, and Water created an alliance where their respective rulers retained their territories but also formed a sort of council that would decide the big decisions. It was all still in the middle of formation, so nothing was set in stone yet, but the foundation for future peaceful cooperation was already finished. Instead of being ninja villages of different nations, Konoha, Kiri, and Suna simply became 3 different military divisions of the newly formed Elemental Alliance, each completely independent and with their own leader at the helm. Rei was satisfied with how things developed. Peace was not really his end goal. He could care less about world peace, but it had to be done. Because only in peacetime could all the resources be dedicated to advancement. And there was no better way to create a semblance of peace than to bring everyone under one banner. The lands of Earth and Lightning were not very excited by this new development, but there was nothing they could do. They were outnumbered in all aspects by this new alliance, and their ninja villages were theirs only on paper. The pressure on the rulers of those nations was immense, and when other small nations started petitioning for joining the Elemental Alliance, even the last ember of their hopes was extinguished. Their joining was just a question of time. Rei and Conan were standing in a vast expanse of rocky barren land on the moon. The only sign of human intervention in the surroundings was the ceiling circle carved into the rocky surface for several kilometers in radius. "We are finally finished." Conan sighed in relief, fed up with carving seal after seal, every day of the week. Honestly, at this point, she would take paperwork over this any day. Just the thought that Rei loved doing this kind of stuff was making her dizzy. It took a while. Ray nonchalantly answered. Unlike Conan, he mostly felt satisfaction and slight weariness at the repetitive work, rather than annoyance. A while. It took us months. Conan indignantly exclaimed. When she agreed to help Ray with his new project, she didn't think she would be spending most of her time for the next few months carving into a rock with kunai. Hell, they couldn't even use jutsus for this because apparently, this was really delicate work. Stupid Ray and his excuses for why she couldn't blast this all to hell. Ray gave the indignant Conan a gentle smile and said, "Thank you." It served to calm her down a bit as she couldn't stay angry at him when he showed his gratitude. Conan huffed and looked away, but after a few moments of silence, she glanced at Ray and reluctantly spoke. "Are you going to start it?" Ray blinked, and pointed at the center of the ceiling formation near him. Conan saw the gem containing Ishiki's soul there, already melded to the ceiling formation, which meant. "Wait, that's it?" Conan incredulously asked. "I haven't even felt it starting." She was flabbergasted. Shouldn't a seal capable of hiding an entire planet be, she didn't know. Grander, perhaps. More oppressive. That's kinda the point. Ray shrugged and put his arm around Conan. "Don't worry. It's working properly." The whole ceiling formation was a bit exposed, but that was unfortunately necessary. It wouldn't have worked if it was hidden on the moon, instead of being on its surface. Ray made sure there were many seals safeguarding it, and this was the best he could do anyway. With this sealing marvel that used all of his vast sealing knowledge, he reached his ultimate goal, and the planet was finally hidden from the Otsutsuki. He could finally live in peace and have his much-deserved worry-less vacation. "So, what now?" Conan asked, raising her head to look Ray in the eyes. She was perhaps one of the very few people who knew how much effort he put into this project. Now that it was done, she was interested if he had something else planned. "Now." Ray chuckled and pulled her into a loose embrace. "I guess now I can finally fulfill the desire you girls have in your hearts." Ray's words came like lightning from the clear sky for Conan, whose eyes widened and her mouth opened in shock. It took her a few moments, but eventually, she managed to recollect her wits and she quietly asked, a twinge of hope in her tone, "You mean?" Ray sweetly smiled at her and put his forehead against her. "Yes. I think it's finally time to make a proper family with you."